Peter the Great. Chap 1 Description of Russia. The Empire of Russia is the largest in the whole globe, extending from west to east upwards of 2,000 common leagues of France, and about 800 in its greatest breadth from north to south. It borders upon Poland and the Frozen Sea, and joins to Sweden and China. Its length from the island of Dago, in the westernmost part of Livonia, to its most eastern limits, takes in near 170 degrees, so that when it is noon in the western parts of the empire, it is nearly midnight in the eastern. Its breadth from north to south is 3,600 wersts, which make 850 of our common French leagues. The limits of this country were so little known in the last century that in 1689, when it was reported that the Chinese and the Russians were at war, and that in order to terminate their differences, the Emperor Kamhai on the one hand, and the Tsars Ivan or John, and Peter on the other, had sent their ministers to meet an embassy within 300 leagues of Pekin, on the frontiers of the two empires, the account was at first treated as a fiction. The country now comprehended under the name PG4 of Russia, or the Russias, is of a greater extent than all the rest of Europe, or than ever the Roman Empire was, or that of Darius subdued by Alexander, for it contains upwards of 1,100,000 square leagues. Neither the Roman Empire nor that of Alexander contain more than 550,000 each, and there is not a kingdom in Europe the 12th part so extensive as the Roman Empire. But to make Russia as populous, as plentiful, and as well stored with towns as our southern countries would require whole ages and a race of monarchs such as Peter the Great. The English ambassador, who resided at Petersburg in 1733, and who had been at Madrid, says, in his manuscript relation, that in Spain, which is the least populous state in Europe, there may be reckoned 40 persons to every square mile, and in Russia not above 5. We shall see in the second chapter whether this minister was mistaken. Marshal Vauban, the greatest of engineers and the best of citizens, computes that, in France, every square mile contains 200 inhabitants. These calculations are never very exact, but they serve to show the amazing disproportion in the population of two different countries. I shall observe here that from Petersburg to Pekin, there is hardly one mountain to be met with in the route which the caravans might take through independent Tartary, and that from Petersburg to the north of France, by the road of Danzig, Hamburg, and Amsterdam, there is not even a hill of any eminence to be seen. This observation leaves room to doubt of the truth of that theory, which makes the mountains to have been formed by the rolling of the waves of the sea, and supposes all that is at present dry land to have PG5 been for a long time covered with water. But how comes it to pass that the waves, which, according to the supposition, formed the Alps, the Pyrenees, and Mount Taurus, did not likewise form some eminence or hill from Normandy to China, which is a winding space of above 3,000 leagues? Geography, thus considered, may furnish lights to natural philosophy, or at least give room for rational doubts. Formerly we called Russia by the name of Muscovy, from the city of Moscow, the capital of that empire, and the residence of the Grand Dukes, but at present the ancient name of Russia prevails. It is not my business in this place to inquire why the countries from Smolensko to the other side of Moscow were called White Russia, or why Hubner gives it the name of Black, nor for what reason the government of Kiev should be named Red Russia. It is very likely that Medes the Scythian, who made an eruption into Asia near 700 years before our vulgar Ra, might have carried his arms into these regions, as Genghis Khan and Tamerlane did afterwards, and as probably others had done long before Medes. Every part of antiquity is not deserving of our inquiries. That of the Chinese, the Indians, the Persians, and the Egyptians is ascertained from illustrious and interesting monuments. But these monuments suppose others of a far more ancient date, since it required many ages to teach men the art of transmitting their thoughts by permanent signs, and no less time was required to form a regular language, and yet we have no such monuments even in this polite part of Europe. The art of writing was a long time unknown to all the north. The patriarch Constantine, who wrote the history of Kiev in the Russian language, acknowledges, pg 6, that the use of writing was not known in these countries in the 5th century. Let others examine whether the Huns, the Slavi, and the Tartars formerly led their wandering and famished tribes towards the source of the Borysthenes. My design is to show what Tsar Peter created, and not to engage in a useless attempt to clear up the chaos of antiquity. We should always keep in mind that no family upon earth knows its first founder, and consequently, that no nation knows its first origin. I use the name of Russians to designate the inhabitants of this great empire. That of Roxolanians, which was formerly given them, would indeed be more sonorous, but we shall conform to the custom of the language in which we write. Newspapers and other memoirs have for some time used the word Russians, but as this name comes too near to that of Prussians, I shall abide by that of Russ, which almost all our writers have given them. Besides, it appeared to me that the most extensive people on the earth ought to be known by some appellation that may distinguish them absolutely from all other nations. This empire is at present divided into 16 large governments that will one day be subdivided when the northern and eastern countries come to be more inhabited. PG 7. These 16 governments, which contain several immense provinces, are the following. Livonia. The nearest province to our part of the world is that of Livonia, one of the most fruitful in the whole north. In the 12th century, the inhabitants were pagans. At this time, certain merchants of Bremen and Lübeck traded to this country, and a body of religious crusaders, called portglaves or sword-bearers, who were afterwards incorporated in the Teutonic Order, made themselves masters of this province in the 13th century, at the time when the fury of the Crusades armed the Christians against everyone who was not of their religion. Albert, Margrave of Brandenburg, grandmaster of these religious conquerors, made himself sovereign of Livonia and of Brandenburg, Prussia, about the year 1514. From that time, the Russians and Poles began to dispute for the possession of this province. Soon afterwards it was invaded by the Swedes, and for a long while continued to be ravaged by these several powers. Gustavus Adolphus having conquered it, it was then ceded to the Swedes in 1660 by the famous Treaty of Oliva, and at length Tsar Peter wrested it from these latter, as will be seen in the course of this history. Kurland, which joins to Livonia, is still in vassalage to Poland, though it depends greatly upon Russia. These are the western limits of this empire in Christendom. Of the governments of Revel, Petersburg, and Wyburg. More northward is the government of Revel and Esthonia. Revel was built by the Danes in the PG 8th–13th century. The Swedes were in possession of this province from the time that country put itself under the protection of that crown in 1561. This is another of the conquests of Peter the Great. On the borders of Esthonia lies the Gulf of Finland. To the eastward of this sea, and at the junction of the Neva with the Lake Ladoga, is situated Petersburg, the most modern and best-built city in the whole empire, founded by Tsar Peter, in spite of all the united obstacles which opposed its foundation. This city is situated on the Bay of Kronstadt, in the midst of 9 rivers, by which its different quarters are divided. In the center of this city is almost an impregnable fortress, built on an island, formed by the main stream of the river Neva. 7 canals are cut from the rivers, and wash the walls of one of the royal palaces of the Admiralty, of the dockyard for the galleys, and of several buildings of manufactories. 35 large churches contribute to adorn the city, among which 5 are allotted for foreigners of the Roman Catholic, Calvinist, and Lutheran religions. These are as so many temples raised to toleration and examples to other nations. There are 5 palaces. The old one, called the Summer Palace, situated on the river Neva, has a very large and beautiful stone balustrade, which runs all along the river's side. The new Summer Palace near the Triumphal Gate is one of the finest pieces of architecture in Europe. The Admiralty buildings, the School for Cadets, the Imperial College, the Academy of Sciences, the Exchange, and the Merchants' Warehouses are all magnificent structures, and monu PG 9 ments of taste and public utility. The town house, the public dispensary, where all the vessels are of porcelain, the court magazines, the foundry, the arsenal, the bridges, the markets, the squares, the barracks for the horse and foot guards, contribute at once to the embellishment and safety of the city, which is said to contain at present 400,000 souls. In the environs of the city are several villas or countrysats, which surprise all travelers by their magnificence. There is one in particular which has waterworks superior to those of Versailles. There was nothing of all this in 1702, the whole being then an impassable morass. Petersburg is considered as the capital of Ingria, a small province subdued by Peter I. Wyburg, another of his conquests, and that part of Finland which was lost, and ceded by the Swedes in 1742, make another government. Archangel. Higher up, proceeding towards the north, is the province of Archangel, a country entirely new to the southern nations of Europe. It took its name from St. Michael, the Archangel, under whose patronage it was put long after the Russians had embraced Christianity, which did not happen till the beginning of the 11th century, and they were not known to the other nations of Europe till the middle of the 16th. The English, in 1533, endeavoring to find out a northeast passage to the East Indies, Chancellor, captain of one of the ships fitted out for this expedition, discovered the port of Archangel in the White Sea. At that time it was a desert place, having only one convent and a little church, dedicated to St. Michael the Archangel. PG-10. The English sailing up the river Dwina, arrived at the midland part of the country, and at length at Moscow. Here they easily made themselves masters of the trade of Russia, which was removed from the city of Novgorod, where it was carried on by land to this seaport, which is inaccessible indeed during 7 months in the year. But nevertheless, this trade proved more beneficial to the empire than the fairs of Novgorod, that had fallen to decay in consequence of the wars with Sweden. The English obtained the privilege of trading thither without paying any duties, a manner of trading which is apparently the most beneficial to all nations. The Dutch soon came in for a share of the trade of Archangel, then unknown to other nations. Long before this time, the Genoese and Venetians had established a trade with the Russians by the mouth of the Tanais or Don, where they had built a town called Tana. This branch of the Italian commerce was destroyed by the ravages of Tamerlane in that part of the world, but that of Archangel continued, with great advantages both to the English and Dutch, till the time that Peter the Great opened a passage into his dominions by the Baltic Sea. PG-11. Russian Lapland. Of the government of Archangel. To the west of Archangel and within its government lies Russian Lapland, the third part of this country, the other two belonging to Sweden and Denmark. This is a very large tract, occupying about 8 degrees of longitude and extending in latitude from one polar circle to the North Cape. The natives of this country were confusedly known to the ancients, under the name of troglodytes and northern pygmies, appellations suitable enough to men, who, for the most part, are not above 4.5 feet high and dwell in caverns. They are just the same people they were at that time. They are of a tawny complexion, though the other people of the north are white, and for the most part very low in stature. Though their neighbors, and the people of Iceland under the polar circle, are tall, they seem made for their mountainous country, being nimble, squat, and robust. Their skins are hard, the better to resist the cold, their thighs and legs are slender, their feet small, to enable them to run more nimbly amongst the rocks, with which their province is covered. They are passionately fond of their own country, which none but themselves can be pleased with, and are able to live nowhere else. Some have affirmed, upon the credit of Olaus, that these people were originally natives of Finland, and that they removed into Lapland, where they diminished in stature. But why might they not as well have made choice of lands less northerly, where the conveniences of life were to be had in PG-12 greater plenty? How comes it that they differ so totally from their pretended ancestors in features, figure, and complexion? Methinks we might, with as great reason, suppose that the grass which grows in Lapland is produced from that of Denmark, and that the fishes, peculiar to their lakes, came from those of Sweden. It is most likely that the Laplanders are, like their animals, the produce of their own country, and that nature has made the one for the other. Those who inhabit the frontiers of Finland have adopted some of the expressions of their neighbors, as happens to every people. But when two nations give to things of common use, to objects which are continually before their eyes, names absolutely different, it affords a strong presumption that one of them is not a colony from the other. The Finlanders call a bear karu, the Laplanders muriat. the sun in the Finnish language is called Auringa in the Lapland tongue Bev. Here is not the least analogy. The inhabitants of Finland and Swedish Lapland formerly worshipped an idol whom they called Iumalek, and since the reign of Gustavus Adolphus, to whom they are indebted for the appellation of Lutherans, they call Jesus Christ the son of Iumalek. The Muscovite or Russian Laplanders are at present thought to be of the Greek Church, but those who wander about the mountains of the North Cape are satisfied with adoring one god under certain rude forms, as has been the ancient custom of all the nations called nomads or wandering nations. This race of people, who are inconsiderable in numbers, have but very few ideas, and are happy in not having more, which would only occasion them to have new wants which they could not satisfy. At present they live contented, and free PG-13 from diseases, notwithstanding the excessive coldness of their climate. They drink nothing but water, and attain to a great age. The custom imputed to them of entreating strangers to lie with their wives and daughters, which they esteem as an honor done to them, probably arose from a notion of the superiority of strangers, and a desire of amending, by their means, the defects of their own race. This was a custom established amongst the virtuous Lacedaemonians. A husband would entreat a favor of a comely young man to give him handsome children whom he might adopt. Jealousy and the laws prevent the rest of mankind from giving their wives up to the embraces of another, but the Laplanders have few or no laws, and are in all probability strangers to jealousy. Moscow. Ascending the river Dwina from north to south, we travel up the country till we come to Moscow, the capital of the empire. This city was long the center of the Russian dominions, before they were extended on the side of China and Persia. Moscow, lying in 55.5° north latitude in a warmer climate and more fruitful soil than that of Petersburg, is situated in the midst of a large and delightful plain on the river Moskva, and two lesser rivers, which with the former lose themselves in the Oka, and afterwards help to swell the stream of the Volga. This city in the 13th century was only a collection of huts inhabited by a set of miserable wretches, oppressed by the descendants of Genghis Khan. The Kremlin, or ancient palace of the great dukes, was not built till the 14th century. Of such modern date are cities in this part of the PG-14 world. This palace was built by Italian architects, as were several churches in the Gothic taste, which then prevailed throughout all Europe. There are two built by the famous Aristotle of Bologna, who flourished in the 15th century, but the private houses were no better than wooden huts. The first writer who brought us acquainted with Moscow was Olarius, who, in 1633, went thither as the companion of an embassy from the Duke of Holstein. A native of Holstein must naturally be struck with wonder at the immense extent of the city of Moscow, with its 5 quarters, especially the magnificent one belonging to the Tsars, and with the Asiatic splendor which then reigned at that court. There was nothing equal to it in Germany at that time, nor any city by far so extensive or well-peopled. On the contrary, the Earl of Carlisle, who was ambassador from Charles II to the Tsar Alexis in 1633, complains in his relation that he could not meet with any one convenience of life in Moscow, no inns on the road, nor refreshments of any kind. One judged as a German, the other as an Englishman, and both by comparison. The Englishman was shocked to see most of the boyards or Muscovite noblemen sleep upon boards or benches, with only the skins of animals under them. But this was the ancient practice of all nations. The houses, which were almost all built of wood, had scarcely any furniture, few or none of their tables were covered with cloth. There was no pavement in the streets, nothing agreeable, nothing convenient, very few artificers, and those few extremely awkward, and employed only in works of absolute necessity. These people might have passed for Spartans had they been sober. But on public days, the court displays all the PG-15 splendor of a Persian monarch. The Earl says he could see nothing but gold and precious stones on the robes of the Tsar and his courtiers. These dresses were not manufactured in the country, and yet it is evident that the people might be rendered industrious long before that time. In the reign of the Tsar Boris Godunov, the largest bell was cast at Moscow, in Europe, and in the patriarchal church there were several ornaments in silver, worked in a very curious manner. These pieces of workmanship, which were made under the direction of Germans and Italians, were only transient efforts. It is daily industry, and the continual exercise of a great number of arts, that makes a nation flourishing. Poland and the neighboring nations were at that time very little superior to the Russians. The handicraft trades were not in greater perfection in the north of Germany, nor were the polite arts much better known than in the middle of the 17th century. Though the city of Moscow at that time had neither the magnificence nor arts of our great cities in Europe, yet its circumference of 20 miles, the part called the Chinese town, where all the rarities of China are exhibited, the spacious quarter of the Kremlin, where stood the palace of the czars, the gilded domes, the lofty and conspicuous turrets, and lastly, the prodigious number of its inhabitants, amounting to near 500,000. All this together rendered Moscow one of the most considerable cities in the world. Theodore, or Fdor, eldest brother to Peter the Great, began to improve Moscow. He ordered several large houses to be built of stone, though without any regular architecture. He encouraged the principal persons of his court to pg-16 build, advancing them sums of money and furnishing them with materials. He was the first who collected studs of fine horses and made several useful embellishments. Peter, who was attentive to everything, did not neglect Moscow at the time he was building Petersburg, for he caused it to be paved, adorned it with noble edifices, and enriched it with manufactures. And within these few years, 1,000. De Chaulieu, High Chamberlain to the Empress Elizabeth, daughter to Peter the Great, has founded an university in the city. This is the same person who furnished me with the memorials, from which I have compiled the present history, and who was himself much more capable to have done it, even in the French language, had not his great modesty determined him to resign the task to me, as will evidently appear from his own letters on this subject, which I have deposited in the public library of Geneva. Smolensko. Westward of the Duchy of Moscow is that of Smolensko, a part of the ancient Sarmatia Europea. The duchies of Moscow and Smolensko composed what is properly called White Russia. Smolensko, which at first belonged to the great dukes of Russia, was conquered by the great Duke of Lithuania in the beginning of the 15th century and was retaken 100 years afterwards by its old masters. Sigismund III, King of Poland, got possession of it in 1611. The Tsar Alexis, father of Peter I, recovered it again in 1654, since which time it has always constituted part of the Russian Empire. The panegyric of Peter the Great, pronounced in the Academy of Sciences at Paris, takes notice that before his time the Russians had made no conquests pg-17 either to the west or south, but this is evidently a mistake. Of the governments of Novgorod and Kiev, or the Ukraine. Between Petersburg and Smolensko lies the province of Novgorod, and is said to be the country in which the ancient Slavi or Sclavonians made their first settlements. But from whence came these Slavi, whose language has spread over all the northeast part of Europe? Sla signifies a chief, and slave one belonging to a chief. All that we know concerning these ancient slaves is that they were a race of conquerors, that they built the city of Novgorod the Great at the head of a navigable river, and that this city was for a long time in possession of a flourishing trade, and was a potent ally to the Hanse towns. Tsar Iwan Wasiliewicz or John Basilovitz made a conquest of it in 1467, and carried away all its riches, which contributed to the magnificence of the court of Moscow, till then almost unknown. To the south of the province of Smolensko, we meet with the province of Kiev, otherwise called the Lesser Russia, Red Russia, or the Ukraine, through which runs the Dnieper, called by the Greeks the Borysthenes. The difference of these two names, the one so harsh to pronounce, and the other so melodious, serve to show us, together with 100 other like instances, the rudeness of all the ancient people of the north, in comparison with the graces of the Greek language. Kiev, the capital city, formerly Kiso, was built by the emperors of Constantinople, who made it a colony. Here are still to be seen Sieve pg-18 RAL Greek inscriptions upwards of 1,200 years old. This is the only city of any antiquity in these countries, where men lived so long together without building walls. Here it was that the great dukes of Russia held their residence in the 11th century, before the Tartars brought it under their subjection. The inhabitants of the Ukraine, called Cossacks, are a mixture of the ancient Roxolanians, Sarmatians, and Tartars, blended together. Rome and Constantinople, though so long the mistress of other nations, are not to compare in fertility of country with the Ukraine. Nature has there exerted her utmost efforts for the service of mankind, but they have not seconded those efforts by industry, living only upon the spontaneous productions of an uncultivated but fruitful soil and the exercise of rapine. Though fond to a degree of enthusiasm of that most valuable of all blessings, liberty, yet they were always in subjection, either to the Poles or to the Turks, till the year 1654, when they threw themselves into the arms of Russia, but with some limitations. At length they were entirely subdued by Peter the Great. Other nations are divided into cities and towns, this into 10 regiments, at the head of which is a chief, who used to be elected by a majority of votes, and is called by the name of hetman or itman. This captain of the nation was not invested with supreme power. At present the itman is a person nominated by the tsar, from among the great lords of the court, and is, in fact, no more than the governor of the province, like governors of the pays d'états in France, that have retained some privileges. At first the inhabitants of this country were all either pagans or Mahometans, but when PG-19 they entered into the service of Poland, they were baptized Christians of the Roman Communion, and now, that they are in the service of Russia, they belong to the Greek Church. Amongst these are comprehended the Zaporavian Cossacks, who are much the same as our buccaneers or freebooters, living upon rapine. They are distinguished from all other people by never admitting women to live among them, as the Amazons are said never to have admitted any man. The women, whom they make use of for propagation, live upon other islands on the river. They have no marriages amongst them, nor any domestic economy. They enroll the male children in their militia, and leave the girls to the care of their mothers. A brother has frequently children by his sister, and a father by his daughter. They know no other laws than customs, introduced by necessity. However, they make use of some prayers from the Greek ritual. Fort St. Elizabeth has been lately built on the Borysthenes, to keep them in awe. They serve as irregulars in the Russian armies, and hapless is the fate of those who fall into their hands. Of the governments of Belgorod, Voronezh, and Nizhgorod. To the northeast of the province of Kiev, between the Borysthenes and the Tanais, or Don, is the government of Belgorod, which is as large as that of Kiev. This is one of the most fruitful provinces of Russia, and furnishes Poland with a prodigious number of that large cattle known by the name of Ukraine oxen. These two provinces are secured from the incursions of the petty Tartar tribes, by lines extending from the Borysthenes to the Tanais, and well furnished with forts and redoubts. PG-20. Farther northward we cross the Tanais, and come into the government of Voronezh or Voronezh, which extends as far as the banks of the Palus Modes. In the neighborhood of the capital of this province, which is called by the Russians Voronezh, at the mouth of the river of the same name, which falls into the Don, Peter the Great built his first fleet, an undertaking which was at that time entirely new to the inhabitants of these vast dominions. From thence we come to the government of Nizhgorod, abounding with grain, and is watered by the river Volga. Astrakhan. From the latter province, we proceed southward to the kingdom of Astrakhan. This country reaches from 4 to 3.5 degrees north latitude in a most delightful climate to near 50, including about as many degrees of longitude as of latitude. It is bounded on one side by the Caspian Sea, and on the other by the mountains of Circassia, projecting beyond the Caspian, along Mount Caucasus. It is watered by the great river Volga, the Jake, and several other lesser streams, between which, according to Mr. Perry, the English engineer, canals might be cut, that would serve as reservoirs to receive the overflowing of the waters, and by that means answer the same purposes as the canals of the Nile, and make the soil more fruitful. But to the right and left of the Volga and Jake, this fine country was inhabited, or rather infested, by Tartars, who never apply themselves to agriculture, but have always lived as strangers and sojourners upon the face of the earth. The above-named engineer, Perry, who was PG-21 employed by Peter the Great in these parts, found a vast tract of land covered with pasture, leguminous plants, cherry and almond trees, and large flocks of wild sheep, who fed in these solitary places, and whose flesh was excellent. The inhabitants of these countries must be conquered and civilized, in order to second the efforts of nature, who has been forced in the climate of Petersburg. The kingdom of Astrakhan is a part of the ancient Kapshak, conquered by Genghis Khan, and afterwards by Tamerlane, whose dominion extended as far as Moscow. The Tsar John Basilides, grandson of John Basilovitz, and the greatest conqueror of all the Russian princes, delivered his country from the Tartarian yoke in the 16th century and added the kingdom of Astrakhan to his other conquests in 1554. Astrakhan is the boundary of Asia and Europe, and is so situated as to be able to carry on a trade with both, as merchandises may be conveyed from the Caspian Sea up to this town by means of the Volga. This was one of the grand schemes of Peter the Great, and has been partly carried into execution. An entire suburb of Astrakhan is inhabited by Indians. Orenburg. To the southeast of the kingdom of Astrakhan is a small country, newly planted, called Orenburg. The town of this name was built in the year 1734 on the banks of the river Jake. This province is thick covered with hills that are parts of Mount Caucasus. The passes in these mountains, and of the rivers that run down from them, are defended by forts raised at equal distances. In this region, formerly uninhabited, the Persians come at present to hide from the PG-22 rapacity of robbers, such of their effects as have escaped the fury of the civil wars. The city of Orenburg is become the asylum of the Persians and their riches, and is grown considerable by their calamities. The natives of Great Bukhari come hither to trade, so that it has become the mart of Asia. Of the government of Kassan and of Great Permia. Beyond the Volga and Jake, towards the north, lies the kingdom of Kassan, which, like that of Astrakhan, fell by partition to one of the sons of Genghis Khan, and afterwards to a son of Tamerlane, and was at length conquered by John Basilides. It is still inhabited by a number of Mahometan Tartars. This vast country stretches as far as Siberia. It is allowed to have been formerly very flourishing and rich, and still retains some part of its pristine opulence. A province of this kingdom, called Great Permia, and since Salakam, was the staple for the merchandises of Persia and the furs of Tartary. There has been found in Permia a great quantity of the coin of the first caliphs, and some Tartarian idols made of gold. But these monuments of ancient opulence were found in the midst of barren deserts and extreme poverty, where there were not the least traces of commerce. Revolutions of this nature may easily happen to a barren country, seeing they are so soon brought about in the most fruitful provinces. The famous Swedish prisoner, Strahlenberg, who made such advantageous use of his misfortunes, and who examined those extensive countries with so much attention, was the first who PG-23 gave an air of probability to a fact, which before had been always thought incredible, namely, concerning the ancient commerce of these provinces. Pliny and Pomponius Mela relate that, in the reign of Augustus, a king of the Suevi made a present to Metellus seller of some Indians who had been cast by a storm upon the coasts bordering on the Elbe. But how could inhabitants of India navigate the Germanic seas? This adventure was deemed fabulous by all our moderns, especially after the change made in the commerce of our hemisphere by the discovery of the Cape of Good Hope. But formerly it was no more extraordinary to see an Indian trading to the parts to the northwest of his country than to see a Roman go from India by the way of Arabia. The Indians went to Persia, and thence embarked on the Hyrcanian Sea, and ascending the Ra, now the Volga, got to Great Permia through the river Kama, from whence they might take shipping again on the Black Sea or the Baltic. They have in all times been enterprising men. The Tyrians undertook most surprising voyages. If after surveying all these vast provinces, we direct our view towards the east, we shall find the limits of Europe and Asia again confounded. A new name is wanting for a considerable part of the globe. The ancients divided their known world into Europe, Asia, and Africa, but they had not seen the 10th part of it. Hence it happens that when we pass the Palaemodes, we are at a loss to know where Europe ends or Asia begins. All that tract of country lying beyond Mount Taurus was distinguished by the general appellation of Scythia, and afterwards by that of Tartary. It might not be improper, perhaps, to give the name of Terre Arctic, or PG-24 northern lands, to the country extending from the Baltic Sea to the confines of China, as that of Terre Australs, or southern lands, are to that equally extensive part of the world, situated under the Antarctic pole, and which serves to counterpoise the globe. Of the governments of Siberia, of the Samojds, the Ostyaks Kamchatka, 100. Siberia, with the territories beyond it, extends from the frontiers of the provinces of Archangel, Khasan, and Astrakhan, eastward as far as the Sea of Japan. It joined the southern parts of Russia by Mount Caucasus. From thence to the country of Kamchatka is about 1,200 computed French leagues, and from southern Tartary, which serves as its boundary to the frozen sea, about 400, which is the least breadth of the Russian Empire. This country produces the richest furs, and this occasioned the discovery of it in the year 1563. In the 16th century, in the reign of the Tsar, John Basilides, and not in that of Fdor Johanovitz, a private person in the neighborhood of Archangel, named Annika, one tolerably rich for his condition of life and country, took notice that certain men of an extraordinary figure, and dressed in a manner unknown to that country, and who spoke a language understood by none but themselves, came every year down a river which falls into the Dwina, and brought martens and black foxes, which they trucked for nails and pieces of glass. Just as the first savages of America used to exchange their gold with the Spaniards, he caused them to be followed by his sons and servants as far as their own country. These were pg-25 the Samojeds, a people who seem to resemble the Laplanders, but are of a different race. They are, like that people, unacquainted with the use of bread, and like them, they yoke reindeer to draw their sledges. They live in caverns and huts, amidst the snow, but in other respects, nature has made a visible difference between this species of men and the Laplanders. Their upper jaw projects forward, so as to be on a level with their nose, and their ears are placed higher. Both the men and women have no hair in any other part of their bodies but their heads, and their nipple is of a deep black, like ebony. The Lapland men and women are distinguished by no such marks. By memoirs sent from these countries so little known, I have been informed that the author of the curious natural history of the King's Garden is mistaken, where, in speaking of the many curiosities of human nature, he confounds the Lapland race with that of the Samojeds. There are many more different species of men than is commonly thought. The Samojeds and the Hottentots seem to be the two extremes of our continent, and if we observe the black nipples of the Samogedian women, and the apron with which nature has furnished the Hottentot females, and which hangs halfway down their thighs, we may have some idea of the great variety of our animal species, a variety unknown to those inhabiting great cities, who are generally strangers to almost everything that is not immediately within their view. The Samojeds are as singular in their moral as in their physical distinctions. They pay no worship to the Supreme Being. They border upon Manichaeism, or rather upon the religion of the pg-26 ancient Magi in this one point, that they acknowledge a good and an evil principle. The horrible climate they inhabit may in some measure excuse this belief, which is of such ancient date, and so natural to those who are ignorant and unhappy. Theft or murder is never heard of amongst them. Being in a manner devoid of passions, they are strangers to injustice. They have no terms in their language to denote vice and virtue. Their extreme simplicity has not yet permitted them to form abstract ideas. They are wholly guided by pensation, and this is perhaps an incontestable proof that men naturally love justice, when not blinded by inordinate passions. Some of these savages were prevailed on to suffer themselves to be carried to Moscow, where many things they saw struck them with admiration. They gazed upon the emperor as their god, and voluntarily engaged for themselves and countrymen a present of 2 martens, or sables, every year for each inhabitant. Colonies were soon settled beyond the Oby and the Iades, and some forts built. In the year 1595, a Cossack officer was sent into this country, who conquered it for the Tsar with only a few soldiers and some artillery, as Cortés did Mexico, but he only made a conquest of barren deserts. In sailing up the Oby to the junction of the river Iades with the Tabal, they found a petty settlement, which they converted into the town pg-27 of Tabal, now the capital of Siberia and a considerable place. Who could imagine that this country was for a long time the residence of those very Huns, who under Attila carried their depredations as far as the gates of Rome, and that these Huns came from the north of China? The Uzbek Tartars succeeded the Huns, and the Russians the Uzbeks. The possession of these savage countries has been disputed with as much murderous fury as that of the most fruitful provinces. Siberia was formerly better peopled than it is at present, especially towards the southern parts, if we may judge from the rivers and sepulchral monuments. All this part of the world, from the 60th degree of latitude, or thereabouts, as far as those mountains of perpetual ice which border the North Seas, is totally different from the regions of the temperate zone. The earth produces neither the same plants, nor the same animals, nor are there the same sort of fishes in their lakes and rivers. Below the country of the Samojds lies that of the Ostiaks, along the river Abi. These people have no resemblance in any respect with the Samojds, save that like them and all the first race of men, they are hunters, fishermen, and shepherds. Some of them have no religion, not being formed into any society, and the others who live together in herds or clans have kind of worship and pray to the principal object of their wants. They adore the skin of a sheep, because this creature is of all others the most serviceable to them, just as the Egyptian husbandmen made choice of an ox, as an emblem of the deity who created that creature for the use of man. PG 28. The Ostiaks have likewise other idols, whose origin and worship are as little deserving our notice as their worshippers. There were some converts to Christianity made amongst them in the year 1712, but these, like the lowest of our peasants, are Christians without knowing what they profess. Several writers pretend that these people were natives of Great Permia, but as Great Permia is in a manner a desert, how comes it that its inhabitants should settle themselves at such a distance, and so inconveniently? This is a difficulty not worth clearing up. Every nation which has not cultivated the polite arts deserves to remain in obscurity. In the country of the Ostiaks in particular, and amongst their neighbors the Burates and Jacutians, they often discover a kind of ivory underground, the nature of which is as yet unknown. Some take it to be a sort of fossil, and others the tooth of a species of elephants, the breed of which have been destroyed. But where is the country that does not afford some natural productions, which at once astonish and confound philosophy? Several mountains in this country abound with the amianths or asbestos, a kind of incombustible flax, of which a sort of cloth and paper is sometimes made. To the south of the Ostiaks are the Burates, another people, who have not yet been made Christians. Eastward there are several hordes, whom the Russians have not as yet entirely subdued. None of these people have the least knowledge of the calendar. They reckon their time by snows, and not by the apparent motion of the sun. As it snows regularly, and for a long time every winter, they say, I am so many snows old, just as we say, I am so many years. And here I must relate the accounts given by PG 29, the Swedish officer Strahlenberg, who was taken prisoner in the Battle of Pultowa, and lived 15 years in Siberia, and made the entire tour of that country. He says that there are still some remains of an ancient people, whose skin is spotted or variegated with different colors, and that he himself had seen some of them, and the fact has been confirmed to me by Russians born at Tobolsky. The variety of the human species seems to be greatly diminished, as we find very few of these extraordinary people, and they have probably been exterminated by some other race. For instance, there are very few albinos, or white Moors. One of them was presented to the Academy of Sciences at Paris, which I saw. It is the same with respect to several other species of animals which are rare. As to the Borandians, of whom mention is made so frequently in the learned history of the King's Garden, my memoirs say that this race of people is entirely unknown to the Russians. All the southern part of these countries is peopled by numerous hordes of Tartars. The ancient Turks came from this part of Tartary to conquer these extensive countries, of which they are at present in possession. The Kalmucks and Mongols are the very Scythians who, under Medes, made themselves masters of Upper Asia and conquered Cyaxares, king of the Medes. They are the men whom Genghis Khan and his sons led afterwards as far as Germany, and was termed the Mughal Empire under Tamerlane. These people afford a lively instance of the vicissitudes which have happened to all nations. Some of their hordes, so far from being formidable now, are become vassals to Russia. Among these is a nation of Kalmucks, dwelling between Siberia and the Caspian Sea, where in PG 30 the year 1720 there was discovered a subterraneous house of stone, with urns, lamps, earrings, an equestrian statue of an oriental prince, with a diadem on his head, 2 women seated on thrones, and a roll of manuscripts, which were sent by Peter the Great to the Academy of Inscriptions at Paris, and proved to be written in the Thebat language. All these are striking proofs that the liberal arts formerly resided in this now barbarous country, and are lasting evidences of the truth of what Peter the Great was wont several times to say, viz., that the arts had made the tour of the globe. The last province is Kamchatka, the most eastern part of the continent. The inhabitants were absolutely void of all religion when they were first discovered. The north part of this country likewise affords fine furs, with which the inhabitants clothed themselves in winter, though they went naked all the summer season. The first discoverers were surprised to find in the southern parts men with long beards, while in the northern parts, from the country of the Samojeds, as far as the mouth of the river Amur, they have no more beards than the Americans. Thus, in the Empire of Russia, there is a greater number of different species, more singularities, and a greater diversity of manners and customs than in any country in the known world. The first discovery of this country was made by a Cossack officer, who went by land from Siberia to Kamchatka in 1701, by order of Peter the Great, who, notwithstanding his misfortune at Narva, still continued to extend his care from one extremity of the continent to the other. Afterwards, in 1725, some time before death surprised him, in the midst of his great exploits, he sent Captain Bering, a Dane, with express PG 31 orders to find out, if possible, a passage by the Sea of Kamchatka to the coast of America. Bering did not succeed in his first attempt, but the Empress Anne sent him out again in 1733. 1000. Spengenberg, captain of a ship, his associate in this voyage, set out the first from Kamchatka, but could not put to sea till the year 1739, so much time was taken up in getting to the port where they were to embark, in building and fitting out the ships, and providing the necessaries. Spengenberg sailed as far as the north part of Japan, through a strait, formed by a long chain of islands, and returned without having discovered the passage. In 1741, Bering cruised all over the sea, in company with Delisle de la Croix, the astronomer, of the same family of Delisle, which has produced such excellent geographers. Another captain likewise went upon the same discovery. They both made the coast of America to the northward of California. Thus the Northeast Passage, so long sought after, was at length discovered, but there were no refreshments to be met with in those barren coasts. Their fresh water failed them, and part of the crew perished with the scurvy. They saw the northern bank of California for above 100 miles, and saw some leathern canoes, with just such a sort of people in them as the Canadians. All their endeavors, however, proved fruitless. Bering ended his life in an island, to which he gave his name. The other captain, happening to be closer in with the Californian coast, sent 10 of his people on shore, who never returned. The captain, after waiting for them in vain, found himself obliged to return back to Kamchatka, and Delisle died as he was going on shore. Such are the disasters that have generally attended every new attempt upon PG 32 the northern seas. But what advantages may yet arise from these powerful and dangerous discoveries, time alone can prove. We have now described all the different provinces that compose the Russian dominions, from Finland to the Sea of Japan. The largest parts of this empire have been all united at different times, as has been the case in all other kingdoms in the world. The Scythians, Huns, Massagetes, Slavians, Cimbrians, Gets, and Sarmatians are now subjects of the Tsar. The Russians, properly so called, are the ancient Roxolani or Slavi. Upon reflection, we shall find that most states were formed in the same manner. The French are an assemblage of Goths, of Danes called Normans, of northern Germans called Burgundians, of Franks, Almans, and some Romans, mixed with the ancient Celt. In Rome and Italy there are several families descended from the people of the north, but none that we know of from the ancient Romans. The supreme pontiff is frequently the offspring of a Lombard, a Goth, a Teuton, or a Cimbrian. Spaniards are a race of Arabs, Carthaginians, Jews, Tyrians, Visigoths, and Vandals, incorporated with the ancient inhabitants of the country. When nations are thus intermixed, it is a long time before they are civilized, or even before their language is formed. Some, indeed, receive these sooner, others later. Polity and the liberal arts are so difficult to establish, and the new raised structure is so often destroyed by revolutions, that we may wonder all nations are not so barbarous as Tartars. PG 33. Chap 2 Continuation of the description of Russia, population, finances, armies, customs, religion, state of Russia before Peter the Great. The more civilized a country is, the better it is peopled. Thus China and India are more populous than any other empires, because, after a multitude of revolutions, which changed the face of sublunary affairs, these two nations made the earliest establishments in civil society. The antiquity of their government, which has subsisted upwards of 4,000 years, supposes, as we have already observed, many essays and efforts in preceding ages. The Russians came very late, but the arts having been introduced amongst them in their full perfection, it has happened that they have made more progress in 50 years than any other nation had done before them in 500. The country is far from being populous, in proportion to its extent, but such as it has as great a number of inhabitants as any other state in Christendom. From the capitation lists and the register of merchants, artificers, and male peasants, I might safely assert that Russia at present contains at least 24 millions of male inhabitants. Of these 24 millions, the greatest part are villeins or bondmen, as in Poland, several provinces of Germany, and formerly throughout all Europe. The estate of a gentleman in Russia and Poland is computed, not by his increase in money, but by the number of his slaves. The following is a list, taken in 1747, of all the males who paid the capitation or poll tax. Merchants or tradesmen, 198,000. Handicrafts, 16,500 pg 30. Peasants incorporated with the merchants and handicrafts, 1950. Peasants called odonoskas, who contribute to maintain the militia, 430,220. Others who do not contribute, thereto 26,080. Workmen of different trades, whose parents are not known, 1,000. Others who are not incorporated, with the companies of tradesmen, 4,700. Peasants immediately dependent on the crown, about 555,000. Persons employed in the mines belonging to the crown, partly Christians, partly Mahometans and pagans, 64,000. Other peasants belonging to the crown, who work in the mines, and in private manufactories, 24,200. New converts to the Greek Church, 57,000. Tartars and Ostiaks peasants, 241,000. Merses, Tartars, Mordauts, and others, whether pagans or Christians, employed by the Admiralty, 7,800. Tartars subject to contribution, called teptaris, bobolits, 100. Bondmen to several merchants and other privileged persons, who though not landholders, are allowed to have slaves, 9,100. Peasants in the lands, set apart for the support of the crown, 418,000. Peasants on the lands belonging to Her Majesty, independently of the rights of the crown, 60,500. Peasants on the lands, confiscated to the crown, 13,600. Bondmen belonging to the assembly of the clergy, and who defray other expenses, 37,500 pg, 35. Bondmen belonging to gentlemen, 3,550,000. Bondmen belonging to bishops, 116,400. Bondmen belonging to convents, whose numbers were reduced by Peter the Great, 721,500. Bondmen belonging to cathedral and parish churches, 23,700. Peasants employed as laborers in the docks of the Admiralty or in other public works, about 4,000. Laborers in the mines and in private manufactures, 16,000. Peasants on the lands, assigned to the principal manufactures, 14,500. Laborers in the mines belonging to the crown, 3,000. Bastards brought up by the clergy, 40. Sectaries called raskolniki, 2,200. Total 6,640,000, 6,390. Here we have a round number of 6,604,000 to 6,390 male persons who pay the poll tax. In this number are included boys and old men, but girls and women are not reckoned, nor boys born between the making of one register of the lands and another. Now, if we only reckon triple the number of heads subject to be taxed, including women and girls, we shall find near 20 millions of souls. To this number we may add the military list, which amounts to 350,000 men. Besides, neither the nobility nor clergy, who are computed at 200,000, are subject to this capitation. Foreigners of whatever country or profession are likewise exempt, as also the inhabitants of PG 36, the conquered countries, namely Livonia, Estonia, Ingria, Karelia, and a part of Finland, the Ukraine and the Don Cossacks, the Kalmucks and other Tartars, Samojds, the Laplanders, the Ostiaks, and all the idolatrous people of Siberia, a country of greater extent than China. By the same calculation, it is impossible that the total of the inhabitants of Russia should amount to less than 24 millions. At this rate, there are 8 persons to every square mile. The English ambassador, whom I have mentioned before, allows only 5, but he certainly was not furnished with such faithful memoirs as those with which I have been favored. Russia, therefore, is exactly 5 times less populous than Spain, but contains near 4 times the number of inhabitants. It is almost as populous as France or Germany, but, if we consider its vast extent, the number of souls is 30 times less. There is one important remark to be made in regard to this enumeration, namely, that out of 6,640,000 people liable to the poll tax, there are about 900,000 that belong to the Russian clergy, without reckoning either the ecclesiastics of the conquered countries, of the Ukraine, or of Siberia. Therefore, out of 7 persons liable to the poll tax, the clergy have 1, but nevertheless they are far from possessing the 7th part of the whole revenues of the state, as is the case in many other kingdoms, where they have at least a 7th of all estates, for their peasants pay a capitation to the sovereign, and the other taxes of the crown of Russia, in which the clergy have no share, are very considerable. This valuation is very different from that of PG 37 all other writers on the affairs of Russia, so that foreign ministers, who have transmitted memoirs of this state to their courts, have been greatly mistaken. The archives of the empire are the only things to be consulted. It is very probable that Russia has been better peopled than it is at present. Before the smallpox, that came from the extremities of Arabia, and the great pox that came from America, had spread over these climates, where they have now taken root. The world owes these 2 dreadful scourges, which have depopulated it more than all its wars, the one to Mahomet and the other to Christopher Columbus. The plague, which is a native of Africa, seldom approached the countries of the north. Besides, the people of those countries, from Sarmatia to the Tartars, who dwell beyond the Great Wall, having overspread the world by their eruptions, this ancient nursery of the human species must have been surprisingly diminished. In this vast extent of country, there are said to be about 7 to 4,000 monks, and 5,000 nuns, notwithstanding the care taken by Peter the Great to reduce their number. A care worthy the legislator of an empire where the human race is so remarkably deficient. These 13,000 persons, thus immured and lost to the state, have, as the reader may have observed, 72,000 bondmen to till their lands, which is evidently too great a number. There cannot be a stronger proof how difficult it is to eradicate abuses of a long standing. I find, by a list of the revenues of the empire in 1735, that reckoning the tribute paid by the Tartars, with all taxes and duties in money, the sum total amounted to 13 millions of rubles, which makes 6 to 5 millions of French livres, PG 38 exclusive of tributes in kind. This moderate sum was at that time sufficient to maintain 339,500, as well sea as land forces, but both the revenues and troops are augmented since that time. The customs, diets, and manners of the Russians ever bore a greater affinity to those of Asia than to those of Europe. Such was the old custom of receiving tributes in kind, of defraying the expenses of ambassadors on their journeys, and during their residence in the country, and of never appearing at church, or in the royal presence with a sword. An Oriental custom, directly the reverse of that ridiculous and barbarous one amongst us, of addressing ourselves to God, to our king, to our friends, and to our women with an offensive weapon, which hangs down to the bottom of the leg. The long robe worn on public days had a more noble air than the short habits of the Western nations of Europe. A vest lined and turned up with fur with a long simmer, adorned with jewels for festival days, and those high turbans which add to the stature, were much more striking to the eye than our peruques and close coats, and more suitable to cold climates. But this ancient dress of all nations seems to be not so well contrived for war, nor so convenient for working people. Most of their other customs were rustic, but we must not imagine that their manners were so barbarous as some writers would have us believe. Albert Krantz relates a story of an Italian ambassador, whom the Tsar ordered to have his hat nailed to his head for not pulling it off while he was making his speech to him. Others attribute this adventure to a Tartar, and others again to a French ambassador. Olarius pretends that the Tsar Michael PG 39 Theodorovitz banished the Marquis of Exiguil, ambassador from Henry IV of France, into Siberia. But it is certain that this monarch sent no ambassador to Moscow, and that there never was a Marquis of Exiguil in France. In the same manner do travelers speak about the country of Borandia, and of the trade they have carried on with the people of Nova Zembla, which is scarcely inhabited at all, and the long conversations they have had with some of the Samojds, as if they understood their language. Were the enormous compilations of voyages to be cleared of everything that is not true nor useful in them, both the works and the public would be gainers by it. The Russian government resembled that of the Turks, in respect to the standing forces or guards, called strelitzes, who, like the janissaries, sometimes disposed of the crown, and frequently disturbed the state as much as they defended it. Their number was about 40,000. Those who were dispersed in the provinces subsisted by rapine and plunder. Those in Moscow lived like citizens, followed trades, did no duty, and carried their insolence to the greatest excess. In short, there was no other way to preserve peace and good order in the kingdom, but by breaking them, a very necessary, and at the same time a very dangerous step. The public revenues did not exceed 5 millions of rubles, or about 25 millions of French livres. This was sufficient when Tsar Peter came to the crown to maintain the ancient mediocrity, but was not a third part of what was necessary to go certain lengths, and to render himself and people considerable in Europe. But at the same time, many of their taxes were paid in kind, according to the Turkish custom, which PG 40 is less burthensome to the people than that of paying their tributes in money. Of the title of Tsar. As to the title of Tsar, it may possibly come from the tsars or teachars of the kingdom of Kasan. When John or Ivan Basilides completed the conquest of this kingdom in the 16th century, which had been begun by his grandfather who afterwards lost it, he assumed this title, which his successors have retained ever since. Before John Basilides, the sovereign of Russia took the title of Welike Knez, 1. Great prince, great lord, great chief, which the Christian nations afterwards rendered by that of great duke. Tsar Michael Theodorovitz, when he received the Holstein embassy, took to himself the following titles: Great Knez and Great Lord, Conservator of all the Russias, Prince of Volodymyr, Moscow, Novgorod, 100. Tsar of Kasan, Tsar of Astrakhan, and Tsar of Siberia. Tsar was, therefore, a title belonging to these eastern princes, and therefore it is more probable to have been derived from the Tishahs of Persia than from the Roman Caesars, whom the Siberian Tsars, on the banks of the Abi, can hardly be supposed to have ever heard. No title, however pompous, is of any consequence if those who bear it are not great and powerful themselves. The word emperor, which originally signified no more than general of the army, became the title of the sovereign of the Roman Republic. It is now given to the supreme governor of all the Russias, more justly than to any other potentate, if we consider the power and extent of his dominions. Religion. The established religion of this country has, ever since the 11th century, been that of the PG 41 Greek Church, so called in opposition to the Latin, though there were always a greater number of Mahometan and pagan provinces than of those inhabited by Christians. Siberia, as far as China, was in a state of idolatry, and in some of the provinces they were utter strangers to all kind of religion. Perry the engineer and Baron Strahlenberg, who both resided so many years in Russia, tell us that they found more sincerity and probity among the pagans than the other inhabitants. Not that paganism made them more virtuous, but their manner of living, which was that of the primitive ages as they are called, freed them from all the tumultuous passions, and in consequence, they were known for their integrity. Christianity did not get footing in Russia and the other countries of the north till very late. It is said that a princess named Alha first introduced it, about the end of the 10th century, as Clotilde, niece to an Arian prince, did among the Franks, the wife of Maislaus, Duke of Poland, among the Poles, and the sister of the Emperor Henry II, among the Hungarians. Women are naturally easily persuaded by the ministers of religion, and as easily persuade the other part of mankind. It is further added that the Princess Alha caused herself to be baptized at Constantinople by the name of Helena, and that, as soon as she embraced Christianity, the Emperor John Zimisces fell in love with her. It is most likely that she was a widow, however, she refused the emperor. The example of the Princess Alha, or Olga, as she is called, did not at first make many proselytes. Her son, who reigned a long time, PG 42, was not of the same way of thinking as his mother, but her grandson, Volodymyr, who was born of a concubine, having murdered his brother and mounted the throne, sued for the alliance of Basil's, Emperor of Constantinople, but could obtain it only on condition of receiving baptism. And this event, which happened in the year 987, is the epoch when the Greek Church was first established in Russia. Photius, the Patriarch, so famous for his immense erudition, his disputes with the Church of Rome, and for his misfortunes, sent a person to baptize Volodymyr, in order to add this part of the world to the patriarchal see. Volodymyr, therefore completed the work which his grandmother had begun. A Greek was made the first metropolitan, or patriarch of Russia, and from this time the Russians adopted an alphabet, taken partly from the Greek. This would have been of advantage to them, had they not still retained the principles of their own language, which is the Slavonian in everything, but a few terms relating to their liturgy and church government. One of the Greek patriarchs, named Jeremiah, having a suit depending before the divan, came to Moscow to solicit it, where, after some time, he resigned his authority over the Russian churches, and consecrated patriarch, the Archbishop of Novgorod, named Job. This was in the year 1588, from which time the Russian Church became as independent as its empire. The Patriarch of Russia has ever since been consecrated by the Russian bishops, and not by the Patriarch of Constantinople. He ranked in the Greek Church next to PG 43, the Patriarch of Jerusalem, but he was in fact the only free and powerful patriarch, and consequently, the only real one. Those of Jerusalem, Constantinople, Antioch, Alexandria, are mercenary chiefs of a church, enslaved by the Turks, and even the patriarchs of Jerusalem and Antioch are no longer considered as such, having no more credit or influence in Turkey than the rabbins of the Jewish synagogues settled there. It was from a person who was a patriarch of all the Russias that Peter the Great was descended in a right line. These new prelates soon wanted to share the sovereign authority with the czars. They thought it not enough that their prince walked bareheaded, once a year before the patriarch, leading his horse by the bridle. These external marks of respect only served to increase their thirst for rule, a passion which proved the source of great troubles in Russia, as well as in other countries. Nikon, a person whom the monks look upon as a saint, and who was patriarch in the reign of Alexis, the father of Peter the Great, wanted to raise his dignity above that of the throne, for he not only assumed the privilege of sitting by the side of the Tsar in the Senate, but pretended that neither war nor peace could be made without his consent. His authority was so great that, being supported by his immense wealth, and by his intrigues with the clergy and the people, he kept his master in a kind of subjection. He had the boldness to excommunicate some senators who opposed his excessive insolence, till at last, Alexis, finding himself not powerful enough to depose him by his own authority, was obliged to convene a synod of all the bishops. There the patriarch was accused of having received money from the Poles, and being convicted, was deposed, PG 44, and confined for the remainder of his days in a monastery, after which the prelates chose another patriarch in his stead. From the first infancy of Christianity in Russia, there have been several sects there, as well as in other countries. For sects are as frequently the fruits of ignorance as of pretended knowledge. But Russia is the only Christian state of any considerable extent in which religion has not excited civil wars, though it has felt some occasional tumults. The Raskolnikis, who consist at present of about 2,000 males, and who are mentioned in the foregoing list, are the most ancient sect of any in this country. It was established in the 12th century by some enthusiasts who had a superficial knowledge of the New Testament. They made use then, and still do, of the old pretense of all sectaries, that of following the letter, and accused all other Christians of remissness. They would not permit a priest who had drank brandy to confer baptism. They affirmed in the words of our Savior that there is neither a first nor a last among the faithful, and held that one of the elect might kill himself for the love of his Savior. According to them, it is a great sin to repeat the Hallelujah 3 times, and therefore repeat it only twice. The benediction is to be given only with 3 fingers. In other respects, no society can be more regular or strict in its morals. They live like the Quakers, and like them, do not admit any other Christians into their assemblies, which is the reason that these have accused them of all the abominations of which the heathens accused the primitive Galileans. These latter, the Gnostics, pg 45, and with which the Roman Catholics have charged the Protestants. They have been frequently accused of cutting the throat of an infant and drinking its blood, and of mixing together in their private ceremonies, without distinction of kindred, age, or even of sex. They have been persecuted at times, and then they shut themselves up in their hamlets, set fire to their houses, and thrown themselves into the flames. Peter took the only method of reclaiming them, which was by letting them live in peace. But to conclude, in all this vast empire there are but 28 episcopal sees, and in Peter's time there were but 22. This small number was, perhaps, one of the causes to which the Russian Church owes its tranquility. So very circumscribed was the knowledge of the clergy, that Tsar Theodore, brother to Peter the Great, was the first who introduced the custom of singing psalms in churches. Theodore and Peter, especially the latter, admitted indifferently into their councils and their armies those of the Greek, the Latin, the Lutheran, and the Calvinist communion, leaving every one at liberty to serve God after his own conscience, provided he did his duty to the state. At that time there was not one Latin church in this great empire of 2,000 leagues, till Peter established some new manufactures at Astrakhan, when there were about 60 Roman Catholic families, under the direction of the Capuchins. But the Jesuits endeavoring to establish themselves in his dominions, he drove them out by an edict, published in the month of April, 1718. He tolerated the Capuchins as an insignificant set of monks, but considered the Jesuits as dangerous politicians. The Greek Church has at once the honor and pg 46 satisfaction to see its communion extended throughout an empire of 2,000 leagues in length, while that of Rome is not in possession of half that tract in Europe. Those of the Greek communion have at all times been particularly attentive to maintain an equality between theirs and the Latin Church, and always upon their guard against the zeal of the See of Rome, which they look upon as ambition. Because, in fact, that Church, whose power is very much circumscribed in our hemisphere, and yet assumes the title of universal, has always endeavored to act up to that title. The Jews never made any settlements in Russia, as they have done in most of the other states of Europe, from Constantinople to Rome. The Russians have carried on their trade by themselves, or by the help of the nations settled amongst them. Theirs is the only country of the Greek communion where synagogues are not seen by the side of Christian temples. Conclusion of the state of Russia before Peter the Great. Russia is indebted solely to Tsar Peter for its great influence in the affairs of Europe, being of no consideration in any other reign, since it embraced Christianity. Before this period, the Russians made the same figure on the Black Sea that the Normans did afterwards on the coasts of the ocean. In the reign of the Emperor Heraclius, they fitted out an armament of 40,000 small barks, appeared before Constantinople, which they besieged, and imposed a tribute on the Greek emperors. But the Grand Knez Wolodomir, being wholly taken up with the care of establishing Christianity in his due pg 47 minions, and wearied out. With intestine broils in his own family, weakened his dominions by dividing them between his children. They almost all fell a prey to the Tartars, who held Russia in subjection near 200 years. At length John Basilides freed it from slavery and enlarged its boundaries, but after his time, it was ruined again by civil wars. Before the time of Peter the Great, Russia was neither so powerful, so well cultivated, so populous, nor so rich as at present. It had no possessions in Finland, nor in Livonia, and this latter alone had long been worth more than all Siberia. The Cossacks were still unsubjected, nor were the people of Astrakhan reduced to obedience. What little trade was carried on was rather to their disadvantage. The White Sea, the Baltic, the Pontus Euxinus, the Sea of Azov, and the Caspian Sea were entirely useless to a nation that had not a single ship, nor even a term in their language to express a fleet. If nothing more had been wanting but to be superior to the Tartars and the other nations of the north as far as China, the Russians undoubtedly had that advantage, but they were to be brought upon an equality with civilized nations, and to be in a condition, one day, of even surpassing several of them. Such an undertaking appeared altogether impracticable, inasmuch as they had not a single ship at sea, and were absolutely ignorant of military discipline by land. Nay, the most common manufactures were hardly encouraged, and agriculture itself, that primum mobile of trade, was neglected. This requires the utmost attention and encouragement on the part of a government, and it is to this that the English are indebted, for finding in their corn a treasure far superior to their woolen manufacture. pg 48. This gross neglect of the necessary arts sufficiently shows that the people of Russia had no idea of the polite arts, which become necessary, in their turn, when we have cultivated the others. They might indeed have sent some of the natives to gain instruction among foreigners, but the difference of languages, manners, and religion opposed it. Besides, there was a law of state and religion, equally sacred and pernicious, which prohibited any Russian from going out of his country, and thus seemed to devote this people to eternal ignorance. They were in possession of the most extensive dominions in the universe, and yet everything was wanted amongst them. At length Peter was born, and Russia became a civilized state. Happily, of all the great lawgivers who have lived in the world, Peter is the only one whose history is well known. Those of Theseus and Romulus, who did far less than him, and of the founders of all well-governed states, are blended with the most absurd fictions. Whereas here, we have the advantage of written truths, which would pass for fictions, were they not so well attested. Chap 3. The ancestors of Peter the Great. The family of Peter the Great have been in possession of the throne ever since the year 1613. Before that time, Russia had undergone revolutions, which had retarded the reformation of her police and the introduction of the liberal arts. This has been the fate of all human societies. No kingdom ever experienced more cruel troubles. In the year 1597, the tyrant Boris pg 49 Godunov assassinated Demetrius or Demetri, as he was called, the lawful heir, and usurped the empire. A young monk took the name of Demetrius, pretending to be that prince who had escaped from his murderers, and with the assistance of the Poles and a considerable party which every tyrant has against him, he drove out the usurper and seized the crown himself. The imposture was discovered as soon as he came to the sovereignty, because the people were not pleased with him, and he was murdered. 3 other false Demetriuses started up, one after another. Such a succession of impostors supposes a country in the utmost distraction. The less men are civilized, the more easily they are imposed on. It may readily be conceived how much these frauds augmented the public confusion and misfortunes. The Poles, who had begun the revolutions by setting up the first false Demetrius, were on the point of being masters of Russia. The Swedes shared in the spoils on the coast of Finland and laid claim to the crown. The state seemed on the verge of utter destruction. In the midst of these calamities, an assembly composed of the principal boyards chose for their sovereign a young man of 15 years of age. This happened in 1613, and did not seem a very likely method of putting an end to these troubles. This young man was Michael Romanov, grandfather to Tsar Peter, and son to the Archbishop of Rodo, surnamed Philaretes, and of a nun, and related by the mother's side to the ancient Tsars. pg 50. It must be observed that this archbishop was a powerful nobleman, whom the tyrant Boris had obliged to become priest. His wife, Sheremeto, was likewise compelled to take the veil. This was the ancient custom of the Western tyrants of the Latin Church, as that of putting out the eyes was with the Greek Christians. The tyrant Demetrius made Philaretes Archbishop of Rostow, and sent him ambassador to Poland, where he was detained prisoner by the Poles, who were then at war with the Russians. So little was the law of nations known to the different people of these times. During his father's confinement, young Romano was elected tsar. The archbishop was exchanged against some Polish prisoners, and at his return, his son created him patriarch, and the old man was in fact king, under his son's name. If such a government appears extraordinary to strangers, the marriages of Tsar Michael Romano will seem still more so. The Russian princes had never intermarried with foreign states since the year 1490, or after they became masters of Kasan and Astrakhan. They seem to have followed the Asiatic customs in almost everything, and especially in that of marrying only among their own subjects. This conformity to the ancient customs of Asia was still more conspicuous at the ceremonies observed at the marriage of a tsar. A number of the most beautiful women in the provinces were sent for to court, where they were received by the grand gouvernante of the court, who provided apartments for them in her own house, where they all eat together. The tsar paid them visits, sometimes incognito and sometimes in his real character. The wedding day was fixed, without its being declared on whom the choice had fallen. At the appointed time, the happy PG-51, she was presented with a rich wedding suit, and other dresses were given to the rest of the fair candidates, who then returned home. There have been 4 instances of these marriages. In this manner was Michael Romano espoused to Eudocia, the daughter of a poor gentleman named Streshnu. He was employed in ploughing his grounds with his servants, when the lords of the bedchamber came to him with presents from the Tsar, and to acquaint him that his daughter was placed on the throne. The name of the princess is still held in the highest veneration by the Russians. This custom is greatly different from ours, but not the less respectable on that account. It is necessary to observe that before Romano was elected Tsar, a strong party had made choice of Prince Ladislaus, son to Sigismund III, King of Poland. At the same time, the provinces bordering on Sweden had offered the crown to a brother of Gustavus Adolphus, so that Russia was in the same situation then in which we have so frequently seen Poland, where the right of electing a king has been the source of civil wars. But the Russians did not follow the example of the Poles, who entered into a compact with the prince whom they elected. Notwithstanding they had smarted from the oppression of tyrants, yet they voluntarily submitted to a young man, without making any conditions with him. Russia never was an elective kingdom, but the male issue of the ancient sovereigns failing, and 6 tsars or pretenders, having perished miserably in the late troubles, there was, as we have observed, a necessity for electing a monarch. And this election occasioned fresh wars with Poland and Sweden, who maintained, with PG-52 force of arms, their pretended rights to the crown of Russia. The right of governing a nation against its own will can never be long supported. The Poles, on their side, after having advanced as far as Moscow, and exercised all the ravages in which the military expeditions of those times chiefly consisted, concluded a truce for 14 years. By this truce, Poland remained in possession of the Duchy of Smolensko, in which the Borysthenes has its source. The Swedes also made peace, in virtue of which they remained in possession of Ingria, and deprived the Russians of all communication with the Baltic Sea, so that this empire was separated more than ever from the rest of Europe. Michael Romano, after this peace, reigned quietly, without making any alteration in the state, either to the improvement or corruption of the administration. After his death, which happened in 1645, his son, Alexis Michaelovitz, or son of Michael, ascended the throne by hereditary right. It may be observed that the tsars were crowned by the Patriarch of Russia, according to the ceremonies in use at Constantinople, except that the Patriarch of Russia was seated on the same ascent with the sovereign, and constantly affected an equality highly insulting to the supreme power. Alexis Michaelovitz. Alexis was married in the same manner as his father, and from among the young women presented, he chose the one who appeared the most amiable in his eyes. He married a daughter of the Boyard Melislawski in 1647. His second wife, whom he married in 1671, was of the family of Nariskin, and his favorite Moriso was married to another. There cannot be a more PG-53 suitable title found for this favorite than that of vizier, for he governed the empire in a despotic manner, and by his great power, excited several commotions among the strelitzes and the populace, as frequently happens at Constantinople. The reign of Alexis was disturbed by bloody insurrections and by domestic and foreign wars. A chief of the Don Cossacks, named Stenko Rasin, endeavored to make himself king of Astrakhan and was for a long time very formidable. But being at length defeated and taken prisoner, he ended his life by the hands of the executioner, like all those of this stamp, who have nothing to expect but a throne or a scaffold. About 12,000 of his adherents are said to have been hanged on the high road to Astrakhan. In this part of the world, men being uninfluenced by morality were to be governed only by rigor, and from this severity, frequently carried on to a degree of cruelty, arose slavery and a secret thirst of revenge. Alexis had a war with the Poles that proved successful and terminated in a peace, which secured to him the possession of Smolensko, Kiev, and the Ukraine. But he was unfortunate against the Swedes, and the boundaries of the Russian Empire were contracted within a very narrow compass on that side of the kingdom. The Turks were at that time his most formidable enemies. They invaded Poland and threatened the dominions of the Tsar that bordered upon Crim Tartary, the ancient Taurica Chersonsis. In 1671, they took the important city of Kamenik and all that belonged to Poland in the Ukraine. The Cossacks of that country, ever averse to subjection, knew not whether they belonged to the Turks, Poland, or Russia. Sultan Mahomet IV, who had conquered the Poles, and PG 54 had just imposed a tribute upon them, demanded, with all the haughtiness of an Ottoman victor, that the Tsar should evacuate his possessions in the Ukraine, but received as haughty a denial from that prince. Men did not know at that time how to disguise their pride by an outside of civility. The Sultan, in his letter, styled the sovereign of the Russias only Christian Hospodar, and entitled himself Most Gracious Majesty, King of the Universe. The Tsar replied in these terms that he scorned to submit to a Mahometan dog, and that his cimeter was as good as the Grand Seigneur's saber. Alexis at that time formed a design which seemed to presage the influence which the Russian Empire would one day obtain in the Christian world. He sent ambassadors to the Pope, and to almost all the great sovereigns in Europe, excepting France, which was in alliance with the Turks, in order to establish a league against the Ottoman Porte. His ambassadors at the court of Rome succeeded only in not being obliged to kiss the Pope's toe, and in other courts they met with only unprofitable good wishes, the quarrels of the Christian princes between themselves, and the jarring interests arising from those quarrels, having constantly prevented them from uniting against the common enemy of Christianity. In the meantime, the Turks threatened to chastise the Poles, who refused to pay their tribute. Tsar Alexis assisted on the side of Crim Tartary, and John Sobieski, general of the crown, wiped off his country's stain in the blood of the Turks, at the famous Battle of Choksim in 1674, PG 55, which paved his way to the throne. Alexis disputed this very throne with him, and proposed to unite his extensive dominions to Poland, as the Jagiellons had done. But in regard to Lithuania, the greatness of his offer was the cause of its being rejected. He is said to have been very deserving of the new kingdom, by the manner in which he governed his own. He was the first who caused a body of laws to be digested in Russia, though imperfect, and introduced both linen and silk manufactures, which indeed were not long kept up. Nevertheless, he had the merit of their first establishment. He peopled the deserts about the Volga and the Kama, with Lithuanian, Polish, and Tartarian families, whom he had taken prisoners in his wars. Before his reign, all prisoners of war were the slaves of those to whose lot they fell. Alexis employed them in agriculture. He did his utmost endeavors to introduce discipline among his troops. In a word, he was worthy of being the father of Peter the Great, but he had no time to perfect what he had begun, being snatched away by a sudden death at the age of 46, in the beginning of the year 1677, according to our style, which is 11 days forwarder than that of Russia. Fedor or Theodore Alexiovitz. Upon the death of Alexis, son of Michael, all fell again into confusion. He left, by his first marriage, 2 princes and 6 princesses. Theodore, the eldest, ascended the throne at 15 years of age. He was a prince of a weak and sickly constitution, but of merit superior to his bodily infirmities. His father Alexis had caused him to be acknowledged his successor, a year before his death. a conduct observed by the kings of France PG 56, from Hugh Capet down to Louis the Young, and by many other crowned heads. The second son of Alexis was Iwan, or John, who was still worse treated by nature than his brother Theodore, being almost blind and dumb, very infirm, and frequently attacked with convulsions. Of 6 daughters born of this first marriage, the only one who made any figure in Europe was the Princess Sophia, who was remarkable for her great talents, but unhappily still more so for the mischief she intended against Peter the Great. Alexis, by his second marriage with another of his subjects, daughter of the boyard Nariskin, had Peter and the Princess Nathalia. Peter was born the 30th of May or the 10th of June New Style, in the year 1672, and was but 4 years old when he lost his father. As the children of a second marriage were not much regarded in Russia, it was little expected that he would one day mount the throne. It had ever been the character of the family of Romanov to civilize their state. It was also that of Theodore. We have already remarked, in speaking of Moscow, that this prince encouraged the inhabitants of that city to build a great number of stone houses. He likewise enlarged that capital and made several useful regulations in the general police, but by attempting to reform the boyards, he made them all his enemies. Besides, he was not possessed of sufficient knowledge, vigor, or resolution to venture upon making a general reformation. The war with the Turks, or rather with the Crim Tartars, in which he was constantly engaged with alternate success, would not permit a prince of his weak state of health to attempt so great a work. Theodore, like the rest of his predecessors, married one of his own subjects, a native of the frontiers of Poland. But have PG 57ing lost her in less than a year after their nuptials, he took for his second wife, in 1682, Martha Matwiona, daughter of the secretary Nariskin. Some months after this marriage, he was seized with the disorder which ended his days, and died without leaving any children. As the czars married without regard to birth, they might likewise at least at that time appoint a successor without respect to primogeniture. The dignity of consort and heir to the sovereign seemed to be entirely the reward of merit, and in that respect, the custom of this empire was much preferable to the customs of more civilized states. Theodore, before he expired, seeing that his brother Iwan was by his natural infirmities incapable of governing, nominated his younger brother Peter, heir to the Empire of Russia. Peter, who was then only in his 10th year, had already given the most promising hopes. If, on the one hand, the custom of raising a subject to the rank of Tsarina was favorable to the females, there was another which was no less hard upon them, namely, that the daughters of the Tsars were very seldom married, but were most of them obliged to pass their lives in a monastery. The Princess Sophia, third daughter of Tsar Alexis, by his first marriage, was possessed of abilities, equally great and dangerous. Perceiving that her brother Theodore had not long to live, she did not retire to a convent, but finding herself situated between 2 brothers, one of whom was incapable of governing, through his natural inability, and the other, on account of his youth, PG 58, she conceived the design of placing herself at the head of the empire. Hence, in the last hours of Tsar Theodore, she attempted to act the part that Pulcheria had formerly played with her brother, the Emperor Theodosius. Chap 4, John and Peter. Horrible sedition among the Strelitzes. Tsar Theodore's eyes were scarcely closed when the nomination of a prince of only 10 years old to the throne, the exclusion of the elder brother, and the intrigues of the Princess Sophia, their sister, excited a most bloody revolt among the Strelitzes. Never did the Janissaries, nor the Praetorian Guards, exercise more horrible barbarities. The insurrection began 2 days after the interment of Theodore, when they all ran to arms in the Kremlin, which is the imperial palace at Moscow. There they began with accusing 9 of their colonels for keeping back part of their pay. The ministry was obliged to break the colonels and to pay the Strelitzes the money they demanded. But this did not satisfy them. They insisted upon having these 9 officers delivered up to them and condemned them, by a majority of votes, to suffer the batogs or knout, the manner of which punishment is as follows. The delinquent is stripped naked and laid flat on his belly, while 2 executioners beat him over the back with switches, or small canes, till PG 59 the judge, who stands by to see the sentence put in execution, says, "It is enough." The colonels, after being thus treated by their men, were obliged to return them thanks, according to the custom of the Eastern nations, where criminals, after undergoing their punishment, must kiss the judge's hand. Besides complying with this custom, the officers gave them a sum of money, which was something more than the custom. While the strelitzes thus began to make themselves formidable, the Princess Sophia, who secretly encouraged them in order to lead them by degrees from crime to crime, held a meeting at her house, consisting of the princesses of the blood, the generals of the army, the boyards, the patriarch, the bishops, and even some of the principal merchants, where she represented to them that Prince John, by right of birth and merit, was entitled to the empire, the reins of which she intended to keep in her own hands. At the breaking up of the assembly, she caused a promise to be made to the strelitzes of an augmentation of pay, besides considerable presents. Her emissaries were in particular employed to stir up the soldiery against the Nariskin family, especially the two brothers of the young dowager Tsarina, the mother of Peter I. These persuaded the strelitzes that one of the brothers, named John, had put on the imperial robes, had seated himself on the throne, and had attempted to strangle Prince John, adding, moreover, that the late Tsar Theodore had been poisoned by a villain named Daniel Vongad, a Dutch physician. At last Sophia put into their hands a list of 40 noblemen, whom she styled enemies to their core and to the state, and as such worthy of death. These proceedings exactly resembled the proscriptions of Sylla and the Roman triumvirate, PG 60, which had been revived by Christian II in Denmark and Sweden. This may serve to show that such cruelties prevail in all countries in times of anarchy and confusion. The mutineers began the tragedy with throwing the two Nez, or princes, Dolgorouki and Mathioff, out of the palace windows, whom the strelitzes received upon the points of their spears, then stripped them, and dragged their dead bodies into the great square. After this they rushed into the palace, where meeting with Athanasius Nariskin, a brother of the young Tsarina, and one of the uncles of Tsar Peter, they murdered him in like manner. Then breaking open the door of a neighboring church, where 3 of the proscribed persons had taken refuge, they dragged them from the altar, stripped them naked, and stabbed them to death with knives. They were so blinded with their fury that seeing a young nobleman of the family of Soltikoff, a great favorite of theirs, and who was not included in the list of the proscribed, and some of them mistaking him for John Nariskin, whom they were in search of, they murdered him upon the spot. And what plainly shows the manners of those times, after having discovered their error, they carried the body of young Soltikoff to his father to bury it. And the wretched parent, far from daring to complain, gave them a considerable reward for bringing him the mangled body of his son. Being reproached by his wife, his daughters, and the widow of the deceased for his weakness, "Let us wait for an opportunity of being revenged," said the old man. These words being overheard by some of the soldiers, they returned furiously back into the room, dragged the aged parent by the hair, and cut his throat at his own door. Another party of the strelitzes, who were PG 61 scouring the city in search of the Dutch physician, Vongad, met with his son, of whom they inquired for his father. The youth trembling replied he did not know where he was, upon which they immediately dispatched him. Soon after, a German physician falling in their way, "You are a doctor," said they, "and if you did not poison our master Theodore, you have poisoned others and therefore merit death," and thereupon killed him. At length they found the Dutchman, of whom they were in quest, disguised in the garb of a beggar. They instantly drag him before the palace. The princesses, who loved this worthy man and placed great confidence in his skill, begged the strelitzes to spare him, assuring them that he was a very good physician and had taken all possible care of their brother Theodore. The strelitzes made answer that he not only deserved to die as a physician but also as a sorcerer, and that they had found in his house a great dried toad and the skin of a serpent. They furthermore required to have young Nariskin delivered up to them, whom they had searched for in vain for 2 days, alleging that he was certainly in the palace and that they would set fire to it unless he was put into their hands. The sister of John Nariskin and the other princesses, terrified by their menaces, went to acquaint their unhappy brother in the place of his concealment with what had passed. Upon which the patriarch heard his confession, administers the viaticum and extreme unction to him, and then, taking an image of the Blessed Virgin which was said to perform miracles, he leads the young man forth by the hand and presents him to the strelitzes, showing them, at the same time, the image of the Virgin. The princesses, who in tears Sir PG-62 rounded Nariskin, falling upon their knees before the soldiers, besought them, in the name of the Blessed Virgin, to spare their relation's life. But the inhuman wretches tore him from their arms and dragged him to the foot of the stairs together with the physician Vonged, where they held a kind of tribunal among themselves and condemned them both to be put to the torture. One of the soldiers who could write drew up a form of accusation and sentenced the two unfortunate princes to be cut in pieces, a punishment inflicted in China and Tartary on parricides, and called the punishment of 10,000 slices. After having thus used Nariskin and Vonged, they exposed their heads, feet, and hands on the iron points of a balustrade. While this party of the Strelitzes were thus glutting their fury in the sight of the princesses, the rest massacred everyone who was obnoxious to them or suspected by the Princess Sophia. This horrid tragedy concluded with proclaiming the two princes, John and Peter, in June 1682, joint sovereigns, and associating their sister Sophia with them in the quality of co-regent, who then publicly approved of all their outrages, gave them rewards, confiscated the estates of the proscribed, and bestowed them upon their murderers. She even permitted them to erect a monument with the names of the persons they had murdered as being traitors to their country, and to crown all, she published letters patent, thanking them for their zeal and fidelity. Pg 63. Chap 5 Administration of the Princess Sophia. Extraordinary quarrel about religion. A conspiracy. Such were the steps by which the Princess Sophia did in effect ascend the throne of Russia, though without being declared Tsarina, and such the examples that Peter I had before his eyes. Sophia enjoyed all the honors of a sovereign. Her bust was on the public coin. She signed all dispatches, held the first place in council, and enjoyed a power without control. She was possessed of a great share of understanding and some wit, made verses in the Russian language, and both spoke and wrote extremely well. These talents were set off by the addition of an agreeable person and sullied only by her ambition. She procured a wife for her brother John, in the manner already described in several examples. A young lady named Soltikoff, of the family with the nobleman of that name who had been assassinated by the seditious Strelitzes, was sent for from the heart of Siberia, where her father commanded a fortress, to be presented to Tsar John at Moscow. Her beauty triumphed over all the intrigues of her rivals, and John was married to her in 1684. At every marriage of a Tsar, we seem to read the history of Ahasuerus, or that of Theodosius the Younger. In the midst of the rejoicings on account of this marriage, the Strelitzes raised a new insurrection, and who would believe it? On account of religion, of a particular tenet. Had they been mere soldiers, they would never have become controvertists, but they were also seedy PG-64 Zens of Moscow. Whosoever has, or assumes a right of speaking in an authoritative manner to the populace, may found a sect. This has been seen in all ages, and all parts of the world, especially since the passion of dogmatizing has become the instrument of ambition and the terror of weak minds. Russia had experienced some previous disturbances on occasion of a dispute, whether the sign of the cross was to be made with 3 fingers, or with 2. One Abacum, who was also a priest, had set up some new tenets at Moscow in regard to the Holy Spirit, which according to the Scriptures enlightened all the faithful, as likewise with respect to the equality of the primitive Christians and these words of Christ, "There shall be amongst you neither first nor last." Several citizens and many of the Strelitzes embraced the opinions of Abacum. One Raspop was the chief of this party, which became considerable. The sectaries at length entered July 16, 1682, New Style the cathedral, where the patriarch and his clergy were officiating, drove them out of the church with stones, and seated themselves very devoutly in their places to receive the Holy Spirit. They called the patriarch the ravenous wolf in the sheepfold, a title which all sects have liberally bestowed on each other. The Princess Sophia and the 2 Tsars were immediately made acquainted with these disturbances, and the other Strelitzes, who were staunch to the good old cause, were given to understand that the Tsars and the Church were in danger. Upon this, the Strelitzes and PG-65 burghers of the patriarchal party attacked the Abacumists, but a stop was put to the carnage by publishing a convocation of a council, which was immediately assembled in a hall of the palace. This took up very little time, for they obliged every priest they met to attend. The patriarch and a bishop disputed against Raspop, but at the second syllogism, they began to throw stones at one another. The council ended with ordering Raspop and some of his faithful disciples to have their heads struck off, and the sentence was executed by the sole order of the three sovereigns, Sophia, John, and Peter. During these troubles, there was a Knez named Chowanskoy, who, having been instrumental in raising the Princess Sophia to the dignity she then held, wanted, as a reward for his services, to have a share in the administration. It may be supposed that he found Sophia not so grateful as he could wish, upon which he espoused the cause of religion and the persecuted Raspopians, and stirred up a party among the Strelitzes and the people in defense of God's name. This conspiracy proved a more serious affair than the enthusiastic riot of Raspop. An ambitious hypocrite always carries things farther than a simple fanatic. Chowanskoy aimed at no less than the imperial dignity, and to rid himself of all cause of fear, he resolved to murder the two czars, Sophia, the other princesses, and everyone who was attached to the imperial family. The czars and the princesses were obliged to retire to the monastery of the Holy Trinity, within 12 leagues of Petersburg. This was, at the same time, a convent, a palace, and a fortress, PG 66 like Mount Cassino, Corhi, Fulda, Kempton, and several others belonging to the Latin Church. This monastery of the Trinity belongs to the monks of St. Basil. It is surrounded by deep ditches and ramparts of brick, on which is planted a numerous artillery. The monks are possessed of all the country round for 4 leagues. The imperial family were in full safety there, but more on account of the strength than the sanctity of the place. Here Sophia treated with the rebel Knez, and having decoyed him halfway, caused his head to be struck off, together with those of one of his sons, and 37 Strelitzes who accompanied him. The body of Strelitzes upon this news fly to arms and march to attack the convent of Trinity, threatening to destroy everything that came in their way. The imperial family stood upon their defense, the boyards armed their vassals, all the gentlemen flocked in, and a bloody civil war seemed on the point of beginning. The patriarch somewhat pacified the Strelitzes, who began to be intimidated with the number of troops that were marching towards them on all sides. In short, their fury was changed into fear, and their fear into the most abject submission. A change com PG 67 moan to the multitude. 3,700 of this corps, followed by their wives and children, with ropes tied about their necks, went in procession to the convent of the Trinity, which 3 days before they had threatened to burn to the ground. In this condition, these unhappy wretches present themselves before the gate of the convent, 2 by 2, one carrying a block and another an axe, and prostrating themselves on the ground, waited for their sentence. They were pardoned upon their submission, and returned back to Moscow, blessing their sovereigns, and still disposed, though unknown to themselves, to commit the same crime upon the very first opportunity. These commotions being subsided, the state resumed an exterior of tranquility, but Sophia still remained possessed of the chief authority, leaving John to his incapacity, and keeping Peter in the subjection of a ward. In order to strengthen her power, she shared it with Prince Basil Galitzin, whom she created Generalissimo, Minister of State, and Lord Keeper. Galitzin was in every respect superior to any person in that distracted court. He was polite, magnificent, full of great designs, more learned than any of his countrymen, as having received a much better education, and was even master of the Latin tongue, which was, at that time, almost entirely unknown in Russia. He was of an active and indefatigable spirit, had a genius superior to the times he lived in, and capable, had he had leisure and power, as he had inclination, to have changed the face of things in Russia. This is the eulogium given of him by La Nouvelle, at that time the Polish envoy in Russia, and the encomiums of foreigners are seldom to be suspected. This minister bridled the insolence of the Stri PG 68 Litzes by distributing the most mutinous of that body among the several regiments in the Ukraine, in Kherson, and Siberia. It was under his administration that the Poles, long the rivals of Russia, gave up, in 1686, all pretensions to the large provinces of Smolensko and the Ukraine. He was the first who sent an embassy to France, in 1687, a country which had, for upwards of 20 years, been in the zenith of its glory by the conquests, new establishments, and the magnificence of Louis XIV. And especially by the improvement of the arts, there can be not only external grandeur, but solid glory. France had not then entered into any correspondence with Russia, or rather was unacquainted with that empire, and the Academy of Inscriptions ordered a medal to be struck to commemorate this embassy, as if it had come from the most distant part of the Indies. But notwithstanding all this, the ambassador Dolgorowski miscarried in his negotiation, and even suffered some gross affronts on account of the behavior of his domestics, whose mistakes it would have been better to have overlooked. But the court of Louis XIV could not then foresee that France and Russia would one day reckon among the number of their advantages, that of being cemented by the closest union. Russia was now quiet at home, but she was still pent up on the side of Sweden, though enlarged towards Poland, her new ally, in continual alarms on the side of Crim Tartary, and at variance with China in regard to the frontiers. The most intolerable circumstance for their empire, and which plainly showed that it had not yet attained to a vigorous and regular administration, was that the Khan of the Crim Tartars exacted an annual tribute of 6,000 rubles, in the nature of that which the Turk had imposed on the Poles. pg 69. Crim Tartary is the ancient Taurica Chersonsis, formerly so famous by the commerce of the Greeks, and still more by their fables, a fruitful but barbarous country. It took its name of Crimea or Krim from the title of its first Khans, who took this name before the conquests of the sons of Genghis Khan. To free his country from this yoke, and wipe off the disgrace of such tribute, the Prime Minister, Galitzin, marched in person 1687, 1688, into Crim Tartary at the head of a numerous army. These armies were not to be compared to the present troops. They had no discipline. There was hardly one regiment completely armed. They had no uniform clothing, no regularity. Their men indeed were inured to hard labor and a scarcity of provisions, but then they carried with them such a prodigious quantity of baggage, as far exceeded anything of the kind in our camps, where the greatest luxury prevails. Their vast numbers of wagons for carrying ammunition and provisions, in an uninhabitable and desert country, greatly retarded the expedition against Crim Tartary. The army found itself in the midst of the vast deserts, on the river Samara, unprovided with magazines. Here Galitzin did what in my opinion was never done anywhere else. He employed 30,000 men in building a town on the banks of the Samara, to serve as a place for magazines in the ensuing campaign. It was begun in 1 year, and finished in the 3rd month of the following. The houses indeed were all wood except 2, which were brick. The ramparts were of turf, but well lined with artillery, and the whole place was in a tolerable state of defense. This was all that was done of any consequence in this ruinous expedition. In the meanwhile Sophia continued to govern in Moscow, while pg 70 John had only the name of Tsar. And Peter, now at the age of 17, had already the courage to aim at real sovereignty. La Nouvelle, the Polish envoy, then resident at Moscow, and who was eyewitness to all that passed, pretends that Sophia and Galitzin had engaged the new chief of the Strelitzes to sacrifice to them their young Tsar. It appears, at least, that 600 of these Strelitzes were to have made themselves masters of his person. The private memoirs which have been entrusted to my perusal by the court of Russia affirm that a scheme had actually been laid to murder Peter I. The blow was on the point of being struck, and Russia forever deprived of the new existence she has since received. The Tsar was once more obliged to take refuge in the convent of the Trinity, the usual asylum of the court when threatened by the soldiers. There he assembled the boyards of his party, raised a body of forces, treats with the captains of the Strelitzes, and called in the assistance of certain Germans, who had been long settled in Moscow, and were all attached to his person from his having already shewn himself the encourager of strangers. Sophia and John, who continued at Moscow, used every means to engage the Strelitzes to remain firm to their interests, but the cause of young Peter, who loudly complained of an attempt meditated against himself and his mother, prevailed over that of the princess, and of a Tsar, whose very aspect alienated all hearts. All the accomplices were punished with a severity to which that country was as much accustomed as to the crimes which occasioned it. Some were beheaded after undergoing the punishment of the knout or buttocks. The chief of the Strelitzes was put to death in the same manner, and several other PG-71 suspected persons had their tongues cut out. Prince Galitzin escaped with his life, through the intercession of one of his relations, who was a favorite of Tsar Peter, but he was stripped of all his riches, which were immense, and banished to a place in the neighborhood of Archangel. La Nouvelle, who was present at the whole of this catastrophe, relates that the sentence pronounced upon Galitzin was in these terms: "Thou art commanded, by the most clement Tsar, to repair to Karga, a town under the pole, and there to continue the remainder of thy days. His Majesty, out of his extreme goodness, allows thee 3 pence per day for thy subsistence." There is no town under the pole. Karga is in the 62nd degree of latitude, and only 6.5 degrees further north than Moscow. Whoever pronounced this sentence must have been a very bad geographer. La Nouvelle was probably imposed upon by a false account. At length the Princess Sophia was once more sent back to her monastery at Moscow, after having so long held the reins of government. And this revolution proved, to a woman of her disposition, a sufficient punishment. From this instant Peter began to reign in reality, his brother John having no other share in the government but that of seeing his name to all public acts. He led a retired life and died in 1696. PG 72. Chap 6: The Reign of Peter I, Beginning of the Grand Reformation. Peter the Great was tall, genteel, well-made, with a noble aspect, piercing eyes, and a robust constitution, fitted for all kinds of hardship and bodily exercise. He had a sound understanding, which is the basis of all real abilities, and to this was joined an active disposition, which prompted him to undertake and execute the greatest things. His education was far from being worthy of his genius. The Princess Sophia was, in a peculiar manner, interested to let him remain in ignorance, and to indulge himself in those excesses which youth, idleness, custom, and the high rank he held, made but too allowable. Nevertheless, he had been lately married, June 1689, like others of his predecessors, to one of his own subjects, the daughter of Colonel Lapichin. But as he was young, and for some time enjoyed none of the prerogatives of the crown, but that of indulging his pleasures without restraint, the ties of wedlock were not always sufficient to keep him within just bounds. The pleasures of the table, in which he indulged himself rather too freely, with foreigners, who had been invited to Moscow by Prince Galitzin, seemed not to presage that he would one day become the reformer of his country. However, in spite of bad examples, and even the allurements of pleasure, he applied himself to the arts of war and government, and which, even then, showed that he had the seeds of greatness in him. It was still less expected that a prince who was subject to such a constitutional dread of water as to subject him to cold sweats, and even PG 73 convulsions, when he was obliged to cross a small river or brook, should become one of the best seamen in all the north. In order to get the better of nature, he began by jumping into the water, notwithstanding the horror he felt at it, till at length this aversion was changed into a fondness for that element. He often blushed at the ignorance in which he had been brought up. He learned, almost of himself, without the help of a master, enough of German and High Dutch, to be able to write and explain himself tolerably well in both those languages. The Germans and Dutch appeared to him as the most civilized nations, because the former had already erected, in Moscow, some of those arts and manufactures which he was desirous of seeing established in his empire, and the latter excelled in the art of navigation, which he already began to look upon as the most necessary of all others. Such were the dispositions which Peter cherished, notwithstanding the follies of his youth. At the same time, he found himself disturbed by factions at home, had the turbulent spirit of the Strelitzes to keep under, and an almost uninterrupted PG 74 rupted war to manage against the Crim Tartars. For though hostilities had been suspended in 1689 by a truce, it had no long continuance. During this interval, Peter became confirmed in his design of introducing the arts into his country. His father Alexis had, in his lifetime, entertained the same views, but he wanted leisure and a favorable opportunity to carry them into execution. He transmitted his genius to his son, who was more clear-sighted, more vigorous, and more unshaken by difficulties and obstacles. Alexis had been at a great expense in sending for Bothler, a shipbuilder and sea captain, from Holland, together with a number of shipwrights and sailors. These built a large frigate and a yacht upon the Wolga, which they navigated down that river to Astrakhan, where they were to be employed in building more vessels, for carrying on an advantageous trade with Persia by the Caspian Sea. Just at this time the revolt of Stenko Rasin broke out, and this rebel destroyed these two vessels, which he ought to have preserved for his own sake, and murdered the captain. The rest of the crew fled into Persia, from whence they got to some settlements belonging to the Dutch East India Company. A master builder, who was a good shipwright, stayed behind in Russia, where he lived a long time in obscurity. One day, Peter taking a walk at Ishmailov, a summer palace built by his grandfather, he perceived, among several other rarities, an old English shallop, which had lain entirely neglected. Upon which he asked Timmerman, a German, and his mathematical teacher, how came that little boat to be of so different a construction from any he had seen on the Mosca. Timmerman replied that it was made to go with sails and oars. PG 75, the young prince wanted instantly to make a trial of it, but it was first to be repaired and rigged. Brandt, the shipbuilder above mentioned, was by accident found out at Moscow, where he lived retired. He soon put the boat in order and worked her upon the river Yaza, which washes the suburbs of the town. Peter caused his boat to be removed to a great lake, in the neighborhood of the convent of the Trinity. He likewise made Brandt build 2 more frigates and 3 yachts, and piloted them himself. A considerable time afterwards, viz. In 1694, he made a journey to Archangel, and having ordered a small vessel to be built in that port, by the same Brandt, he embarked therein on the frozen sea, which no sovereign beside himself had ever beheld. On this occasion, he was escorted by a Dutch man of war, under the command of Captain Jalson, and attended by all the merchant vessels then in the port of Archangel. He had already learned the manner of working a ship, and notwithstanding the pains his courtiers took to imitate their master, he was the only one who made a proficiency in it. He found it no less difficult to raise a well-disciplined body of land forces, on whom he could depend, than to establish a navy. His first essay in navigation, on a lake, previous to his journey to Archangel, was looked upon only as the amusements of a young prince of genius, and his first attempt to form a body of disciplined troops likewise appeared as nothing more than that of diversion. This happened during the regency of the Princess Sophia, and had he been suspected of meaning anything serious by this amusement, it might have been attended with fatal consequences to him. He placed his confidence in a foreigner, the PG 76 celebrated Lefort, of a noble and ancient family in Piedmont, transplanted near 2 centuries ago to Geneva, where they have filled the most considerable posts in the state. He was intended to have been brought up to the trade, to which the town is indebted for the figure it now makes, having formerly been known only as the seat of religious controversies. But his genius, which prompted him to the greatest undertakings, engaged him to quit his father's house at the age of 14, and he served 4 months in quality of a cadet in the citadel of Marseille. From thence he went to Holland, where he served some time as a volunteer, and was wounded at the siege of Grave, a strong fortified town on the Meuse, which the Prince of Orange, afterwards King of England, retook from Louis XIV. In 1674. After this, led by hopes of preferment, wherever he could find it, he embarked with a German colonel, named Versten, who had obtained a commission from Peter's father, the Tsar Alexis, to raise soldiers in the Netherlands and bring them to Archangel. But when he arrived at that port, after a most fatiguing and dangerous navigation, the Tsar Alexis was no more. The government was changed, and Russia in confusion. The governor of Archangel suffered Versten, Lefort, and his whole troop to remain a long time in the utmost poverty and distress, and even threatened to send them into the extremity of Siberia, upon which PG 77 every man shifted for himself. Lefort, in want of everything, repaired to Moscow, where he waited upon the Danish resident, named de Horn, who made him his secretary. There he learned the Russian language, and some time afterwards found means to be introduced to the Tsar Peter, the elder brother Iwan, not being a person for his purpose. Peter was taken with him, and immediately gave him a company of foot. Lefort had seen very little service, he knew but little of letters, not having studied any particular art or science, but he had seen a great deal, and had a talent of making the most of what he saw. Like the Tsar, he owed everything to his own genius. He understood the German and Dutch languages, which Peter was learning, as those of two nations that might be of service in his designs. Everything conspired to make him agreeable to Peter, to whom he strictly attached himself. From being the companion of his pleasures, he became his favorite, and confirmed himself in that station by his abilities. The Tsar made him his confidant in the most dangerous design that a prince of that country could possibly form, namely, that of putting himself in a condition to be able one day to break the seditious and barbarous body of forces called the strelitzes. It had cost the great Sultan or Basha Osman his life, for attempting to disband the Janissaries. Peter, young as he was, went to work in a much abler manner than Osman. He began with forming, at his countrysat at Preobrazhensky, a company of 50 of his youngest domestics, and some young gentlemen, the sons of boyards, were chosen for their officers. But in order to teach these young noblemen a subordination to which they were wholly unaccustomed, he made them pass through all the diff PG 78 Farrant military degrees, and himself set them the example by serving first as a drum, then as a private soldier, a sergeant, and a lieutenant of the company. Nothing was ever more extraordinary nor more useful than this conduct. The Russians had hitherto made war in the same manner as our ancestors at the time of the feudal tenures, when the unexperienced nobles took the field at the head of their vassals, undisciplined and ill-armed. A barbarous method, sufficient indeed to act against the like armies, but of no use against regular troops. This company, which was formed wholly by Peter himself, soon increased in numbers and became afterwards the regiment of Preobrazhensky Guards. Another regiment, formed on the same plan, became in time the regiment of Semenievsky Guards. The Tsar had already a regiment of 5,000 men that could be depended upon, trained by General Gordon, a Scotchman, and composed almost entirely of foreigners. Lefort, who had borne arms but a short time, but whose capacity was equal to everything, undertook to raise a regiment of 12,000 men, which he effected. 5 colonels were appointed to serve under him, and he saw himself on a sudden general of this little army, which had been raised, as much to oppose the strelitzes as the enemies of the state. One thing worthy of being remarked, and which fully confutes the hasty error of those who pretend that France lost very few of its inhabitants by the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, is that 1/3 of his army, which was only called a regiment, consisted of French refugees. Le PG 79 Fort disciplined his new troops, as if he had been all his lifetime a soldier. Peter was desirous of seeing one of those images of war, the mock fights, which had lately been introduced in times of peace. A fort was erected, which was to be attacked by one part of his new troops and defended by the other. The difference between this fight and others of the like nature was that instead of a sham engagement, there was a real one in which some of his men were slain and a great many wounded. Lefort, who commanded the attack, received a considerable wound. These bloody sports were intended to initiate the young troops into the service of the field, but it required much labor and even some degree of sufferings to compass this end. These warlike amusements did not take off the Tsar's attention to his naval project. As he had made Lefort a general by land, notwithstanding his having never borne a command, he now made him admiral, though he had never had the direction of a ship, but he knew him deserving both of the one and the other. It is true that he was an admiral without a fleet, and a general with only his regiment for an army. By degrees the Tsar reformed that great abuse in the army, viz. the independence of the boyards, who, in time of war, used to bring into the field a multitude of their vassals and peasants. This was exactly the ancient government of the Franks, Huns, Goths, and Vandals, who indeed subdued the Roman Empire in its state of decline, but would have been totally destroyed, had they had the warlike disciplined legions of ancient Rome to encounter, or such armies as are now brought into the field. PG 80. Admiral Lefort was not long, however, before he had something more than an empty title. He employed some Dutchmen and Venetians in building a number of barcolongos, or kind of long barks, and also 2 ships of about 30 guns each, at the mouth of the Woronets, which falls into the Tanais or Don. These vessels were to fall down the river and keep in awe the Crim Tartars, with whom hostilities had been renewed. The Tsar was now to determine in 1689 against which of the following powers he would declare war, whether against the Turks, the Swedes, or the Chinese. But here it will be proper to premise on what terms he then stood with China, and which was the first treaty of peace concluded by that nation. Chap 7 Congress and Treaty with the Chinese. We must set out by forming a proper idea of the limits of the Chinese and Russian empires at this period. When we leave Siberia, properly so called, and also far behind us to the south, 100 hordes of Tartars, with white and black Kalmucks, and Mahometan and pagan Mongols, we come to the 130th degree of longitude and the 52d of latitude upon the river Amur. To the northward is a great chain of mountains that stretches as far as the frozen PG-81C beyond the polar circle. This river, which runs upwards of 500 leagues through Siberia and Chinese Tartary, falls after many windings into the Sea of Kamchatka. It is affirmed for a truth that at its mouth, which opens with this sea, there is sometimes caught a monstrous fish, much larger than the hippopotamus of the Nile, and that the tooth thereof is the finest ivory. It is furthermore said that this ivory was formerly an object of trade, that they used to convey it through Siberia, which is the reason why several pieces of it are still found under the ground in that country. This is the most probable account of the fossil ivory, of which we have elsewhere spoken, for it appears highly chimerical to pretend that there were formerly elephants in Siberia. This Amur is likewise called the Black River by the Manteku Tartars, and the Dragon's River by the Chinese. It was in these countries, so long unknown, that the Russians and Chinese contested the limits of their empires. The Russians had some forts on the river Amur, about 300 leagues from the Great Wall. Many hostilities had arisen between these two nations on account of these forts. At length both began to understand their interests better. The Emperor Kamhai preferred peace and commerce to an unprofitable PG-82 war, and sent several ambassadors to Nipchu, one of those settlements. The ambassadors had 10,000 men in their retinue, including their escort. This was Asiatic pomp. But what is very remarkable is that there was not an example in the annals of the empire of an embassy being sent to another potentate. And what is still more singular, that the Chinese had never concluded a treaty of peace since the foundation of their monarchy. Though twice conquered by the Tartars, who attacked and subjected them, they never made war upon any people, excepting a few hordes that were quickly subdued or as quickly left to themselves, without any treaty. So that this nation, so renowned for morality, knew nothing of what we call the law of nations. That is to say, of those vague rules of war and peace, of the privileges of foreign ministers, of the formalities of treaties, nor of the obligations resulting from thence, nor of the disputes concerning precedency and point of honor. But in what language were the Chinese to negotiate with the Russians in the midst of deserts? This difficulty was removed by two Jesuits, the one a Portuguese, named Pereira, the other a Frenchman, whose name was Gerbalin. They set out from Pekin with the Chinese ambassadors and were themselves the real negotiators. They conferred in Latin with a German belonging to the Russian embassy, who understood this language. The chief of that embassy was Galoin, governor of Siberia, who displayed a greater magnificence than the Chinese themselves, and thereby gave a high idea of the Russian Empire to a people who thought themselves the only powerful nation under the sun. The two Jesuits settled the limits of both MPG 83 piers at the river Kerbechi, near the spot where the treaty was concluded. All the country to the southward of this line of partition was adjudged to the Chinese, and the north to the Russians, who only lost a small fort which was found to have been built beyond the limits. A peace was agreed to, and after some few altercations, both parties swore to observe it in the name of the same God. And in these terms, if any of us shall entertain the least thought of kindling anew the flames of war, we beseech the Supreme Lord of all things, and who knows all hearts, to punish the traitor with sudden death. From this form of treaty, used alike by Chinese and Christians, we may infer two important truths. The first, that the Chinese government is neither atheistical nor idolatrous, as has been so frequently and falsely charged upon it, by contradictory imputations. Secondly, that all nations, who cultivate the gift of reason and understanding, do, in effect, acknowledge the same God, notwithstanding the particular deviations of that reason, through the want of being properly instructed. The treaty was drawn up in Latin, and two copies were made of it. The Russian ambassadors set their names the first to the copy that remained in their possession, and the Chinese also signed theirs the first, agreeable to the custom observed by European nations, when two equal powers conclude a treaty with each other. On this occasion was observed another custom belonging to the Asiatic nations, and which was indeed that of the earliest ages. The treaty was engraven on two large marble pillars, erected on the spot, to determine the boundaries of the two empires. PG 84. 3 years after this, the Tsar sent Isbrand Ides, a Dane, his ambassador to China, and the commerce he then established between the two nations continued with advantage to each, till the rupture between them in the year 1722, but since this short interruption, it has been revived with redoubled vigor. Chap 8. Expedition to the Palace Modes. Conquest of Azov. The Tsar sends young gentlemen into foreign countries for improvement. It was not so easy to have peace with the Turks, and indeed, the time seemed come for the Russians to rise upon their ruins. The Republic of Venice, that had long groaned under their yoke, began now to rouse itself. The Doge Morosini, the same who had surrendered Kandy to the Turks, afterwards took from them the Peloponnesus, which conquest got him the title of Peloponnesian, an honor which revived the memory of the Roman Republic. Leopold, Emperor of Germany, had proved successful against the Ottoman power in Hungary, and the Poles made shift to check the incursions of the Crim Tartars. Peter took advantage of these circumstances to discipline his troops and to procure himself the empire of the Black Sea. General Gordon marched along the Tanais, towards Azov, with his numerous regiment of 5,000 men, followed by General Lefort with his regiment of 12,000, by a body of Strelitzes under the command of Sheremeto and Shane, natives of Prussia, by a body of Cossacks, and by a large train of artillery. In a word, everything was ready for this expedition. PG 85. This grand army began its march under the command of Marshal Sheremeto, or Sheremetov, in the beginning of the summer of 1695, to attack the town of Azov at the mouth of the Tanais, and at the extremity of the Palace Modes, now called the Zabek Sea. The Tsar himself was with the army, but only in quality of a volunteer, being determined to learn, some time before he took upon him to command. During their march, they stormed two forts which the Turks had built on the banks of the river. This expedition was attended with some considerable difficulties. The place was well fortified and defended by a numerous garrison. A number of barcalongos, resembling the Turkish sakes, and built by Venetians, with two small Dutch ships of war that were to sail out of the Woronets, could not be got ready soon enough to enter the Sea of Azov. All beginnings meet with obstacles. The Russians had never yet made a regular siege, and the first attempt did not meet with all the success that could be desired. One Jacob, a native of Danzig, had the direction of the artillery, under the command of General Shane, for as yet they had none but foreign officers belonging to the train, and none but foreign engineers and pilots. This Jacob had been condemned to the bastinade, or knout, by Shane, the Russian general. At that time rigorous discipline was thought to be the only method of strengthening command, and the Russians quietly submitted to it, notwithstanding their natural bent to sedition, and after the punishment, did their duty as usual. But the Dane thought in a different manner, and resolved to be revenged for the treatment he had received, and thereupon nailed up the cannon, deserted to the Turks, turned Mahometan, and defended PG 86 Azov with great success against his former masters. This instance shows that the lenity which is now practiced in Russia is much preferable to the former severities, and is better calculated to retain those in their duty who by a good education have a proper sense of honor. It was absolutely necessary at that time to use the utmost rigor towards the common people. But since their manners have been changed, the Empress Elizabeth has completed, by clemency, the work her father begun by the authority of the laws. This lenity has even been carried by this princess to a degree unexampled in the history of any nation. She has promised that during her reign no person shall be punished with death, and she has kept her word. She is the first sovereign who ever showed so much regard for the lives of men. By an institution, equally prudent and humane, malefactors are now condemned to serve in the mines and other public works, by which means their very punishments prove of service to the state. In other countries, they know only how to put a criminal to death, with all the apparatus of execution, without being able to prevent the perpetration of crimes. The apprehension of death makes, perhaps, less impression on those miscreants, who are, for the most part, bred up in idleness, than the fear of punishment and hard labor, renewed every day. PG 87. To return to the siege of Azov, which place was now defended by the same person who had before directed the attacks against it. The Russians, in vain, attempted to take it by storm, and after losing a great number of men, were obliged to raise the siege. Perseverance in his undertakings was the distinguishing character of Peter the Great. In the spring of 1696, he brought a still more considerable army before Azov. About this time died Tsar John, his brother, who, though he had not, while living, been the least curbed to Peter's authority, having enjoyed only the bare title of Tsar, yet he had been some restraint upon him in regard to appearances. The money which had been appropriated to the support of John's dignity and household were now applied to the maintenance of the army. This proved no small help to a government, whose revenues were not near so great as they are at present. Peter wrote to the Emperor Leopold, to the States General, and to the Elector of Brandenburg, to obtain engineers, gunners, and seamen. He likewise took some Kalmucks into his pay, whose light horse are very useful against the Crim Tartars. The most agreeable of the Tsar's successes was that of his little fleet, which was at length completed and well commanded. It defeated the Turkish Saques, sent from Constantinople, and took some of them. The siege was carried on regularly by trenches, but not altogether in our method, the trenches being 3 times deeper than ours, with parapets as high as ramparts. At length the garrison surrendered, the 28th of July, 1696. NS without being allowed the honors of war, or to carry out with them either arms or ammunition. They were likewise obliged to deliver up the renegade Jacob to the conquerors. PG 88. The Tsar immediately set about fortifying Azov, built strong forts to protect it, and made a harbor capable of holding large vessels, with a design to make himself master of the Straits of Kaffa, or the Cimmerian Bosphorus, which commands the entrance into the Pontus Euxinus, or Black Sea, places famous in ancient times by the naval armaments of Mithridates. He left 32 armed Saques before Azov, and made all the necessary preparations for fitting out a fleet against the Turks, to consist of 9 ships of 60 guns, and of 41 from 30 to 50. He obliged his principal nobles, and the richer merchants, to contribute towards this armament, and thinking that the estates of the clergy ought to help towards the common cause, he obliged the patriarch, the bishops, and principal clergy, to pay down a sum of ready money to forward this expedition, in honor of their country, and the advantage of the Christian faith. The Cossacks were employed in building a number of those light boats in use amongst them, and which were excellent for the purpose of cruising on the coast of Crim Tartary. The Ottoman Empire was alarmed at this powerful armament, the first that had ever been attempted on the Palace-Modes. The Tsar's scheme was to drive the Turks and the Tartars forever out of the Taurica Chersonsis, and afterwards to establish a free and easy commerce with Persia through Georgia. This is the very trade which the Greeks formerly carried on to Colchos, and to this peninsula of Crim Tartary, which Peter now seemed on the point of conquering. Having subdued the Turks and the Tartars, he was willing to accustom his people to splendid PG 89 shows as well as to military labor. He made his army to enter into Moscow, under triumphal arches, in the midst of superb fireworks, and everything that could add to the luster of the festival. The soldiers who had fought on board the Venetian Saques against the Turks, and who were a distinct corps of themselves, marched first. Marshal Sheremet, the generals Gordon and Shane, Admiral Lefort, and the other general officers, all took the precedence of their monarch in this procession, who declared he had no rank in the army, being desirous to convince the nobility, by his example, that the only way to acquire military preferment was to deserve it. This triumphal entry seemed somewhat akin to those of the ancient Romans, in which the conquerors were wont to expose the prisoners they had taken to public view, and sometimes put them to death. In like manner, the slaves, taken in this expedition, follow the army, and the deserter Jacob, who had betrayed them, was drawn in an open cart, in which was a gibbet, to which his body was fastened after he had been broke upon the wheel. On this occasion was struck the first medal in Russia, with this remarkable legend in the PG-90 language of the country. Peter I, August Emperor of Muscovy. On the reverse was the city of Azov with these words, victorious by fire and water. Peter felt a sensible concern in the midst of all these successes, that his ships and galleys in the Sea of Azov had been built entirely by the hands of foreigners, and wished as earnestly to have a harbor in the Baltic Sea as upon the Pontus Euxinus. Accordingly, in the month of March 1697, he sent 80 young Russians of Lefort's regiment into Italy, most of them to Venice, and the rest to Leghorn, to instruct themselves in the naval art and the manner of constructing galleys. He likewise sent 40 others into Holland to learn the method of building and working large ships, and others likewise into Germany to serve in the land forces and instruct themselves in the military discipline of that nation. At length, he took a resolution to absent himself for a few years from his own dominions, in order to learn how to govern them the better. He had an irresistible inclination to improve himself by his own observation and practice in the knowledge of naval affairs, and of the several arts which he was so desirous to establish in his own country. He proposed to travel incognito through Denmark, Brandenburg, Holland, Vienna, Venice, and Rome. France and Spain were the only countries he did not take into his plan. Spain, because the arts he was in quest of were too much neglected there, and France, because in that kingdom they reigned with too much ostentation, and that the parade and state of Louis XIV, which had disgusted so many crowned heads, ill agreed with the private man PG-91 Ner in which he proposed to travel. Moreover, he was in alliance with most of the powers, whose dominions he intended to visit, except those of France and Rome. He likewise remembered, with some degree of resentment, the little respect shewn by Louis XIV to his embassy in 1687, which had proved more famous than successful, and lastly he already began to espouse the cause of Augustus, Elector of Saxony, with whom the Prince of Conti had lately entered into a competition for the crown of Poland. Chap 9, Travels of Peter the Great. Having thus determined to visit the several countries and courts above mentioned in a private character, he put himself into the retinue of 3 ambassadors, in the same manner as he had before mingled in the train of his generals at his triumphant entry into Moscow. 2 troops raised by General Gordon remained behind in Moscow to keep everything quiet in that capital. Those strelitzes, who were thought likely to create a disturbance, were distributed in the frontiers of Crim Tartary to preserve the conquest of Azov and to check the incursions of the Tartars. Having provided against every incident, he gave a free scope to his passion and desire of improvement. As this journey proved the cause, or at least the pretext, of the bloody war which so long traversed, but in the end promoted all the designs of the Tsar, which drove Augustus, King of Poland, from the throne, placed that crown on the head of Stanislaus, and then stripped him of it, which made Charles XII, King of Sweden, the first of conquerors for 9 years, and the most unfortunate of kings for 9 more. It is necessary, in order to enter into a detail of these PG-93 events, to take a view of the state of Europe at that time. Sultan Mustafa II sat at that time on the Ottoman throne, the weakness of whose administration would not permit him to make any great efforts, either against Leopold, Emperor of Germany, whose arms were successful in Hungary, nor against the Tsar, who had lately taken Azov from him and threatened to make himself master of the Pontus Euxinus, nor even against the Venetians, who had made themselves masters of all the Peloponnesus. John Sobieski, King of Poland, forever famous by the victory of Choksim and the deliverance of Vienna, died the 17th of June, 1696, and the possession of that crown was in dispute between Augustus, Elector of Saxony, who obtained it, and Armand, Prince of Conti, who had only the honor of being elected. Sweden had lately lost, but without regret, Charles XI. Her sovereign, who was the first king who had ever been really absolute in that country, and who was the father of a prince still more so, and with whom all despotic power ceased. He left the crown to his son Charles XII, a youth of only 15 years of age. This was in all appearance a conjuncture the most favorable for the Tsar's design. He had it in his power to extend his dominions on the Gulf of Finland and on the side of Livonia. But he did not think it enough to harass the Turks on the Black Sea. the settlements on the Palace and the borders of the Caspian Sea were not sufficient to answer his schemes of navigation, commerce, and power. Besides, glory, which is the darling object of every reformer, was to be found neither in Persia nor in Turkey, but in our parts of Europe, where great talents are pg 94 rendered immortal. In a word, Peter did not aim at introducing either the Persian or Turkish manners among his subjects. Germany, then at war both with the Turks and with the French, and united with Spain, England, and Holland against the single power of Louis XIV, was on the point of concluding peace, and the plenipotentiaries were already met at the castle of Ryswick, in the neighborhood of The Hague. It was during this situation of affairs that Peter and his ambassador began their journey in the month of April, 1697, by the way of Great Novgorod. From thence they traveled through Esthonia and Livonia, provinces formerly disputed by the Russians, Swedes, and Poles, and which the Swedes at last acquired by superiority of arms. Fertility of Livonia and the situation of its capital, Riga, were temptations to the Tsar to possess himself of that country. He expressed a curiosity to see the fortifications of the citadel. But Count Dalberg, governor of Riga, taking umbrage at this request, refused him the satisfaction he desired, and affected to treat the embassy with contempt. This behavior did not at all contribute to cool the inclination the Tsar might have to make himself one day master of those provinces. From Livonia they proceeded to Brandenburg, Prussia, part of which had been inhabited by the ancient Vandals. Polish Prussia had been included in European Sarmatia. Brandenburg, Prussia was a poor country and badly peopled, but its elector, who afterwards took the name of king, displayed a magnificence on this occasion, equally new and destructive to his dominions. He piqued himself upon receiving this embassy in his city of Königsberg with all the pomp of pg 95 royalty. The most sumptuous presents were made on both sides. The contrast between the French dress which the court of Berlin affected and the long Asiatic robes of the Russians, with their caps buttoned up with pearls and diamonds, and their scimitars hanging at their belts, produced a singular effect. The Tsar was dressed after the German fashion. The Prince of Georgia, who accompanied him, was clad in a Persian habit, which displayed a different magnificence. This is the same who was taken prisoner afterwards at the Battle of Narva and died in Sweden. Peter despised all this ostentation. It was to have been wished that he had shewn an equal contempt for the pleasures of the table, in which the Germans, at that time, placed their chiefest glory. It was at one of those entertainments, then too much in fashion, and which are alike fatal to health and morality, that he drew his sword upon his favorite Lefort. But he expressed as much contrition for this sudden sally of passion as Alexander did for the murder of Clitus. He asked pardon of Lefort, saying that he wanted to reform his subjects and could not yet reform himself. General Lefort, in his manuscript, praises the Tsar more for this goodness of heart than he blames him for his excess of passion. The ambassadors then went through Pomerania and Berlin, and from thence one part took its way through Magdeburg and the other by Hamburg, a city which already began to be considerable by its extensive commerce, but not so rich and populous as it has become since. From thence they directed their route towards Minden, crossed Westphalia, and at length, by the way of Cleves, arrived at Amsterdam. pg 96. The Tsar reached this city 15 days before the ambassadors. At his first coming, he lodged in a house belonging to the East India Company, but soon afterwards he took a small apartment in the dockyard belonging to the Admiralty. He then put on the habit of a Dutch skipper, and in that dress went to the village of Sardam, a place where a great many more ships were built at that times than at present. This village is as large, as populous, and as rich and much neater than many opulent towns. The Tsar greatly admired the multitude of people who were constantly employed there, the order and regularity of their times of working, the prodigious dispatch with which they built and fitted out ships, the incredible number of warehouses and machines for the greater ease and security of labor. The Tsar began with purchasing a bark, to which he made a mast with his own hands. After that, he worked upon all the different parts in the construction of a vessel, living in the same manner as the workmen at Sardam, dressing and eating the same as them, and working in the forges, the rope walks, and in the several mills, which are in prodigious numbers in that village, for sawing timber, extracting oil, making paper, and wire drawing. He caused himself to be enrolled in the list of carpenters, by the name of Peter Michaelhoff, and was commonly called Peter Boz or Master Peter. The workmen were at first confounded at having a crowned head for a fellow laborer, but soon became familiarized to the sight. While he was thus handling the compass and the axe at Sardom, a confirmation was brought him of the division in Poland, and of the double nomination of the Elector Augustus and the Prince of Conti. The carpenter of Sardom PG 97 immediately promised King Augustus to assist him with 30,000 men, and from his workloft issued out orders to his army that was assembled in the Ukraine against the Turks. Aug. 1697. His troops gained a victory over the Tartars near Azov, and a few months afterwards took from them the city of Or Orkapi, which we call Prekop. As to himself, he still continued improving in different arts. He went frequently from Sardom to Amsterdam to hear the lectures of the celebrated anatomist, Reich, and made himself master of several operations in surgery, which, in case of necessity, might be of use both to himself and his officers. He went through a course of natural philosophy, in the house of the burgomaster Whitson, a person forever estimable for his patriotic virtue, and the noble use he made of his immense riches, which he distributed like a citizen of the world, sending men of abilities, at a great expense, to all parts of the globe, in search of whatever was most rare and valuable, and fitting out vessels at his own charge to make new discoveries. Peter Boz gave a truce to his labors for a short time, but it was only to pay a private visit at Utrecht, and at The Hague, to William, King of England and Stadtholder of the United Provinces. General Lefort was the only one admitted to the private conference of the two monarchs. Peter assisted afterwards at the public entry of his ambassadors, and at their Audi PG 98 in Se. They presented, in his name, to the Deputy of the States, 600 of the most beautiful sables that could be procured, and the States, over and above the customary presents on these occasions, of a gold chain and a medal, gave them 3 magnificent coaches. They received the first visits of all the plenipotentiaries who were at the Congress of Ryswick, excepting those of France, to whom they had not notified their arrival, not only because the Tsar espoused the cause of Augustus against the Prince of Conti, but also because King William, whose friendship he was desirous of cultivating, was averse to a peace with France. At his return to Amsterdam, he resumed his former occupations, and completed with his own hands a ship of 60 guns that he had begun himself, and sent her to Archangel, which was the only port he had at that time on the ocean. He not only engaged in his service several French refugees, Swiss, and Germans, but he also sent all sorts of artists over to Moscow, and he previously made a trial of their several abilities himself. There were few trades or arts which he did not perfectly well understand, in their minutest branches. He took a particular pleasure in correcting with his own hands the geographical maps, which at that time laid down at hazard the positions of the towns and rivers in his vast dominions, then very little known. There is still preserved a map on which he marked out with his own hand his projected communication of the Caspian and Black Seas, the execution of which he had given in charge to Mr. Breckel, a German engineer. The junction of these two seas was indeed a less difficult enterprise than that of the ocean and Mediterranean, which was effected in France. But the PG 99 very idea of joining the Sea of Azov with the Caspian astonished the imagination at that time. But new establishments in that country became the object of his attention, in proportion as his successes begat new hopes. His troops, commanded by General Shane and Prince Dolgorovsky, had lately gained a victory over the Tartars near Azov, and likewise over a body of Janissaries sent by Sultan Mustafa to their assistance. July 1696. This success served to make him more respected, even by those who blamed him, as a sovereign for having quitted his dominions to turn workman at Amsterdam. They now saw that the affairs of the monarch did not suffer by the labors of the philosopher, the traveler, and the artificer. He remained at Amsterdam, constantly employed in his usual occupations of shipbuilding, engineering, geography, and the practice of natural philosophy, till the middle of January 1698, and then he set out for England, but still as one of the retinue of his ambassadors. King William sent his own yacht to meet him, and 2 ships of war as convoy. In England, he observed the same manner of living as at Amsterdam and Sardam. He took an apartment near the King's Dockyard, at Diptford, where he applied himself wholly to gain instruction. The Dutch builders had only taught him their method and the practical part of shipbuilding. In England, he found the art better explained, for there they work according to mathematical proportion. He soon made himself so perfect in this science that he was able to give lessons to others. He began to build a ship according to the English method of construction, and it proved a prime sailor. The art of watchmaking, which was already brought to perfection in London, next at PG 100 attracted his attention, and he made himself complete master of the whole theory. Captain Parry, the engineer who followed him from London to Russia, says that from the casting of cannon to the spinning of ropes, there was not any one branch of trade belonging to a ship that he did not minutely observe, and even put his hand to, as often as he came into the places where those trades were carried on. In order to cultivate his friendship, he was allowed to engage several English artificers into his service, as he had done in Holland. But over and above artificers, he engaged likewise some mathematicians, which he would not so easily have found in Amsterdam. Ferguson, a Scotchman and excellent geometrician, entered into his service, and was the first person who brought arithmetic into use in the exchequer in Russia, where before that time they made use only of the Tartarian method of reckoning, with balls strung upon a wire, a method which supplied the place of writing but was very perplexing and imperfect because, after the calculation, there was no method of proving it, in order to discover any error. The Indian ciphers, which are now in use, were not introduced among us till the 9th century by Arabs, and they did not make their way into the Russian Empire till 1,000 years afterwards. Such has been the fate of the arts, to make their progress slowly round the globe. He took with him 2 young students from a mathematical school, and this was the beginning of the Marine Academy, founded afterwards by Peter the Great. He observed and calculated eclipses with Ferguson. Parry, the PG 101 engineer, though greatly discontented at not being sufficiently rewarded, acknowledges that Peter made himself a proficient in astronomy, that he perfectly well understood the motions of the heavenly bodies, as well as the laws of gravitation, by which they are directed. This force now so evidently demonstrated, and before the time of the great Newton so little known, by which all the planets gravitate towards each other, and which retain them in their orbits, was already become familiar to a sovereign of Russia, while other countries amused themselves with imaginary vertices, and in Galileo's nation, one set of ignorant persons ordered others, as ignorant, to believe the earth to be immovable. Parry set out in order to effect a communication between rivers, to build bridges, and construct sluices. The Tsar's plan was to open a communication by means of canals between the ocean, the Caspian, and the Black Seas. We must not forget to observe that a set of English merchants, with the Marquis of Carmarthen at their head, gave Peter £15,000 sterling for the permission of vending tobacco in Russia. The Patriarch by a mistaken severity had interdicted this branch of trade, for the Russian Church forbids smoking as an unclean and sinful action. Peter, who knew better things, and who, amongst his many projected changes, meditated a reformation of the Church, introduced this commodity of trade into his dominions. Before Peter left England, he was entertained by King William with a spectacle worthy such a PG 102 guest. This was a mock sea fight. Little was it then imagined that the Tsar would one day fight a real battle on this element against the Swedes, and gain naval victories in the Baltic. In fine, William made him a present of the vessel in which he used to go over to Holland, called the Royal Transport, a beautiful yacht, and magnificently adorned. In this vessel Peter returned to Holland the latter end of 1698, taking with him 3 captains of ships of war, 25 captains of merchant ships, 40 lieutenants, 30 pilots, as many surgeons, 250 gunners, and upwards of 300 artificers. This little colony of persons skillful in all branches sailed from Holland to Archangel on board the Royal Transport, and from thence were distributed into all the different places where their services were necessary. Those who had been engaged at Amsterdam went by the way of Narva, which then belonged to the Swedes. While he was thus transplanting the arts and manufacture of England and Holland into his own country, the officers, whom he had sent to Rome and other places in Italy, had likewise engaged some artists in his service. General Sciaramito, who was at the head of his embassy to Italy, took the tour of Rome, Naples, Venice, and Malta, while the Tsar proceeded to Vienna with his other ambassadors. He had now only to view the military discipline of the Germans, after having seen the English fleets and the dockyards of Holland. Politics had likewise as great a share in this journey as the desire of instruction. The emperor was his natural ally against the Turks. Peter had a private audience of Leopold, and the two monarchs conferred standing, to avoid the trouble of ceremony. There happened nothing worthy remark during PG 103 his stay at Vienna, except the celebration of the ancient feast of the landlord and landlady, which had been disused for a considerable time, and which Leopold thought proper to revive on the Tsar's account. This feast, which by the Germans is called Wirtschaft, is celebrated in the following manner. The emperor is landlord and the empress landlady, the king of the Romans, the archdukes and the archduchesses are generally their assistants. They entertain people of all nations as their guests, who come dressed after the most ancient fashion of their respective countries. Those who are invited to the feast draw lots for tickets, on each of which is written the name of the nation and the character or person they are to represent. One perhaps draws a ticket for a Chinese mandarin, another for a Tartarian mirza, a third a Persian satrap, and a fourth for a Roman senator. A princess may, by her ticket, be a gardener's wife or a milkmaid, a prince a peasant or a common soldier. Dances are composed suitable to all those characters, and the landlord and landlady with their family wait at table. Such was the ancient institution. But on this occasion Joseph, king of the Romans, and the Countess of Tron represented the ancient Egyptians. The Archduke Charles and the Countess of Wallstein were dressed like Flemings in the time of Charles V. The Archduchess Mary Elizabeth and Count Tron were in the habits of Tartars. The Archduchess Josephina and the Count of Workslaw were habited like Persians, and the Archduchess Mariamne and Prince Maximilian of Hanover in the character of North Holland peasants. Peter appeared in PG 100 for the dress of a Friesland boor, and all who spoke to him addressed him in that character, at the same time talking to him of the great Tsar of Muscovy. These are trifling particulars, but whatever revives the remembrance of ancient manners and customs is in some degree worthy of being recorded. Peter was ready to set out from Vienna in order to proceed to Venice, to complete his tour of instruction, when he received the news of a rebellion which had lately broke out in his dominions. Chap 10. A conspiracy punished, the corps of strelitzes abolished, alterations in customs, manners, church, and state. Tsar Peter, when he left his dominions to set out on his travels, had provided against every incident, even that of rebellion. But the great and serviceable things he had done for his country proved the very cause of this rebellion. Certain old boyards, to whom the ancient customs were still dear, and some priests, to whom the new ones appeared little better than sacrilege, began these disturbances, and the old faction of the Princess Sophia took this opportunity to rouse itself anew. It is said that one of her sisters, who was confined to the same monastery, contributed not a little to excite these seditions. Care was taken to spread abroad the danger to be feared from the introduction of foreigners to instruct the nation. In short, who would believe that the permission which the Tsar had given to import tobacco into his empire, contrary to the inclination of the clergy, was 1 PG 105 of the chief motives of the insurrection. Superstition, the scourge of every country, yet the darling of the multitude, spread itself from the common people to the strelitzes, who had been scattered on the frontiers of Lithuania. They assembled in a body and marched towards Moscow, with the intent to place the Princess Sophia on the throne, and forever to prevent the return of a Tsar who had violated the established customs, by presuming to travel for instruction among foreigners. The forces commanded by Shane and Gordon, who were much better disciplined than the strelitzes, met them 15 leagues from Moscow, gave them battle, and entirely defeated them. But this advantage, gained by a foreign general over the ancient militia, among whom were several of the burghers of Moscow, contributed still more to irritate the people. To quell these tumults, the Tsar sets out privately from Vienna, passes through Poland, has a private interview with Augustus, concerts measures with that prince for extending the Russian PG 106 dominions on the side of the Baltic, and at length arrived at Moscow, where he surprised everyone with his presence. He then confers rewards on the troops who had defeated the Strelitzes, sept 1698, of whom the prisons were now full. If the crimes of these unhappy wretches were great, their punishment was no less so. Their leaders, with several of their officers and priests, were condemned to death. Some were broken upon the wheel, and 2 women were buried alive. Upwards of 2,000 of the Strelitzes were executed, part of whom were hung round about the walls of the city, and others put to death in different manners, and their dead bodies remained exposed for 2 days in the high roads, particularly about the monastery, where the princesses Sophia and Eudocia resided. Monuments of stone were erected, on which their crimes and punishments were set forth. A great number of them who had wives and children at Moscow were dispersed with their families into Siberia, the kingdom of Astrakhan, and the country of Azov. This punishment was at least of service PG 107 to the state, as they helped to cultivate and people a large tract of waste land. Perhaps, if the Tsar had not found it absolutely necessary to make such terrible examples, he might have employed part of those Strelitzes whom he put to death upon the public works. Whereas they were now lost both to him and the state, the lives of men ought to be held in great estimation, especially in a country where the increase of inhabitants ought to have been the principal care of the legislature. But he thought it necessary to terrify and break the spirit of the nation by executions, and the parade attending them. The entire corps of the Strelitzes, whose number not one of his predecessors had even dared to think of diminishing, was broke forever, and their very name abolished. This change was effected without any resistance, because matters had been properly prepared beforehand. The Turkish Sultan, Osman, as I have already remarked, was deposed and murdered in the same century, only for giving the Janissaries room to suspect that he intended to lessen their number. Peter had better success, because he had taken better measures. Of this powerful and numerous body of the Strelitzes, he left only 2 feeble regiments, from whom there could no longer be any danger. And yet these, still retaining their old spirit of mutiny, revolted again in Astrakhan in the year 1705, but were quickly suppressed. But while we are relating Peter's severity in this affair of state, let us not forget to commemorate the more than equal humanity he showed some time afterwards, when he lost his favorite Lefort, who was snatched away by an untimely fate, March 12, NS 1699, at the age of 46. He paid him the same funeral honors as are BPG 108 stowed on the greatest sovereigns, and assisted himself in the procession, carrying a pike in his hand, and marching after the captains, in the rank of a lieutenant, which he held in the deceased general's regiment, hereby setting an example to his nobles, of the respect due to merit and the military rank. After the death of Lefort, it appeared plainly that the changes in the state were not owing to that general, but to the Tsar himself. Peter had indeed been confirmed in his design by his several conversations with Lefort, but he had formed and executed them all without his assistance. As soon as he had suppressed the Strelitzes, he established regular regiments on the German model, who were all clothed in a short and commodious uniform, in the room of those long and troublesome coats, which they used to wear before, and at the same time, their exercise was likewise more regular. The regiment of Preobrazhensky Guards was already formed. It had taken its name from the first company of 50 men, whom the Tsar had trained up in his younger days, in his retreat at Preobrazhensky, at the time when his sister Sophia governed the state, and the other regiment of guards was also established. As he had himself passed through the lowest degrees in the army, he was resolved that the sons of his boyards and great men should serve as common soldiers before they were made officers. He sent some of the young nobility on board of his fleet at Voronezh and Azov, where he obliged them to serve their apprenticeship as common seamen. No one dared to dispute the commands of a master who had himself set the example. The English and Dutch he had brought PG 109 over with him were employed in equipping this fleet for sea, in constructing sluices and building docks, for careening the ships, and to resume the great work of joining the Tanais, or Don, and the Wolga, which had been dropped by Breckel, the German. And now he began to set about his projected reformations in the Council of State, in the revenue, in the church, and even in society itself. The affairs of the revenue had been hitherto administered much in the same manner as in Turkey. Each boyard paid a stipulated sum for his lands, which he raised upon the peasants, his vassals. The czar appointed certain burghers and burgomasters to be his receivers, who were not powerful enough to claim the right of paying only such sums as they thought proper into the public treasury. This new administration of the finances was what cost him the most trouble. He was obliged to try several methods before he could fix upon a proper one. The reformation of the Church, which in all other countries is looked upon as so dangerous and difficult an attempt, was not so to him. The patriarchs had at times opposed the authority of the crown, as well as the strelitzes, Nicon with insolence, Joachim, one of his successors, in an artful manner. The bishops had arrogated the power of life and death, a prerogative directly contrary to the spirit of religion and the subordination of government. This assumed power, which had been of long standing, was now taken from them. The Patriarch Adrian, dying at the close of this century, Peter declared that there should for the future be no other. This dignity then was entirely suppressed, and the great income belonging thereto was united to PG 110, the public revenue, which stood in need of this addition. Although the Tsar did not set himself up as the head of the Russian Church, as the kings of Great Britain have done in regard to the Church of England, yet he was, in fact, absolute master over it, because the synods did not dare either to disobey the commands of a despotic sovereign or to dispute with a prince who had more knowledge than themselves. We need only to cast an eye on the preamble to the edict, concerning his ecclesiastical regulations, issued in 1721, to be convinced that he acted at once as master and legislator. We should deem ourselves guilty of ingratitude to the Most High, if, after having reformed the military and civil orders, we neglect the spiritual. 100. For this cause, following the example of the most ancient kings who have been famed for piety, we have taken upon us to make certain wholesome regulations touching the clergy. It is true, he convened a synod for carrying into execution his ecclesiastical decrees, but the members of this synod, at entering upon their office, were to take an oath, the form of which had been drawn up and signed by himself. This was an oath of submission and obedience, and was conceived in the following terms: I swear to be a faithful and obedient servant and subject to my true and natural sovereign, and to the august successors whom it shall please him to nominate, in virtue of the incontestable right of which he is possessed. I acknowledge him to be the supreme judge of this spiritual college. I swear by the all-seeing God that I understand and mean this oath in the full force and sense which the words convey to those who read or hear it. This oath is much stronger than that of the supremacy in England. The Russian PG 111 monarch was not, indeed, one of the fathers of the synod, but he dictated their laws, and though he did not touch the holy censer, he directed the hands that held it. Previous to this great work, he thought that in a state like his, which stood in need of being peopled, the celibacy of the monks was contrary to nature and to the public good. It was the ancient custom of the Russian Church for secular priests to marry at least once in their lives. They were even obliged so to do, and formerly they ceased to be priests as soon as they lost their wives. But that a multitude of young people of both sexes should make a vow of living useless in a cloister, and at the expense of others, appeared to him a dangerous institution. He, therefore, ordered that no one should be admitted to a monastic life till they were 50 years old, a time of life very rarely subject to a temptation of this kind, and he forbid any person to be admitted, at any age soever, who was actually in possession of any public employ. This regulation has been repealed since his death, because the government has thought proper to show more complaisance to the monasteries, but the patriarchal dignity has never been revived, and its great revenues are now appropriated to the payment of the troops. These alterations at first excited some murmurings. A certain priest wrote to prove that Peter was Antichrist because he would not admit of a patriarch, and the art of printing, which the Tsar encouraged in his kingdom, was made use of to publish libels against him. But on the other hand, there was another priest who started up to prove that Peter could not be Antichrist, because the number 666 was not to be found in his name and that he had not the sign PG 112 of the beast. All complaints, however, were soon quieted. Peter, in fact, gave much more to the church than he took from it, for he made the clergy, by degrees, more regular and more learned. He founded 3 colleges at Moscow, where they teach the languages, and where those who are designed for the priesthood are obliged to study. One of the most necessary reforms was the suppression, or at least the mitigation of the 3 Lents, an ancient superstition of the Greek Church, and as prejudicial with respect to those who are employed in public works, and especially to soldiers, as was the old Jewish superstition of not fighting on the Sabbath day. Accordingly, the Tsar dispensed with his workmen and soldiers at least, observing these Lents, in which, though they were not permitted to eat, they were accustomed to get drunk. He likewise dispensed with their observance of meager days. The chaplains of the fleet and army were obliged to set the example, which they did without much reluctance. The calendar, another important object. Formerly, in all the countries of the world, the chiefs of religion had the care of regulating the year, not only on account of the feasts to be observed, but because, in ancient times, the priests were the only persons who understood astronomy. The year began with the Russians on the 1st of September. Peter ordered that it should for the future commence the 1st day of January, as among the other nations of Europe. This alteration was to take place in the year 1700, at the beginning of the century, which he celebrated by a jubilee and other grand solemnities. It was a matter of surprise, to the common people, how the Tsar should be able to change the course of PG 113 the sun. Some obstinate persons, persuaded that God had created the world in September, continued their old style, but the alteration took place in all the public offices, in the whole court of chancery, and in a little time throughout the whole empire. Peter did not adopt the Gregorian calendar, because it had been rejected by the English mathematicians, but which must, nevertheless, be one day received in all countries. Ever since the 5th century, the time when letters first came into use amongst them, they had been accustomed to write upon long rolls, made either of the bark of trees or of parchment and afterwards of paper, and the Tsar was obliged to publish an edict, ordering everyone, for the future, to write after our manner. The Reformation now became general. Their marriages were made formerly after the same manner as in Turkey and Persia, where the bridegroom does not see his bride till the contract is signed, and they can no longer go from their words. This custom may do well enough among those people, where polygamy prevails, and where the women are always shut up, but it is a very bad one in countries where a man is confined to one wife, and where divorces are seldom allowed. The Tsar was willing to accustom his people to the manners and customs of the nations which he had visited in his travels, and from whence he had taken the masters who were now instructing them. It appeared necessary that the Russians should not be dressed in a different manner from those who were teaching them the arts and sciences, because the aversion to strangers, which is but too natural to mankind, is not a little kept up by a difference of dress. The full dress, which at PG 114 that time partook of the fashions of the Poles, the Tartars, and the ancient Hungarians, was, as we have elsewhere observed, very noble. But the dress of the burghers and common people resembled those jackets plaited round the waist, which are still given to the poor children in some of the French hospitals. In general, the robe was formerly the dress of all nations, as being a garment that required the least trouble and art, and for the same reason, the beard was suffered to grow. The Tsar met with but little difficulty in introducing our mode of dress, and the custom of shaving among his courtiers, but the people were more obstinate. He found himself obliged to lay a tax on long coats and beards. Patterns of close-buttied coats were hung up in public places, and whoever refused to pay the tax were obliged to suffer their robes and their beards to be curtailed. All this was done in a jocular manner, and this air of pleasantry prevented seditions. It has ever been the aim of all legislators to render mankind more sociable, but it is not sufficient to effect this end, that they live together in towns. There must be a mutual intercourse of civility. This intercourse sweetens all the bitterness of life. The Tsar, therefore, introduced those assemblies which the Italians call ridati. To these assemblies he invited all the ladies of his court, with their daughters, and they were to appear dressed after the fashions of the southern nations of Europe. He was even himself at the pains of drawing up rules for all the little decorums to be observed at these social entertainments. Thus, even to good breeding among his subjects, all was his own work, and that of time. PG 115. To make his people relish these innovations the better, he abolished the word galat, slave, always made use of by the Russians when they addressed their czar or presented any petition to him, and ordered that, for the future, they should make use of the word rab, which signifies subject. This alteration in no wise diminished the obedience due to the sovereign, and yet was the most ready means of conciliating their affections. Every month produced some new change or institution. He carried his attention even to the ordering painted posts to be set up in the road between Moscow and Voronezh, to serve as milestones at the distance of every verst, that is to say, every 700 paces, and had a kind of caravanserais, or public inns, built at the end of every 20th verst. While he was thus extending his cares to the common people, to the merchants, and to the traveler, he thought proper to make an addition to the pomp and splendor of his own court. For though he hated pomp or show in his own person, he thought it necessary in those about him. He therefore instituted the order of St. Andrew, in imitation of the several orders with which all the courts of Europe abound. Galloin, who succeeded Lefort in the dignity of High Admiral, was the first knight of this order. It was esteemed a high reward to have the honor of being admitted a member. It was a kind of badge that entitled the person who bore it to the respect of the people. This mark of honor costs nothing to the sovereign and flatters the self-love of a subject without rendering him too powerful. These many useful innovations were received PG 116 with applause by the wiser part of the nation, and the murmurings and complaints of those who adhered to the ancient customs were drowned in the acclamations of men of sound judgment. While Peter was thus beginning a new creation in the interior part of his state, he concluded an advantageous truce with the Turks, which gave him the liberty to extend his territories on another side. Mustafa II, who had been defeated by Prince Eugene at the Battle of Ceuta in 1697, stripped of the Mora by the Venetians, and unable to defend Azov, was obliged to make peace with his victorious enemies, which peace was concluded at Karlovitz Jan. 26, 1699, between Peterwarden and Salenkamen, places made famous by his defeats. Temeswar was made the boundary of the German possessions and of the Ottoman dominions. Kamenik was restored to the Poles. The Mora and some towns in Dalmatia, which had been taken by the Venetians, remained in their hands for some time, and Peter I continued in possession of Kassa and of a few forts built in its neighborhood. It was not possible for the Tsar to extend his dominions on the side of Turkey without drawing upon him the forces of that empire, before divided, but now united. His naval projects were too vast for the palace modes, and the settlements on the Caspian Sea would not admit of a fleet of men of war. He therefore turned his views towards the Baltic Sea, but without relinquishing those in regard to the Tanais and Wolga. PG 117. Chap 11, War with Sweden, the Battle of Narva. A grand scene was now opened on the frontiers of Sweden. One of the principal causes of all the revolutions which happened from Ingria, as far as Dresden, and which laid waste so many countries for the space of 18 years, was the abuse of the supreme power by Charles XI, King of Sweden, father of Charles XII. This is a fact which cannot be too often repeated, as it concerns every crowned head and the subjects of every nation. Almost all Livonia, with the whole of Estonia, had been ceded by the Poles to Charles XI, King of Sweden, who succeeded Charles X, exactly at the time of the Treaty of Oliva. It was ceded in the customary manner, with a reservation of rights and privileges. Charles XI. Showing little regard to these privileges, John Reinhold Patkul, a gentleman of Livonia, came to Stockholm in 1692 at the head of 6 deputies from the province, and laid their complaints at the foot of the throne in respectful but strong terms. Instead of an answer, the deputies were ordered to be imprisoned, and Patkul was condemned to lose his honor and his life. But he lost neither, for he made his escape to the country of Vaud in Switzerland, where he remained some time, when he afterwards was PG 118 informed that Augustus, Elector of Saxony, had promised, at his accession to the throne of Poland, to recover the provinces that had been wrested from that kingdom. He hastened to Dresden to represent to that prince how easily he might make himself master of Livonia and revenge upon a king only 17 years of age the losses that Poland had sustained by his ancestors. At this very time, Tsar Peter entertained thoughts of seizing upon Ingria and Karelia. These provinces had formerly belonged to the Russians, but the Swedes had made themselves masters of them by force of arms in the time of the false Demetriuses, and had retained the possession of them by treaties. Another war and new treaties might restore them. Again to Russia. Patkul went from Dresden to Moscow, and by exciting up the two monarchs to avenge his private causes, he cemented a close union between them, and directed their preparations for invading all the places situated to the east and south of Finland. Just at this period, the new king of Denmark, Frederick IV, entered into an alliance with the Tsar and the King of Poland, against Charles, the young King of Sweden, who seemed in no condition to withstand their united forces. Patkul had the satisfaction of besieging the Swedes in Riga, the capital of Livonia, and directing the attack in quality of major general. The Tsar marched near 80,000 men into Ingria. It is true that in this numerous army he had not more than 12,000 good soldiers, being those he had disciplined himself, namely, the 2 regiments of guards and some few others, the rest being a badly armed militia with some Cossacks and Circassian Tartars, PG 119, but he carried with him a train of 145 pieces of cannon. He laid siege to Narva, a small town in Ingria that had a very commodious harbor, and it was generally thought the place would prove an easy conquest. Except it is known to all Europe how Charles XII, when not quite 18 years of age, made head against all his enemies and attacked them one after another. He entered Denmark, put an end to the war in that kingdom in less than 6 weeks, sent succors to Riga, obliged the enemy to raise the siege, and marched against the Russians encamped before Narva, through the midst of ice and snow, in the month of November. The Tsar, who looked upon Narva as already in his possession, was gone to Novgorod, Nov. 18, and had taken with him his favorite, Menzikov, then a lieutenant in the company of bombardiers, of the Preobrazhensky regiment, and afterwards raised to the rank of field marshal and prince, a man whose singular fortunes entitle him to be spoken of more at large in another place. Peter left the command of the army, with his instructions for the siege, with the Prince of Croy, whose family came from Flanders, and who had lately entered into the Tsar's service. Prince Dolgorouki acted as commissary of the army. The jealousy between these two chiefs and the absence of the Tsar were partly the occasion of the unparalleled defeat at Narva. Charles XII, having landed at Pernau in Livonia with his troops, in the month of October advanced northward to Revel, where he defeated an advanced body of Russians. He continued his march, and meeting with another body, routed that likewise. The runaways PG 120 turned to the camp before Narva, which they filled with consternation. The month of November was now far advanced. Narva, though unskillfully besieged, was on the point of surrendering. The young King of Sweden had not at that time above 9,000 men with him, and could bring only 6 pieces of cannon to oppose to 145, with which the Russian entrenchments were defended. All the relations of that time, and all historians without exception, concur in making the Russian army then before Narva amount to 80,000 men. The memoirs with which I have been furnished say 60,000. Be that as it may, it is certain that Charles had not quite 9,000, and that this battle was one of those which have proved that the greatest victories have been frequently gained by inferior numbers, ever since the famed one of Arbela. Novs 30. Charles did not hesitate one moment to attack with his small troop this army, so greatly superior, and, taking advantage of a violent wind and a great storm of snow, which blew directly in the faces of the Russians, he attacked their entrenchments under cover of some pieces of cannon, which he had posted advantageously for the purpose. The Russians had not time to form themselves in the midst of that cloud of snow that beat full in their faces, and astonished by the discharge of cannon that they could not see, and never imagined how small a number they had to oppose. The Duc de Croy attempted to give his orders, but Prince Dolgorouki would not receive them. PG 121, the Russian officers rose upon the German officers. the Duke's secretary, with Colonel Lyon, and several others were murdered. Everyone abandoned his post, and tumult, confusion, and a panic of terror spread through the whole army. The Swedish troops had nothing more to do but to cut in pieces those who were flying. Some threw themselves into the river Narva, where great numbers were drowned, others threw down their arms and fell upon their knees before the conquering Swedes. The Duc de Croix, General Alland, and the rest of the general officers, dreading the Russians more than the Swedes, went in a body and surrendered themselves prisoners to Count Steinbach. The King of Sweden now made himself master of all the artillery. 30,000 of the vanquished enemy laid down their arms at his feet and filed off bareheaded and disarmed before him. Prince Dolgorouki and all the Russian generals came and surrendered themselves as well as the Germans, but did not know till after they had surrendered that they had been conquered by 8,000 men. Amongst the prisoners was the son of a king of Georgia, whom Charles sent to Stockholm. His name was Midalevsky Zarevitz, or Tsar's son, an additional proof that the title of Tsar or Tsar had not its original from the Roman Caesars. Charles XII did not lose more than 1,200 men in this battle. The Tsar's journal, which has been sent me from Petersburg, says that including those who died at the siege of Narva and in the battle, and those who were drowned in their flight, the Russians lost no more than 6,000 men. Want of discipline and a panic that seized the army did all the work of that fatal day. The number of those PG 122 made prisoners of war was 4 times greater than that of the conquerors. And if we may believe Norberg, Count Piper, who was afterwards taken prisoner by the Russians, reproached them that the number of their people made prisoners in the battle exceeded by 8 times the number of the whole Swedish army. If this is truth, the Swedes must have made upwards of 72,000 prisoners. This shows how seldom writers are well informed of particular circumstances. One thing, however, equally incontestable and extraordinary, is that the King of Sweden permitted 1/2 of the Russian soldiers to retire back, after having disarmed them, and the other half to repass the river with their arms. By this unaccountable presumption, restoring to the Tsar troops that, being afterwards well disciplined, became invincible. Charles had all the advantages that could result from a complete victory. Immense magazines, transports loaded with provisions, posts evacuated or taken, and the whole country at the mercy of the Swedish army were consequences of the fortune of this day. Narva was now relieved. The shattered remains of the Russian army did not show themselves. The whole country as far as Pleskow lay open. The Tsar seemed bereft of all resource for carrying on the war, and the King of Sweden, victor in less than 12 months over the monarchs of Denmark, Poland, PG 123 and Russia, was looked upon as the first prince in Europe, at an age when other princes hardly presumed to aspire at reputation. But the unshaken constancy that made a part of Peter's character prevented him from being discouraged in any of his projects. A Russian bishop composed a prayer to St. Nicholas on account of this defeat, which was publicly read in all the churches throughout Russia. This composition shows the spirit of the times and the inexpressible ignorance from which Peter delivered his country. Amongst other things, it says that the furious and terrible Swedes were sorcerers, and complains that St. Nicholas had entirely abandoned his Russians. The prelates of that country would blush to write such stuff at present, and without any offense to the holy St. Nicholas, the people soon perceived that Peter was the most proper person to be applied to retrieve their losses. Chap 12, Resources after the Battle of Narva. That disaster entirely repaired, Peter gains a victory near the same place. The person who was afterwards empress made prisoner at the storming of a town. Peter's successes, his triumph at Moscow. The years 1701 and 1703. The Tsar having, as has been already observed, quitted his army before Narva, in the end of November 1700, in order to go and concert PG 124 matters with the King of Poland, received the news of the victory gained by the Swedes, as he was on his way. His constancy in all emergencies was equal to the intrepidity and valor of Charles. He deferred the conference with Augustus and hastened to repair the disordered state of his affairs. The scattered troops rendezvoused at Great Novgorod, and from thence marched to Pleskow, on the Lake Papus. It was not a little matter to be able to stand upon the defensive, after so severe a check. "I know very well," said Peter, "that the Swedes will have the advantage of us for some time, but they will teach us at length to conquer them." Having provided for the present emergency and ordered recruits to be raised on every side, he sent to Moscow to cast new cannon, his own having been all taken before Narva. There being a scarcity of metal, he took all the bells of the churches and of the religious houses in Moscow. This action did not savor much of superstition, but at the same time it was no mark of impiety. With those bells he made 100 large cannon, 143 field pieces, from 3 to 6 pounders, besides mortars and howitzers, which were all sent to Pleskow. In other countries the sovereign orders and others execute, but here the Tsar was obliged to see everything done himself. While he was hastening these preparations, he entered into a negotiation with the King of Denmark, who engaged to furnish him with 3 regiments of foot and 3 of cavalry, an engagement which that monarch could not fulfill. As soon as this treaty was signed, he hurried to the theatre of war. He had an interview with King Augustus at Berzin, Feb. 27, on the frontiers of Kurland and Lithuania. His object pg 125 was to confirm that prince in his resolution of maintaining the war against Charles XII, and at the same time to engage the Polish Diet to enter into the quarrel. It is well known that a king of Poland is no more than the head person in a republic. The Tsar had the advantage of being always obeyed, but the kings of Poland, and England, at present the King of Sweden, are all obliged to treat with their subjects. Patkul and a few Poles, in the interest of their monarch, assisted at these conferences. Peter promised to aid them with subsidies and an army of 25,000 men. Livonia was to be restored to Poland, in case the Diet would concur with their king and assist in recovering this province. The Diet hearkened more to their fears than to the Tsar's proposals. The Poles were apprehensive of having their liberties restrained by the Saxons and Russians, and were still more afraid of Charles XII. It was therefore agreed by the majority not to serve their king and not to fight. The partisans of Augustus grew enraged against the contrary faction, and a civil war was lighted up in the kingdom, because their monarch had an intention to restore to it a considerable province. Peter then had only an impotent ally in King Augustus, and feeble succors in the Saxon troops, and the terror which Charles XII, inspired on every side, reduced Peter to the necessity of depending entirely upon his own strength. March 1. After traveling with the greatest pg 126 expedition from Moscow to Kurland to confer with Augustus, he posted back from Kurland to Moscow to forward the accomplishment of his promises. He actually dispatched Prince Ripnin with 4,000 men to Riga, on the banks of the Duna, where the Saxon troops were entrenched. July, the general consternation was now increased, for Charles, passing the Duna in spite of all the Saxons, who were advantageously posted on the opposite side, gained a complete victory over them. And then, without waiting a moment, he made himself master of Kurland, advanced into Lithuania, and by his presence encouraged the Polish faction that opposed Augustus. Peter, notwithstanding all this, still pursued his designs. General Patkul, who had been the soul of the conference at Berzin, and who had engaged in his service, procured him some German officers, disciplined his troops, and supplied the place of General Lefort. The Tsar ordered relays of horses to be provided for all the officers, and even for the German, Livonian, and Polish soldiers, who came to serve in his armies. He likewise inspected in person into every particular relating to their arms, their clothing, and subsistence. On the confines of Livonia and Estonia, and to the eastward of the province of Novgorod, lies the great lake Papus, which receives the waters of the river Velika from out of the middle of Livonia and gives rise in its northern part to the river Neova, that washes the walls of the town of Narva, near which the Swedes gained their famous victory. This lake is upwards of 30 leagues in length, and from 12 to 15 in breadth. It was necessary to keep a fleet there, to prevent the Swedish ships from insult pg 127ing the province of Novgorod, to be ready to make a descent upon their coasts, and above all, to be a nursery for seamen. Peter employed the greatest part of the year 1701 in building on this lake 100 half-galleys to carry about 50 men each, and other armed barks were fitted out on the Lake Ladoga. He directed all these operations in person and set his new sailors to work. Those who had been employed in 1697 at the Palace Modis were then stationed near the Baltic. He frequently quitted those occupations to go to Moscow and the rest of the provinces in order to enforce the observance of the late customs he had introduced, or to establish new ones. Those princes who have employed the leisure moments of peace in raising public works have acquired to themselves a name, but that Peter, just after his misfortune at Narva, should apply himself to the junction of the Baltic, Caspian, and the Black Seas by canals, has crowned him with more real glory than the most signal victory. It was in the year 1702 that he began to dig that deep canal, intended to join the Tanais and the Wolga. Other communications were likewise to be made, by means of lakes between the Tanais and the Duna, whose waters empty themselves into the Baltic, in the neighborhood of Riga. But this latter project seemed to be still at a great distance, as Peter was far from having Riga in his possession. While Charles was laying all Poland waste, Peter caused to be brought from that kingdom, and from Saxony, a number of shepherds with their flocks, in order to have wool fit for making good cloth. He likewise erected manufactories of linen and paper, gave orders for collecting a number of artificers, such as smiths, braziers, PG 128 armorers, and founders, and the mines of Siberia were ransacked for ore. Thus was he continually laboring for the embellishment and defense of his dominions. Charles pursued the course of his victories and left a sufficient body of troops, as he imagined, on the frontiers of the Tsar's dominions, to secure all the possessions of Sweden. He had already formed a design to dethrone Augustus, and afterwards to pursue the Tsar with his victorious army to the very gates of Moscow. There happened several slight engagements in the course of this year, between the Russians and Swedes, in which the latter did not always prove superior, and even in those where they had the advantage, the Russians improved in the art of war. In short, in little more than 12 months after the Battle of Narva, the Tsar's troops were so well disciplined that they defeated one of the best generals belonging to the King of Sweden. Peter was then at Pleskow, from whence he detached numerous bodies of troops on all sides to attack the Swedes, who were now defeated by a native of Russia and not a foreigner. His general, Sheremeto, by a skillful maneuver, beat up the quarters of the Swedish general, Slipenback, in several places, near Derpt on the frontiers of Livonia, and at last obtained a victory over that officer himself. Jan. 11, 1702. And now, for the first time, the Russians took from the Swedes 4 of their colors, which was thought a considerable number. May, the lakes Papus and Ladoga were for some time afterwards the theaters of sea fights between the Russians and Swedes, in which the latter had the same advantages as by land, namely, that of discipline and long practice. But the Russians had some few successes with their PG 129 half galleys at the Lake Papus, and the Field Marshal Sheremeto took a Swedish frigate. By means of this lake, the Tsar kept Livonia and Esthonia in continual alarms. His galleys frequently landed several regiments in those provinces, who re-embarked whenever they failed of success, or else pursued their advantage. The Swedes were twice beaten in the neighborhood of Derpt, June, July, while they were victorious everywhere else. In all these actions the Russians were always superior in number. For this reason, Charles XII, who was so successful in every other place, gave himself little concern about these trifling advantages gained by the Tsar. But he should have considered that these numerous forces of his rival were every day growing more accustomed to the business of fighting, and might soon become formidable to himself. While both parties were thus engaged, by sea and land, in Livonia, Ingria, and Esthonia, the Tsar is informed that a Swedish fleet had set sail, in order to destroy Archangel, upon which he immediately marched thither, and everyone was astonished to hear of him on the coasts of the frozen sea when he was thought to be at Moscow. He put the town into a posture of defense, prevented the intended descent, drew the plan of a citadel, called the New Dwina, laid the first stone, and then returned to Moscow, and from thence to the seat of war. Charles made some alliances in Poland, but the Russians, on their side, made a progress in Ingria and Livonia. Marshal Sheremeto marched to meet the Swedish army under the command of Slipenback, gave that general battle near the little river Embak, and defeated him, taking 16 colors and 20 pieces of cannon. Nor PG 130 Berg places this action on the 1st of December, 1701, but the Journal of Peter the Great fixes it on the 19th of July, 1702. Th. Og. After this advantage, the Russian general marched onwards, laid the whole country under contributions, and takes the little town of Marienburg, on the confines of Ingria and Livonia. There are several towns of this name in the north of Europe, but this, though it no longer exists, is more celebrated in history than all the others, by the adventure of the Empress Catherine. This little town having surrendered at discretion, the Swedes who defended it, either through mistake or design, set fire to the magazine. The Russians, incensed at this, destroyed the town and carried away all the inhabitants. Among the prisoners was a young woman, a native of Livonia, who had been brought up in the house of a Lutheran minister of that place, named Gluck, and who afterwards became the sovereign of those who had taken her captive, and who governed Russia by the name of the Empress Catherine. There had been many instances before this, of private women being raised to the throne. Nothing was more common in Russia, and in all Asiatic kingdoms, than for crowned heads to marry their own subjects. But that a poor stranger, who had been taken prisoner in the storming of a town, should become the absolute sovereign of that very empire, whither she was led captive, is an instance which fortune never produced before nor since in the annals of the world. The Russian arms proved equally successful in Ingria, for their half-galleys on the Lake Ladoga compelled the Swedish fleet to retire to Viborg, PG 131, a town at the other extremity of this great lake, from whence they could see the siege of the fortress of Notburg, which was then carrying on by General Sheremeto. This was an undertaking of much greater importance than was imagined at that time, as it might open a communication with the Baltic Sea, the constant aim of Peter the Great. Notburg was a strong fortified town, built on an island in the Lake Ladoga, which it entirely commands, and by that means, whoever is in possession of it must be masters of that part of the river Neva, which falls into the sea not far from thence. The Russians bombarded the town night and day, from the 18th of September to the 12th October, and at length gave a general assault by 3 breaches. The Swedish garrison was reduced to 100 men only capable of defending the place, and what is very astonishing, they did defend it, and obtain, even in the breach, an honorable capitulation. Moreover, Colonel Sleipenbach, who commanded there, would not surrender the town, but on condition of being permitted to send for 2 Swedish officers from the nearest post, to examine the breaches Oct. 16. In order to be witnesses for him to the king his master, that 83 men, who were all then left of the garrison capable of bearing arms, besides 150 sick and wounded, did not surrender to a whole army, till it was impossible for them to fight longer, or to preserve the place. This circumstance alone shows what sort of an enemy the Tsar had to contend with, and the necessity there was of all his great efforts and military discipline. He distributed gold medals among his officers on this occasion, and gave rewards to all the private men, except a few, whom he PG 132 nished for running away during the assault. Their comrades spit in their faces, and afterwards shot them to death, thus adding ignominy to punishment. Notburg was repaired, and its name changed to that of Schlesselburg, or the city of the key, that place being the key of Ingria and Finland. The first governor was that Menzikoff, whom we have already mentioned, and who was become an excellent officer, and had merited this honor by his gallant behavior during the siege. His example served as an encouragement to all who have merit without being distinguished by birth. After this campaign of 1702, the Tsar resolved that Sheremeto and the officers who had signalized themselves should make a triumphal entry into Moscow. Dec. 17. All the prisoners taken in this campaign marched in the train of the victors, who had the Swedish colors and standards carried before them, together with the flag of the Swedish frigate taken on the Lake Papus. Peter assisted in the preparations for this triumphal pomp, as he had shared in the great actions it celebrated. These shows naturally inspired emulation, otherwise they would have been no more than idle ostentation. Charles despised everything of this kind, and after the Battle of Narva, held his enemies, their efforts, and their triumphs in equal contempt. PG 133. Chap 13. Reformation at Moscow, further successes. Founding of Petersburg. The Tsar takes Narva, 100. The short stay which the Tsar made at Moscow in the beginning of the winter 1703 was employed in seeing all his new regulations put into execution and in improving the civil as well as the military government. Even his very amusements were calculated to inspire his subjects with a taste for the new manner of living he had introduced amongst them. In this view, he invited all the boyards and principal ladies of Moscow to the marriage of one of his sisters, at which every one was required to appear dressed after the ancient fashion. A dinner was served up just in the same manner as those in the 16th century. By an old superstitious custom, no one was to light a fire on the wedding day, even in the coldest season. This custom was rigorously observed upon this occasion. The Russians formerly never drank wine, but only mead and brandy. No other liquors were permitted on this day, and when the guests made complaints, he replied, in a joking manner, "This was a custom with your ancestors, and old customs are always the best." This raillery contributed greatly to the reformation of those who preferred past times to the present. At least it put a stop to their murmurings, and there are several nations that stand in need of the like example. A still more useful establishment than any of the rest was that of a printing press, for Russian and Latin types, the implements of which were all brought from Holland. They began by pg 134 printing translations in the Russian language of several books of morality and polite literature. Ferguson founded schools for geometry, astronomy, and navigation. Another foundation, no less necessary, was that of a large hospital, not one of those houses which encourage idleness and perpetuate the misery of the people, but such as the Tsar had seen at Amsterdam, where old persons and children are employed at work, and where every one within the walls is made useful in some way or other. He established several manufactories, and as soon he had put in motion all those arts to which he gave birth in Moscow, he hastened to Woronitz to give directions for building 2 ships of 80 guns each with long cradles or casernes fitted to the ribs of the vessel to buoy her up and carry her safely over the shoals and banks of sand that lay about Azov, an ingenious contrivance, similar to that used by the Dutch in Holland to get their large ships over the Pampas. Having made all the necessary preparations against the Turks, he turned his attention, in the next place, against the Swedes. He went to visit the ships that were building at Olonitz March 30, 1703. A town between the lakes Ladoga and Wunga, where he had established a foundry for making all kinds of arms, and when everything bore a military aspect, at Moscow flourished all the arts of peace. A spring of mineral waters, which has been lately discovered near Olonitz, has added to the reputation of that place. From thence he proceeded to Schlüsselburg, which he fortified. We have already observed that Peter was determined to pass regularly through all the military pg 135 degrees. He had served as lieutenant of bombardiers under Prince Menzikoff, before that favorite was made governor of Schlüsselburg, and he now took the rank of captain and served under Marshal Sheremeteau. There was an important fortress near the lake Ladoga, and not far from the river Neva, named Nyants or Naya. It was necessary to make himself master of this place in order to secure his conquest and favor his other designs. He therefore undertook to transport a number of small barks, filled with soldiers, and to drive off the Swedish vessels that were bringing supplies, while Sheremeteau had the care of the trenches. May 22. The citadel surrendered, and 2 Swedish vessels arrived, too late to assist the besieged, being both attacked and taken by the Tsar. His journal says that, as a reward for his service, the captain of bombardiers was created Knight of the Order of St. Andrew by Admiral Golovin, the first knight of that order. After the taking of the fort of Naya, he resolved upon building the city of Petersburg, at the mouth of the Neva, upon the Gulf of Finland. The affairs of King Augustus were in a desperate way. The excessive victories of the Swedes in Poland had emboldened his enemies in the opposition, and even his friends had obliged him to dismiss a body of 20,000 Russians that the Tsar had sent him to reinforce his army. They thought by this sacrifice to deprive the malcontents of all pretext for joining the King of Sweden, but enemies are disarmed by force, a show of weakness serving only to make them more insolent. These 20,000 men, that had been disciplined by Patkul, proved of infinite service in Livonia and Ingria, while Augustus pg 136 was losing his dominions. This reinforcement, and above all the possession of Naya, enabled the Tsar to found his new capital. It was in this barren and marshy spot of ground, which has communication with the main land only by one way, that Peter laid the foundation of Petersburg, in the 60th degree of latitude, and the 41st and a half of longitude. The ruins of some of the bastions of Naya was made use of for the first stones of the foundation. They began by building a small fort upon one of the islands, which is now in the center of the city. The Swedes beheld, without apprehension, a settlement in the midst of a morass and inaccessible to vessels of burden. But in a very short time they saw the fortifications advanced, a town raised, and the little island of Kronstadt, situated over against it, changed in 1704 into an impregnable fortress, under the cannon of which even the largest fleets may ride in safety. These works, which seemed to require a time of profound peace, were carried on in the very bosom of war. Workmen of every sort were called together, from Moscow, Astrakhan, Kasan, and the Ukraine, to assist in building the new city. Neither the difficulties of the ground, that was to be rendered firm, and raised, the distance of the necessary materials, the unforeseen obstacles, which are forever starting up in all great undertakings, nor lastly the epidemical disorder, which carried off a prodigious number of the workmen, could discourage the royal founder. And in the space of 5 months, a new city rose from the ground. It is true, indeed, it was little better than a cluster of huts, with only 2 brick houses surrounded by ramparts, but this was PG 137 all that was then necessary. Time and perseverance accomplished the rest. In less than 5 months, after the founding of Petersburg, a Dutch ship came to trade there, Nav, the captain of which was handsomely rewarded, and the Dutch soon found the way to Petersburg. While Peter was directing the establishment of this colony, he took care to provide every day for its safety, by making himself master of the neighboring posts. A Swedish colonel named Kronert had taken post on the river Sestra, and thence threatened the rising city. Peter, without delay, marched against him with his 2 regiments of guards, defeated him July 8, and obliged him to repass the river. Having thus put his town in safety, he repaired to Olonets Sep, to give directions for building a number of small vessels, and afterwards returned to Petersburg, on board a frigate that had been built by his direction, taking with him 6 transport vessels for present use, till the others could be got ready. Even at this juncture he did not forget his ally, the King of Poland, but sent him Nav, a reinforcement of 12,000 foot, and a subsidy in money of 300,000 rubles, which make about 1,500,000 French livres. It has been remarked that his annual revenue did not exceed then 5 million rubles, a sum which the expense of his fleets, of his armies, and of his new establishments seemed more than sufficient to exhaust. He had at almost one and the same time fortified Novgorod, Plesko, Kiev, Smolensko, Azov, Archangel, and founded a capital. Notwithstanding all which, he had still a sufficiency left to assist his ally with men and money. Cornelius Le Bruyne, a Dutchman who was on his travels, PG 138 and at that time in Russia, and with whom he frequently conversed very freely, as indeed he did with all strangers, says that the Tsar himself assured him that he had still 300,000 rubles remaining in his coffers, after all the expenses of the war were defrayed. In order to put his infant city of Petersburg out of danger of insult, he went in person to sound the depth of water thereabouts, fixed upon a place for building the fort of Kronstadt, and, after making the model of it in wood with his own hands, he employed Prince Menzikoff to put it in execution. From thence he went to pass the winter at Moscow, Nav. 5, in order to establish, by degrees, the several alterations he had made in the laws, manners, and customs of Russia. He regulated the finances and put them upon a new footing. He expedited the works that were carrying on in the Woronets, at Azov, and in a harbor which he had caused to be made on the Palace Modes, under the fort of Taganrog. Jan. 1704. The Ottoman Porte, alarmed at these preparations, sent an embassy to the Tsar, complaining thereof, to which he returned for answer that he was master in his own dominions, as well as the Grand Senya was in Turkey, and that it was no infringement of the peace to render the Russian power respectable on the Euxine Sea. March 30. Upon his return to Petersburg, finding his new citadel of Kronstadt, which had been founded in the bosom of the sea, completely finished, he furnished it with the necessary artillery. But in order to settle himself firmly in Ingria, and entirely to repair the disgrace he had suffered before Narva, he esteemed it necessary to take that city. While he was making preparations for the siege, a small fleet appeared on the Lake of Papus to oppose his designs. The PG-139 Russian half-galleys went out to meet them, gave them battle, and took the whole squadron, which had on board 98 pieces of cannon. After this victory, the Tsar lays siege to Narva both by sea and land, April. And which was most extraordinary, he lays siege to the city of Derpt in Estonia at the same time. Who would have imagined that there was a university in Derpt? Gustavus Adolphus had founded one there, but it did not render that city more famous, Derpt being only known by these two sieges. Peter was incessantly going from the one to the other, forwarding the attacks and directing all the operations. The Swedish general Slipenback was in the neighborhood of Derpt with a body of 2,500 men. The besiegers expected every instant when he would throw succors into the place. But Peter, on this occasion, had recourse to a stratagem worthy of more frequent imitation. He ordered 2 regiments of foot, and 1 of horse, to be clothed in the same uniform, and to carry the same standards and colors as the Swedes. These sham Swedes attack the trenches, June 27. And the Russians pretend to be put to flight. The garrison, deceived by appearances, make a sally, upon which the mock combatants join their forces and fall upon the Swedes, one half of whom were left dead upon the place, and the rest made shift to get back to the town. Slipenback arrives soon after with succors to relieve it, but is totally defeated. At length Derpt was obliged to capitulate, July 23, just as the Tsar was preparing everything for a general assault. At the same time, Peter met with a considerable check on the side of his new city of Petersburg, but this did not prevent him either from going on with the works of that place, or from PG 140 vigorously prosecuting the siege of Narva. It has already been observed that he sent a reinforcement of troops and money to King Augustus when his enemies were driving him from his throne, but both these aids proved useless. The Russians, having joined the Lithuanians in the interest of Augustus, were totally defeated in Kurland by the Swedish general Lewenhaupt, July 31, and had the victors directed their efforts towards Livonia, Esthonia, and Ingria, they might have destroyed the Tsar's new works and baffled all the fruits of his great undertakings. Peter was every day sapping the breastwork of Sweden, while Charles seemed to neglect all resistance for the pursuit of a less advantageous, though a more brilliant fame. On the 13th of July, 1704, only a single Swedish colonel at the head of his detachment obliged the Polish nobility to nominate a new king, on the field of election, called Kolo, near the city of Warsaw. The cardinal primate of the kingdom and several bishops submitted to a Lutheran prince, notwithstanding the menaces and excommunications of the supreme pontiff. In short, everything gave way to force. All the world knows in what manner Stanislaus Leczinski was elected king and how Charles XII obliged the greatest part of Poland to acknowledge him. Peter, however, would not abandon the dethroned king, but redoubled his assistance, in proportion to the necessities of his ally, and while his enemy was making kings, he beat the Swedish generals one after another in Esthonia and Ingria. From thence he passed to the siege of Narva, and gave several vigorous assaults to the town. There were 3 bastions, famous at least for their names, called Victory, Honor, and PG 141 Glory. The Tsar carried them all 3 sword in hand. The besiegers forced their way into the town, where they pillaged and exercised all those cruelties which were but too customary at that time between the Swedes and Russians. August 20. Peter, on this occasion, gave an example that ought to have gained him the affections of all his new subjects. He ran everywhere in person, to put a stop to the pillage and slaughter, rescue several women out of the clutches of the brutal soldiery, and after having, with his own hand, killed 2 of those ruffians who had refused to obey his orders, he enters the townhouse, whither the citizens had ran in crowds for shelter, and laying his sword, yet reeking with blood, upon the table, "This sword," said he, "is not stained with the blood of your fellow citizens, but with that of my own soldiers, which I have spilt to save your lives." Chap 14. Peter the Great keeps possession of all Ingria, while Charles XII is triumphant in other places. Rise of Menzikoff, Petersburg secured. The Tsar executes his designs notwithstanding the victories of the King of Sweden. Peter, being now master of all Ingria, conferred the government of that province upon Menzikoff, and at the same time gave him the title of prince and the rank of major general. Pride and prejudice might, in other countries, find means to gainsay that a pastry cook's boy should be raised PG 142 to be a general and governor, and to princely dignity. But Peter had already accustomed his subjects to see, without surprise, everything given to merit, and nothing to mere nobility. Menzikoff, by a lucky accident, had, while a boy, been taken from his original obscurity and placed in the Tsar's family, where he learnt several languages, and acquired a knowledge of public affairs, both in the cabinet and field, and having found means to ingratiate himself with his master, he afterwards knew how to render himself necessary. He greatly forwarded the works at Petersburg, of which he had the direction. Several brick and stone houses were already built, with an arsenal and magazines. The fortifications were completed, but the palaces were not built till some time afterwards. PG 143. Peter was scarcely settled in Narva when he offered fresh succors to the dethroned King of Poland. He promised him a body of troops over and above the 12,000 men he had already sent him, and actually dispatched General Ripnin Og. 19. From the frontiers of Lithuania, with 6,000 horse and the same number of foot. All this while he did not lose sight of his colony of Petersburg. The buildings went on very fast, his navy increased daily, several ships and frigates were on the stocks at Olmutz. These he took care to see finished, and brought them himself into the harbor of Petersburg. Oct. 11. Each time he returned to Moscow was distinguished by triumphal entries. In this manner did he revisit it this year, from whence he made only one excursion, to be present at the launching of his first ship of 80 guns upon the Woronets, deck 30, of which ship he himself had drawn the dimensions the preceding year. May 1705. As soon as the campaign could be opened in Poland, he hastened to the army which he had sent to the assistance of Augustus on the frontiers of that kingdom. But while he was thus supporting his ally, a Swedish fleet put to sea to destroy Petersburg and the fortress of Kronstadt, as yet hardly finished. This fleet consisted of 22 ships of war, from 54 to 64 guns each, besides 6 frigates, 2 bomb-ketches, and 2 fireships. The troops that were sent on this expedition made a descent on the little island of Khotin, but a Russian colonel named Tolbiguin, who commanded a regiment there, ordered his soldiers to lie down flat on their bellies, while the Swedes were coming on shore, and then, suddenly rising up, they threw in so brisk and well-directed a fire that the Swedes were put into confusion, and forced PG 144 to retreat with the utmost precipitation to their ships, leaving behind them all their dead, and upwards of 300 prisoners. June 7. For their fleet still continued hovering about the coast and threatened Petersburg. They made another descent and were repulsed as before June 25. A body of land forces were also advancing from Wibern, under the command of the Swedish General Madel, and took their route by Schlesselburg. This was the most considerable attempt that Charles had yet made upon those territories, which Peter had either conquered or new formed. The Swedes were everywhere repulsed, and Petersburg remained in security. Peter, on the other hand, advanced towards Kurland, with a design to penetrate as far as Riga. His plan was to make himself master of Livonia, while Charles XII was busied in reducing the Poles entirely under the obedience of the new king he had given them. The Tsar was still at Wilna in Lithuania, and his general Sheremeto was approaching towards Midau, the capital of Kurland. But there he was met by General Levenhaupt, already famous by several victories, and a pitched battle was fought between the two armies at a place called Gemavershof or Gemavers. In all those actions where experience and discipline decide the day, the Swedes, though inferior in number, had the advantage. The Russians were totally defeated, June 28, and lost PG 145 their artillery. Peter, notwithstanding the loss of 3 battles, viz., at Gemavers, at Jakobstadt, and at Narva, always retrieved his losses, and even converted them to his advantage. After the Battle of Gemavers, he marched his army into Kurland, came before Midau, made himself master of the town, and afterwards laid siege to the citadel, which he took by capitulation. Sept. 14, 1705. The Russian troops at that time had the character of distinguishing their successes by rapine and pillage, a custom of too great antiquity in all nations. But Peter, at the taking of Narva, had made such alterations in this custom that the Russian soldiers appointed to guard the vaults where the Grand Dukes of Kurland were buried, in the castle of Midau, perceiving that the bodies had been taken out of their tombs and stripped of their ornaments, refused to take possession of their post, till a Swedish colonel had been first sent for to inspect the condition of the place, who gave them a certificate that this outrage had been committed by the Swedes themselves. A rumor which was spread throughout the whole empire, that the Tsar had been totally defeated at the Battle of Jemavers, proved of greater prejudice to his affairs than even the loss of that battle. The remainder of the ancient strelitzes in garrison at Astrakhan, emboldened by this false report, mutinied and murdered the governor of the town. Peter was obliged to send Marshal Sheremeto with a body of forces to quell the insurrection and punish the mutineers. Everything seemed now to conspire against the Tsar, the success and valor of Charles XII. The misfortunes of Augustus, the forced neutrality of Denmark, the insurrection of the ancient PG 146 strelitzes, the murmurs of a people sensible of the restraint but not of the utility of the late reform, the discontent of the grandees who found themselves subjected to military discipline, and lastly the exhausted state of the finances were sufficient to have discouraged any prince except Peter, but he did not despond, even for an instant. He soon quelled the revolt, and having provided for the safety of Ingria and secured the possession of the citadel of Midau, in spite of the victorious Levenhaupt, who had not troops enough to oppose him, he found himself at liberty to march an army through Samogitia and Lithuania. He now shared with Charles XII the glory of giving laws to Poland. He advanced as far as Tychicin, where he had an interview for the second time with King Augustus, when he endeavored to comfort him under his misfortunes, promising to revenge his cause, and at the same time made him a present of some colors, which Menzikoff had taken from the troops of his rival. The two monarchs afterwards went together to Grodno, the capital of Lithuania, where they stayed till the 15th of December. At their parting, Peter presented him both men and money, and then, according to his usual custom, went to pass some part of the winter at Moscow 30 Dec. To encourage the arts and sciences there, and to enforce his new laws there, after having made a very difficult and laborious campaign. PG 147. Chap 15. While Peter is strengthening his conquests and improving the police of his dominion, his enemy Charles XII gains several battles, gives laws to Poland and Saxony and to Augustus, notwithstanding a victory gained by the Russians. Augustus resigns the crown and delivers up Patkul, the Tsar's ambassador, murder of Patkul, who is sentenced to be broke upon the wheel. Peter was hardly returned to Moscow when he heard that Charles XII, after being everywhere victorious, was advancing towards Grodno to attack the Russian troops. King Augustus had been obliged to fly from Grodno and retire with precipitation towards Saxony with 4 regiments of Russian dragoons, a step which both weakened and discouraged the army of his protector. Peter found all the advances to Grodno occupied by the Swedes and his troops dispersed. While he was with the greatest difficulty assembling his troops in Lithuania, the famous Schellenberg, who was the last support Augustus had left, and who afterwards gained so much glory by the defense of Corfu against the Turks, was advancing on the side of Great Poland, with about 12,000 Saxons and 6,000 Russians, taken from the body troops with which the Tsar had entrusted that unfortunate prince. Schellenberg expected with just reason that he should be able to prop the sinking fortunes of Augustus. He perceived that Charles XII was employed in Lithuania, and that there was only a body of 10,000 Swedes under General Renskuld to interrupt his march. He therefore advanced with confidence as far as the frontiers of Silesia, which is the passage out of Saxony PG 148 into Upper Poland. When he came near the village of Frostadt, on the frontiers of that kingdom, he met Marshal Renskuld, who was advancing to give him battle. Whatever care I take to avoid repeating what has been already mentioned in the history of Charles XII, I am obliged in this place to take notice once more that there was in the Saxon army a French regiment that had been taken prisoners at the famous battle of Hochstedt or Blenheim and obliged to serve in the Saxon troops. My memoirs say that this regiment had the charge of the artillery, and add that the French, struck with the fame and reputation of Charles XII, and discontented with the Saxon service, laid down their arms as soon as they came in sight of the enemy Feb, and desired to be taken into the Swedish army, in which they continued to the end of the war. This defection was as the beginning or signal of a total overthrow to the Russian army, of which no more than 3 battalions were saved, and almost every man of these was wounded. And as no quarter was granted, the remainder was cut in pieces. Norberg, the chaplain, pretends that the Swedish word at this battle was "in the name of God," and that of the Russians, "kill all." But it was the Swedes who killed all in God's name. The Tsar himself declares in one of his manifestos that a number of Russians, Cossacks, and Kalmucks that had been made prisoners were murdered in cool blood 3 days after that battle. The irregular troops on both sides had accustomed their generals to these cruelties, than which greater were never committed in the most barbarous times. I had the honor to hear PG 149 King Stanislaus himself say that in one of those engagements which were so frequent in Poland, a Russian officer who had formerly been one of his friends came to put himself under his protection after the defeat of the corps he commanded, and that the Swedish General Steinbock shot him dead with a pistol while he held him in his arms. This was the 4th battle the Russians had lost against the Swedes, without reckoning the other victories of Charles XII. In Poland, the Tsar's troops that were in Grodno ran the risk of suffering a still greater disgrace by being surrounded on all sides, but he fortunately found means to get them together, and even to strengthen them with new reinforcements. But necessitated at once to provide for the safety of this army and the security of his conquests in Ingria, he ordered Prince Menzikoff to march with the army under his command eastward, and from thence southward as far as Kiev. While his men were upon their march, he repairs to Schlüsselburg, from thence to Narva, and to his colony of Petersburg August, and puts those places in a posture of defense. From the Baltic he flies to the banks of the Borysthenes to enter into Poland by the way of Kiev, making it still his chief care to render those victories of Charles, which he had not been able to prevent, of as little advantage to the victor as possible. At this very time he meditated a new conquest, namely that of Viborg, the capital of Karelia, situated on the Gulf of Finland. He went in person to lay siege to this place, but for this time it withstood the power of his arms. Succors arrived in season, and he was obliged to raise the siege. Oct. His rival, Charles XII, did not, in fact, make any conquests, though he gained so PG 150 many battles. He was at that time in pursuit of King Augustus in Saxony, being always more intent upon humbling that prince, and crushing him beneath the weight of his superior power and reputation, than upon recovering Ingria, that had been wrested from him by a vanquished enemy. He spread terror through all Upper Poland, Silesia, and Saxony. King Augustus's whole family, his mother, his wife, his son, and the principal nobility of the country were retired into the heart of the empire. Augustus now sued for peace, choosing rather to trust himself to the mercy of his conqueror than in the arms of his protector. He entered into a treaty which deprived him of the crown of Poland and covered him at the same time with ignominy. This was a private treaty, and was to be concealed from the Tsar's generals, with whom he had taken refuge in Poland, while Charles XII was giving laws in Leipzig and acting as absolute master throughout his electorate. His plenipotentiaries had already signed the fatal Treaty Sept. 14, by which he not only divested himself of the crown of Poland, but promised never more to assume the title of king. At the same time he recognized Stanislaus, renounced his alliance with the Tsar his benefactor, and to complete his humiliation, engaged to deliver up to Charles XII. John Reinhold Patkul, the Tsar's ambassador and general in the Russian service, who was then actually fighting in his cause. He had some time before ordered Patkul to be arrested upon false suspicions, contrary to the law of nations, and now, in direct violation of these laws, he delivered him up to the enemy. It had been better for him to have died sword in hand than to have concluded such a treaty which not only robbed him of his crown, PG 151, and of his reputation, but likewise endangered his liberty, because he was at that time in the power of Prince Menzikoff in Pisnania, and the few Saxons that he had with him were paid by the Russians. Prince Menzikoff was opposed in that district by a Swedish army, reinforced with a strong party of Poles, in the interest of the new king Stanislaus, under the command of General Meyerfeld, and not knowing that Augustus had engaged in a treaty with the enemies of Russia, had proposed to attack them, and Augustus did not dare to refuse. The battle was fought near Kalisz Ocht, 19, in the Palatinate belonging to Stanislaus. This was the first pitched battle the Russians had gained against the Swedes. Prince Menzikoff had all the glory of the action. 4,000 of the enemy were left dead on the field, and 2,598 were made prisoners. It is difficult to comprehend how Augustus could be prevailed on, after this battle, to ratify a treaty which deprived him of all the fruits of his victory. But Charles was still triumphant in Saxony, where his very name spread terror. The success of the Russians appeared so inconsiderable, and the Polish party against Augustus was so strong, and in fine, that monarch was so ill-advised, that he signed the fatal convention. Neither did he stop here. He wrote to his envoy Finkstein a letter that was, if possible, more shameful than the treaty itself, for therein he asked pardon for having obtained a victory, protesting that the battle had been fought against his will, that the Russians and the Poles, his adherents, had obliged him to it, that he had, with a view of preventing it, actually made some movements to abandon Menzikoff, that PG 152 Meyerfeld might have beaten him, had he made the most of that opportunity, that he was ready to restore all the Swedish prisoners, or to break with the Russians, and that, in fine, he would give the King of Sweden all possible satisfaction for having dared to beat his troops. This whole affair, unparalleled and inconceivable as it is nevertheless strictly true. When we reflect that, with all this weakness, Augustus was one of the bravest princes in Europe, we may plainly perceive that the loss or preservation, the rise or decline of empires, are entirely owing to fortitude of mind. Two other circumstances concurred to complete the disgrace of the King of Poland, Elector of Saxony, and heighten the abuse which Charles XII made of his good fortune. The first was his obliging Augustus to write a letter of congratulation to the new King Stanislaus on his election. The second was terrible. He even compelled Augustus to deliver up Patkul, the Tsar's ambassador and general. It is sufficiently known to all Europe that this minister was afterwards PG 153 broke alive upon the wheel at Casimir, in the month of September, 1707. Norberg, the chaplain, confesses that the orders for his execution were all written in Charles's own hand. There is not a civilian in all Europe, nay even the vilest slave, but must feel the whole horror of this barbarous injustice. The first crime of this unfortunate man was the having made an humble representation of the rights and privileges of his country, at the head of 6 Livonian gentlemen, who were sent as deputies from the whole province, having been condemned to die for fulfilling the first of duties, that of serving his country agreeable to her laws. This iniquitous sentence put him in full possession of a right, which all mankind derive from nature, that of choosing his country. Being afterwards made ambassador to one of the greatest monarchs in the universe, his person thereby became sacred. On this occasion, the law of force violated that of nature and nations. In former ages, cruelties of this kind were hidden in the blaze of success, but now they sully the glory of a conqueror. Chap 16. Attempts made to set up a third king of Poland, Charles XII, sets out from Saxony with a powerful army and marches through Poland in a victorious manner. Cruelties committed, conduct of the Tsar, successes of the King of Sweden, who at length advances towards Russia. Charles XII enjoyed the fruits of his good fortune in Altenstadt near Leipzig, whither the Protestant princes of the German Empire repaired in droves to pay homage PG 154 to him and implore his protection. He received ambassadors from almost all the potentates in Europe. The Emperor Joseph implicitly followed his directions. Peter then, perceiving that King Augustus had renounced his protection and his own crown, and that a part of the Polish nation had acknowledged Stanislaus, listened to the proposals made him by Yokova of choosing a third king. A diet was held at Lublin in which several of the Palatines were proposed, and among others, Prince Ragotsky was put upon the list. That prince, who was so long kept in prison, when young, by the Emperor Leopold, and who afterwards, when he procured his liberty, was his competitor for the throne of Hungary. This negotiation was pushed very far, and Poland was on the point of having 3 kings at one time. Prince Ragotsky not succeeding, Peter thought to bestow the crown on Siniowski, Grand General of the Republic, a person of great power and interest, and head of a third party that would neither acknowledge the dethroned king nor the person elected by the opposed party. In the midst of these troubles, there was a talk of peace, as is customary on the like occasions. Beseval, the French envoy in Saxony, interposed in order to bring about a reconciliation between the Tsar and the King of Sweden. It was thought at that time by the court of France that Charles, having no longer either the Russians or Poles to fight against, might turn his arms against the Emperor Joseph, with whom he was not on very good terms, and on whom he had imposed several laws during his stay in Saxony. But Charles made answer that he would treat with the Tsar in Moscow. It was on this occasion that pg 155 Peter said, "My brother Charles wants to act the Alexander, but he shall not find a Darius in me." The Russians, however, were still in Poland, and were in the city of Warsaw, while the king whom Charles XII had set over the Poles was hardly acknowledged by that nation. In the meantime, Charles was enriching his army with the spoils of Saxony. Aug. 22. At length he began his march from Altenstadt at the head of an army of 4,000 to 5,000 men, a force which it seemed impossible for the Tsar to withstand, seeing he had been entirely defeated by 8,000 only at Narva. Aug. 27. It was in passing by the walls of Dresden that Charles made that very extraordinary visit to King Augustus, which, as Norberg says, will strike posterity with admiration. It was running an unaccountable risk to put himself in the power of a prince whom he had deprived of his kingdom. From thence he continued his march through Silesia and re-entered Poland. This country has been entirely ravaged by war, ruined by factions, and was a prey to every kind of calamity. Charles continued advancing with his army through the province of Muscovia and chose the most difficult ways he could take. The inhabitants, who had taken shelter in the morasses, resolved to make him at least pay for his passage. 6,000 peasants dispatched an old man of their body to speak to him. This man, who was of a very extraordinary figure, clad in white, and armed with 2 carabines, made a speech to Charles. But as the standers-by did not well understand what he said, they, without any further ceremony, dispatched him in his pg 156 harangue, and before their king's face. The peasants, in a rage, immediately withdrew and took up arms. All who could be found were seized and obliged to hang one another. The last was compelled to put the rope about his neck himself, and to be his own executioner. All their houses were burnt to the ground. This fact is attested by Norberg, who was an eyewitness, and therefore cannot be contradicted, as it cannot be related without inspiring horror. 1708 Feb. 6. Charles, being arrived within a few leagues of Grodno in Lithuania, is informed of the Tsar's being there in person with a body of troops, upon which, without staying to deliberate, he takes only 800 of his guards and sets out for Grodno. A German officer named Mulfels, who commanded a body of troops, posted at one of the gates of the town, making no doubt when he saw Charles, but that he was followed by his whole army, instead of disputing the passage with him, leaves it open and takes to flight. The alarm is now spread through the whole town. Everyone imagines the whole Swedish army already entered. The few Russians who made any resistance are cut in pieces by the Swedish guards, and all the officers assure the Tsar that the victorious army had made itself master of the place. Hereupon Peter retreats behind the ramparts, and Charles plants a guard of 30 men at the very gate through which the Tsar had just before entered. In this confusion, some of the Jesuits, whose college had been taken to accommodate the King of Sweden, as being the handsomest structure in the place, went by night to the Tsar, and for this time told the whole truth. Upon this, Peter immediately returns into the town and forces the Swedish guards. An engagement ensues in the pg 157 streets and public places, but at length, the whole Swedish army appearing in sight, the Tsar is obliged to yield to superior numbers, and leaves the town in the hands of the victor, who made all Poland tremble. Charles had augmented his forces in Livonia and Finland, and Peter had everything to fear, not only for his conquests on this side, together with those in Lithuania, but also for his ancient territories, and even for the city of Moscow itself. He was obliged then to provide at once for the safety of all these different places, at such a distance from each other. Charles could not make any rapid conquest to the eastward of Lithuania in the depth of winter, and in a marshy country, subject to epidemical disorders, which had been spread by poverty and famine, from Warsaw as far as Minsky. Peter posted his troops so as to command the passes of the rivers, April 8, guarded all the important posts, and did everything in his power to impede the marches of his enemy, and afterwards hastened to put things in a proper situation at Petersburg. Though Charles was lording it in Poland, he took nothing from the Tsar. But Peter, by the use he made of his new fleet, by landing his troops in Finland, by the taking and dismantling the town of Borgau, May 22, and by seizing a great booty, was procuring many real and great advantages to himself, and distressing his enemy. Charles, after being detained a long time in Lithuania, by continual rains, at length reached the little river of Berezin, some few leagues from the Borysthenes. Nothing could withstand his activity. He threw a bridge over the river in sight of the Russians, beat a detachment that guarded the passage, and got to Holozin on the river Bibich, where the Tsar had posted a Khan PG 158 siderable body of troops to check the impetuous progress of his rival. The little river of Bibich is only a small brook in dry weather, but at this time it was swelled by the rains to a deep and rapid stream. On the other side was a morass, behind which the Russians had thrown up an entrenchment for above a quarter of a league, defended by a large and deep ditch, and covered by a parapet, lined with artillery. 9 regiments of horse, and 11 of foot, were advantageously posted in these lines, so that the passage of the river seemed impracticable. The Swedes, according to the custom of war, got ready their pontoons, and erected batteries to favor their passage. But Charles, whose impatience to engage would not let him brook the least delay, did not wait till the pontoons were ready. Marshal Schwerin, who served a long time under him, has assured me several times that one day that they were to come to action, observing his generals to be very busy in concerting the necessary dispositions, said tartly to them, "When will you have done with this trifling?" and immediately advanced in person at the head of his guards, which he did particularly on this memorable day. He flung himself into the river, followed by his regiment of guards. Their numbers broke the impetuosity of the current, but the water was as high as their shoulders, and they could make no use of their firelocks. Had the artillery of the parapet been but tolerably well served, or had the infantry but leveled their pieces in a proper manner, not a single Swede would have escaped. July 25. The king, after wading the river, passed the morass on foot. As soon as the army had surmounted these obstacles within sight of the Russians, they drew up in order of battle, PG 159, and attacked the enemy's entrenchments 7 different times, and it was not till the 7th attack that the Russians gave way. By the accounts of their own historians, the Swedes took but 12 field pieces and 24 mortars. It was therefore evident that the Tsar had at length succeeded in disciplining his troops, and this victory of Holozin, while it covered Charles XII. with glory, might have made him sensible of the many dangers he must have to encounter in adventuring into such distant countries, where his army could march only in small bodies, through woods, morasses, and where he would be obliged to fight out every step of his way. But the Swedes, being accustomed to carry all before them, dreaded neither danger nor fatigue. Chap 17, Charles XII, crosses the Borysthenes, penetrates into the Ukraine but concerts his measures badly. One of his armies is defeated by Peter the Great. He loses his supply of provisions and ammunition, advances forward through a desert country, his adventures in the Ukraine. At last Charles arrives on the borders of the Borysthenes at a small town called Mohilo. This was the important spot where it was to be determined whether he should direct his march eastward, towards Moscow, or southwards, towards the Ukraine. His own army, his friends, his enemies, all expected that he would direct his course immediately for the PG 160 capital of Russia. Whichever way he took, Peter was following him from Smolensko with a strong army. No one expected that he would turn towards the Ukraine. He was induced to take this strange resolution by Mazpa, hetman of the Cossacks, who, being an old man of 70 and without children, ought to have thought only of ending his days in peace. Gratitude should have bound him to the Tsar, to whom he was indebted for his present dignity, but whether he had any real cause of complaint against that prince, or that he was dazzled with the luster of Charles's exploits, or whether, in time, he thought to make himself independent, he betrayed his benefactor and privately espoused the interests of the King of Sweden, flattering himself with the hopes of engaging his whole nation in a rebellion with himself. Charles made not the least doubt of subduing the Russian Empire, as soon as his troops should be joined by so warlike a people as the Cossacks. Maespa was to furnish him with what provisions, ammunition, and artillery he should want. Besides these powerful succors, he was to be joined by an army of 16 or 17,000 men, out of Livonia, under the command of General Levenhaupt, who was to bring with him a prodigious quantity of warlike stores and provisions. Charles was not at the trouble of reflecting whether the Tsar was within reach of attacking the army and depriving him of these necessary supplies. He never informed himself whether Maespa was in a condition to observe his promises. If that Cossack had credit enough to change the disposition of a whole nation, who are generally guided only by their own opinion, or whether his army was provided with sufficient resources in case of an accident. But PG 161 imagined, if Maespa should prove deficient in abilities or fidelity, he could trust in his own valor and good fortune. The Swedish army then advanced beyond the Borysthenes towards the Desna. It was between these two rivers that he expected to meet with Maespa. His march was attended with many difficulties and dangers, on account of the badness of the road, and the many parties of Russians that were hovering about these regions. Sept 11. Menzikoff, at the head of some horse and foot, attacked the king's advanced guard, threw them into disorder, and killed a number of his men. He lost a great number of his own, indeed, but that did not discourage him. Charles immediately hastened to the field of battle, and with some difficulty repulsed the Russians at the hazard of his own life, by engaging a party of dragoons by whom he was surrounded. All this while Maespa did not appear and provisions began to grow scarce. The Swedish soldiers, seeing their king share in all their dangers, fatigues, and wants, were not dispirited, but though they admired his courage, they could not refrain from murmuring at his conduct. The orders which the king had sent to Levenhaupt to march forward with all haste, to join him with the necessary supplies, were not delivered by 12 days so soon as they should have been. This was a long delay, as circumstances then stood. However, Levenhaupt at length began his march. Peter suffered him to pass the Borysthenes, but as soon as his army was got between that river and the lesser ones, which empty themselves into it, he crossed over after him, and attacked him with his united forces, which had followed in different corps at equal PG 162 distances from one another. This battle was fought between the Borysthenes and the Sasa. Prince Menzikoff was upon his return with the same body of horse with which he had lately engaged Charles XII. General Bohr followed him, and the Tsar himself headed the flower of his army. The Swedes imagined they had to deal with an army of 40,000 men, and the same was believed for a long time on the faith of their relation. But my late memoirs inform me that Peter had only 20,000 men in this day's engagement, a number not much superior to that of the enemy. But his vigor, his patience, his unwearied perseverance, together with that of his troops, animated by his presence, decided the fate, not of that day only, but of 3 successive days, during which the fight was renewed at different times. They made their first attack upon the rear of the Swedish army, near the village of Lesno, from whence this battle borrows its name. This first shock was bloody, without proving decisive. Levenhaupt retreated into a wood and thereby saved his baggage. Oct. 7. The next morning, when the Swedes were to be driven from this wood, the fight was still more bloody, and more to the advantage of the Russians. Here it was that the Tsar, seeing his troops in disorder, cried out to fire upon the runaways, and even upon himself if they saw him turn back. The Swedes were repulsed, but not thrown into confusion. At length a reinforcement of 4,000 dragoons arriving, he fell upon the Swedes a third time, who retreated to a small town called Prospach, where they were again attacked. They then marched towards the Desna, the Russians PG 163 still pursuing them, yet they were never broken but lost upwards of 8,000 men, 17 pieces of cannon, and 4 to 4 colors. The Tsar took 56 officers and near 900 private men prisoners. and the great convoy of provisions and ammunition that were going to Charles's army fell into the hands of the conqueror. This was the first time that the Tsar in person gained a pitched battle against an enemy who had distinguished himself by so many victories over his troops. He was employed in a general thanksgiving for his success, when he received advice that General Apraxin had lately gained an advantage over the enemy in Ingria, sept. 17, some leagues from Narva, an advantage less considerable indeed than that of Lesnau. But this concurrence of fortunate events greatly raised the hopes and courage of his troops. Charles XII heard of these unfortunate tidings just as he was ready to pass the Desna in the Ukraine. Maespa at length joined him, but instead of 20,000 men and an immense quantity of provisions which he was to have brought with him, he came with only 2 regiments, and appeared rather like a fugitive applying for assistance than a prince who was bringing powerful succors to his ally. This Cossack had indeed begun his march with near 15 or 16,000 of his people, whom he had told, at their first setting out, that they were going against the King of Sweden, that they would have the glory of stopping that hero on his march, and that he would hold himself eternally obliged to them for so great a service. But when they came within a few leagues of the Desna, he made them acquainted with his real design. These brave people received his Déclat PG 164 ration with disdain. They refused to betray a monarch, against whom they had no cause of complaint, for the sake of a Swede who had invaded their country with an armed force, and who, after leaving it, would be no longer able to defend them, but must abandon them to the mercy of the incensed Russians and of the Poles, once their masters and always their enemies. They accordingly returned home and gave advice to the Tsar of the defection of their chief. Maespa found himself left with only 2 regiments, the officers of which were in his own pay. He was still master of some strong posts in the Ukraine, and in particular of Bathurin, the place of his residence, looked upon as the capital of the country of the Cossacks. It is situated near some forests on the Desna, at a great distance from the place where Peter had defeated General Levenhaupt. There were always some Russian regiments quartered in these districts. Prince Menzikoff was detached from the Tsar's army and got thither by roundabout marches. Charles could not secure all the passes, he did not even know them all, and had neglected to make himself master of the important post of Starodub, which leads directly to the Bathurin, across 7 or 8 leagues of forest, through which the Desna directs its course. His enemy had always the advantage of him, by being better acquainted with the country. Menzikoff and Prince Galitzin, who had accompanied him, easily made their passage good, and presented themselves before the town of Bathurin, Nav. 14, which surrendered almost without resistance, was plundered and reduced to ashes. The Russians made themselves masters of a large magazine destined for the use of the King of Sweden, and of all Maespa's Tria PG 165 shores. The Cossacks chose another hetman named Skoropadsky, who was approved by the Tsar, who being willing to impress a due sense of the enormous crime of treason on the minds of the people, by a striking example of justice, the Archbishop of Kiev and 2 other prelates were ordered to excommunicate Maespa publicly, Nav. 22, after which he was hanged in effigy, and some of his accomplices were broken upon the wheel. In the meanwhile, Charles XII, still at the head of about 25 or 27,000 Swedes, who were reinforced by the remains of Levenhaupt's army, and the addition of between 2,000 or 3,000 men, whom Maespa had brought with him, and still infatuated with the same notion of making all the Ukraine declare for him, passed the Desna at some distance from Bathurin and near the Borysthenes, in spite of the Tsar's troops which surrounded him on all sides, part of whom followed close in the rear, while another part lined the opposite side of the river to oppose his passage. He continued his march through a desert country, where he met with nothing but burned or ruined villages. The cold began to set in at the beginning of December so extremely sharp that in one of his marches, near 2,000 of his men perished before his eyes. The Tsar's troops did not suffer near so much, being better supplied, whereas the King of Sweden's army, being almost naked, was necessarily more exposed to the inclemency of the weather. In this deplorable situation, Count Piper, Chancellor of Sweden, who never gave his master other than good advice, conjured him to halt, and pass at least the severest part of the winter in a small town of the Ukraine called Ramna, where PG 166 he might entrench himself and get some provisions by the help of Mazpa. But Charles replied that he was not a person to shut himself up in a town. Piper then entreated him to repass the Desna and the Borysthenes, to return back into Poland, to put his troops into winter quarters, of which they stood so much in need, to make use of the Polish cavalry, which was absolutely necessary, to support the king he had nominated, and to keep in awe the partisans of Augustus, who began already to bestir themselves. Charles answered him again that this would be flying before the Tsar, that the season would grow milder, and that he must reduce the Ukraine and march on to Moscow. January 1709. Both armies remained some weeks inactive, on account of the intenseness of the cold, in the month of January 1709. But as soon as the men were able to make use of their arms, Charles attacked all the small posts that he found in his way. He was obliged to send parties on every side in search of provisions, that is to say, to scour the country 20 leagues round, and rob all the peasants of their necessary subsistence. Peter, without hurrying himself, kept a strict eye upon all his motions, and suffered the Swedish army to dwindle away by degrees. It is impossible for the reader to follow the Swedes in their march through these countries. Several of the rivers which they crossed are not to be found in the maps. We must not suppose that geographers are as well acquainted with these countries as we are with Italy, France, and Germany. Geography is of all the arts that which still stands the most need of improvement, and ambition has hitherto been at more pains to PG 167 desolate the face of the globe than to give a description of it. We must content ourselves then with knowing that Charles traversed the whole Ukraine in the month of February, burning the villages wherever he came, or meeting with others that had been laid in ashes by the Russians. He, advancing southeast, came to those sandy deserts, bordered by mountains that separate the Nogay Tartars from the Don Cossacks. To the eastward of those mountains are the altars of Alexander. Charles was now on the other side of the Ukraine, in the road that the Tartars take to Russia, and when he was got there, he was obliged to return back again to procure subsistence. The inhabitants, having retired with all their cattle into their dens and lurking places, would sometimes defend their subsistence against the soldiers, who came to deprive them of it. Such of these poor wretches who could be found were put to death, agreeably to what are falsely called the rules of war. I cannot here forbear transcribing a few lines from Norberg. As an instance, says he, of the king's regard to justice, I shall insert a note, which he wrote with his own hand to Colonel Heilmann. Colonels, I am very well pleased that you have taken those peasants, who carried off a Swedish soldier. As soon as they are convicted of the crime, let them be punished with death, according to the exigency of the case. Charles and lower down beauties. Such are the sentiments of justice and humanity shewn by a king's confessor. But had the peasants of the Ukraine had it in their power to PG 168, hang up some of those regimented peasants of East Gothland, who thought themselves entitled to come so far to plunder them, their wives, and families of their subsistence, would not the confessors and chaplains of these Ukrainers have had equal reason to applaud their justice? Mazpa had for a considerable time been in treaty with the Zaporavians, who dwell about the two shores of the Borysthenes, and of whom part inhabit the islands on that river. It is this division that forms the nation, of whom mention has already been made in the first chapter of this history, and who have neither wives nor families, and subsist entirely by rapine. During the winter they heap up provisions in their islands, which they afterwards go and sell in the summer, in the little town of Poltowa. The rest dwell in small hamlets, to the right and left of this river. All together choose a particular hetman, and this hetman is subordinate to him of the Ukraine. The person, at that time at the head of the Zaporavians, came to meet Mazpa, and these two barbarians had an interview, at which each of them had a horse's tail and a club borne before him as ensigns of honor. To show what this hetman of the Zaporavians and his people were, I think it not unworthy of history to relate the manner in which this treaty was concluded. Mazpa gave a great feast to the hetman of the Zaporavians and his principal officers, who were all served in plate. As soon as these chiefs had made themselves drunk with brandy, they took an oath without stirring from table upon the evangelists, to supply Charles with men and provisions, after which they carried off all the plate and other table furniture. Maespa's steward ran after them, and remonstrated that such behavior ill-suited with the PG 169 doctrine of the Gospels, on which they had so lately sworn. Some of Maespa's domestics were for taking the plate away from them by force, but the Zaporavians went in a body to complain to Maespa of the unparalleled affront offered to such brave fellows, and demanded to have the steward delivered up to them, that they might punish him according to law. This was accordingly complied with, and the Zaporavians, according to law, tossed this poor man from one to another like a ball, and afterwards plunged a knife to his heart. Such were the new allies that Charles XII was obliged to receive, part of whom he formed into a regiment of 2,000 men. The remainder marched in separate bodies against the Cossacks and Kalmucks of the Tsar's party that were stationed about that district. The little town of Pultowa, with which those Zaporavians carry on a trade, was filled with provisions, and might have served Charles for a place of arms. It is situated on the river Worskla, near a chain of mountains, which command it on the north side. To the eastward is a vast desert. The western part is the most fruitful and the best peopled. The Worskla empties itself into the Borysthenes, about 15 leagues lower down. From Pultowa, one may go northward through the defiles, which communicate with the road to Moscow, a passage used by the Tartars. It is very difficult of access, and the precautions taken by the Tsar had rendered it almost impervious, but nothing appeared impossible to Charles, and he depended upon marching to Moscow as soon as he had made himself master of Pultowa. With this view, he laid siege to that town in the beginning of May. PG 170. Chap 18, Battle of Pultowa. Here it was that Peter expected him. He had disposed the several divisions of his army at convenient distances for joining each other and marching all together against the besiegers. He had visited the countries which surround the Ukraine, namely the Duchy of Severia, watered by the Desna, already made famous by his victory, the country of Balcho, in which the Aka has its source, the deserts and mountains leading to the Palace and lately he had been in the neighborhood of Azov, where he caused that harbor to be cleansed, new ships to be built, and the citadel of Taganrog to be repaired. Thus did he employ the time that passed between the battles of Lesno and Pultowa in preparing for the defense of his dominions. As soon as he heard the Swedes had laid siege to the town, he mustered all his forces. The horse, dragoons, infantry, Cossacks, and Kalmucks advanced from different quarters. His army was well provided with necessaries of every kind: large cannon, field pieces, ammunition of all sorts, provisions, and even medicines for the sick. This was another degree of superiority which he had acquired over his rival. On the 15th day of June, 1709, he appeared before Pultowa with an army of about 60,000 effective men. The river Worskla was between him and Charles. The besiegers were encamped on the northwest side of that river, the Russians on the southeast. Peter ascends the river above the town, fixes his barges, marches over with his army, and draws a long line of entrenchments, July 3, PG 171, which were begun and completed in one night in the face of the enemy. Charles might then judge whether the person whom he had so much despised and whom he thought of dethroning at Moscow understood the art of war. This disposition being made, Peter posted his cavalry between two woods and covered it with several redoubts, lined with artillery. Having thus taken all the necessary measures, July 6, he went to reconnoiter the enemy's camp in order to form the attack. This battle was to decide the fate of Russia, Poland, and Sweden, and of two monarchs, on whom the eyes of all Europe were fixed. The greatest part of those nations, who were attentive to these important concerns, were equally ignorant of the place where these two princes were and of their situation, but knowing that Charles XII had set out from Saxony at the head of a victorious army, and that he was driving his enemy everywhere before him, they no longer doubted that he would at length entirely crush him, and that, as he had already given laws to Denmark, Poland, and Germany, he would now dictate conditions of peace in the Kremlin of Moscow and make a new Tsar, after having already made a new king of Poland. I have seen letters from several public ministers to their respective courts, confirming this general opinion. The risk was far from being equal between these two great rivals. If Charles lost a life, which he had so often and wantonly exposed, there would after all have been but one hero less in the world. The provinces of the Ukraine, the frontiers of Lithuania and of Russia, would then rest from their calamities, and a stop would be put to the general devastation which had so PG 172 long been their scourge. Poland would, together with her tranquility, recover her lawful prince, who had been lately reconciled to the Tsar, his benefactor, and Sweden, though exhausted of men and money, might find motives of consolation under her heavy losses. But if the Tsar perished, those immense labors, which had been of such utility to mankind, would be buried with him, and the most extensive empire in the world would again relapse into the chaos from whence it had been so lately taken. There had already been some skirmishes between the detached parties of the Swedes and Russians under the walls of the town. In one of these rencounters, June 27, Charles had been wounded by a musket ball which had shattered the bones of his foot. He underwent several painful operations, which he bore with his usual fortitude, and had been confined to his bed for several days. In this condition he was informed that Peter intended to give him battle. His notions of honor would not suffer him to wait to be attacked in his entrenchments. Accordingly he gave orders for quitting them, and was carried himself in a litter. Peter the Great acknowledges that the Swedes attacked the redoubts, lined with artillery, that covered his cavalry with such obstinate valor, that notwithstanding the strongest resistance supported by a continual fire, the enemy made themselves masters of two redoubts. Some writers say that when the Swedish infantry found themselves in possession of the two redoubts, they thought the day their own and began to cry out victory. The chaplain Norberg, who was at some great distance from the field of battle, amongst the baggage which was indeed his PG 173 proper place, pretends that this was a calumny. But whether the Swedes cried victory or not, it is certain they were not victorious. The fire from the other redoubts was kept up without ceasing, and the resistance made by the Russians, in every part, was as firm as the attack of their enemies was vigorous. They did not make one irregular movement. The Tsar drew up his army without the entrenchments in excellent order, and with surprising dispatch. The battle now became general. Peter acted as major general, Bohr commanded the right wing, Menzikoff the left, and Sheremeto the center. The action lasted about 2 hours. Charles, with a pistol in his hand, went from rank to rank, carried in a litter on the shoulders of his drabins, one of which was killed by a cannonball, and at the same time the litter was shattered in pieces. He then ordered his men to carry him upon their pikes, for it would have been difficult, in so smart an action, let Norberg say as he pleases, to find a fresh litter ready-made. Peter received several shots through his clothes and his hat. Both princes were continually in the midst of the fire during the whole action. At length, after 2 hours' desperate engagement, the Swedes were taken on all sides and fell into confusion, so that Charles was obliged to fly before him, whom he had hitherto held in so much contempt. This very hero, who could not mount his saddle during the battle, now fled for his life on horseback. Necessity lent him strength in his retreat. He suffered the most excruciating pain, which was increased by the mortifying reflection of being vanquished without resource. The Russians reckoned 9,224 Swedes left dead on the field of PG 174 battle, and between 2,000 and 3,000 made prisoners in the action, the chief of which was cavalry. Charles XII fled with the greatest precipitation, attended by the remains of his brave army, a few field pieces, and a very small quantity of provisions and ammunition. He directed his march southward, towards the Borysthenes, between the two rivers Workslaw and Sol, or Sol, in the country of the Zaporavians. Beyond the Borysthenes are vast deserts, which lead to the frontiers of Turkey. Norberg affirms that the victors durst not pursue Charles, and yet he acknowledges that Prince Menzikoff appeared on the neighboring heights July 12, with 10,000 horse and a considerable train of artillery, while the king was passing the Borysthenes. 14,000 Swedes surrendered themselves prisoners of war to these 10,000 Russians, and Lewenhaupt, who commanded them, signed the fatal capitulation, by which he gave up those Zaporavians who had engaged in the service of his master and were then in the fugitive army. The chief persons taken prisoners in the battle, and by the capitulation were Count Piper, the first minister with 2 secretaries of state, and 2 of the cabinet, Field Marshal Renskild, the generals Levenhaupt, Sleipenbach, Rosen, Stakelberg, Kreutz, and Hamilton, with 3 general aides de camp, the auditor general of the army, 59 staff officers, 5 colonels, among whom was the Prince of Württemberg, 16,942 private men and non-commissioned officers. In short, reckoning the king's own domestics, and others, the conqueror had no less than 18,000 PG 175,700 and 4 to 6 prisoners in his power, to whom, if we add 9,224 slain in battle, and nearly 2,000 that passed the Borysthenes with Charles, it appears plainly that he had, on that memorable day, no less than 27,000 effective men under his command. Charles had begun his march from Saxony with 4 to 5,000 men. Levenhaupt had brought upwards of 16,000 out of Livonia, and yet scarce a handful of men was left of all this powerful army, of a numerous train of artillery, part lost in his marches, and part buried in the morasses. He had now remaining only 18 brass cannon, 2 howitzers, and 12 mortars, and with inconsiderable force, he had undertaken the siege of Pultowa and had attacked an army provided with a formidable artillery. Therefore he is, with justice, accused of having shewn more courage than prudence, after his leaving Germany. On the side of the Russians, there were no more than 52 officers and 1,293 private men killed, an undeniable proof that the disposition of the Russian troops was better than those of Charles, and that their fire was infinitely superior to that of the Swedes. We find, in the memoirs of a foreign minister to the court of Russia, that Peter, being informed of Charles's design to take refuge in Turkey, wrote a friendly letter to him, entreating him not to take so desperate a resolution, but rather to PG 176 trust himself in his hands, than in those of the natural enemy of all Christian princes. He gave him, at the same time, his word of honor not to detain him prisoner, but to terminate all their differences by a reasonable peace. This letter was sent by an express as far as the river Bug, which separates the deserts of the Ukraine from the Grand Senya's dominions. As the messenger did not reach that place till Charles had entered Turkey, he brought back the letter to his master. The same minister adds further that he had this account from the very person who was charged with the letter. This anecdote is not altogether improbable, but I do not meet with it either in Peter's journals or in any of the papers entrusted to my care. What is of greater importance, in relation to this battle, was its being the only one, of the many that have stained the earth with blood, that, instead of producing only destruction, has proved beneficial to mankind, by enabling the Tsar to civilize so considerable a part of the world. There have been fought more than 200 pitched battles in Europe, since the commencement of this century to the present year. The most signal, and the most bloody victories, have produced no other consequences than the reduction of a few provinces ceded afterwards by treaties, and retaken again by other battles. Armies of 100,000 men have frequently engaged each other in the field, but the greatest efforts have been attended with only slight and momentary successes. The most trivial causes have been productive of the greatest effects. There is no instance, in modern history, of any war that has compensated, by even a PG 177 better good, for the many evils it has occasioned. But, from the Battle of Pultowa, the greatest empire under the sun has derived its present happiness and prosperity. Chap 19. Consequences of the Battle of Pultowa. Charles XII takes refuge among the Turks. Augustus, whom he had dethroned, recovers his dominions. Conquests of Peter the Great. The chief prisoners of rank were now presented to the conqueror, who ordered their swords to be returned, and invited them to dinner. It is a well-known fact that, on drinking to the officers, he said, "To the health of my masters in the art of war." However, most of his masters, particularly the subaltern officers, and all the private men, were soon afterwards sent into Siberia. There was no cartel established here for exchange of prisoners between the Russians and Swedes. The Tsar, indeed, had proposed one before the siege of Pultowa, but Charles rejected the offer, and his troops were in everything the victims of his inflexible pride. It was this unseasonable obstinacy that occasioned all the misfortunes of this prince in Turkey, and a series of adventures, more becoming a hero of romance than a wise or prudent king. for, as soon as he arrived at Bender, he was advised to write to the Grand Vizier, as is the custom among the Turks, but this he thought would be demeaning himself too far. The like obstinacy embroiled him with all the ministers of the Porte, one after another. In short, he knew not how pg 178 to accommodate himself either to times or circumstances. The first news of the Battle of Pultowa produced a general revolution in minds and affairs in Poland, Saxony, Sweden, and Silesia. Charles, while all-powerful in those parts, had obliged the Emperor Joseph to take 105 churches from the Catholics in favor of the Silesians of the Confession of Augsburg. The Catholics then no sooner received news of the defeat of Charles than they repossessed themselves of all the Lutheran temples. The Saxons now thought of nothing but being revenged for the extortions of a conqueror, who had robbed them, according to their own account, of 23 millions of crowns. The King of Poland, their elector, immediately protested against the abdication that had been extorted from him, and being now reconciled to the Tsar Og. 3. He left no stone unturned to reascend the Polish throne. Sweden, overwhelmed with consternation, thought her king for a long time dead, and in this uncertainty the Senate knew not what to resolve. Peter in the meantime determined to make the best use of his victory, and therefore dispatched Marshal Sheremeto with an army into Livonia, on the frontiers of which province that general had so often distinguished himself. Prince Menzikoff was sent in haste with a numerous body of cavalry to second the few troops left in Poland, to encourage the nobles who were in pg 179 the interest of Augustus to drive out his competitor, who was now considered in no better light than a rebel, and to disperse a body of Swedes and troops that were still left in that kingdom under the command of General Krasa. The Tsar soon after sets out in person, marches through the province of Kiev and the Palatinates of Chelm and Upper Volhynia, and at length arrives at Lublin, where he concerts measures with the general of Lithuania. He then reviews the crown troops, who all take the oath of allegiance to King Augustus. From thence he proceeds to Warsaw, and at Thera enjoyed the most glorious of all triumphs except 18. That of receiving the thanks of a king, whom he had reinstated in his dominions. There it was that he concluded a treaty against Sweden, with the kings of Denmark, Poland, and Prussia. Oct. 7, in which he was resolved to recover from Charles all the conquests of Gustavus Adolphus. Peter revived the ancient pretensions of the Tsars to Livonia, Ingria, Karelia, and part of Finland. Denmark laid claim to Scania, and the King of Prussia to Pomerania. Thus had Charles XII, by his unsuccessful valor, shook the noble edifice that had been erected by the prosperous bravery of his ancestor Gustavus Adolphus. The Polish nobility came in on all sides to renew their oaths to their king, or to ask pardon for having deserted him, and almost the whole kingdom acknowledged Peter for its protector. To the victorious arms of the Tsar, to these new treaties, and to this sudden revolution, Stanislaus had nothing to oppose but a voluntary resignation. He published a writing called Universal, in which he declares himself ready to resign the crown, if the Republic required it. pg 180. Peter, having concerted all the necessary measures with the King of Poland, and ratified the treaty with Denmark, set out directly to finish his negotiation with the King of Prussia. It was not then usual for sovereign princes to perform the function of their own ambassadors. Peter was the first who introduced this custom, which has been followed by very few. The Elector of Brandenburg, the first King of Prussia, had a conference with the Tsar at Marienwerder, a small town situated in the western part of Pomerania and built by the old Teutonic Knights, and included in the limits of Prussia, lately erected into a kingdom. This country indeed was poor and of a small extent, but its new king, whenever he traveled, displayed the utmost magnificence. With great splendor, he had received Tsar Peter at his first passing through his dominions, when that prince quitted his empire to go in search of instruction among strangers, but he received the conqueror of Charles XII in a still more pompous manner. Oct. 20. Peter for this time concluded only a defensive treaty with him, which afterwards, however, completed the ruin of Sweden. Not an instant of time was lost. Peter, having proceeded with the greatest dispatch in his negotiations, which elsewhere are wont to take up so much time, goes and joins his army, then before Riga, the capital of Livonia. He began by bombarding the place Nav, 21, and fired off the three first bombs himself, then changed the siege into a blockade, and when well assured that Riga could not escape him, he repaired to his city of Petersburg to inspect and forward the works carrying on there, the new buildings and finishing of his fleet, and having laid the keel of a ship of 54 guns, deck 3 with PG 181 his own hands, he returned to Moscow. Here he amused himself with assisting in the preparations for the triumphal entry, which he exhibited in the capital. He directed everything relating to that festival, and was himself the principal contriver and architect. He opened the year 1710 with this solemnity, so necessary to his subjects, whom it inspired with notions of grandeur, and was highly pleasing to everyone who had been fearful of seeing those enter their walls as conquerors, over whom they now triumphed. 7 magnificent arches were erected, under which passed in triumph the artillery, standards, and colors, taken from the enemy, with their officers, generals, and ministers who had been taken prisoners, all on foot, amidst the ringing of bells, the sound of trumpets, the discharge of 100 pieces of cannon, and the acclamations of an innumerable concourse of people, whose voices rent the. As soon as the cannon ceased firing, the procession was closed by the victorious army with the generals at its head, and Peter, who marched in his rank of major general. At each triumphal arch stood the deputies of the several orders of the state, and at the last was a chosen band of young gentlemen, the sons of boyards, clad in Roman habits, who presented a crown of laurels to their victorious monarch. This public festival was followed by another ceremony, which proved no less satisfactory than the former. In the year 1708 happened an accident the more disagreeable to Peter, as his arms were at that time unsuccessful. Mattheoff, his ambassador to the court of London, having had his audience of leave of Queen Anne, was arrested for debt, at the suit of some English merchants, and carried before a justice of peace to give CPG 182 curity for the moneys he owed there. The merchants insisted that the laws of commerce ought to prevail before the privileges of foreign ministers. The Tsar's ambassador, and with him all the public ministers, protested against this proceeding, alleging that their persons ought to be always inviolable. The Tsar wrote to Queen Anne, demanding satisfaction for the insult offered him in the person of his ambassador. But the Queen had it not in her power to gratify him, because, by the laws of England, tradesmen were allowed to prosecute their debtors, and there was no law that excepted public ministers from such prosecution. The murder of Patkul, PG 183, the Tsar's ambassador, who had been executed the year before by the order of Charles XII, had encouraged the English to show so little regard to a character which had been so cruelly profaned. The other public ministers who were then at the court of London were obliged to be bound for the Tsar's ambassador, and at length all the Queen could do in his favor was to prevail on her Parliament to pass an act, by which no one for the future could arrest an ambassador for debt. But after the Battle of Pultowa, the English court thought proper to give satisfaction to the Tsar. The Queen made by a formal embassy an XPG 184 cuse for what had passed. Mr. Whitworth, the person charged with this commission, began his harangue with the following words: Feb. 16, Most High and Mighty Emperor. He told the Tsar that the person who had presumed to arrest his ambassador had been imprisoned and rendered infamous. There was no truth in all this, but it was sufficient that he said so, and the title of emperor, which the Queen had not given Peter before the Battle of Pultowa, showed the consideration he had now acquired in Europe. This title had been already granted him in Holland, not only by those who had been his fellow workmen in the dockyards at Sardam, and seemed to interest themselves most in his glory, but likewise by the principal persons in the state, who unanimously styled him emperor, and made public rejoicings for his victory, even in the presence of the Swedish minister. The universal reputation which he had acquired by his victory of Pultowa was still further increased by his not suffering a moment to pass without making some advantages of it. In the first place, he laid siege to Elbing, a Hanse town of regal Prussia in Poland, where the Swedes had still a garrison. The Russians scaled the walls, entered the town, and the garrison surrendered prisoners of war. Mar 11. This was one of the largest magazines belonging to Charles XII. The conquerors found therein 183 brass cannon and 157 mortars. Immediately after the reduction of Elbing, Peter remarked from Moscow to Petersburg April 2. As soon as he arrived at this latter place, he took shipping under his new fortress of Kronstadt, coasted along the PG 185 shore of Karelia, and notwithstanding a violent storm, brought his fleet safely before Vyborg, the capital of Karelia in Finland, while his land forces advanced over the frozen morasses, and in a short time the capital of Livonia beheld itself closely blockaded June 23. And after a breach was made in the walls, Vyborg surrendered, and the garrison, consisting of 4,000 men, capitulated, but did not receive the honors of war, being made prisoners notwithstanding the capitulation. Peter charged the enemy with several infractions of this kind, and promised to set these troops at liberty as soon as he should receive satisfaction from the Swedes for his complaints. On this occasion the King of Sweden was to be consulted, who continued as inflexible as ever, and those soldiers, whom by a little concession he might have delivered from their confinement, remained in captivity. Thus did King William III, in 1695, arrest Marshal Boufflers, notwithstanding the capitulation of Namur. There have been several instances of such violations of treaties, but it is to be wished there never had been any. After the taking of this capital, the blockade of Riga was soon changed into a regular siege and pushed with vigor. They were obliged to break the ice on the river Dwina, which waters the walls of the city. An epidemical disorder which had raged some time in those parts now got amongst the besiegers and carried off 9,000. Nevertheless, the siege was not in the least slackened. It lasted a considerable time, but at length the garrison capitulated July 15, and were allowed the honors of war. But it was stipulated by the capitulation that all the Livonian officers and soldiers should enter into the Russian service, as natives of a country that had PG 186 been dismembered from that empire and usurped by the ancestors of Charles XII. But the Livonians were restored to the privileges of which his father had stripped them, and all the officers entered into the Tsar's service. This was the most noble satisfaction that Peter could take for the murder of his ambassador, Patkul, a Livonian who had been put to death for defending those privileges. The garrison consisted of near 5,000 men. A short time afterwards the citadel of Peenemund was taken, and the besiegers found in the town and fort above 800 pieces of artillery of different kinds. Nothing was now wanting to make Peter entirely master of the province of Karelia, but the possession of the strong town of Kexholm, built on an island in the lake of Ladoga and deemed impregnable. It was bombarded soon after and surrendered in a short time. Sep. 19. The island of Isle in the sea, bordering upon the north of Livonia, was subdued with the same rapidity. Sep. 23. On the side of Estonia, a province of Livonia, towards the north, and on the Gulf of Finland, are the towns of Pernau and Revel. By the reduction of these Peter completed the conquest of all Livonia. Pernau surrendered after a siege of a few days Aug. 25, and Revel capitulated Sep. 10. Without waiting to have a single cannon fired against it. But the besieged found means to escape out of the hands of the conquerors, at the very time that they were surrendering themselves prisoners of war. For some Swedish ships, having anchored in the road, under favor of the night, the garrison and most of the citizens embarked on board, and when the besiegers entered the town, they were surprised to find it deserted. When Charles XII gained the victory of Narva PG 187, little did he expect that his troops would one day be driven to use such artifices. In Poland, Stanislaus, finding his party entirely ruined, had taken refuge in Pomerania, which still belonged to Charles XII. Augustus resumed the government, and it was difficult to decide who had acquired most glory, Charles in dethroning him, or Peter in restoring him to his crown. The subjects of the King of Sweden were still more unfortunate than that monarch himself. The contagious distemper, which had made such havoc over Livonia, passed from thence into Sweden, where in the city of Stockholm it carried off 30,000 persons. It likewise desolated the provinces, already thinned of their inhabitants. For during the space of 10 years successively, most of the able-bodied men had quitted their country to follow their master, and perished in foreign climes. Charles's ill fortune pursued him also in Pomerania. His army had retired thither from Poland, to the number of 11,000. The Tsar, the kings of Denmark and Prussia, the Elector of Hanover, and the Duke of Holstein joined together to render this army useless and to compel General Crasso, who commanded it, to submit to neutrality. The Regency of Stockholm, hearing no news of their king, and distracted by the mortality that raged in that city, were glad to sign this neutrality, which seemed to deliver one of its provinces at least from the horrors of war. The Emperor of Germany favored this extraordinary convention, by which it was stipulated that the Swedish army then in Pomerania should not march from thence to assist their monarch in any other part of the world. Nay, it was furthermore resolved in the German Empire to raise an army to enforce the execution of this unparalleled Con PG 188 vention. The reason of this was that the Emperor of Germany, who was then at war with France, was in hopes to engage the Swedish army to enter into his service. This whole negotiation was carried on while Peter was subduing Livonia, Esthonia, and Karelia. Charles XII, who was all this time at Bender, putting every spring in motion to engage the divan to declare war against the Tsar, received this news as one of the severest blows his untoward fortune had dealt him. He could not brook that his Senate at Stockholm should pretend to tie up the hands of his army, and it was on this occasion that he wrote them word he would send one of his boots to govern them. The Danes, in the meantime, were making preparations to invade Sweden, so that every nation in Europe was now engaged in war. Spain, Portugal, Italy, France, Germany, Holland, and England were contending for the dominions left by Charles II. Of Spain, and the whole north was up in arms against Charles XII. There wanted only a quarrel with the Ottoman Empire for every village in Europe to be exposed to the ravages of war. This quarrel happened soon afterwards, when Peter had attained to the summit of his glory, and precisely for that reason. Chap 20, Campaign of Pruth. Sultan Ishmet III declared war against Peter I, not from any regard to the King of Sweden, but, as may readily be supposed, merely from a view to his own interest. The Khan of the Crim Tartars could not without dread be PG 189 hold a neighbor so powerful as Peter I. The Porte had, for some time, taken umbrage at the number of ships which this prince had on the Palus Modes, and in the Black Sea, at his fortifying the city of Azov, and at the flourishing state of the harbor of Taganrog, already become famous, and, lastly, at his great series of successes, and at the ambition which success never fails to augment. It is neither true, nor even probable, that the Porte should have begun the war against the Tsar, on the Palus Modes, for no other reason than because a Swedish ship had taken a bark on the Baltic, on board of which was found a letter from a minister, whose name has never been mentioned. Norberg tells us that this letter contained a plan for the conquest of the Turkish Empire, that it was carried to Charles XII, who was then in Turkey and was by him sent to the divan, and that immediately after the receipt of this letter, war was declared. But this story carries the mark of fiction with it. It was the remonstrances of the Khan of Tartary, who was more uneasy about the neighborhood of Azov than the Turkish divan, that induced this latter to give orders for taking the field. PG 190. It was in the month of August, and before the Tsar had completed the reduction of Livonia, when Ishmet III resolved to declare war against him. The Turks at that time could hardly have had the news of the taking of Riga, and therefore the proposal of restoring to the King of Sweden the value in money of the effects he had lost at the Battle of Pultowa would have been the most absurd thing imaginable, if not exceeded by that of demolishing Petersburg. The behavior of Charles XII at Bender was sufficiently romantic, but the conduct of the Turkish divan would have been much more so, if we suppose it to have made any demands of this kind. Nov. 1710. The Khan of Tartary, who was the principal instigator of this war, paid Charles a visit in his retreat at Bender. They were connected by the same interests, inasmuch as Europe makes part of the frontiers of Little Tartary. Charles and the Khan were the two greatest sufferers by the successes of the Tsar, but the Khan did not command the forces of the Grand Senya. He was like one of the feudatory princes of Germany, who served in the armies of the empire with their own troops, and were subject to the authority of the emperor's generals for the time being. Nov. 29, 1710. The first step taken by the divan was to arrest Tolstoy, the Tsar's ambassador at the Porte, in the streets of Constantinople, together with 30 of his domestics, who, with their master, were all confined in the prison PG 190, one of the seven towers. This barbarous custom, at which even savages would blush, is owing to the Turks having always a number of foreign ministers residing amongst them from other courts, whereas they never send any in return. They look upon the ambassadors of Christian princes in no other light than as merchants or consuls, and having naturally as great a contempt for Christians as they have for Jews, they seldom condescend to observe the laws of nations, in respect to them, unless forced to it. At least, they have hitherto persisted in this barbarous pride. The famous vizier, Achmet Kuprogli, the same who took the island of Candia under Mahomet IV, insulted the son of the French ambassador, and even carried his brutality so far as to strike him, and afterwards to confine him in prison without Louis XIV. Proud and lofty as he was, daring to resent it, otherwise than by sending another minister to the port. The Christian princes, who are so remarkably delicate on the point of honor amongst themselves, and have even made it a part of the law of nations, seem to be utterly insensible on this head in regard to the Turks. Never did a crowned head suffer greater affronts in the persons of his ministers than Tsar Peter. In the space of a few years, his ambassador at the court of London was thrown into jail for debt. His plenipotentiary at the courts of Poland and Saxony was broke upon the wheel, by order of the King of Sweden. And now his minister at the Ottoman port was seized and thrown into a dungeon at Constantinople, like a common felon. PG 192. We have already observed, in the first part of this history, that he received satisfaction from Queen Anne of England for the insult offered to his ambassador at London. The horrible affront he suffered, in the person of Patkul, was washed away in the blood of the Swedes slain at the Battle of Pultowa, but fortune permitted the violation of the law of nations by the Turks to pass unpunished. Jan 1711. The Tsar now found himself obliged to quit the theater of war in the west and march towards the frontiers of Turkey. He began by causing 10 regiments, which he had in Poland, to advance towards Moldavia. He then ordered Marshal Sheremeto to set out from Livonia with his body of forces, and leaving Prince Menzikoff at the head of affairs at Petersburg, he returned to Moscow to give orders for opening the ensuing campaign. Jan 18. He now establishes a Senate of Regency. The regiment of guards begin their march. He issues orders for all the young nobility to follow him to the field, to learn the art of war, and PG 193 places some of them in the station of cadets, and others in that of subaltern officers. Admiral Apraxin goes to Azov to take the command by sea and land. These several measures being taken, the Tsar publishes an ordinance in Moscow for acknowledging a new empress. This was the person who had been taken prisoner in Marienburg in the year 1702. Peter had, in 1696, repudiated his wife Eudoxia Lapochin or Lapochin, by whom he had 2 children. The laws of his church allow of no divorces, but had they not, Peter would have enacted a new law to permit them. The fair captive of Marienburg, who had taken the name of Catherine, had a soul superior to her sex and her misfortunes. She rendered herself so agreeable to the Tsar that this prince would have her always near his person. She accompanied him in all his excursions and most fatiguing campaigns, sharing in his toils and softening his uneasiness by her natural gaiety, and the great attention she showed to oblige him on all occasions, and the indifference she expressed for the luxury, dress, and other indulgences, of which the generality of her sex are, in other countries, wont to make real necessities. She frequently softened the passionate temper of the Tsar, and by making him more clement and merciful, rendered him more truly great. In a word, she became so necessary to him that he married her privately in 1707. He had already 2 daughters by her, and the following year she bore him a third, who was afterwards married to the Duke of Holstein. PG 194. March 17, 1711. The Tsar made this private marriage known the very day he set out with her to try the fortune of his arms against the Turks. The several dispositions he had made seemed to promise a successful issue. The hetman of the Cossacks was to keep the Tartars in awe, who had already began to commit ravages in the UK PG 195 reign. The main body of the Russian army was advancing towards Dniester, and another body of troops, under Prince Galitzin, were in full march through Poland. Everything went on favorably at the beginning, for Galitzin having met with a numerous body of Tartars near Kiev, who had been joined by some Cossacks and some Poles of King Stanislaus' party, as also a few Swedes, he defeated them entirely and killed near 5,000 men. These Tartars had, in their march through the open country, made about 10,000 prisoners. It has been the custom of the Tartars, time immemorial, to carry with them a much greater number of cords than scimitars, in order to bind the unhappy wretches they surprise. The captives were all set free, and those who had made them prisoners were put to the sword. The whole Russian army, if it had been assembled together, would have amounted to 60,000 men. It was to have been farther augmented by the troops belonging to the King of Poland. This prince, who owed everything to the Tsar, came to pay him a visit at Jaroslaw, on the river Sana, the 3d of June, 1714, and promised him powerful succors. War was now declared against the Turks in the name of these two monarchs, but the Polish Diet, not willing to break with the Ottoman Porte, refused to ratify the engagement their king had entered into. It was the fate of the Tsar to have, in the King of Poland, an ally who could never be of any service to him. He entertained the same hopes of assistance from the princes of Moldavia and Wallachia, and was, in the like manner, disappointed. These two provinces ought to have taken this opportunity to shake off the Turkish yoke. These countries were those of the ancient Daci, who, together with the Japidi, with whom they were PG 196 intermixed, did, for a long time, disturb the Roman Empire. They were at length subdued by the Emperor Trajan, and Constantine I made them embrace the Christian religion. Dacia was one of the provinces of the Eastern Empire, but shortly after these very people contributed to the ruin of that of the West, by serving under the Odoacers and Theodorics. They afterwards continued to be subject to the Greek Empire, and when the Turks made themselves masters of Constantinople, were governed and oppressed by particular princes. At length they were totally subjected by the Padishah, or Turkish emperor, who now granted them an investiture. The hospodar or waywad, chosen by the Ottoman Porte to govern these provinces, is always a Christian of the Greek Church. The Turks, by this choice, give a proof of their toleration, while our ignorant declaimers are accusing them of persecution. The prince, nominated by the Porte, is tributary to, or rather farms these countries of the Grand Seigneur, this dignity being always conferred on the best bidder, or him who makes the greatest presents to the vizier, in like manner as the Greek patriarch at Constantinople. Sometimes this government is bestowed on a dragoman, that is to say, the interpreter to the divan. These provinces are seldom under the government of the same waywad, the Porte choosing to divide them, in order to be more sure of retaining them in subjection. Demetrius Cantemir was at this time waywad of Moldavia. This prince was said to be descended from Tamerlane, because Tamerlane's true name was Timur, and Timur was a Tartarian Khan. And so, from the name Tamerkan, say they, came the family of Cantemir. Basaraba Brankovan had been invested with PG 197, the Principality of Wallachia, but had not found any genealogist to deduce his pedigree from the Tartarian conqueror. Cantemir thought the time now come to shake off the Turkish yoke, and render himself independent by means of the Tsar's protection. In this view, he acted in the very same manner with Peter, as Mazeppa had done with Charles XII. He even engaged Basaraba for the present to join him in the conspiracy, of which he hoped to reap all the benefit himself, his plan being to make himself master of both provinces. The Bishop of Jerusalem, who was at that time at Wallachia, was the soul of this conspiracy. Cantemir promised the Tsar to furnish him with men and provisions, as Mazeppa did the King of Sweden, and kept his word no better than he had done. General Sheremeto advanced towards Jassy, the capital of Moldavia, to inspect and occasionally assist the execution of these great projects. Cantemir came thither to meet him, and was received with all the honors due to a prince, but he acted as a prince in no one circumstance, but that of publishing a manifesto against the Turkish Empire. The hospodar of Wallachia, who soon discovered the ambitious views of his colleague, quitted his party and returned to his duty. The Bishop of Jerusalem, dreading, with reason, the punishment due to his perfidy, fled and concealed himself. The people of Wallachia and Moldavia continued faithful to the Ottoman Porte, and those, who were to have furnished provisions for the Russian army, carried them to the Turks. The vizier, Baltagi Mahomet, had already crossed the Danube, at the head of 100,000 men, and was advancing towards Jassy, along the banks of the river Pruth, formerly the PG 198 Hierosus, which falls into the Danube, and which is nearly the boundary of Moldavia and Bessarabia. He then dispatched Count Poniatowski, a Polish gentleman, attached to the for PG 199 tunes of the King of Sweden, to desire that prince to make him a visit and see his army. Charles, whose pride always got the better of his interest, would not consent to this proposal. He insisted that the Grand Vizier should make him the first visit, in his asylum near Bender. When Poniatowski returned to the Ottoman camp, and endeavored to excuse this refusal of his master, the vizier, turning to the Khan of the Tartars, said, "This is the very behavior I expected from this proud pagan." This mutual pride, which never fails of alienating the minds of those in power from each other, did no service to the King of Sweden's affairs, and indeed that prince might have easily perceived from the beginning that the Turks were not acting for his interest, but for their own. While the Turkish army was passing the Danube, the Tsar advanced by the frontiers of Poland, and passed the Borysthenes, in order to relieve Marshal Sheremeto, who was then on the banks of the Pruth, to the southward of Jassy, and in danger of being daily surrounded by an army of 10,000 Turks and an army of Tartars. Peter, before he passed the Borysthenes, was in doubt whether he should expose his beloved Catherine to these dangers, which seemed to increase every day. But Catherine, on her side, looked upon this solicitude of the Tsar, for her ease and safety, as an affront offered to her love and courage, and pressed her consort so strongly on this head that he found himself under a necessity to consent that she should pass the river with him. The army beheld her with eyes of joy PG 200 and admiration, marching on horseback at the head of the troops, for she rarely made use of a carriage. After passing the Borysthenes, they had a tract of desert country to pass through, and then to cross the bog, and afterwards the river Tiras, now called the Dniester, and then another desert to traverse before they came to the banks of the Pruth. Catherine, during this fatiguing march, animated the whole army by her cheerfulness and affability. She sent refreshments to such of the officers who were sick, and extended her care even to the meanest soldier. July 4, 1711. At length the Tsar brought his army in sight of Jassy. Here he was to establish his magazine. Basaraba, the hospodar of Wallachia, who had again embraced the interest of the Ottoman Porte, but still, in appearance, continued a friend to the Tsar, proposed to that prince to make peace with the Turks, although he had received no commission from the Grand Vizier for that purpose. His deceit, however, was soon discovered, and the Tsar contented himself with demanding only provisions for his army, which Basaraba neither could nor would furnish. It was very difficult to procure any supplies from Poland, and these, which Prince Cantemir had promised, and which he vainly hoped to procure from Wallachia, could not be brought from thence. These disappointments rendered the situation of the Russian army very disagreeable, and, as an addition to their afflictions, they were infested with an immense swarm of grasshoppers that covered the face of the whole country and devoured, or spoiled, every thing where they alighted. They were likewise frequently in want of water during their march through sandy deserts, and beneath a scorching sun. What little they could procure, they were obliged to have PG 201 brought in vessels to the camp, from a considerable distance. During this dangerous and fatiguing march, the Tsar, by a singular fatality, found himself in the neighborhood of his rival and competitor, Charles, Bender not being above 25 leagues from the place where the Russian army was encamped, near Jassy. Some parties of Cossacks made excursions even to the place of that unfortunate monarch's retreat, but the Crim Tartars, who hovered round that part of the country, sufficiently secured him from any attempt that might be made to seize his person, and Charles waited in his camp with impatience and did not fear the issue of the war. Peter, as soon as he had established some magazines, marched in haste with his army to the right of the river Pruth. His essential object was to prevent the Turks, who were posted to the left and towards the head of the river, from crossing it and marching towards him. This effected, he would then be master of Moldavia and Wallachia. With this view, he dispatched General Janus, with the vanguard of the army, to oppose the passage of the Turks. But the general did not arrive till they had already began to cross the river upon their bridges, upon which he was obliged to retreat, and his infantry was closely pursued by the Turks, till the Tsar came up in person to his assistance. The Grand Vizier now marched directly along the river towards the Tsar. The two armies were very unequal in point of numbers. That of the Turks, which had been reinforced by the Tartarian troops, consisted of nearly 250,000 men, while that of the Russians hardly amounted to 35,000. There was indeed a considerable body of troops, headed by PG 202 General Wren, on their march from the other side of the Moldavian mountains, but the Turks had cut off all communication with those parts. The Tsar's army now began to be in want of provisions, nor could, without the greatest difficulty, procure water, though encamped at a very small distance from the river, being exposed to a furious discharge from the batteries, which the Grand Vizier had caused to be erected on the left side of the river, under the care of a body of troops, that kept up a constant fire against the Russians. By this relation, which is strictly circumstantial and true, it appears that Baltagi Mahomet, the Turkish vizier, far from being the pusillanimous or weak commander which the Swedes have represented him, gave proofs on this occasion that he perfectly well understood his business. The passing the Pruth in the sight of the enemy, obliging him to retreat, and harassing him in that retreat, the cutting off all communication between the Tsar's army and a body of cavalry that was marching to reinforce it, the hemming in this army without the least probability of a retreat, and the cutting off all supplies of water and provisions, by keeping it constantly under the check of the batteries on the opposite side of the river, were maneuvers that in no ways bespoke the unexperienced or indolent general. Peter now saw himself in a situation even worse than that to which he had reduced his rival, Charles XII. At Pultowa, being, like him, surrounded by a superior army and in greater want of provisions, and like him, having confided in the promises of a prince, too powerful to be bound by those promises, he resolved upon a retreat, and endeavored to return to PG 203 Ward's Jassy, in order to choose a more advantageous situation for his camp. July 20, 1711. He accordingly decamped under favor of the night, but his army had scarcely begun its march, when at break of day the Turks fell upon his rear, but the Preobrazhensky regiment turning about and standing firm, did, for a considerable time, check the fury of their onset. The Russians then formed themselves, and made a line of entrenchments with their wagons and baggage. The same day, July 21, the Turks returned again to the attack with the whole body of their army, and as a proof that the Russians knew how to defend themselves, let what will be alleged to the contrary, they also made head against this very superior force for a considerable time, killed a great number of their enemies, who in vain endeavored to break in upon them. There were in the Ottoman army 2 officers belonging to the King of Sweden, namely, Count Poniatowski and the Count of Spar, who had the command of a body of Cossacks in that prince's interest. My papers inform me that these 2 generals advised the Grand Vizier to avoid coming to action with the Russians, and content himself with depriving them of supplies of water and provisions, which would oblige them either to surrender prisoners of war, or to perish with famine. Other memoirs pretend, on the contrary, that these officers would have persuaded Mahomet to fall upon this feeble and half-starved army, in a weak and distressed condition, and put all to the sword. The first of these seems to be the most prudent and circumspect, but the second is more agreeable to the character of generals who had been trained up under Charles XII. PG 204. The real fact is that the Grand Vizier fell upon the rear of the Russian army, at the dawn of day, which was thrown into confusion, and there remained only a line of 400 men to confront the Turks. This small body formed itself with amazing quickness, under the orders of a German general, named Ehlert, who, to his immortal honor, made such rapid and excellent dispositions on this occasion, that the Russians withstood, for upwards of 3 hours, the repeated attack of the whole Ottoman army, without losing a foot of ground. The Tsar now found himself amply repaid for the immense pains he had taken to inure his troops to strict discipline. At the Battle of Narva, 60,000 men were defeated by only 8,000, because the former were undisciplined. And here we behold a rearguard, consisting of only 8,000 Russians, sustaining the efforts of 150,000 Turks, killing 7,000 of them and obliging the rest to return back. After this sharp engagement, both armies entrenched themselves for that night, but the Russians still continued enclosed and deprived of all provisions, even water, for notwithstanding they were so near the river Pruth, yet they did not dare approach its banks, for as soon as any parties were sent out to find water, a body of Turks, posted on the opposite shore, drove them back by a furious discharge from their cannon, loaded with chain shot, and the body of the Turkish army, which had attacked that of the Tsar the day before, continued to play upon them from another quarter, with the whole force of their artillery. The Russian army appeared now to be lost beyond resource, by its position, by the inequality pg 205 of numbers, and by the want of provisions. The skirmishes on both sides were frequent and bloody. The Russian cavalry, being almost all dismounted, could no longer be of any service, unless by fighting on foot. In a word, the situation of affairs was desperate. It was out of their power to retreat. They had nothing left but to gain a complete victory, to perish to the last man, or to be made slaves by the infidels. All the accounts and memoirs of those times unanimously agree that the Tsar, divided within himself, whether or not he should expose his wife, his army, his empire, and the fruits of all his labors, to almost inevitable destruction, retired to his tent, oppressed with grief, and seized with violent convulsions, to which he was naturally subject, and which the present desperate situation of his affairs brought upon him with redoubled violence. In this condition he remained alone in his tent, having given positive orders that no one should be admitted to be a witness to the distraction of his mind. But Catherine, hearing of his disorders, forced her way in to him, and on this occasion Peter found how happy it was for him that he had permitted his wife to accompany him in this expedition. A wife who, like her, had faced death in its most horrible shapes, and had exposed her person, like the meanest soldier, to the fire of the Turkish artillery, had an undoubted right to speak to her husband, and to be heard. The Tsar accordingly listened to what she had to say, and in the end suffered himself to be persuaded to try and send to the vizier with proposals of peace. It has been a custom, from time immemorial, throughout the East, that when any people at pg 206 apply for an audience of the sovereign, or his representative, they must not presume to approach them without a present. On this occasion, therefore, Catherine mustered the few jewels that she had brought with her, on this military tour, in which no magnificence or luxury were admitted. To these she added 2 black foxes' skins, and what ready money she could collect. The latter was designed for a present to the Kiaya. She made choice herself of an officer, on whose fidelity and understanding she thought she could depend, who, accompanied with 2 servants, was to carry the presents to the Grand Vizier, and afterwards to deliver the money intended for the Kiaya into his own hand. This officer was likewise charged with a letter from Marshal Sheremet to the Grand Vizier. The memoirs of Tsar Peter mentions this letter, but they take no notice of the other particulars of Catherine's conduct in this business. However, they are sufficiently confirmed by the declaration issued by Peter himself, in 1723, when he caused Catherine to be crowned empress, wherein we find these words: "She has been of the greatest assistance to us in all our dangers, and particularly in the battle of Pruth, when our army was reduced to 22,000 men. If the Tsar had then indeed no more men capable of bearing arms, the service which Catherine did him, on that occasion, was fully equivalent to the honors and dignities conferred upon her." The MS. Journal of Peter the Great observes that on the day of the bloody battle on the 20th July, he had 31,554 foot, and 6,692 horse, the latter almost all dismounted. He must then have lost 16,246 men in that NPG 207 engagement. The same memoirs affirm the loss sustained by the Turks greatly exceeded that of the Russians, for as the former rushed upon the Tsar's troops pell-mell, and without observing any order, hardly a single fire of the latter missed its effect. If this is fact, the affair of the 20th and 21st of July was one of the most bloody that had been known for many ages. We must either suspect Peter the Great of having been mistaken, in his declaration at the crowning of the Empress, when he acknowledges his obligations to her of having saved his army, which was reduced to 22,000 men, or accuse him of a falsity journal wherein he says that the day on which the above battle was fought, his army, exclusive of the succors he expected from the other side the Moldavian mountains, amounted to 31,554 foot and 6,692 horse. According to this calculation, the Battle of Pruth must have been by far more terrible than the historians or memorials have represented on either side. There must certainly be some mistake here, which is no uncommon thing in the relation of campaigns, especially when the writer enters into a minute detail of circumstances. The surest method, therefore, on these occasions, is to confine ourselves to the principal events, the victory and the defeat, as we can very seldom know, with any degree of certainty, the exact loss on either side. But however here the Russian army might be reduced in point of numbers, there were still hopes that the Grand Vizier, deceived by their vigorous and obstinate resistance, might be induced to grant them peace, upon such terms as might be honorable to his master's arms, and PG 208 at the same time not absolutely disgraceful to those of the Tsar. It was the great merit of Catherine to have perceived this possibility, at a time when her consort and his generals expected nothing less than inevitable destruction. Norberg, in his History of Charles XII, quotes a letter sent by the Tsar to the Grand Vizier, in which he expresses himself thus: "If, contrary to my intentions, I have been so unhappy as to incur the displeasure of His Highness, I am ready to make reparation for any cause of complaint he may have against me. I conjure you, most noble general, to prevent the further effusion of blood. Give orders, I beseech you, to put a stop to the dreadful fire of your artillery, and accept the hostage I herewith send you." This letter carries all the marks of falsity with it, as do indeed most of the random pieces of Norberg. It is dated 11th July, NS, whereas no letter was sent to Baltagi Mahomet till the 21st, NS. Neither was it the Tsar who wrote to the Vizier, but his general Sheremeto. There were no such expressions made use of as if the Tsar has had the misfortune to incur the displeasure of His Highness, such terms being suitable only to a subject who implores the pardon of his sovereign, whom he has offended. There was no mention made of any hostage, nor was any one sent. The letter was carried by an officer, in the midst of a furious cannonade on both sides. Sheremeto, in his letter, only reminded the Vizier of certain overtures of peace that the Porte had made at the beginning of the campaign, through the mediation of the Dutch and English ministers, and by which the Divan demanded that the fort and harbor of Taganrog should be given up, which were the real subjects of the war. PG 209. Since July 1711, some hours elapsed before the messenger received an answer from the Grand Vizier, and it was apprehended that he had either been killed by the enemy's cannon, or that they detained him prisoner. A second courier was therefore dispatched, with duplicates of the former letters, and a council of war was immediately held, at which Catherine was present. At this council 10 general officers signed the following resolution. Resolved, if the enemy will not accept the conditions proposed, and should insist upon our laying down our arms, and surrendering at discretion, that all the ministers and general officers are unanimously of opinion, to cut their way through the enemy sword in hand. In consequence of this resolution, a line of entrenchments was thrown round the baggage, and the Russians marched some few paces out of their camp, towards the enemy, when the Grand Vizier caused a suspension of arms to be proclaimed between the two armies. All the writers of the Swedish party have treated the Grand Vizier as a cowardly and infamous wretch, who had been bribed to sell the honor of his master's arms. In the same manner have several authors accused Count Piper of receiving money from the Duke of Marlborough to persuade the King of Sweden to continue the war against the Tsar, and have laid to the charge of the French minister that he purchased the peace of Seville for a stipulated sum. Such accusations ought never to be advanced, but on very strong proofs. It is very seldom that a minister will stoop to such meannesses, which are always discovered, sooner or later, by those who have been entrusted with the payment of the money, or by the public registers, which never PG 210 lie. A minister of state stands as a public object to the eyes of all Europe. His credit and influence depend wholly upon his character, and he is always sufficiently rich to be above the temptation of becoming a traitor. The place of viceroy of the Turkish Empire is so illustrious, and the profits annexed to it, in time of war so immense, there was such a profusion of everything necessary, and even luxurious in the camp of Baltagi Mahomet, and on the other hand, so much poverty and distress in that of the Tsar that surely the Grand Vizier was rather in a condition to give than to receive. The trifling present of a woman, who had nothing to send but a few skins and some jewels, in compliance with the established custom of all courts, or rather those in particular of the East, can never be considered in the light of a bribe. The frank and open conduct of Baltagi Mahomet seems at once to give the lie to the black accusations with which so many writers have stained their relations. Vice-Chancellor Shafarov paid the vizier a public visit in his tent. Everything was transacted in the most open manner on both sides, and indeed it could not be otherwise. The very first article of the negotiation was entered upon in the presence of a person wholly devoted to the King of Sweden, a domestic of Count Poniatowski, who was himself one of that monarch's generals. This man served as an interpreter, and the several articles were publicly reduced to writing by the vizier's chief secretary, Hummer Effendi. Moreover, Count Poniatowski was there in person. The present sent to the Kiaya was offered probably in form, and everything was transacted agreeable to the Oriental customs. Other presents were made by the Turks in return, so that there was not the least PG 211 appearance of treachery or contrivance. The motives which determined the vizier to consent to the proposals offered him were first that the body of troops under the command of General Wren, on the borders of the river Syrth in Moldavia, had already crossed 3 rivers, and were actually in the neighborhood of the Danube, where Wren had already made himself master of the town and castle of Brahila, defended by a numerous garrison, under the command of a basha. Secondly, the Tsar had likewise another body of troops, advancing through the frontiers of Poland. And lastly, it is more than probable that the vizier was not fully acquainted with the extreme scarcity that was felt in the Russian camp. One enemy seldom furnishes another with an exact account of his provisions and ammunition. On the contrary, either side are accustomed rather to make a parade of plenty, even at a time when they are in the greatest necessity. There can be no artifices practiced to gain intelligence of the true state of an adversary's affairs, by means of spies, between the Turks and the Russians. The difference of their dress, of their religion, and of their language will not permit it. They are, moreover, strangers to that desertion which prevails in most of our armies, and consequently, the Grand Vizier could not be supposed to know the desperate condition to which the Tsar's army was reduced. Baltagi, who was not fond of war, and who, nevertheless, had conducted this very well, thought that his expedition would be sufficiently successful if he put his master in possession of the towns and harbors which made the subject of the war, stopped the progress of the victorious army under Wren, and obliged that general to quit the banks of the Danube and return back PG 212 into Russia, and forever shut the entrance of the Palace-Modes, the Cimmerian Bosphorus, and the Black Sea, against an enterprising prince. And lastly, if he avoided taking these certain advantages, on the hazard of a new battle in which, after all, despair might have got the better of superiority of numbers. The preceding day only he had beheld his janissaries repulsed with loss, and there wanted not examples of many victories having been gained by the weaker over the strong. Such then were Mahomet's reasons for accepting the proposals of peace. His conduct, however, did not merit the approbation of Charles's officers, who served in the Turkish army, nor of the Khan of Tartary. It was the interest of the latter and his followers to reject all terms of accommodation which would deprive them of the opportunity of ravaging the frontiers of Russia and Poland. Charles XII desired to be revenged on his rival, the Tsar, but the general and the first minister of the Ottoman Empire was neither influenced by the private thirst of revenge, which animated the Christian monarch, nor by the desire of booty, which actuated the Tartar chief. As soon as the suspension of arms was agreed to and signed, the Russians purchased of the Turks the provisions, of which they stood in need. The articles of the peace were not signed at that time, as is related by La Matre, and which Norberg has copied from him. The vizier, among other conditions, demanded that the Tsar should promise not to interfere any more in the Polish affairs. This was a point particularly insisted upon by Count Poniatowski, but it was, in fact, the interest of the Ottoman crown that the Kingdom of Poland should continue in its then defenseless and divided state. Accordingly, PG 213, this demand was reduced to that of the Russian troops evacuating the frontiers of Poland. The Khan of Tartary, on his side, demanded a tribute of 40,000 sequins. This point, after being long debated, was at length given up. The Grand Vizier insisted a long time that Prince Cantemir should be delivered up to him, as Patkul had been to the King of Sweden. Cantemir was exactly in the same situation as Mazpa had been. The Tsar caused that hetman to be arraigned and tried for his defection, and afterwards to be executed in effigy. The Turks were not acquainted with the nature of such proceeding. They knew nothing of trials for contumacy, nor of public condemnations. The affixing a sentence on any person and executing him in effigy were the more unusual amongst them, as their law forbids the representation of any human likeness whatever. The vizier in vain insisted on Cantemir's being delivered up. Peter peremptorily refused to comply, and wrote the following letter with his own hand, to his vice-chancellor Shafarov. I can resign to the Turks all the country as far as Kurtska, because I have hopes of being able to recover it again. But I will, by no means, violate my faith, which, once forfeited, can never be retrieved. I have nothing I can properly call my own but my honor. If I give up that, I cease to be longer a king. At length the treaty was concluded, and signed at a village called Falkson on the river Pruth. Among other things, it was stipulated that Azov and the territories belonging thereto should be restored, together with all the ammunition and artillery that were in the place, before the Tsar made himself master thereof in 1696. That the harbor of Taganrog in the Zabok Sea should PG 214 be demolished, as also that of Samara on the river of the same name, and several other fortresses. There was likewise another article added, respecting the King of Sweden, which article alone sufficiently shows the little regard the vizier had for that prince, for it was therein stipulated that the Tsar should not molest Charles in his return to his dominions, and that afterwards the Tsar and he might make peace with the other, if they were so inclined. It is pretty evident by the wording of this extraordinary article that Baltagi Mahomet had not forgot the haughty manner in which Charles XII had behaved to him a short time before, and it is not unlikely that this very behavior of the King of Sweden might have been one inducement with Mahomet to comply so readily with his rival's proposals for peace. Charles's glory depended wholly on the ruin of the Tsar, but we are seldom inclinable to exalt those who express a contempt for us. However, this prince, who refused the vizier a visit in his camp on his invitation, when it was certainly his interest to have been upon good terms with him, now came thither in haste and unasked, when the work which put an end to all his hopes was on the point of being concluded. The vizier did not go to meet him in person, but contented himself with sending 2 of his bashes, nor would he stir out of his tent, till Charles was within a few paces of him. This interview passed, as everyone knows, in mutual reproaches. Several historians have thought that the answer which the vizier made to the King of Sweden, when that prince reproached him with not making the Tsar prisoner when he might have done it so easily, was the reply of a weak man. If I had taken him prisoner, said PG 215 Mahomet, who would there be to govern his dominions? It is very easy, however, to comprehend that this was the answer of a man who was piqued with resentment, and these words which he added for it is not proper that every crowned head should quit his dominion sufficiently showed that he intended to mortify the refugee of Bender. Charles gained nothing by his journey but the pleasure of tearing the vizier's robe with his spurs, while that officer, who was in a condition to make him repent this splenetic insult, seemed not to notice it, in which he was certainly greatly superior to Charles. If anything could have made that monarch sensible in the midst of his life how easily fortune can put greatness to the blush, it would have been the reflection that at the Battle of Pultowa a pastry-cook's boy had obliged his whole army to surrender at discretion, and in this of Pruth, Woodcutter was the arbiter of his fate, and that of his rival the Tsar. For the vizier, Baltagi Mahomet, had been a cutter of wood in the Grand Seigneur's seraglio, as his name implied, and far from being ashamed of that title, he gloried in it. So much do the manners of the Eastern people differ from ours. When the news of this treaty reached Constantinople, the Grand Seigneur was so well pleased that he ordered public rejoicings to be made for a whole week, and Mahomet, the Kiaya, or lieutenant general, who brought the tidings to the divan, was instantly raised to the dignity of Baujuk Imrayr, or master of the horse, a certain proof that the Sultan did not think himself ill-served by his vizier. Norberg seems to have known very little of the Turkish government when he says that the Grand Senya was obliged to keep fair with PG 216 Baltagi Mahomet, that vizier having rendered himself formidable. The Janissaries indeed have often rendered themselves formidable to their sultans, but there is not one example of a vizier who has not been easily sacrificed to the will or orders of his sovereign, and Mahomet was in no condition to support himself by his own power. Besides, Norberg manifestly contradicts himself by affirming in the same page that the Janissaries were irritated against Mahomet and that the Sultan stood in dread of his power. The King of Sweden was now reduced to the necessity of forming cabals in the Ottoman court, and a monarch, who had so lately made kings by his own power, was now seen waiting for audience and offering memorials and petitions which were refused. Charles ran through all the ambages of intrigue, like a subject who endeavors to make a minister suspected by his master. In this manner he acted against Mahomet and against those who succeeded him. At one time he addressed himself to the Sultana Valide by means of a Jewess, who had admission into the seraglio. At another, he employed one of the eunuchs for the same purpose. At length he had recourse to a man who was to mingle among the Grand Senya's guards, and by counterfeiting a person out of his senses, to attract the attention of the Sultan, and by that means deliver into his own hand a memorial from Charles. From all these various schemes, the King of Sweden drew only the mortification of seeing himself deprived of his time, that is to say, of the daily pension which the port of its generosity had assigned him for his subsistence, and which amounted to about 1,500 French livres. The Grand PG 217 Vizier, instead of remitting this allowance to him as usual, sent him an order, in the form of a friendly advice, to quit the Grand Senya's dominions. Charles, however, was absolutely determined not to depart, still flattering himself with the vain hope that he should once more re-enter Poland and Russia with a powerful army of Turks. Everyone knows what was the issue of his inflexible boldness in the year 1714, and how he engaged an army of Janissaries, Spahis, and Tartars, with only himself, his secretaries, his valet de chamber, cook, and stable men, that he was taken prisoner in that country, where he had been treated with the greatest hospitality, and that he at length got back to his own kingdom in the disguise of a courier, after having lived 5 years in Turkey. From all which it remains to be acknowledged that if there was reason in the conduct of this extraordinary prince, it was a reason of a very different nature to that of other men. Chap 21. Conclusion of the Affairs of Pruth. It is necessary in this place to repeat an event already related in the history of Charles XII. It happened during the suspension of arms which preceded the Treaty of Pruth, that 2 Tartarian soldiers surprised and took prisoners 2 Italian officers belonging to the Tsar's army, and sold them to an officer of the Turkish Janissaries. The vizier, being informed of this breach of public faith, punished the 2 Tartars with death. How are we to reconcile this severe delicacy with the violation of the law of nations in the person of Tolstoy, the Tsar's ambassador, whom this very PG 218 vizier caused to be arrested in the streets of Constantinople, and afterwards imprisoned in the castle of the 7 Towers? There is always some reason for the contradictions we find in the actions of mankind. Baltagi Mahomet was incensed against the Khan of Tartary for having opposed the peace he had lately made, and was resolved to show that chieftain that he was his master. The treaty was no sooner concluded than the Tsar quitted the borders of the Pruth and returned towards his own dominions, followed by a body of 8,000 Turks, whom the vizier had sent as an army of observation to watch the motions of the Russian army during its march, and also to serve as an escort or safeguard to them against the wandering Tartars which infested those parts. Peter instantly set about accomplishing the treaty by demolishing the fortresses of Samara and Kamianska, but the restoring of Azov and the demolition of the port of Taganrog met with some difficulties in the execution. According to the terms of the treaty, it was necessary to distinguish the artillery and ammunition, which belonged to the Turks in Azov before that place was taken by the Tsar, from those which had been sent thither after it fell into his hands. The governor of the place spun out this affair to a tedious length, at which the Porte was greatly incensed, and not without reason. The Sultan was impatient to receive the keys of Azov. The vizier promised they should be sent from time to time, but the governor always found means to delay the delivery of them. Baltagi Mahomet lost the good graces of his master, and with them his place. The Khan of Tartary and his other enemies made such good use of their interest with the Sultan that the Grand Vizier was deposed. PG 219 several bashas were disgraced at the same time. But the Grand Sainya, well convinced of this minister's fidelity, did not deprive him either of his life or estate, but only sent him to Mytilene to take on him the command of that island. This simple removal from the helm of affairs Nov. 1711, and the continuing to him his fortunes, and above all the giving him the command in Mytilene, sufficiently contradicts all that Norberg has advanced, to induce us to believe that this vizier had been corrupted with the Tsar's money. Norberg asserts furthermore that the Bostangi Basha, who came to divest him of his office, and to acquaint him of the Grand Sainya's sentence, declared him at the same time a traitor, one who had disobeyed the orders of his sovereign lord, had sold himself to the enemy for money, and was found guilty of not having taken proper care of the interests of the King of Sweden. In the first place, this kind of declarations are not at all in use in Turkey, the orders of the Grand Sainya always being issued privately and executed with secrecy. Secondly, if the vizier had been declared a traitor, a rebel, and a corrupted person, crimes of this nature would have been instantly punished with death in a country where they are never forgiven. Lastly, if he was punishable for not having sufficiently attended to the interests of the King of Sweden, it is evident that this prince must have had such a degree of influence at the Ottoman Porte as to have made the other ministers to tremble, who would consequently have endeavored to gain his good graces. Whereas, on the contrary, the Basha Yusuf, augur of the Janissaries, who succeeded Mahomet Baltagi as Grand Vizier, had the same sentiments as his predecessor. In relation to Charles's conduct, and was so far from doing him PG 220 any service that he thought of nothing but how to get rid of so dangerous a guest. And when Count Poniatowski, the companion and confidant of that monarch, went to compliment the vizier on his new dignity, the latter spoke to him thus: "Pagan, I forewarn thee, that if ever I find thee hatching any intrigues, I will, upon the first notice, cause thee to be thrown into the sea with a stone about thy neck." This compliment Count Poniatowski himself relates in the memoirs which he drew up at my request, and is a sufficient proof of the little influence his master had in the Turkish court. All that Norberg has related touching the affairs of that empire appear to come from a prejudiced person, and one who was very ill informed of the circumstances he pretends to write about. And we may count among the errors of a party spirit and political falsehoods everything which this writer advances unsupported by proofs concerning the pretended corruption of a Grand Vizier, that is, of a person who had the disposal of upwards of 60 millions per annum, without being subject to the least account. I have now before me the letter which Count Poniatowski wrote to King Stanislaus immediately after the signing the Treaty of Pruth, in which he upbraids Baltagi Mahomet with the slight he showed to the King of Sweden, his dislike to the war, and the unsteadiness of his temper, but never once hints the least charge of corruption, for he knew too well what the place of Grand Vizier was to entertain an idea that the Tsar was capable of setting a price upon the infidelity of the second person in the Ottoman Empire. Shafaro and Sheremeto, who remained at PG 221 Constantinople as hostages on the part of the Tsar for his performance of the treaty, were not used in the manner they would have been if known to have purchased this peace, and to have joined with the vizier in deceiving his master. They were left to go at liberty about the city, escorted by 2 companies of Janissaries. The Tsar's ambassador Talst, having been released from his confinement in the 7 Towers, immediately upon the signing of the Treaty of Pruth, the Dutch and English ministers interposed with the new vizier to see the several articles of that treaty put into execution. Azov was at length restored to the Turks, and the fortresses mentioned in the treaty were demolished according to stipulation. And now the Ottoman Porte, though very little inclinable to interfere in the differences between Christian princes, could not without vanity behold himself made arbitrator between Russia, Poland, and the King of Sweden, and insisted that the Tsar should withdraw his troops out of Poland, and deliver the Turkish Empire from so dangerous a neighbor, and, desirous that the Christian princes might continually be at war with each other, wished for nothing so much as to send Charles home to his own dominions, but all this while had not the least intention of furnishing him with an army. The Tartars were still for war, as an artificer is willing to seize every opportunity to exercise his calling. The Janissaries likewise wished to be called into the field, but more out of hatred against the Christians, their naturally restless disposition, and from a fondness for rapine and licentiousness, than from any other motives. Nevertheless, the English and Dutch ministers managed their negotiations so well that they prevailed over the opposite party. The PG 222 Treaty of Pruth was confirmed, but with the addition of a new article, by which it was stipulated that the Tsar should withdraw his forces from Poland within 3 months, and that the Sultan should immediately send Charles XII out of his dominions. We may judge from this new treaty whether the King of Sweden had that interest at the Porte which some writers would have us to believe. He was evidently sacrificed on this occasion by the new vizier, Basha Jusuf, as he had been before by Baltagi Mahomet. The historians of his party could find no other expedient to color over this fresh affront, but that of accusing Jusuf of having been bribed like his predecessor. Such repeated imputations, unsupported by any proofs, are rather the clamors of an impotent cabal than the testimonies of history. But faction, when driven to acknowledge facts, will ever be endeavoring to alter circumstances and motives. And unhappily, it is thus that all the histories of our times will be handed down to posterity so altered that they will be unable to distinguish truth from falsehoods. Chap 22, Marriage of the Tsarovits, the marriage of Peter and Catherine publicly solemnized. Catherine finds her brother. This unsuccessful campaign of Pruth proved more hurtful to the Tsar than ever the Battle of Narva was, for after that defeat, he had found means not only to retrieve his losses, but also to wrest Ingria out of the hands of Charles XII. But by the Treaty of Folkestone, in which he consented to give up to the Sultan his forts, and Har PG 223 burrs on the Palus Modes, he forever lost his projected superiority in the Black Sea. He had besides an infinite deal of work on his hands. His new establishments in Russia were to be perfected. He had to prosecute his victories over the Swedes, to settle King Augustus firmly on the Polish throne, and to manage affairs properly with the several powers with whom he was in alliance, but the fatigues he had undergone having impaired his health, he was obliged to go to Carlsbad to drink the waters of that place. While he was there, he gave orders for his troops to enter Pomerania, who blockaded Stralsund and took 5 other towns in the neighborhood. Pomerania is the most northern province of Germany, bounded on the east by Prussia and Poland, on the west by Brandenburg, on the south by Mecklenburg, and on the north by the Baltic Sea. It has changed masters almost every century. Gustavus Adolphus got possession of it in his famous 30 Years' War, and it was afterwards solemnly ceded to the crown of Sweden by the Treaty of Westphalia, with a reservation of the little bishopric of Kamen and a few other small towns lying in Upper Pomerania. The whole of this province properly belongs to the Elector of Brandenburg, in virtue of a family compact made with the Dukes of Pomerania, whose family being extinct in 1637, consequently by the laws of the empire, the House of Brandenburg had an undoubted right to the succession. But necessity, the first of all laws, occasioned this family compact to be set aside by the Treaty of Osnaburg, after which, almost the whole of Pomerania fell to the lot of the victorious Swedes. The Tsar's intention was to wrest from Sweden PG 224 all the provinces that Crown was possessed of in Germany, and, in order to accomplish his design, he found it necessary to enter into a confederacy with the electors of Hanover and Brandenburg, and the King of Denmark. Peter drew up the several articles of the treaty he projected with these powers, and also a complete plan of the necessary operations for rendering him master of Pomerania. In the meanwhile he went to Torgau to be present at the nuptials of his son the Tsarovitz Alexis with the Princess of Wolfenbüttel Acht. 23, 1711. sister to the consort of Charles VI, Emperor of Germany, nuptials which, in the end, proved fatal to his own peace of mind and to the lives of the unfortunate pair. The Tsarevich was born of the first marriage of Peter the Great to Eudocia Lapokhin, to whom he was espoused in 1689. She was at that time shut up in the monastery of Sustal. Their son Alexis Petrovitz, who was born the 1st of March, 1690, was now in his 22nd year. This prince was not then at all known in Europe. A minister, whose memoirs of the court of Russia have been printed, says in a letter he writes to his master, dated August 25, 1711, that this prince was tall and well-made, resembled his father greatly, was of an excellent disposition, very pious, had read the Bible 5 times over, took great delight in the ancient Greek historians, appeared to have a very quick apprehension and understanding, was well acquainted with the mathematics, the art of war, navigation, and hydraulics, that he understood the German language, and was then learning the French, but that his father would never suffer him to go through a regular course of study. This character is very different from that pg 225, which the Tsar himself gives of his son some time afterwards, in which we shall see with how much grief he reproaches him with faults directly opposite to those good qualities, for which this minister seems so much to admire him. We must leave posterity, therefore, to determine between the testimony of a stranger, who may have formed too slight a judgment, and the declaration of a parent, who thought himself under a necessity of sacrificing the dictates of nature to the good of his people. If the minister was no better acquainted with the disposition of Alexis than he seems to have been with his outward form, his evidence will have but little weight, for he describes this prince as tall and well-made, whereas the memoirs sent me from Petersburg say that he was neither the one nor the other. His mother-in-law, Catherine, was not present at his nuptials, for though she was already looked upon as Tsarina, yet she had not been publicly acknowledged as such, and moreover, as she had only the title of Highness given her at the Tsar's court, her rank was not sufficiently settled to admit of her signing the contract, or to appear at the ceremony in a station befitting the consort of Peter the Great. She therefore remained at Thorn in Polish Prussia. Soon after the nuptials were celebrated, the Tsar sent the new-married couple away to Wolfenbüttel Jan. 9, 1712, and brought back the Tsarina to Petersburg with that dispatch and privacy which he observed in all his journeys. Feb. 19, 1712. Having now disposed of his son, he publicly solemnized his own nuptials with Catherine, which had been declared in private before. This ceremony was performed with as much magnificence as could be expected in a pg 226 city, but yet in its infancy, and from a revenue exhausted by the late destructive war against the Turks, and that which he was still engaged in against the King of Sweden. The Tsar gave orders for, and assisted himself in, all the preparations for the ceremony, according to the usual custom, and Catherine was now publicly declared Tsarina, in reward for having saved her husband and his whole army. The acclamations with which this declaration was received at Petersburg were sincere. The applauses which subjects confer on the actions of a despotic sovereign are generally suspected, but on this occasion they were confirmed by the united voice of all the thinking part of Europe, who beheld with pleasure, on the one hand, the heir of a vast monarchy with no other glory than that of his birth, married to a petty princess, and on the other hand, a powerful conqueror and a lawgiver publicly sharing his bed and his throne with a stranger and a captive, who had nothing to recommend her but her merit. And this approbation became more general as the minds of men grew more enlightened by that sound philosophy, which has made so great a progress in our understandings within these last 40 years. A philosophy, equally sublime and discerning, which teaches us to pay only the exterior respect to greatness and authority, while we reserve our esteem and veneration for shining talents and meritorious services. And here I think myself under an obligation to relate what I have met touching this marriage in the dispatches of Count Basiewicz, Aulic councillor at Vienna, and long-time minister from Holstein at the court of Russia, a person of great merit, and whose memory is still held in the highest esteem in Germany. In some of his pg 227 letters, he speaks thus: The Tsarina had not only been the main instrument of procuring the Tsar that reputation which he enjoyed, but was likewise essentially necessary in the preservation of his life. This prince was unhappily subject to violent convulsion fits, which were thought to be the effects of poison which had been given him while he was young. Catherine alone had found the secret of alleviating his sufferings by an unwearied assiduity and attention to whatever she thought would please him, and made it the whole study of her life to preserve a health so valuable to the kingdom, and to herself, insomuch that the Tsar, finding he could not live without her, made her the companion of his throne and bed. I here only repeat the express words of the writer himself. Fortune, which has furnished us with many extraordinary scenes in this part of the world, and who had raised Catherine from the lowest abyss of misery and distress to the pinnacle of human grandeur, wrought another extraordinary incident in her favor some few years after her marriage with the Tsar, and which I find thus related in a curious manuscript of a person who was at that time in the Tsar's service, and who speaks of it as a thing to which he was eyewitness. An envoy from King Augustus to the court of Peter the Great, being on his return home through Kurland, and having put up at an inn by the way, heard the voice of a person who seemed in great distress, and whom the people of the house were treating in that insulting manner which is but too common on such occasions. The stranger, with a tone of resentment, made answer that they would not dare to use him thus, if he could but once get to the speech pg 228 of the Tsar, at whose court he had perhaps more powerful protectors than they imagined. The envoy, upon hearing this, had a curiosity to ask the man some questions, and from certain answers he let fall, and a close examination of his face, he thought he found in him some resemblance of the Empress Catherine, and when he came to Dresden, he could not forbear writing to one of his friends at Petersburg concerning it. This letter, by accident, came to the Tsar's hands, who immediately sent an order to Prince Repnin, then governor of Riga, to endeavor to find out the person mentioned in the letter. Prince Repnin immediately dispatched a messenger to Mittau, in Kurland, who on inquiry found out the man, and learned that his name was Charles Skavronsky, that he was the son of a Lithuanian gentleman, who had been killed in the wars of Poland, and had left 2 children then in the cradle, a boy and a girl, who had neither of them received any other education than that which simple nature gives to those who are abandoned by the world. Skavronsky, who had been parted from his sister while they were both infants, knew nothing further of her than that she had been taken prisoner in Marienburg in the year 1704, and supposed her to be still in the household of Prince Menzikoff, where he imagined she might have made some little fortune. Prince Repnin, agreeable to the particular orders he had received from the Tsar, caused Skavronsky to be seized, and conducted to Riga, under pretense of some crime laid to his charge. And to give a better color to the matter, at his arrival there, a sham information was drawn up against him, and he was soon after sent from thence to Petersburg, under a strong guard, with orders to treat him well upon the road. pg 229. When he came to that capital, he was carried to the house of an officer of the emperor's palace, named Sheplev, who, having been previously instructed in the part he was to play, drew several circumstances from the young man in relation to his condition, and after some time told him that although the information which had been sent up from Riga against him was of a very serious nature, yet he would have justice done him, but that it would be necessary to present a petition to His Majesty for that purpose, that one should accordingly be drawn up in his name, and that he Sheplev would find means that he should deliver it into the Tsar's own hands. The next day the Tsar came to dine with Sheplev at his own house, who presented Skavronsky to him, when His Majesty, after asking him abundance of questions, was convinced, by the natural answers he gave, that he was really the Tsarina's brother. They had both lived in Livonia when young, and the Tsar found everything that Skavronsky said to him, in relation to his family affairs, tally exactly with what his wife had told him concerning her brother, and the misfortunes which had befallen her and her brother in the earlier part of their lives. The Tsar, now satisfied of the truth, proposed the next day to the Empress to go and dine with him at Sheplev's, and when dinner was over, he gave orders that the man, whom he had examined the day before, should be brought in again. Accordingly he was introduced, dressed in the same clothes he had wore while on his journey to Riga, the Tsar not being willing that he should appear in any other garb than what his unhappy circumstances had accustomed him to. He interrogated him again in the presence of PG 230 his wife, and the Ms. adds that at the end he turned about to the Empress and said these very words, "This man is your brother, come hither, Charles, and kiss the hand of the Empress and embrace your sister." The author of this narrative adds further that the Empress fainted away with surprise, and that, when she came to herself again, the Tsar said, "There is nothing in this but what is very natural. This gentleman is my brother-in-law. If he has merit, we will make something of him. If he has not, we must leave him as he is." I am of opinion that this speech shows as much greatness as simplicity, and a greatness not very common. My author says that Skavronsky remained a considerable time at Sheplev's house, that the Tsar assigned him a handsome pension, but that he led a very retired life. He carries his relation of this adventure no farther, as he made use of it only to disclose the secret of Catherine's brother. But we know, from other authorities, that this gentleman was afterwards created a count, that he married a young lady of quality, by whom he had 2 daughters, who were married to 2 of the principal noblemen in Russia. I leave to those, who may be better informed of the particulars, to distinguish what is fact in this relation, from what may have been added, and shall only say, that the author does not seem to have told this story out of a fondness for entertaining his readers with the marvelous, since his papers were not intended to be published. He is writing freely to a friend, about a thing of which he says he was an eyewitness. He may have been mistaken in some circumstances, but the fact itself has all the appearance of truth. For if this gentleman had known that his sister was raised to so great dignity and power, he would PG 231 not certainly have remained so many years without having made himself known to her. And this discovery, however extraordinary it may seem, is certainly not more so than the exaltation of Catherine herself. And both the one and the other are striking proofs of the force of destiny, and may teach us to be cautious how we treat as fabulous several events of antiquity, which perhaps are less contradictory to the common order of things than the adventures of this empress. The rejoicings made by the Tsar Peter for his own marriage, and that of his son, were not of the nature of those transient amusements which exhaust the public treasure, and are presently lost in oblivion. He completed his grand foundry for cannon, and finished the Admiralty buildings. The highways were repaired, several ships built, and others put upon the stocks. New canals were dug, and the finishing hand put to the grand warehouses and other public buildings, and the trade of Petersburg began to assume a flourishing face. He issued an ordinance for removing the Senate from Moscow to Petersburg, which was executed in the month of April, 1712. By this step, he made his new city the capital of the empire, and early he employed a number of Swedish prisoners in beautifying the city, whose foundation had been laid upon their defeat. Chap 23, Taking of Stettin, Descent upon Finland, event of the year 1712. Peter, now seeing himself happy in his own family, and in his state, and successful in his war against Charles XII, and in the several PG 232 negotiations which he had entered into with other powers, who were resolved to assist him in driving out the Swedes from the continent, and cooping them up forever within the narrow isthmus of Scandinavia, began to turn his views entirely towards the northwest coasts of Europe, not laying aside all thoughts of the Palaesmodes, or Black Sea. The keys of Azov, which had been so long withheld from the Basha, who was to have taken possession of that place for the Sultan, his master, were now given up. And notwithstanding all the endeavors of the King of Sweden, the intrigues of his friends at the Ottoman Porte, and even some menaces of a new war on the part of the Turks, both that nation and the Russian Empire continued at peace. Charles XII, still obstinate in his resolution not to depart from Bender, tamely submitted his hopes and fortunes to the caprice of a grand vizier, while the Tsar was threatening all his provinces, arming against him the King of Denmark and the Elector of Hanover, and had almost persuaded the King of Prussia, and even the Poles and Saxons, to declare openly for him. Charles, ever of the same inflexible disposition, behaved in the like manner towards his enemies, who now seemed united to overwhelm him, as he had done in all his transactions with the Ottoman Porte, and from his lurking place in the deserts of Bessarabia, defied the Tsar, the kings of Poland, Denmark, and Prussia, the Elector of Hanover, soon afterwards King of England, and the Emperor of Germany, whom he had so greatly offended when he was traversing Silesia with his victorious troops, and who now showed his resentment by abandoning him to his ill fortune and refused to take under his PG 233 protection any of those countries which as yet belonged to the Swedes in Germany. It would have been no difficult matter for him to have broken the league which was forming against him. Would he have consented to cede Stettin, in Pomerania, to Frederick I, King of Prussia, and Elector of Brandenburg, who had a lawful claim thereto? But Charles did not then look upon Prussia as a power of any consequence, and indeed neither he nor any other person could at that time foresee that this petty kingdom and the electorate of Brandenburg, either of which were little better than deserts, would one day become formidable. Charles therefore would not listen to any proposal of accommodation, but determined rather to stake all than to give up anything, sent orders to the Regency of Stockholm to make all possible resistance, both by sea and land. And these orders were obeyed, notwithstanding that his dominions were almost exhausted of men and money. The Senate of Stockholm fitted out a fleet of 13 ships of the line, and every person capable of bearing arms came voluntarily to offer their service. In a word, the inflexible courage and pride of Charles seemed to be infused into all his subjects, who were almost as unfortunate as their master. It can hardly be supposed that Charles's conduct was formed upon any regular plan. He had still a powerful party in Poland, which, assisted by the Crim Tartars, might indeed have desolated that wretched country, but could not have replaced Stanislaus on the throne, and his hope of engaging the Ottoman Porte to espouse his cause, or convincing the Divan that it was their interest to send 10 or 12,000 men to the assistance of his friends, under pretense that PG 234 the Tsar was supporting his ally, Augustus, in Poland, was vain and chimerical. Sep. 1712. Nevertheless, he continued still at Bender to wait the issue of these vain projects, while the Russians, Danes, and Saxons were overrunning Pomerania. Peter took his wife with him on this expedition. The King of Denmark had already made himself master of Stade, a seaport town in the Duchy of Bremen, and the united forces of Russia, Saxony, and Denmark were already before Stralsund. Oct. 1712. And now King Stanislaus, seeing the deplorable state of so many provinces, the impossibility of his recovering the crown of Poland, and the universal confusion occasioned by the inflexibility of Charles, called a meeting of the Swedish generals, who were covering Pomerania with an army of 11,000 men, as the last resource they had left in those provinces. When they were assembled, he proposed to them to make their terms with King Augustus, offering himself to be the victim of this reconciliation. On this occasion, he made the following speech to them, in the French language, which he afterwards left in writing, and which was signed by 9 general officers, amongst whom happened to be one Patkull, Cussingerman to the unfortunate Patkull, who lost his life on the wheel, by the order of Charles XII. Having been hitherto the instrument of procuring glory to the Swedish arms, I cannot think of proving the cause of their ruin. I therefore declare myself ready to sacrifice the crown, and my personal interests, to the preservation of the sacred person of their king, as I can see no other method of releasing him from the place where he now is. PG 235. Having made this declaration, which is here given in his own words, he prepared to set out for Turkey, in hopes of being able to soften the inflexible temper of his benefactor by the sacrifice he had made for him. His ill fortune would have it that he arrived in Bessarabia at the very time that Charles, after having given his word to the Sultan that he would depart from Bender, and having received the necessary remittances for his journey and an escort for his person, took the mad resolution to continue there, and opposed a whole army of Turks and Tartars with only his own domestics. The former, though they might easily have killed him, contented themselves with taking him prisoner. At this very juncture, Stanislaus arriving was seized himself, so that 2 Christian kings were prisoners at one time in Turkey. At this time, when all Europe was in commotion, and that France had just terminated a war equally fatal against one part thereof, in order to settle the grandson of Louis XIV. On the throne of Spain, England gave peace to France, and the victory gained by Marshal Villars at Denning in Flanders saved that state from its other enemies. France had been for upwards of a century the ally of Sweden, and it was the interest of the former that its ally should not be stripped of his possessions in Germany. Charles, unhappily, was at such a distance from his dominions that he did not even know what was transacting in France. The Regency of Stockholm, by a desperate effort, ventured to demand a sum of money from the French court, at a time when its finances were at so low an ebb that Louis XIV had hardly money enough to pay his household servants. Count Spar was sent with a commission PG 236 to negotiate this loan, in which it was not to be supposed he would succeed. However, on his arrival at Versailles, he represented to the Marquis de Torcy the inability of the Regency to pay the little army which Charles had still remaining in Pomerania, and which was ready to break up and dispute of itself on account of the long arrears due to the men, and that France was on the point of beholding the only ally she had left, deprived of those provinces which were so necessary to preserve the balance of power. That indeed his master Charles had not been altogether so attentive to the interests of France in the course of his conquests as might have been expected, but that the magnanimity of Louis XIV was at least equal to the misfortunes of his royal brother and ally. The French minister, in answer to this speech, so effectually set forth the incapacity of his court to furnish the requested succors, that Count Spar despaired of success. It so happened, however, that a private individual did that which Spar had lost all hopes of obtaining. There was at that time in Paris a banker named Samuel Bernard, who had accumulated an immense fortune by making remittances for the government to foreign countries and other private contracts. This man was intoxicated with a species of pride very rarely to be met with from people of his profession. He was immoderately fond of everything that made an éclat, and knew very well that one time or another the government would repay with interest those who hazarded their fortune to supply its exigencies. Count Spar went one day to dine with him, and took care to flatter his foibles so well, that before they rose from table the banker put 600,000 livres into his hand, PG 237, and then immediately waiting on the Marquis de Torcy, he said to him, "I have lent the crown of Sweden 600,000 livres in your name, which you must repay me when you are able." Count Steinbock, who at that time commanded Charles's army in Pomerania, little expected so seasonable a supply, and seeing his troops ready to mutiny, to whom he had nothing to give but promises, and that the storm was gathering fast upon him, and being, moreover, apprehensive of being surrounded by the three different armies of Russia, Denmark, and Saxony, desired a cessation of arms, on the supposition that Stanislaus' abdication would soften the obstinacy of Charles, and that the only way left him to save the forces under his command was by spinning out the time in negotiations. He therefore dispatched a courier to Bender, to represent to the King of Sweden the desperate state of his finances and affairs, and the situation of the army, and to acquaint him that he had under these circumstances found himself necessitated to apply for a cessation of arms, which he should think himself very happy to obtain. The courier had not been dispatched above 3 days, and Stanislaus was not yet set out on his journey to Bender, when Steinbock received the 600,000 livres from the French banker above mentioned, a sum which was at that time an immense treasure in a country so desolated. Thus unexpectedly reinforced with money, which is the grand panacea for all disorders of state, Steinbock found means to revive the drooping spirits of his soldiery. He supplied them with all they wanted, raised new recruits, and in a short time saw himself at the head of 12,000 men, and dropping his former intention of procuring a suspension of PG 238 arms, he sought only for an opportunity of engaging the enemy. This was the same Steinbock who in the year 1710, after the defeat of Pultowa, had revenged the Swedes on the Danes by the eruption he made into Scania, where he marched against and engaged them with only a few militia, whom he had hastily gathered together, with their arms slung round them with ropes, and totally defeated the enemy. He was, like all the other generals of Charles XII, active and enterprising, but his valor was sullied by his brutality, as an instance of which it will be sufficient to relate that having, after an engagement with the Russians, given orders to kill all the prisoners, and perceiving a Polish officer in the service of the Tsar, who had caught hold on King Stanislaus' stirrup, then on horseback, in order to save his life, he, Steinbock, shot him dead with his pistol in that prince's arms, as has been already mentioned in the life of Charles XII. And King Stanislaus has declared to the author of this history that had he not been withheld by his respect and gratitude to the King of Sweden, he should immediately have shot Steinbock dead upon the spot. Dec. 9, 1712. General Steinbock now marched by the way of Wismar to meet the combined forces of the Russians, Danes, and Saxons, and soon found himself near the Danish and Saxon army, which was advanced before that of the Russians about the distance of 3 leagues. The Tsar sent 3 couriers, one after another, to the King of Denmark, beseeching him to wait his coming up, and thereby avoid the danger which threatened him if he attempted to engage the Swedes with an equality of force. But the Danish monarch, not willing to share with any PG 239-1 the honor of a victory which he thought sure, advanced to meet the Swedish general, whom he attacked near a place called Gadebush. This day's affair gave a further proof of the natural enmity that subsisted between the Swedes and Danes. The officers of these 2 nations fought with most unparalleled inveteracy against each other, and neither side would desist till death terminated the dispute. Steinbock gained a complete victory before the Russian army could come up to the assistance of the Danes, and the next day received an order from his master Charles to lay aside all thoughts of a suspension of arms, who, at the same time, upbraided him for having entertained an idea so injurious to his honor, and for which he told him he could make no reparation, but by conquering or perishing. Steinbock had happily obviated the orders and the reproach by the victory he had gained. But this victory was like that which had formerly brought such a transient consolation to King Augustus, when in the torrent of his misfortunes he gained the battle of Kalish against the Swedes, who were conquerors in every other place, and which only served to aggravate his situation, as this of Gadebush only procrastinated the ruin of Steinbock and his army. When the King of Sweden received the news of Steinbock's success, he looked upon his affairs as retrieved, and even flattered himself with hopes to engage the Ottoman Porte to declare for him, who at that time seemed disposed to come to a new rupture with the Tsar. Full of these fond imaginations, he sent orders to General Steinbock to fall upon Poland, being still ready to believe, upon the least shadow of success, that the day of Narva, and those in which he gave laws to his PG 240 enemies, were again returned. But unhappily he too soon found these flattering hopes utterly blasted by the affair of Bender, and his own captivity amongst the Turks. The whole fruits of the victory at Gadebush were confined to the surprising in the night time, and reducing to ashes the town of Altena, inhabited by traders and manufacturers, a place wholly defenseless, and which not having been in arms ought by all the laws of war and nations to have been spared. However, it was utterly destroyed. Several of the inhabitants perished in the flames, others escaped with their lives, but naked. Number of old men, women, and children perished with the cold and fatigue they suffered at the gates of Hamburg. Such has too often been the fate of several thousands of men for the quarrels of 2 only, and this cruel advantage was the only one gained by Steinbock, for the Russians, Danes, and Saxons pursued him so closely that he was obliged to beg for an asylum in Tonningen, a fortress in the Duchy of Holstein, for himself and army. This duchy was at that time subjected to the most cruel ravages of any part of the north, and its sovereign was the most miserable of all princes. He was nephew to Charles XII, and it was on his father's account, who had married Charles's sister, that monarch carried his arms even into the heart of Copenhagen, before the Battle of Narva, and for whom he likewise made the Treaty of Travendal, by which the Dukes of Holstein were restored to their rights. This country was in part the cradle of the Cimbri, and of the old Normans, who overrun the province of Neustria in France, and conquered all England, Naples, and Sicily. And yet, at PG 241 this present time, no state pretends less to make conquests than this part of the ancient Cimbrica. Chersonsis, which consists only of 2 petty duchies, namely, that of Schleswig, belonging in common to the King of Denmark and the Duke of Holstein, and that of Gottorp, appertaining to the Duke alone. Schleswig is a sovereign principality. Holstein is a branch of the German Empire, called the Roman Empire. The King of Denmark and the Duke of Holstein-Gottorp were of the same family, But the Duke, nephew to Charles XII, and presumptive heir to his crown, was the natural enemy of the King of Denmark, who had endeavored to crush him in the very cradle. One of his father's brothers, who was Bishop of Lubeck and administrator of the dominions of his unfortunate ward, now beheld himself in the midst of the Swedish army, whom he durst not succor, and those of Russia, Denmark, and Saxony that threatened his country with daily destruction. Nevertheless, he thought himself obliged to try to save Charles's army, if he could do it without irritating the King of Denmark, who had made himself master of his country, which he exhausted by raising continual contributions. This bishop and administrator was entirely governed by the famous Baron Gortz, the most artful and enterprising man of his age, endowed with a genius amazingly penetrating and fruitful in every resource, with talents equal to the boldest and most arduous attempts. He was as insinuating in his negotiations as he was hardy in his projects. He had the art of pleasing and persuading in the highest degree, and knew how to captivate all hearts by the vivacity of his genius, after he had won them by the softness of his eloquence. He afterwards gained the same PG 242 ascendant over Charles XII, which he had then over the bishop, and all the world knows that he paid with his life the honor he had of governing the most ungovernable and obstinate prince that ever sat upon a throne. Gortz had a private conference with General Steinbach, at which he promised to deliver him up the fortress of Tonningen, without exposing the bishop-administrator, his master, to any danger, and at the same time gave the strongest assurances to the King of Denmark that he would defend the place to the uttermost. In this manner are almost all negotiations carried on, affairs of state being of a very different nature from those of private persons, the honor of ministers consisting wholly in success, and those of private persons in the observance of their promises. General Steinbach presented himself before Tonningen. The commandant refused to open the gates to him, and by this means put it out of the King of Denmark's power to allege any cause of complaint against the bishop-administrator. But Gortz causes an order to be given in the name of the young duke, a minor, to suffer the Swedish army to enter the town. The secretary of the cabinet, named Stamk, signs this order in the name of the Duke of Holstein. By this means Gortz preserves the honor of an infant who had not as yet any power to issue orders, and he at once serves the King of Sweden, to whom he was desirous to make his court, and the bishop-administrator, his master, who appeared not to have consented to the admission of the Swedish troops. The governor of Tonningen, who was easily gained PG 243, delivered up the town to the Swedes, and Gortz excused himself as well as he could to the King of Denmark, by protesting that the whole had been transacted without his consent. The Swedes retired partly within the walls, and partly under the cannon of the town. But this did not save them, for General Steinbach was obliged to surrender himself prisoner of war, together with his whole army, to the number of 11,000 men, in the same manner as about 16,000 of their countrymen had done at the Battle of Pultowa. By this convention it was agreed that Steinbach with his officers and men might be ransomed or exchanged. The price for the general's ransom was fixed at 8,000 German crowns, a very trifling sum, but which Steinbach, however, was not able to raise, so that he remained a prisoner in Copenhagen till the day of his death. The territories of Holstein now remained at the mercy of the incensed conqueror. The young duke became the object of the King of Denmark's vengeance, and was fated to pay for the abuse which Gortz had made of his name. Thus did the ill fortune of Charles XII fall upon all his family. Gortz, perceiving his projects thus dissipated, and being still resolved to act a distinguished part in the general confusion of affairs, recalled to mind a scheme which he had formed to establish a neutrality in the Swedish territories in Germany. The King of Denmark was ready to take possession of Tonningen. George, Elector of Hanover, was about to seize Bremen and Verden with the city of Stade. The new-made King of Prussia, PG 244 Frederick William, cast his views upon Stettin, and Tsar Peter was preparing to make himself master of Finland, and all the territories of Charles XII. Those of Sweden excepted were going to become the spoils of those who wanted to share them. How then could so many different interests be rendered compatible with a neutrality? Gortz entered into negotiation at one and the same time with all the several princes who had any views in this partition. He continued night and day, passing from one province to the other. He engaged the governor of Bremen and Verden to put those two duchies into the hands of the Elector of Hanover by way of sequestration, so that the Danes should not take possession of them for themselves. He prevailed with the King of Prussia to accept jointly with the Duke of Holstein of the sequestration of Stettin and Wismar, in consideration of which the King of Denmark was to act nothing against Holstein and was not to enter Tonningen. It was most certainly a strange way of serving Charles XII, to put his towns into the hands of those who might choose if they would ever restore them. But Gortz, by delivering these places to them as pledges, bound them to a neutrality, at least for some time, and he was in hopes to be able afterwards to bring Hanover and Brandenburg to declare for Sweden. He prevailed on the King of Prussia, whose ruined dominions stood in need of peace, to enter into his views, and in short he found means to render himself necessary to all these princes, and disposed of the possessions of Charles XII. Like a guardian, who gives up one part of his ward's estate to preserve the other, and of a ward incapable of managing his affairs himself, and all this without any regular authority or commission, or other PG 245 warrant for his conduct, than full powers given him by the Bishop of Lubeck, who had no authority to grant such powers from Charles himself. Such was the Baron de Gortz, and such his actions, which have not hitherto been sufficiently known. There have been instances of an Oxenstiern, a Richelieu, and an Alberoni, influencing the affairs of all parts of Europe, but that the privy councillor of a Bishop of Lubeck should do the same as they, without his conduct being avowed by anyone, is a thing hitherto unheard of. June 1713. Nevertheless, he succeeded to his wishes in the beginning, for he made a treaty with the King of Prussia, by which that monarch engaged, on condition of keeping Stettin in sequestration, to preserve the rest of Pomerania for Charles XII. In virtue of this treaty, Gortz made a proposal to the governor of Pomerania, Meyerfeld, to give up the fortress of Stettin to the King of Prussia for the sake of peace, thinking that the Swedish governor of Stettin would prove as easy to be persuaded as the Holsteiner who had the command of Tonningen, but the officers of Charles XII were not accustomed to obey such orders. Meyerfeld made answer that no one should enter Stettin but over his dead body and the ruins of the place, and immediately sent notice to his master of the strange proposal. The messenger at his arrival found Charles prisoner at Demirtaş, in consequence of his adventure at Bender, and it was doubtful, at that time, whether he would not remain all his life in confinement in Turkey, or else be banished to some of the islands in the archipelago, or some part of Asia under the dominion of the Ottoman Porte. However, PG 246 Charles from his prison sent the same orders to Meyerfeld as he had before done to Steinbach, namely, rather to perish than to submit to his enemies, and even commanded him to take his inflexibility for his example. Gortz, finding that the governor of Stettin had broke in upon his measures, and would neither hearken to a neutrality nor a sequestration, took it into his head, not only to sequester the town of Stettin of his own authority, but also the city of Stralsund, and found means to make the same kind of treaty June 1713 with the King of Poland, Elector of Saxony, for that place, which he had done with the Elector of Brandenburg for Stettin. He clearly saw how impossible it would be for the Swedes to keep possession of those places without either men or money, while their king was a captive in Turkey, and he thought himself sure of turning aside the scourge of war from the north by means of these sequestrations. The King of Denmark himself at length gave in to the projects of Gortz. The latter had gained an entire ascendant over Prince Menzikoff, the Tsar's general and favorite, whom he had persuaded that the Duchy of Holstein must be ceded to his master, and flattered the Tsar with the prospect of opening a canal from Holstein into the Baltic Sea, an enterprise perfectly conformable to the inclination and views of this royal founder. And above all, he labored to insinuate to him that he might obtain a new increase of power, by condescending to become one of the powers of the empire, which would entitle him to a vote in the Diet of Ratisbon, a right that he might afterwards forever maintain by that of arms. In a word, no one could put on more different appearances, adapt himself to more opposite PG 247 interests, or act a more complicated part, than did this skillful negotiator. He even went so far as to engage Prince Menzikoff to ruin the very town of Stettin, which he was endeavoring to save, and in which, at length, to his misfortune, he succeeded but too well. When the King of Prussia saw a Russian army before Stettin, he found that place would be lost to him and remain in the possession of the Tsar. This was just what Gortz expected and waited for. Prince Menzikoff was in want of money. Gortz got the King of Prussia to lend him 400,000 crowns. He afterwards sent a message to the governor of the place, to know of him whether he would rather choose to see Stettin in ashes and under the dominion of Russia, or to trust it in the hands of the King of Prussia, who would engage to restore it to the king, his master. The commandant at length suffered himself to be persuaded, and gave up the place, which Menzikoff entered, and, in consideration of the 400,000 crowns, delivered it afterwards, together with all the territories thereto adjoining, into the hands of the King of Prussia, who, for form's sake, left therein 2 battalions of the troops of Holstein, and has never since restored that part of Pomerania. From this period, the second King of Prussia, successor to a weak and prodigal father, laid the foundation of that greatness, to which his state has since arrived by military discipline and economy. The Baron de Gortz, who put so many springs in motion, could not, however, succeed in prevailing on the Danes to spare the Duchy of Holstein or forbear taking possession of Tonningen. He failed in what appeared to have been PG 248, his first object, though he succeeded in all his other views, and particularly in that of making himself the most important personage of the North, which indeed was his principal object. The Elector of Hanover then had secured to himself Bremen and Verden, of which Charles XII was now stripped. The Saxon army was before Wismar sept. 1715. Stettin was in the hands of the King of Prussia. The Russians were ready to lay siege to Stralsund, in conjunction with the Saxons, and these latter had already landed in the island of Rügen, and the Tsar, in the midst of the numberless negotiations on all sides, while others were disputing about neutralities and partitions, makes a descent upon Finland. After having himself pointed the artillery against Stralsund, he left the rest to the care of his allies and Prince Menzikoff, and embarking in the month of May on the Baltic Sea on board a ship of 50 guns, which he himself caused to be built at Petersburg, he sailed for the coast of Finland, followed by a fleet of 92 whole and 110 halfgees, having on board near 16,000 troops. He made his descent at Elsingford, May 22, NS 1713. The most southern part of that cold and barren country, lying in 61 degrees north latitude, and, notwithstanding the numberless difficulties he had to encounter, succeeded in his design. He caused a feint attack to be made on one side of the harbor, while he landed his troops on the other, and took possession of the town. He then made himself master of Abo, Borgo, and the whole coast. The Swedes now seemed not to have one resource left, for it was at this very time that their army, under the command of General Steinbach, was obliged to surrender prisoners of war at Tonningen. PG 249. These repeated disasters which befell Charles were, as we have already shewn, followed by the loss of Bremen, Verden, Stettin, and a part of Pomerania, and that prince himself, with his ally and friend, Stanislaus, were afterwards both prisoners in Turkey. Nevertheless, he was not to be undeceived in the flattering notion he had entertained of returning to Poland, at the head of an Ottoman army, replacing Stanislaus on the throne, and once again making his enemies tremble. Chap 24. Successes of Peter the Great, Return of Charles XII, into his own dominions. Peter, while he was following the course of his conquests, completed the establishment of his navy, brought 12,000 families to settle in Petersburg, kept all his allies firm to his person and fortunes, notwithstanding they had all different interests and opposite views, and with his fleet kept in awe all the seaports of Sweden, on the gulfs of Finland and Bothnia. Prince Galitzin, one of his landgenerals, whom he had formed himself, as he had done all his other officers, advanced from Elsingford, where the Tsar had made his descent, into the midst of the country near the village of Tavasthus, which was a post that commanded the Gulf of Bothnia, and was defended by a few Swedish regiments and about 8,000 militia. In this situation, a battle was unavoidable, Mar 13, 1714. The event of which proved favorable to the Russians, who entirely routed the whole PG 250 Swedish army and penetrated as far as Vasa, so that they were now masters of about 80 leagues of country. The Swedes were still in possession of a fleet, with which they kept the sea. Peter had, for a considerable time, waited with impatience for an opportunity of establishing the reputation of his new marine. Accordingly, he set out from Petersburg, and having got together a fleet of 16 ships of the line, and 180 galleys, fit for working among the rocks and shoals that surround the island of Åland, and the other islands in the Baltic Sea, bordering upon the Swedish coast, he fell in with the fleet of that nation near their own shores. This armament greatly exceeded his in the largeness of the ships, but was inferior in the number of galleys, and more proper for engaging in the open sea than among rocks or near the shore. The advantage the Tsar had in this respect was entirely owing to himself. He served in the rank of rear admiral on board his own fleet, and received all the necessary orders from Admiral Apraxin. Peter resolved to make himself master of the island of Åland, which lies only 12 leagues off the Swedish coast, and though obliged to pass full in view of the enemy's fleet, he effected this bold and hazardous enterprise. His galleys forced a passage through the enemy, whose cannon did not fire low enough to hurt them, and entered Åland. But as that coast is almost surrounded with rocks, the Tsar caused 80 small galleys to be transported by men over a point of land, and launched into the sea at a place called Hango, where his large ships were at anchor. Irenskald, the Swedish rear admiral, thinking that he might easily take or sink all these galleys, stood in shore, in order to PG 251 reconnoiter their situation, but was received with so brisk a fire from the Russian fleet that most of his men were killed or wounded, and all the galleys and praams he had brought with him were taken, together with his own ship. Og. 8. The admiral himself endeavored to escape in a boat, but being wounded, was obliged to surrender himself prisoner, and was brought on board the galley where the Tsar was, navigating it himself. The scattered remains of the Swedish fleet made the best of their way home, and the news of this accident threw all Stockholm into confusion, which now began to tremble for its own safety. Much about the same time, Colonel Skuvalo Nuslov attacked the only remaining fortress on the western side of Finland, and made himself master of it, after a most obstinate resistance on the part of the besieged. This affair of Åland was, next to that of Pultowa, the most glorious that had ever befallen the arms of Peter the Great, who now saw himself master of Finland, the government of which he committed to Prince Galitzin, and returned to Petersburg Sept. 15, victorious over the whole naval force of Sweden, and more than ever respected by his allies. The stormy season now approaching, not permitting him to remain longer with his ships in the Finlandish and Bothnic seas. His good fortune also brought him back to his capital, just as the Tsarina was brought to bed of a princess, who died, however, about a year afterwards. He then instituted the Order of St. Catherine in honor of his consort, and Seal PG 252 bradded the birth of his daughter by a triumphal entry, which was of all the festivals to which he had accustomed his subjects, that which they held in the greatest esteem. This ceremony was ushered in by bringing 9 Swedish galleys, and 7 praams filled with prisoners, and Rear Admiral Irenskald's own ship, into the harbor of Kronstadt. The cannon, colors, and standards, taken in the expedition to Finland, and which had come home in the Russian admiral's ship, were brought on this occasion to Petersburg, and entered that metropolis in order of battle. A triumphal arch, which the Tsar had caused to be erected, and which, as usual, was made from a model of his own, was decorated with the insignia of his conquests. Under this arch the victors marched in procession, with Admiral Apraxin at their head, then followed the Tsar in quality of rear admiral, and the other officers according to their several ranks. They were all presented one after another to the Vice Admiral Radomanowski, who, at this ceremony, represented the sovereign. This temporary vice-emperor distributed gold medals amongst all the officers, and others of silver to the soldiers and sailors. The Swedish prisoners likewise passed under the triumphal arch, and Admiral Irenskald followed immediately after the Tsar, his conqueror. When they came to the place where the Vice-Tsar was seated on his throne, Admiral Apraxin presented to him Rear Admiral Peter, who demanded to be PG 253 made Vice Admiral, in reward for his services. It was then put to the vote if his request should be granted, and it may easily be conceived that he had the majority on his side. After this ceremony was over, which filled every heart with joy and inspired every mind with emulation, with a love for his country and a thirst of fame, the Tsar made the following speech to those present, a speech which deserves to be transmitted to the latest posterity. Countrymen and friends, what man is there among you who could have thought, 20 years ago, that we should one day fight together on the Baltic Sea, in ships built by our own hands, and that we should establish settlements in countries conquered by our own labors and valor? Greece is said to have been the ancient seat of the arts and sciences. They afterwards took up their abode in Italy, from whence they spread themselves through every part of Europe. It is now our turn to call them ours, if you will second my designs by joining study to obedience. The arts circulate in this globe as the blood does in the human body, and perhaps they may establish their empire amongst us on their return back to Greece, their mother country, and I even venture to hope that we may one day put the most civilized nations to the blush by our noble labors and the solid glory resulting therefrom. Here is the true substance of this speech, so every way worthy of a great founder, and which has lost its chief beauties in this and every other translation. But the principal merit of this eloquent harangue is its having been spoken by a victorious monarch, at once the founder and lawgiver of his empire. The old boyards listened to this speech with greater regret for the abolition of their ancient PG 254 customs than admiration of their master's glory, but the young ones could not hear him without tears of joy. The splendor of these times were further heightened by the return of the Russian ambassadors from Constantinople, Sept 15, 1714. With a confirmation of the peace with the Turks, an ambassador sent by Shah Hussein from Persia had arrived some time before with a present to the Tsar of an elephant and 5 lions. He received, at the same time, an ambassador from Mahomet Babadir, Khan of the Uzbek Tartars, requesting his protection against another tribe of Tartars, so that both extremities of Asia and Europe seemed to join to offer him homage and add to his glory. The Regency of Stockholm, driven to despair by the desperate situation of their affairs, and the absence of their sovereign, who seemed to have abandoned his dominions, had come to a resolution no more to consult him in relation to their proceedings, and immediately after the victory the Tsar gained over their navy, they sent to the conqueror to demand a passport for an officer charged with proposals of peace. The passport was sent, but just as the person appointed to carry on the negotiation was on the point of setting out, the Princess Ulrica Eleonora, sister to Charles XII, received advice from the king her brother that he was preparing, at length, to quit Turkey and return home to fight his own battles. Upon this news the Regency did not dare to send the negotiator whom they had already privately named to the Tsar, and therefore resolved to support their ill fortune till the arrival of Charles to retrieve it. In effect, Charles, after a stay of 5 years and some months in Turkey, set out from that King PG 255 Dom in the latter end of October, 1714. Everyone knows that he observed the same singularity in his journey, which characterized all the actions of his life. He arrived at Stralsund the 22d of November following. As soon as he got there, Baron de Gortz came to pay his court to him, and though he had been the instrument of one part of his misfortunes, yet he justified his conduct with so much art, and filled the imagination of Charles with such flattering hopes, that he gained his confidence, as he had already done that of every other minister and prince with whom he had entered into any negotiations. In short, he made him believe that means might be found to draw off the Tsar's allies, and thereby procure an honorable peace, or at least to carry on the war upon an equal footing. And from this time Gortz gained a greater ascendancy over the mind of the King of Sweden than ever Count Piper had. The first thing which Charles did after his arrival at Stralsund was to demand a supply of money from the citizens of Stockholm, who readily parted with what little they had left, as not being able to refuse anything to a king, who asked only to bestow, who lived as hard as the meanest soldier, and exposed his life equally in defense of his country. His misfortunes, his captivity, his return to his dominions, so long deprived of his presence, were arguments which prepossessed alike his own subjects and foreigners in his favor, who could not forbear at once to blame and admire to compassionate, and to assist him. His reputation was of a kind totally differing from that of Peter the Great. It consisted not in cherishing the arts and sciences, in enacting laws, in establishing a form of government, nor in introducing commerce among his subjects. It was confined entirely to his own person. He placed his chief PG 256 merit in a valor superior to what is commonly called courage. He defended his dominions with a greatness of soul equal to that valor, and aimed only to inspire other nations with awe and respect for him. Hence he had more partisans than allies. Chap 25, State of Europe at the return of Charles XII, Siege of Stralsund. When Charles XII returned to his dominions in the year 1714, he found the state of affairs in Europe very different from that in which he had left them. Queen Anne of England was dead after having made peace with France. Louis XIV had secured the monarchy of Spain for his grandson the Duke of Anjou, and had obliged the Emperor Charles VI and the Dutch to agree to a peace, which their situation rendered necessary to them, so that the affairs of Europe had put on altogether a new face. Those of the north had undergone a still greater change. Peter was become sole arbiter in that part of the world. The Elector of Hanover, who had been called to fill the British throne, had views of extending his territories in Germany at the expense of Sweden, who had never had any possessions in that country, but since the reign of the great Gustavus. The King of Denmark aimed at recovering Scania, the best province of Sweden, which had formerly belonged to the Danes. The King of Prussia, as heir to the Dukes of Pomerania, laid claim to a part of that province. On the other hand, the Holstein family, oppressed by the King of Denmark, and the Duke of Mech PG 257 Lemberg, almost at open war with his subjects, were suing to Peter the Great to take them under his protection. The King of Poland, Elector of Saxony, was desirous to have the Duchy of Kurland annexed to Poland, so that from the Elbe to the Baltic Sea, Peter I was considered as the support of the several crowned heads, as Charles XII had been their greatest terror. Many negotiations were set on foot after the return of Charles to his dominions, but nothing had been done. That prince thought he could raise a sufficient number of ships of war and privateers to put a stop to the rising power of the Tsar by sea. With respect to the land war, he depended upon his own valor. And Gortz, who was on a sudden become his prime minister, persuaded him that he might find means to defray the expense by coining copper money, to be taken at 9 to 6 times less than its real value, a thing unparalleled in the histories of any state. But in the month of April, 1715, the first Swedish privateers that put to sea were taken by the Tsar's men of war, and a Russian army marched into the heart of Pomerania. The Prussians, Danes, and Saxons now sat down with their united forces before Stralsund, and Charles XII beheld himself returned from his confinement at Demirtash and Demirtoka on the Black Sea, only to be more closely pent up on the borders of the Baltic. We have already shewn, in the history of this extraordinary man, with what haughty and unembarrassed resolution he braved the united forces of his enemies in Stralsund, and shall therefore in this place only add a single circumstance, which, though trivial, may serve to show the peculiarity of his character. The greatest part of his officers having been either killed or PG 258 wounded during the siege, the duty fell hard upon the few who were left. Baron de Reichel, a colonel, having sustained a long engagement upon the ramparts, and being tired out by repeated watchings and fatigues, had thrown himself upon a bench to take a little repose, when he was called up to mount guard again upon the ramparts. As he was dragging himself along, hardly able to stand, and cursing the obstinacy of the king his master, who subjected all those about him to such insufferable and fruitless fatigues, Charles happened to overhear him. Upon which, stripping off his own cloak, he spread it on the ground before him, saying, "My dear Reichel, you are quite spent. Come, I have had an hour's sleep, which has refreshed me. I will take the guard for you, while you finish your nap, and will wake you when I think it is time." And so saying, he wrapped the colonel up in his cloak, and notwithstanding all his resistance, obliged him to lie down to sleep, and mounted the guard himself. It was during this siege that the Elector of Hanover, lately made King of England, purchased of the King of Denmark the province of Bremen and Verden, with the city of Stade, Oct. 1715, which the Danes had taken from Charles XII. This purchase cost King George 800,000 German crowns. In this manner were the dominions of Charles bartered away, while he defended the city of Stralsund, inch by inch, till at length nothing was left of it but a heap of ruins, which his officers compelled him to leave. Dec. 1713. And when he was in a place of safety, General Ducker delivered up those ruins to the King of Prussia. Some time afterwards, Ducker, being presented to Charles, that monarch reproached him with having capitulated with his enemies. When PG 259 Ducker replied, "I had too great a regard for your Majesty's honor to continue to defend a place which he was obliged to leave." However, the Prussians continued in possession of it no longer than the year 1721, when they gave it up at the general peace. During the siege of Stralsund, Charles received another mortification, which would have been still more severe if his heart had been as sensible to the emotions of friendship as it was to those of fame and honor. His prime minister, Count Piper, a man famous throughout all Europe, and of unshaken fidelity to his prince notwithstanding the assertions of certain rash persons, or the authority of a mistaken writer. This Piper, I say, had been the victim of his master's ambition ever since the Battle of Pultowa. As there was at that time no cartel for the exchange of prisoners subsisting between the Russians and Swedes, he had remained in confinement at Moscow, and though he had not been sent into Siberia, as the other prisoners were, yet his situation was greatly to be pitied. The Tsar's finances at that time were not managed with so much fidelity as they ought to be, and his many new establishments required an expense which he could with difficulty answer. In particular, he owed a considerable sum of money to the Dutch, on account of two of their merchant ships which had been burnt on the coast of Finland, in the descent the Tsar had made on that country. Peter pretended that the Swedes were to make good the damage, and wanted to engage Count Piper to charge himself with this debt. Accordingly, he was sent for from Moscow to Petersburg, and his liberty was offered him, in case he could draw upon Sweden letters of exchange to the amount of 60,000 crowns. It is said he actually PG 260 did draw bills for this sum upon his wife at Stockholm, but that she being unable or unwilling to take them up, they were returned, and the King of Sweden never gave himself the least concern about paying the money. Be this as it may, Count Piper was closely confined in the castle of Schlesselburg, where he died the year after at the age of 70. His remains were sent to the King of Sweden, who gave them a magnificent burial, a vain and melancholy return to an old servant for a life of suffering and so deplorable an end. Peter was satisfied with having got possession of Livonia, Esthonia, Karelia, and Ingria, which he looked upon as his own provinces, and to which he had, moreover, added almost all Finland, which served as a kind of pledge, in case his enemies should conclude a peace. He had married one of his nieces to Charles Leopold, Duke of Mecklenburg, in the month of April of the same year, 1715. So that all the sovereigns of the north were now either his allies or his creatures. In Poland, he kept the enemies of King Augustus in awe, one of his armies, consisting of about 8,000 men, having without any loss quelled several of those confederacies, which are so frequent in that country of liberty and anarchy. On the other hand, the Turks, by strictly observing their treaties, left him at full liberty to exert his power and execute his schemes in their utmost extent. In this flourishing situation of his affairs, scarcely a day passed without being distinguished by new establishments, either in the navy, the army, or the legislature. He himself composed a military code for the infantry. Nov. 8. He likewise founded a naval academy at Petersburg, dispatched lands to China and Siberia with a commission of trade, set Math PG 261 maticians to work in drawing charts of the whole empire, built a summer's palace at Petershof, and at the same time built forts on the banks of the Irtish, stopped the incursions and ravages of the Bukhari on the one side, and on the other suppressed the Tartars of Kuban. His prosperity seemed now to be at its zenith, by the Empress Catherine's being delivered of a son, and an heir to his dominions being given him, in a prince born to the Tsarovitz Alexis. But the joy for these happy events, which fell out within a few days of each other, was soon damped by the death of the Empress's son. And the sequel of this history will show us that the fate of the Tsarovitz was too unfortunate for the birth of a son to this prince to be looked upon as a happiness. The delivery of the Tsarina put a stop for some time to her accompanying, as usual, her royal consort in all his expeditions by sea and land. But as soon as she was up again, she followed him to new adventures. Chap 26. New Travels of the Tsar. Wismar was at this time besieged by the Tsar's allies. This town, which belonged of right to the Duke of Mecklenburg, is situated on the Baltic, about 7 leagues distant from Lübeck, and might have rivaled that city in its extensive trade, being once one of the most considerable of the Hanse towns, and the Duke of Mecklenburg exercised therein a full power of PG 262 protection, rather than of sovereignty. This was one of the German territories yet remaining to the Swedes, in virtue of the Peace of Westphalia, but it was now obliged to share the same fate with Stralsund. The allies of the Tsar pushed the siege with the greatest vigor, in order to make themselves masters of it before that prince's troops should arrive, but Peter himself coming before the place in person, after the capitulation, Feb. 1716, which had been made without his privacy, made the garrison prisoners of war. He was not a little incensed that his allies should have left the King of Denmark in possession of a town which was the right of a prince, who had married his niece, and his resentment on this occasion which that artful minister, de Gortz, soon after turned to his own advantage, laid the first foundation of the peace, which he meditated to bring about between the Tsar and Charles XII. Gortz took the first opportunity to insinuate to the Tsar that Sweden was sufficiently humbled, and that he should be careful not to suffer Denmark and Prussia to become too powerful. The Tsar joined in opinion with him, and as he had entered into the war, merely from motives of policy, whilst Charles carried it on wholly on the principles of a warrior. He, from that instant, slackened in his operations against the Swedes, and Charles, everywhere unfortunate in Germany, determined to risk one of those desperate strokes which success only can justify, and carried the war into Norway. In the meantime, Peter was desirous to make a second tour through Europe. He had undertaken his first, as a person who traveled for instruction in the arts and sciences, but this second he made as a prince, who wanted to dive into the secrets of the several courts. He took the Tsarina PG 263 with him to Copenhagen, Lübeck, Schwerin, and Nystadt. He had an interview with the King of Prussia at the little town of Aversberg. From thence, he and the Empress went to Hamburg, and to Altena, which had been burned by the Swedes, and which they caused to be rebuilt. Descending the Elbe as far as Stade, they passed through Bremen, where the magistrates prepared a firework and illuminations for them, which formed, in 100 different places, these words our deliverer is come amongst us. At length he arrived once more at Amsterdam, Dec. 1716, and visited the little hut at Sardam, where he had first learned the art of shipbuilding about 18 years before, and found his old dwelling converted into a handsome and commodious house, which is still to be seen, and goes by the name of the prince's house. It may easily be conceived with what a kind of idolatry he was received by a trading and seafaring set of people, whose companion he had heretofore been, and who thought they saw in the conqueror of Pultowa a pupil who had learned from them to gain naval victories, and had, after their example, established trade and navigation in his own dominions. In a word, they looked upon him as a fellow citizen who had been raised to the imperial dignity. The life, the travels, the actions of Peter the Great, as well as of his rival, Charles of Sweden, exhibit a surprising contrast to the manners which prevail amongst us, and which are, perhaps, rather too delicate, and this may be one reason that the history of these two famous men so much excites our curiosity. The Tsarina had been left behind at Schwerin indisposed, being greatly advanced in her pregnancy. Nevertheless, as soon as she was able to PG 264 travel, she set out to join the Tsar in Holland, but was taken in labor at Wesel, and there delivered of a prince, Jan. 1717, who lived but one day. It is not customary with us for a Lingenwoman to stir abroad for some time, but the Tsarina set out, and arrived at Amsterdam in 10 days after her labor. She was very desirous to see the little cabin her husband had lived and worked in. Accordingly, she and the Tsar went together, without any state or attendants, excepting only 2 servants, and dined at the house of a rich shipbuilder of Sardam, whose name was Calf, and who was one of the first who had traded to Petersburg. His son had lately arrived from France, whither Peter was going. The Tsar and Tsarina took great pleasure in hearing an adventure of this young man, which I should not mention here, only as it may serve to show the great difference between the manners of that country and ours. Old Calf, who had sent this son of his to Paris to learn the French tongue, was desirous that he should live in a genteel manner during his stay there, and accordingly had ordered him to lay aside the plain garb which the inhabitants of Sardom are in general accustomed to wear, and to provide himself with fashionable clothes at Paris, and to live, in a manner, rather suitable to his fortune than his education, being sufficiently well acquainted with his son's disposition to know that this indulgence would have no bad effect on his natural frugality and sobriety. As a calf is in the French language called veau, our young traveler, when he arrived at Paris, took the name of de Veau. He lived in a splendid manner, spent his money freely, and made several genteel connections. Nothing is more common at Paris than to bestow, without PG 265 reserve, the title of Count and Marquis, whether a person has any claim to it or not, or even if he is barely a gentleman. This absurd practice has been allowed by the government, in order that, by thus confounding all ranks, and consequently humbling the nobility, there might be less danger of civil wars, which, in former times, were so frequent and destructive to the peace of the state. In a word, the title of Marquis and Count, with possessions equivalent to that dignity, are like those of knight, without being of any order, or abbe, without any church preferment, of no consequence, and not looked upon by the sensible part of the nation. Young Mr. Calf was always called the Count de Veau by his acquaintance and his own servants. He frequently made one in the parties of the princesses. He played at the Duchess of Berry's, and few strangers were treated with greater marks of distinction, or had more general invitations among polite company. A young nobleman, who had been always one of his companions in these parties, promised to pay him a visit at Sardom, and was as good as his word. When he arrived at the village, he inquired for the house of Count Calf. When being shewn into a carpenter's workshop, he there saw his former gay companion, the young count, dressed in a jacket and trousers, after the Dutch fashion, with an axe in his hand, at the head of his father's workmen. Here he was received by his friend, in that plain manner to which he had been accustomed from his birth, and from which he never deviated. The sensible reader will forgive this little digression, as it is a satire on vanity and a panegyric on true manners. The Tsar continued 3 months in Holland, during which he passed his time in matters of a PG 266 more serious nature than the adventure just related. Since the treaties of Nijmegen, Ryswyk, and Utrecht, The Hague had preserved the reputation of being the center of negotiations in Europe. This little city, or rather village, the most pleasant of any in the north, is chiefly inhabited by foreign ministers and by travelers who come for instruction to this great school. They were, at that time, laying the foundation of a great revolution in Europe. The Tsar, having gotten intelligence of the approaching storm, prolonged his stay in the Low Countries, that he might be nearer at hand, to observe the machinations going forward, both in the north and south, and prepare himself for the part which it might be necessary for him to act therein. Chap 27. Continuation of the Travels of Peter the Great, Conspiracy of Baron Gortz, Reception of the Tsar in France. He plainly saw that his allies were jealous of his power, and found that there is often more trouble with friends than with enemies. Mecklenburg was one of the principal subjects of those divisions, which almost always subsist between neighboring princes, who share in conquests. Peter was not willing that the Danes should take possession of Wismar for themselves, and still less that they should demolish the fortifications, and yet they did both the one and the other. He openly protected the Duke of Mecklenburg, who had married his niece, and whom he regarded like a son-in-law, against the nobility of the country, and the King of England as openly PG 267 protected these latter. On the other hand, he was greatly discontented with the King of Poland, or rather with his minister, Count Fleming, who wanted to throw off that dependence on the Tsar, which necessity and gratitude had imposed. The courts of England, Poland, Denmark, Holstein, Mecklenburg, and Brandenburg were severally agitated with intrigues and cabals. Towards the end of the year 1716, and beginning of 1717, Gortz, who, as Basuetz tells us in his memoirs, was weary of having only the title of Councillor of Holstein and being only private plenipotentiary to Charles XII. Was the chief promoter of these intrigues, with which he intended to disturb the peace of all Europe. His design was to bring Charles XII and the Tsar together, not only with a view to finish the war between them, but to unite them in friendship, to replace Stanislaus on the crown of Poland, and to wrest Bremen and Verden out of the hands of George I, King of England, and even to drive that prince from the English throne, in order to put it out of his power to appropriate to himself any part of the spoils of Charles XII. There was at the same time a minister of his own character, who had formed a design to overturn the two kingdoms of England and France. This was Cardinal Alberoni, who had more power at that time in Spain than Gortz had in Sweden, and was of as bold and enterprising a spirit as himself, but much more powerful, as being at the head of affairs in a kingdom infinitely more rich, and never paid his creatures and dependents in copper money. Gortz, from the borders of the Baltic Sea, soon formed a connection with Alberoni in Spain. The cardinal and he both held a correspondence with all the wandering English who were in the PG 268 interest of the House of Stuart. Gortz made visits to every place where he thought he was likely to find any enemies of King George, and went successively to Germany, Holland, Flanders, and Lorraine, and at length came to Paris, about the end of the year 1716. Cardinal Alberoni began by remitting to him in Paris 1,000,000 of French livres, in order to use the cardinal's expression to set fire to the train. Gortz proposed that Charles XII should yield up several places to the Tsar, in order to be in a condition to recover all the others from his enemies, and that he might be at liberty to make a descent in Scotland, while the partisans of the Stuart family should make an effectual rising in England. After their former vain attempts to effect these views, it was necessary to deprive the King of England of his chief support, which at that time was the region of France. It was certainly very extraordinary to see France in league with England against the grandson of Louis XIV, whom she herself had placed on the throne of Spain at the expense of her blood and treasure, notwithstanding the strong confederacy formed to oppose him. But it must be considered that everything was now out of its natural order, and the interests of the regent not those of the kingdom. Alberoni, at that time, was carrying on a confederacy in France against this very regent. And the PG 269 foundations of this grand project were laid almost as soon as the plan itself had been formed. Gortz was the first who was let into the secret, and was to have made a journey into Italy in disguise, to hold a conference with the pretender, PG 270 in the neighborhood of Rome. From thence, he was to have hastened to The Hague, to have an interview with the Tsar, and then to have settled everything with the King of Sweden. The author of this history is particularly well informed of every circumstance here advanced, for Baron Gortz proposed to him to accompany him in these journeys, and notwithstanding he was very young at that time, he was one of the first witnesses to a great part of these intrigues. Gortz returned from Holland in the latter part of 1716, furnished with bills of exchange from Cardinal Alberoni and letters plenipotentiary from Charles XII. It is incontestable that the Jacobite party were to have made a rising in England, while Charles, in his return from Norway, was to make a descent in the north of Scotland. This prince, who had not been able to preserve his own dominions on the continent, was now going to invade and overrun those of his neighbors, and just escaped from his prison in Turkey, and from amidst the ruins of his own city of Stralsund, Europe might have beheld him placing the crown of Great Britain on the head of James III in London, as he had before done that of Poland on Stanislaus at Warsaw. The Tsar, who was acquainted with a part of Gortz's projects, waited for the unfolding of the rest, without entering into any of his plans, or indeed knowing them all. He was as fond of great and extraordinary enterprises as Charles XII. Gortz or Alberoni, but then it was as the founder of a state, a lawgiver and a sound politician, and perhaps Alberoni, Gortz, and even Charles himself were rather men of restless souls, who sought after great adventures than persons of solid understanding, who took their measures with a just precaution. Or perhaps, PG 271 after all, their ill successes may have subjected them to the charge of rashness and imprudence. During Gortz's stay at The Hague, the Tsar did not see him, as it would have given too much umbrage to his friends the States General, who were in close alliance with and attached to the party of the King of England. And even his ministers visited him only in private, and with great precaution, having orders from their master to hear all he had to offer, and to flatter him with hopes, without entering into any engagement, or making use of his Tsar's name in their conferences. But notwithstanding all these precautions, those who understood the nature of affairs plainly saw by his inactivity, when he might have made a descent upon Scania with the joint fleets of Russia and Denmark, by his visible coolness towards his allies and the little regard he paid to their complaints, and lastly, by this journey of his, that there was a great change in affairs, which would very soon manifest itself. In the month of January, 1717, a Swedish packet boat, which was carrying letters over to Holland, being forced by a storm upon the coast of Norway, put into harbor there. The letters were seized, and those of Baron de Gortz and some other public ministers being opened, furnished sufficient evidence of the projected revolution. The court of Denmark communicated these letters to the English ministry, who gave orders for arresting the Swedish minister, Gutenberg, then at the court of London, and seizing his papers, upon examining which they discovered part of his correspondence with the Jacobites. Feb. 1717. King George immediately wrote to the States General, requiring them to cause the person of Baron Gortz to be arrested, agreeable PG 272 to the Treaty of Union subsisting between England and that republic for their mutual security. But this minister, who had his creatures and emissaries in every part, was quickly informed of this order, upon which he instantly quitted the Hague, and was got as far as Arnheim, a town on the frontiers, when the officers and guards who were in pursuit of him, and who are seldom accustomed to use such diligence in that country, came up with and took him together with all his papers. He was strictly confined and severely treated. The secretary, Stank, the person who had counterfeited the sign manual of the young Duke of Holstein in the affair of Toningen, experienced still harsher usage. In fine, the Count of Gillenburg, the Swedish envoy to the court of Great Britain, and the Baron de Gortz, minister plenipotentiary from Charles XII, were examined like criminals, the one at London and the other at Arnheim, while all the foreign ministers exclaimed against this violation of the law of nations. This privilege, which is much more insisted upon than understood, and whose limits and extent have never yet been fixed, has, in almost every age, received violent attacks. Several ministers have been driven from the courts where they resided in a public character, and even their persons have been more than once seized upon. But this was the first instance of foreign ministers being interrogated at the bar of a court of justice, as if they were natives of the country. The Court of London and the States General laid aside all rules upon seeing the dangers which menaced the House of Hanover, but in fact, this danger, when once discovered, ceased to be any longer danger, at least at that juncture. The historian Norberg must have been very ill PG 273 informed, and have had a very indifferent knowledge of men and things, or at least have been strangely blinded by partiality, or under severe restrictions from his own court, to endeavor to persuade his readers that the King of Sweden had not a very great share in this plot. The affront offered to his ministers fixed Charles more than ever in his resolution to try every means to dethrone the King of England. But here he found it necessary, once in his lifetime, to make use of dissimulation. He disowned his ministers and their proceedings, both to the Regent of France and the States General, from the former of whom he evicted a subsidy, and with the latter it was for his interest to keep fair. He did not, however, give the King of England so much satisfaction, and his ministers, Gortz and Gillenburg, were kept 6 months in confinement, and this repeated insult animated in him the desire of revenge. Peter, in the midst of all these alarms and jealousies, kept himself quiet, waiting with patience the event of all from time, and having established such good order throughout his vast dominions, as that he had nothing to fear, either at home or from abroad, he resolved to make a journey to France. Unhappily, he did not understand the French language, by which means he was deprived of the greatest advantage he might have reaped from his journey, but he thought there might be something there worthy observation, and he had a mind to be a nearer witness of the terms on which the regent stood with the King of England, and whether that prince was staunch to his alliance. Peter the Great was received in France as such a monarch ought to be. Marshal Tess was sent to meet him, with a number of the principal PG 274 lords of the court, a company of guards and the king's coaches. But he, according to his usual custom, travelled with such expedition that he was at Gournay when the equipages arrived at Elbeuf. Entertainments were made for him in every place on the road where he chose to partake of them. On his arrival, he was received in the Louvre, where the royal apartments were prepared for him, and others for the princes Kurakin and Dolgorouki, the vice-chancellor Shafarov, the ambassador Tolstoy, the same who had suffered in his person that notorious violation of the laws of nations in Turkey, and for the rest of his retinue. Orders were given for lodging and entertaining him in the most splendid and sumptuous manner. But Peter, who was come only to see what might be of use to him, and not to suffer these ceremonious triflings, which were a restraint upon his natural plainness, and consumed a time that was precious to him, went the same night to take up his lodgings at the other end of the city in the Hotel of Les Diguières, belonging to Marshal Villeroy, where he was entertained at the king's expense in the same manner as he would have been at the Louvre. The next day, May 8, 1717. The regent of France went to make him a visit in the before-mentioned hotel, and the day afterwards the young king, then an infant, was sent to him under the care of his governor, the Marshal de Villeroy, whose father had been governor to Louis XIV. On this occasion, they, by a polite artifice, spared the Tsar the troublesome restraint of returning this visit immediately after receiving it, by allowing an interview of 2 days for him to receive the respects of the several corporations of the city. The second night he went to visit the king. The household were all PG 275 under arms, and they brought the young king quite to the door of the Tsar's coach. Peter, surprised and uneasy at the prodigious concourse of people assembled about the infant monarch, took him in his arms, and carried him in that manner for some time. Certain ministers, of more cunning than understanding, have pretended in their writings that Marshal de Villeroy wanted to make the young King of France take the upper hand on this occasion, and that the Tsar made use of this stratagem to overturn the ceremonial under the appearance of good nature and tenderness. But this notion is equally false and absurd. The natural good breeding of the French court, and the respect due to the person of Peter the Great, would not permit a thought of turning the honors intended him into an affront. The ceremonial consisted in doing everything for a great monarch and a great man that he himself could have desired if he had given any attention to matters of this kind. The journeys of the Emperor Charles IV, Sigismund and Charles V, to France were by no means comparable in point of splendor to this of Peter the Great. They visited this kingdom only from motives of political interest, and at a time when the arts and sciences, as yet in their infancy, could not render the era of their journey so memorable. But when Peter the Great, on his going to dine with the Duke d'Antin, in the Palace of Petitburg, about 3 leagues out of Paris, saw his own picture, which had been drawn for the occasion, brought on a sudden, and placed in a room where he was, he then found that no people in the world knew so well how to receive such a guest as the French. He was still more surprised when, on going to see them strike the medals in the long gallery PG 276 of the Louvre, where all the king's artists are so handsomely lodged. A medal, which they were then striking, happening to fall to the ground, the Tsar stooped hastily down to take it up, when he beheld his own head engraved thereon, and on the reverse a fame standing with 1 foot upon a globe, and underneath these words from Virgil's Acquirit Eundo, an allusion equally delicate and noble, and elegantly adapted to his travels and his fame. Several of these medals in gold were presented to him and to all those who attended him. Wherever he went to view the works of any artists, they laid the masterpieces of their performances at his feet, which they besought him to accept. In a word, when he visited the manufactories of the Gobelins, the workshop of the king's statuaries, painters, goldsmiths, jewelers, or mathematical instrument makers, whatever seemed to strike his attention at any of those places, were always offered him in the king's name. Peter, who was a mechanic, an artist, and a geometrician, went to visit the Academy of Sciences, who received him with an exhibition of everything they had most valuable and curious, but they had nothing so curious as himself. He corrected, with his own hand, several geographical errors in the charts of his own dominions, and especially in those of the Caspian Sea. Lastly, he condescended to become one of the members of that academy, and afterwards continued a correspondence in experiments and discoveries with those among whom he had enrolled himself as a simple brother. If we would find examples of such travelers as Peter, we must go back to the times of a Pythagoras and an Anacharsis, and even they did not quit the command of a mighty empire to go in search of instruction. pg 277. And here we cannot forbear recalling to the mind of the reader the transport with which Peter the Great was seized on viewing the monument of Cardinal Richelieu. Regardless of the beauties of the sculpture, which is a masterpiece of its kind, he only admired the image of a minister who had rendered himself so famous throughout Europe by disturbing its peace, and restored to France that glory which she had lost after the death of Henry IV. It is well known that, embracing the statue with rapture, he burst forth into this exclamation: "Great man, I would have bestowed one half of my empire on thee, to have taught me to govern the other." And now, before he quitted France, he was desirous to see the famous Madame de Maintenon, whom he knew to be, in fact, the widow of Louis XIV, and who was now drawing very near her end, and his curiosity was the more excited by the kind of conformity he found between his own marriage and that of Louis, though with this difference between the King of France and him, that he had publicly married an heroine, whereas Louis XIV had only privately enjoyed an amiable wife. The Tsarina did not accompany her husband in this journey. He was apprehensive that the excess of ceremony would be troublesome to her, as well as the curiosity of a court, little capable of distinguishing the true merit of a woman who had braved death by the side of her husband both by sea and land, from the banks of the Pruth to the coast of Finland. pg 278. Chap 28. Of the return of the Tsar to his dominions, of his politics and occupations. The behavior of the Sorbonne to Peter, when he went to visit the mausoleum of Cardinal Richelieu, deserves to be treated of by itself. Some doctors of this university were desirous to have the honor of bringing about a union between the Greek and Latin churches. Those who are acquainted with antiquity need not be told that the Christian religion was first introduced into the West by the Asiatic Greeks, that it was born in the East, and that the first fathers, the first councils, the first liturgies, and the first rites were all from the East, that there is not a single title or office in the hierarchy but was in Greek, and thereby plainly shows the same from whence they are all derived to us. Upon the division of the Roman Empire, it was next to impossible, but that sooner or later there must be two religions as well as two empires, and that the same schism should arise between the Eastern and Western Christians, as between the followers of Osman and the Persians. It is this schism which certain doctors of the Sorbonne thought to crush all at once by means of a memorial which they presented to Peter the Great, and effect what Pope Leo XI and his successors had in vain labored for many ages to bring about, by legates, councils, and even money. These doctors should have known that Peter the Great, who was the head of the Russian Church, was not likely to acknowledge the Pope's authority. They expatiated in their memorial on the liberties of the Gallican Church, which the Tsar gave himself no concern about. They asserted pg 279 that the popes ought to be subject to the councils, and that a papal decree is not an article of faith. But their representations were in vain. All they got by their pains was to make the Pope their enemy by such free declarations, at the same time that they pleased neither the Tsar nor the Russian Church. There were, in this plan of union, certain political views, which the good fathers did not understand, and some points of controversy which they pretended to understand, and which each party explained as they thought proper. It was concerning the Holy Ghost, which according to the Latin Church proceeds from the Father and Son, and which at present, according to the Greeks, proceeds from the Father through the Son, after having, for a considerable time, proceeded from the Father only. On this occasion they quoted a passage in St. Epiphanius, where it is said that the Holy Ghost is neither brother to the Son, nor grandson to the Father. But Peter, when he left Paris, had other business to mind than that of clearing up passages in St. Epiphanius. Nevertheless, he received the memorial of the Sorbonne with his accustomed affability. That learned body wrote to some of the Russian bishops, who returned a polite answer, though the major part of them were offended at the proposed union. It was in order to remove any apprehensions of such a union that Peter, some time afterwards, namely, in 1718, when he had driven the Jesuits out of his dominions, instituted the ceremony of a burlesque conclave. He had at his court an old fool, named Jotoff, who had learned him to write, and who thought he had, by that trivial service, merited the highest honors and most important posts. Peter, who sometimes softened the toils of government, by pg 280 indulging his people in amusements, which befitted a nation as yet not entirely reformed by his labors, promised his writing master to bestow on him one of the highest dignities in the world. Accordingly, he appointed him Nes Papa, or Supreme Pontiff, with an appointment of 2,000 crowns, and assigned him a house to live in the Tartarian quarter at Petersburg. He was installed by a number of buffoons, with great ceremony, and 4 fellows who stammered were appointed to harangue him on the accession. He created a number of cardinals, and marched in procession at their head, and the whole sacred college was made drunk with brandy. After the death of this Jotoff, an officer named Buterlin was made pope. This ceremony has been thrice renewed at Moscow and Petersburg, the ridiculousness of which, though it appeared of no moment, yet has by its ridiculousness confirmed the people in their aversion to a church, which pretended to the supreme power, and whose church had anathematized so many crowned heads. In this manner did the Tsar revenge the cause of 20 emperors of Germany, 10 kings of France, and a number of other sovereigns. And this was all the advantage the Sorbonne gained from its impolitic attempt to unite the Latin and Greek churches. The Tsar's journey to France proved of more utility to his kingdom, by bringing about a connection with a trading and industrious people, than could have arisen from the projected union between 2 rival churches, one of which will always maintain its ancient independence, and the other its new superiority. Peter carried several artificers with him out of France, in the same manner as he had done out of England. For every nation, which he visited, pg 281 thought it an honor to assist him in his design of introducing the arts and sciences into his new-formed state, and to be instrumental in this species of new creation. In this expedition, he drew up a sketch of a treaty of commerce with France, and which he put into the hands of his ministers at Holland as soon as he returned thither, but it was not signed by the French ambassador, Chateauneuf, till the 15th August, 1717, at The Hague. This treaty not only related to trade, but likewise to bringing about peace in the north. The King of France and the Elector of Brandenburg accepted of the office of mediators, which Peter offered them. This was sufficient to give the King of England to understand that the Tsar was not well pleased with him, and crowned the hopes of Baron Gortz, who from that time left nothing undone to bring about a union between Charles and Peter, to stir up new enemies against George I, and to assist Cardinal Alberoni in his schemes in every part of Europe. Gortz now paid and received visits publicly from the Tsar's ministers at The Hague, to whom he declared that he was invested with full power from the court of Sweden to conclude a peace. The Tsar suffered Gortz to dispose all his batteries, without assisting therein himself, and was prepared either to make peace with the King of Sweden, or to carry on the war, and continued still in alliance with the kings of Denmark, Poland, and Russia, and in appearance with the Elector of Hanover. It was evident that he had no fixed design, but that of profiting of conjunctures and circumstances, and that his main object was to complete the general establishments he had set on foot. He well knew that the negotiations and interests pg 282 of princes, their leagues, their friendships, their jealousies, and their enmities, were subject to change with each revolving year, and that frequently not the smallest traces remain of the greatest efforts in politics. A simple manufactory, well established, is often of more real advantage to a state than 20 treaties. Peter, having joined the Tsarina, who was waiting for him in Holland, continued his travels with her. They crossed Westphalia and arrived at Berlin in a private manner. The new King of Prussia was as much an enemy to ceremonious vanities and the pomp of a court as Peter himself, and it was an instructive lesson to the etiquette of Vienna and Spain, the punctilio of Italy, and the politesse of the French court, to see a king, who only made use of a wooden elbow chair, who went always in the dress of a common soldier, and who had banished from his table not only all the luxuries, but even the more moderate indulgences of life. The Tsar and Tsarina observed the same plain manner of living, and had Charles been with them, the world might have beheld four crowned heads, with less pomp and state about them than a German bishop or a cardinal of Rome. Never were luxury and effeminacy opposed by such noble examples. It cannot be denied that if one of our fellow subjects had, from mere curiosity, made the fifth part of the journeys that Peter did for the good of his kingdom, he would have been considered as an extraordinary person and one who challenged our consideration. From Berlin he went to Danzig, still accompanied by his wife, and from thence to Mittau, where he protected his niece, the Duchess of Kurland, lately become a widow. He visited all the places he had con PG 283 curd, made several new and useful regulations in Petersburg. He then goes to Moscow, where he rebuilds the houses of several persons that had fallen to ruin. From thence he transports himself to Tsaritzin, on the river Volga, to stop the incursions of the Cuban Tartars, constructs lines of communication from the Volga to the Don, and erects forts at certain distances between the two rivers. At the same time he caused the military code, which he had lately composed, to be printed, and erected a court of justice, to examine into the conduct of his ministers, and to retrieve the disorders in his finances. He pardons several who were found guilty, and punishes others. Among the latter was the great Prince Menzikoff himself, who stood in need of the royal clemency. But a sentence more severe, which he thought himself obliged to utter against his own son, filled with bitterness those days, which were, in other respects, covered with so much glory. Chap 29. Proceedings against Prince Alexis Petrovitz. Peter the Great, at the age of 17, had married, in the year 1689, Eudocia Theodora, or Theodorona Lapokin. Bred up in the prejudices of her country, and incapable of surmounting them like her husband, the greatest opposition he met with in erecting his empire and forming his people came from her. She was, as is too common to her sex, a slave to superstition. Every new and useful alteration she looked upon as a species of sacrilege, and every foreigner, whom the Tsar employed to execute his great de PG 284 signs, appeared to her no better than as corrupters and innovators. Her open and public complaints gave encouragement to the factious, and those who were the advocates for ancient customs and manners. Her conduct, in other respects, by no means made amends for such heavy imperfections. The Tsar was at length obliged to repudiate her in 1696, and shut her up in a convent at Sustal, where they obliged her to take the veil under the name of Helena. The son, whom he had by her in 1690, was born unhappily with the disposition of his mother, and that disposition received additional strength from his very first education. My memoirs say that he was entrusted to the care of superstitious men, who ruined his understanding forever. 'Twas in vain that they hoped to correct these first impressions by giving him foreign preceptors. Their very quality of being foreigners disgusted him. He was not born destitute of genius. He spoke and wrote German well. He had a tolerable notion of designing, and understood something of mathematics. But these very memoirs affirm that the reading of ecclesiastical books was the ruin of him. The young Alexis imagined he saw in these books a condemnation of everything which his father had done. There were some priests at the head of the malcontents, and by the priests he suffered himself to be governed. They persuaded him that the whole nation looked with horror upon the enterprises of Peter, that the frequent illnesses of the Tsar promised but a short life, and that his son could not hope to please the nation, but by testifying his aversion for all changes of custom. These murmurs, and these counsels, did not break out into an open PG 285 faction or conspiracy, but everything seemed to tend that way, and the tempers of the people were inflamed. Peter's marriage with Catherine in 1707, and the children which he had by her, began to sour the disposition of the young prince. Peter tried every method to reclaim him. He even placed him at the head of the regency for a year. He sent him to travel. He married him in 1711, at the end of the campaign of Pruth, to the Princess of Brunswick. This marriage was attended with great misfortunes. Alexis, now 20 years old, gave himself up to the debauchery of youth, and that boorishness of ancient manners he so much delighted in. These irregularities almost brutalized him. His wife, despised, ill-treated, wanting even necessaries and deprived of all comforts, languished away in disappointment, and died at last of grief, the 1st of November, 1715. She left the Prince Alexis one son, and according to the natural order, This son was one day to become heir to the empire. Peter perceived with sorrow that when he should be no more, all his labors were likely to be destroyed by those of his own blood. After the death of the princess, he wrote a letter to his son, equally tender and resolute. It finished with these words: "I will still wait a little time to see if you will correct yourself. If not, know that I will cut you off from the succession, as we lop off a useless member. Do not imagine that I mean only to intimidate you. Do not rely upon the title of being my only son, for if I spare not my own life for my country and the good of my people, how shall I spare you? I will rather choose to leave my kingdom to a foreigner who deserves it, than to my own son, who makes himself unworthy of it." This is the letter of a father, but it is still more pg 286 the letter of a legislator. It shows us, besides, that the order of succession was not invariably established in Russia, as in other kingdoms, by those fundamental laws which take away from fathers the right of disinheriting their children, and the Tsar believed he had an undoubted prerogative to dispose of an empire which he had founded. At this very time the Empress Catherine was brought to bed of a prince, who died afterwards in 1719. Whether this news sunk the courage of Alexis, or whether it was imprudence or bad counsel, he wrote to his father that he renounced the crown and all hopes of reigning. "I take God to witness," says he, "and I swear by my soul that I will never pretend to the succession. I put my children into your hands, and I desire only a provision for life." The Tsar wrote him a second letter, as follows: "You speak of the succession, as if IP 287 stood in need of your consent in the disposal thereof. I reproached you with the aversion you pg 288 have shewn to all kind of business, and signified to you that I was highly dissatisfied with your pg 289 conduct in general, but to these particulars you have given me no answer. Paternal exhorta pg 290 tions make no impression on you, wherefore I resolve to write you this once for the last time. pg 291, if you despise the advice I give you while I am alive, what regard will you pay to them after my death? But though you had the inclination at present to be true to your promises, yet a corrupt priesthood will be able to turn you at pleasure, and force you to falsify them. They have no dependence but upon you. You have no sense of gratitude towards him who gave you your being. Have you ever assisted him in toils and labors since you arrived at the age of maturity? Do you not censure and condemn, nay, even affect to hold in detestation, whatever I do for the good of my people? In a word, I have reason to conclude that if you survive me, you will overturn everything that I have done. Take your choice, either endeavor to make yourself worthy of the throne or embrace a monastic state. I expect your answer, either in writing or by word of mouth, otherwise I shall treat you as a common malefactor." This letter was very severe, and it was easy for the prince to have replied that he would alter his conduct. Instead of which, he only returned a short answer to his father, desiring permission to turn monk. pg 292. This resolution appeared altogether unnatural, and it may furnish matter of surprise that the Tsar should think of traveling and leaving a son at home so obstinate and ill-affected. But at the same time, his doing so is next to a proof that he thought he had no reason to apprehend a conspiracy from that son. The Tsar, before he set out for Germany and France, went to pay his son a visit. The prince, who was at that time ill or at least feigned himself so, received his father in his bed, where he protested with the most solemn oaths that he was ready to retire into a cloister. The Tsar gave him 6 months to consider of it, and then set out on his travels with the Tsarina. No sooner was he arrived at Copenhagen than he heard what he might reasonably expect, that the Tsarevits conversed only with factions and evil-minded persons who strove to feed his discontent. Upon this the Tsar wrote to him that he had to choose between a throne and a convent, and that, if he had any thoughts of succeeding him, he must immediately set out and join him at Copenhagen. But the confidants of the prince remonstrating to him how dangerous it would be to trust himself in a place where he could have no friends to advise him, and where he would be exposed to the anger of an incensed father, and the machinations of a revengeful stepmother, he, under pretense of going to join his father at Copen pg 293 Hagen, took the road to Vienna and threw himself under the protection of the Emperor Charles VI. his brother-in-law, intending to remain at his court till the death of the Tsar. This adventure of the Tsarovitz was nearly the same as that of Louis XI, of France, who, when he was Dauphin, quitted the court of his father Charles VII, and took refuge with the Duke of Burgundy. But the Dauphin was much more culpable than Alexis, inasmuch as he married in direct opposition to his father's will, raised an army against him, and threw himself into the arms of a prince, who was Charles's declared enemy, and refused to hearken to the repeated remonstrances of his father to return back to his court. The Tsarovitz, on the contrary, had married only in compliance with his father's orders, had never rebelled against him, nor raised an army, nor taken refuge in the dominions of an enemy, and returned to throw himself at his feet, upon the very first letter he received from him. For, as soon as Peter knew that his son had been at Vienna, and had afterwards retired to Tyrol and from thence to Naples, which at that time belonged to the emperor, he dispatched Romanzoff, a captain of his guards, and the privy councillor Tolstoy, with a letter written with his own hand, and dated at Spa, the 21st of July, NS 1717. They found the prince at Naples in the castle of St. Elmi, and delivered to him his father's letter, which was as follows. I now write to you for the last time, to acquaint you that you must instantly comply with my orders, which will be communicated to you by Tolstoy and Romanzoff. If you obey, I give you my sacred word and promise that I will not punish you, and that, if you will return PG 294 home, I will love you more than ever. But if you do not, I, as your father, and in virtue of the authority which God has given me over you, denounce against you my eternal curse, and, as your sovereign, declare to you that I will find means to punish your disobedience, in which I trust God himself will assist me, and espouse the just cause of an injured parent and king. For the rest, remember that I have never laid any restraint upon you. Was I obliged to leave you at liberty to choose your way of life? Had I not the power in my own hands to oblige you to conform to my will, I had only to command, and make myself obeyed. The Viceroy of Naples found it no difficult matter to persuade the Tsarovitz to return to his father. This is an incontestable proof that the emperor had no intention to enter into any engagements with the prince that might give umbrage to his father. Alexis therefore returned with the envoys, bringing with him his mistress, Afrosine, who had been the companion of his elopement. We may consider the Tsarovitz as an ill-advised young man, who had gone to Vienna and to Naples, instead of going to Copenhagen, agreeable to the orders of his father and sovereign. Had he been guilty of no other crime than this, which is common enough with young and giddy persons, it was certainly very excusable. The prince determined to return to his father, on the faith of his having taken God to witness, that he not only would pardon him, but that he would love him better than ever. But it appears by the instructions given to the two envoys who went to fetch him, and even by the Tsar's own letter, that his father required him to declare the persons who had been his counselors, and also PG 295, to fulfill the oath he had made of renouncing the succession. It seemed difficult to reconcile this exclusion of the Tsarovitz from the succession with the other part of the oath, by which the Tsar had bound himself in his letter, namely that of loving his son better than ever. Perhaps divided between paternal love and the justice he owed to himself and people, as a sovereign, he might limit the renewal of his affection to his son in a convent, instead of to that son on a throne. Perhaps, likewise, he was in hopes to reduce him to reason, and to render him worthy of the succession at last, by making him sensible of the loss of a crown which he had forfeited by his own indiscretion. In a circumstance so uncommon, so intricate, and so afflicting, it may be easily supposed that the minds of both father and son were under equal perturbation, and hardly consistent with themselves. The prince arrived at Moscow on the 13th of February, NS 1717, and the same day went to throw himself at his father's feet, who was returned to the city from his travels. They had a long conference together, and a report was immediately spread through the city that the prince and his father were reconciled, and that all past transactions were buried in oblivion. But the next day, orders were issued for the regiments of guards to be under arms at break of day, and for all the Tsar's ministers, boyards, and councillors to repair to the great hall of the castle, as also for the prelates, together with 2 monks of St. Basil, professors of divinity, to assemble in the cathedral at the tolling of the great bell. The unhappy prince was then conducted to the great castle like a prisoner, and being come in his father's presence, threw himself in tears at pg 296 his feet, and presented a writing, containing a confession of his faults, declaring himself unworthy of the succession, and imploring only that his life might be spared. The Tsar, raising up his son, withdrew with him into a private room, where he put many questions to him, declaring to him at the same time that if he concealed any one circumstance relating to his elopement, his life should answer for it. The prince was then brought back to the great hall, where the council was assembled, and the Tsar's declaration, which had been previously prepared, was there publicly read in his presence. pg 297. In this piece the Tsar reproaches his son with all those faults we have before related, namely, pg 298 his little application to study, his connections with the favors of the ancient customs and manners, pg 299 of the country, and his ill behavior to his wife. He has even violated the conjugal faith, saith pg 300 the Tsar in his manifesto, by giving his affection to a prostitute of the most servile and low con pg 301 edition during the lifetime of his lawful spouse. It is certain that Peter himself had repudiated pg 302 his own wife in favor of a captive, but that captive was a person of exemplary merit, and pg 303 the Tsar had just cause for discontent against his wife, who was at the same time his subject. The pg 304 Zarovitz, on the contrary, had abandoned his princess for a young woman, hardly known to anyone, and who had no other merit but that of personal charms. So far there appears some errors of a young man, which a parent ought to reprimand in secret, and which he might have pardoned. The Tsar, in his manifesto, next reproaches his son with his flight to Vienna, and his having put himself under the emperor's protection, and adds that he had calumniated his father, by telling the emperor that he was persecuted by him, and that he had compelled him to renounce the succession, and lastly, that he had made intercession with the emperor to assist him with an armed force. Here it immediately occurs that the emperor pg 305 could not, with any propriety, have entered into a war with the Tsar on such an occasion, nor could he have interposed otherwise between an incensed father and a disobedient son, than by his good offices to promote a reconciliation. Accordingly we find that Charles VI contented himself with giving a temporary asylum to the fugitive prince and readily sent him back on the first requisition of the Tsar, in consequence of being informed of the place his son had chosen for his retreat. Peter adds, in this terrible piece, that Alexis had persuaded the emperor that he went in danger of his life if he returned back to Russia. Surely it was in some measure justifying these complaints of the prince to condemn him to death at his return, and especially after so solemn a promise to pardon him. But we shall see, in the course of this history, the cause which afterwards moved the Tsar to denounce this ever-memorable sentence. For the present let us turn our eyes upon an absolute prince, pleading against his son before an august assembly. In this manner, says he, has our son returned, and although, by his withdrawing himself and raising calumnies against us, he has deserved to be punished with death, yet out of our paternal affection we pardon his crimes, but considering his unworthiness and the series of his irregular conduct, we cannot in conscience leave him the succession to the throne of Russia, foreseeing that, by his vicious courses, he would, after our decease, entirely destroy the glory of our nation, and the safety of our dominions, which we have recovered from the enemy. Now, as we should pity our states and our faithful subjects, if by such a successor, we should throw them back into a much worse condition pg 306 than ever they were yet, so, by the paternal authority, and in quality of sovereign prince, in consideration of the safety of our dominions, we do deprive our said son Alexis, for his crimes and unworthiness, of the succession after us to our throne of Russia, even though there should not remain one single person of our family after us. And we do constitute and declare successor to the said throne after us, our second son, Peter, though yet very young, having no successor that is older. We lay upon our said son Alexis our paternal curse, if ever at any time he pretends to, or reclaims, the said succession. And we desire our faithful subjects, whether ecclesiastics or seculars, of all ranks and conditions, and the whole Russian nation, in conformity to this constitution and our will, to acknowledge and consider our son Peter, appointed by us to succeed as lawful successor, and agreeably to this our constitution, to confirm the whole by oath before the holy altar, upon the holy gospel, kissing the cross. And all those who shall ever at any time oppose this our will, and who, from this day forward, shall dare to consider our son Alexis as successor, or assist him for that purpose, declare them traitors to us and our country. And we have ordered that these presents shall be everywhere published and promulgated, to the end that no person may pretend ignorance. It would seem that this declaration had been prepared beforehand for the occasion, or that it had been drawn up with astonishing dispatch. PG 307, for the Tsarovitz did not return to Moscow till the 13th of February, and his renunciation in favor of the Empress Catherine's son is dated the 14th. The prince on his part signed his renunciation, whereby he acknowledges his exclusion to be just, as having merited it by his own fault and unworthiness. And I do hereby swear, adds he, in presence of God Almighty in the Holy Trinity, to submit in all things to my father's will. 100. These instruments being signed, the Tsar went in procession to the cathedral, where they were read a second time, when the whole body of clergy signed their approbation with their seals at the bottom, to a copy prepared for that purpose. No prince was ever disinherited in so authentic a manner. There are many states in PG 308 which an act of this kind would be of no validity. But in Russia, as in ancient Rome, every father has a power of depriving his son of his succession, and this power was still stronger in a sovereign than in a private subject, and especially in such a sovereign as Peter. But nevertheless, it was to be apprehended that those who had encouraged the prince in his opposition to his father's will, and had advised him to withdraw himself from his court, might one day endeavor to set aside a renunciation which had been procured by force, and restore to the eldest son that crown which had been violently snatched from him to place on the head of a younger brother by a second marriage. In this case it was easy to foresee a civil war, and a total subversion of all the great and useful projects which Peter had so much labored to establish, and therefore the present matter in question was to determine between the welfare of near 18 millions of souls, which was nearly the number which the Empire of Russia contained at that time, and the interest of a single person incapable of governing. Hence it became necessary to find out those who were disaffected, and accordingly the Tsar, a second time threatened his son with the most fatal consequences if he concealed anything, and the prince was obliged to undergo a judicial examination by his father, and afterwards by the commissioners appointed for that purpose. One principal article of the charge brought against him, and that which served chiefly to his condemnation, was a letter from one Bayer, the emperor's resident at the court of Russia, dated at Petersburg, after the flight of the prince. This letter makes mention of a mutiny in the Russian army then assembled at Mecklenburg, and that PG 309 several officers talked of clapping up Catherine and her son in the prison, where the late empress, whom Peter had repudiated, was then confined, and of placing the Tsarovitz on the throne, as soon as he could be found out and brought back. These idle projects fell to the ground of themselves, and there was not the least appearance that Alexis had ever countenanced them. The whole was only a piece of news related by a foreigner. The letter itself was not directed to the prince, and he had only a copy thereof transmitted him while at Vienna. But a charge of a more grievous nature appeared against him, namely, the heads of a letter written with his own hand, and which he had sent, while at the court of Vienna, to the senators and prelates of Russia, in which were the following very strong assertions: the continual ill-treatment which I have suffered, without having deserved it, have at length obliged me to consult my peace and safety by flight. I have narrowly escaped being confined in a convent by those who have already served my mother in the same manner. I am now under the protection of a great prince, and I beseech you not to abandon me in this conjuncture. The expression "in this conjuncture," which might be construed into a seditious meaning, appeared to have been blotted out, and then inserted again by his own hand, and afterwards blotted out a second time. which showed it to be the action of a young man disturbed in his mind, following the dictates of his resentment and repenting of it at the very instant. There were only the copies of these letters found. They were never sent to the persons they were designed for, the court of Vienna having taken care to stop them. A convincing proof that the PG 310 emperor never intended to break with the Tsar, or to assist the son to take up arms against his father. Several witnesses were brought to confront the prince, and one of them, named Afanassiev, deposed that he had formerly heard him speak these words: "I shall mention something to the bishops, who will mention it again to the lower clergy, and they to the parish priests, and the crown will be placed on my head whether I will or not." His own mistress, Afrosine, was likewise brought to give evidence against him. The charge, however, was not well supported in all its parts. There did not appear to have been any regular plan formed, any chain of intrigues, or anything like a conspiration or combination, nor the least shadow of preparation for a change in the government. The whole affair was that of a son, of a depraved and factious disposition, who thought himself injured by his father, who fled from him, and who wished for his death. But this son was heir to the greatest monarchy in our hemisphere, and in his situation and place, he could not be guilty of trivial faults. After the accusations of his mistress, another witness was brought against him, in relation to the former Tsarina his mother, and the Princess Mary his sister. He was charged with having consulted the former in regard to his flight, and of having mentioned it to the Princess Mary. The Bishop of Rostow, who was the confidant of all three, having been seized, deposed that the two princesses, who were then shut up in a convent, had expressed their wishes for a revolution in affairs that might restore them their liberty, and had even encouraged the prince, by their advice, to withdraw himself out of the PG 311 kingdom. The more natural their resentment was, the more it was to be apprehended. We shall see, at the end of this chapter, what kind of a person the Bishop of Rostow was, and what had been his conduct. The Tsarovitz at first denied several facts of this nature which were alleged against him, and by this very behavior subjected himself to the punishment of death, with which his father had threatened him in case he did not make an open and sincere confession. At last, however, he acknowledged several disrespectful expressions against his father, which were laid to his charge, but excused himself by saying he had been hurried away by passion and drink. The Tsar himself drew up several new interrogations. The fourth ran as follows: "When you found by Bayer's letter that there was a mutiny among the troops in Mecklenburg, you seemed pleased with it. You must certainly have had some reason for it, and I imagine you would have joined the rebels even during my lifetime." This was interrogating the prince on the subject of his private thoughts, which, though they might be revealed to a father, who may, by his advice, correct them, yet might they also with justice be concealed from a judge, who decides only upon acknowledged facts. The private sentiments of a man's heart have nothing to do in a criminal process, and the prince was at liberty either to deny them or disguise them, in such manner as he should think best for his own safety, as being under no obligation to lay open his heart, and yet we find him returning the following answer: "If the rebels had called upon me during your lifetime, I do verily be PG 312 leave I should have joined them, supposing I had found them sufficiently strong." It is hardly conceivable that he could have made this reply of himself, and it would be full as extraordinary, at least according to the custom in our part of the world, to condemn a person for confessing that he might have thought in a certain manner in a conjuncture that never happened. To this strange confession of his private thoughts, which had till then been concealed in the bottom of his heart, they added proofs that could hardly be admitted as such in a court of justice in any other country. The prince, sinking under his misfortunes and almost deprived of his senses, studied within himself with all the ingenuity of fear, for whatever could most effectually serve for his destruction, and at length acknowledged that in private confession to the archpriest James he had wished his father dead, and that his confessor made answer, "God will pardon you this wish. We all wish the same." The canons of our Church do not admit of proofs resulting from private confession, inasmuch as they are held inviolable secrets between God and the penitent, and both the Greek and Latin churches are agreed that this intimate and secret correspondence between a sinner and the deity are beyond the cognizance of a temporal court of justice. But here the welfare of a kingdom and a king were concerned. The archpriest, being put to the torture, confirmed all that the prince had revealed, and this trial furnished the unprecedented instance of a confessor accused by his penitent, and that penitent by his own mistress. To this may be added another singular circumstance, namely, the Archbishop PG 313 of Ryazan having been involved in several accusations on account of having spoken too favorably of the young Tsarovitz in one of his sermons, at the time that his father's resentment first broke out against him. That weak prince declared, in his answer to one of the interrogations, that he had depended on the assistance of that prelate, at the same time that he was at the head of the ecclesiastical court, which the Tsar had consulted in relation to this criminal process against his son, as we shall see in the course of this chapter. There is another remark to be made in this extraordinary trial, which we find so very lamely related in the absurd history of Peter the Great, by the pretended Bojar Nestor Suranoy, and that is the following. Among other answers which the Tsarovitz Alexis made to the first question put to him by his father, he acknowledges that while he was at Vienna, finding that he could not be admitted to see the emperor, he applied himself to Count Schonborn, the high chamberlain, who told him the emperor would not abandon him, and that as soon as occasion should offer, by the death of his father, that he would assist him to recover the throne by force of arms. Upon which, adds the prince, I made him the following answer: This is what I by no means desire. If the emperor will only grant me his protection for the present, I ask no more. This deposition is plain, natural, and carries with it strong marks of the truth, for it would have been the height of madness to have asked the emperor for an armed force to dethrone his father, and no one would have ventured to have made such an absurd proposal, either to the emperor, Prince Eugene, or to the council. This deposi PG 314 Tian bears date in the month of February, and 4 months afterwards, namely, after the 1st of July, and towards the latter end of the proceedings against the Tsarovitz, that prince is made to say, in the last answers he delivered in writing, being unwilling to imitate my father in anything, I endeavored to secure myself the succession by any means whatever, excepting such as were just. I attempted to get it by a foreign assistance, and had I succeeded, and that the emperor had fulfilled what he had promised me, to replace me on the throne of Russia even by force of arms, I would have left nothing undone to have got possession of it. For instance, if the emperor had demanded of me, in return for his services, a body of my own troops to fight for him against any power whatever, that might be in arms against him, or a large sum of money to defray the charges of a war, I should have readily granted everything he asked, and should have gratified his ministers and generals with magnificent presents. I would at my own expense have maintained the auxiliary troops he might have furnished to put me in possession of the crown, and, in a word, I should have thought nothing too much to have accomplished my ends. This answer seems greatly strained, and appears as if the unhappy deponent was exerting his utmost efforts to appear more culpable than he really was. Nay, he seems to have spoken absolutely contrary to truth in a capital point. He says the emperor had promised to procure him the crown by force of arms. This is absolutely false. Schonborn had given him hopes that, after the death of his father, the emperor might assist him to recover his birthright, but the emperor himself never made him any pro PG 315 Messi. And lastly, the matter in question was not if he should take arms against his father, but if he should succeed him after his death. By this last deposition he declares what he believes he should have done, had he been obliged to dispute his birthright, which he had not formally renounced till after his journey to Vienna and Naples. Here then we have a second deposition, not of anything he had already done, and the actual commission of which would have subjected him to the rigorous inquiry of the law, but of what he imagines he should have done had occasion offered, and which consequently is no subject of a juridical inquiry. Thus does he twice together accuse himself of private thoughts that he might have entertained in a future time. The known world does not produce an instance of a man tried and condemned for vague and inconsequential notions that came into his head, and which he never communicated to anyone. Nor is there a court of justice in Europe that will hear a man accuse himself of criminal thoughts. Nay, we believe that they are not punished by God himself, unless accompanied by a fixed resolution to put them in practice. To these natural reflections, it may be answered that the Tsarovitz had given his father a just right to punish him by having withheld the names of several of the accomplices of his flight. His pardon was promised him only on condition of making a full and open confession, which he did not till it was too late. Lastly, after so public an affair, it was not in human nature that Alexis should ever forgive a brother in favor of whom he had been disinherited. Therefore, it was thought better to punish one guilty person than to expose a whole nation to PG 316 danger, and herein the rigor of justice and reasons of state acted in concert. We must not judge of the manners and laws of one nation by those of others. The Tsar was possessed of the fatal, but incontestable right of punishing his son with death, for the single crime of having withdrawn himself out of the kingdom against his consent, and he thus explains himself in his declaration addressed to the prelates and others, who composed the high courts of justice. Though according to all laws, civil and divine, and especially those of this empire, which grant an absolute jurisdiction to fathers over their children, even fathers in private life, we have a full and unlimited power to judge our son for his crimes according to our pleasure, without asking the advice of any person whatsoever. Yet, as men are more liable to prejudice and partiality in their own affairs than in those of others, and as the most eminent and expert physicians rely not on their judgment concerning themselves, but call in the advice and assistance of others, so we, under the fear of God and an awful dread of offending him, in like manner make known our disease and apply to you for a cure, being apprehensive of eternal death, if ignorant perhaps of the nature of our distemper, we should attempt to cure ourselves, and the rather as in a solemn appeal to Almighty God, I have signed, sworn, and confirmed a promise of pardon to my son, in case he should declare to me the truth. And though he has violated this promise, by concealing the most important circumstances of his rebellious design against us, yet that we may not in anything swerve from our obligations, we pray you to consider this affair with seriousness and attention, and report what punishment he deserves without favor or partiality either to him PG 317 or me, for should you apprehend that he deserves but a slight punishment, it will be disagreeable to me. I swear to you by the great God and his judgments, that you have nothing to fear on this head. Neither let the reflection of your being to pass sentence on the son of your prince have any influence on you, but administer justice without respect of persons, and destroy not your own souls and mine also, by doing anything to injure our country, or upbraid our consciences in the great and terrible day of judgment. The Tsar afterwards addressed himself to the clergy, by another declaration to the same purpose, so that everything was transacted in the most authentic manner, and Peter's behavior through the whole of this affair was so open and PG 318 undisguised, as showed him to be fully satisfied of the justice of his cause. On the 1st of July the clergy delivered their opinion in writing. In fact, it was their opinion only, and not a judgment, which the Tsar required of them. The beginning is deserving the attention of all Europe. This affair, say the prelates and the rest of the clergy, does in no wise fall within the verge of the ecclesiastical court, nor is the absolute power invested in the sovereign of the Russian Empire subject to the cognizance of his people, but he has an unlimited power of acting herein as to him shall seem best, without any inferior having a right to intermeddle therein. After their preamble they proceed to cite several texts of Scripture, particularly Leviticus, wherein it is said, "Cursed be he that curseth his father or mother," and the Gospel of St. Matthew, which repeats this severe denunciation. And they concluded, after several other quotations, with these remarkable words. PG 319. If His Majesty is inclinable to punish the offender according to his deeds and the measure of his crimes, he has before him the examples in the Old Testament. If on the other hand he is inclined to show mercy, he has a pattern in our Lord Jesus Christ, who receives the prodigal son, when returning with a contrite heart, who set free the woman taken in adultery, whom the law sentenced to be stoned to death, and who prefers mercy to burnt offerings. He has likewise the example of David, who spared his son Absalom, who had rebelled against and persecuted him, saying to his captains, when going forth to the fight, "Spare my son Absalom." The father was here inclinable to mercy, but divine justice suffered not the offender to go unpunished. The heart of the Tsar is in the hands of God. Let him take that side to which it shall please the Almighty to direct him. This opinion was signed by 8 archbishops and bishops, 4 archpriests, and 2 professors of divinity. And, as we have already observed, the Metropolitan Archbishop of Ryazan, the same PG 320 with whom the prince had held a correspondence, was the first who signed. As soon as the clergy had signed this opinion, they presented it to the Tsar. It is easy to perceive that this body was desirous of inclining his mind to clemency, and nothing can be more beautiful than the contrast between the mercy of Jesus Christ and the rigor of the Jewish law, placed before the eyes of a father, who was the prosecutor of his own son. The same day the Tsarovitz was again examined for the last time, and signed his final confession in writing, wherein he acknowledges himself to have been a bigot in his youthful days, to have frequented the company of priests and monks, to have drank with them, and to have imbibed from their conversations the first impressions of dislike to the duties of his station, and even to the person of his father. If he made this confession of his own accord, it shows that he must have been ignorant of the mild advice the body of clergy, whom he thus accuses, had lately given his father. And it is a still stronger proof how great a change the Tsar had wrought in the manners of the clergy of his time, who, from a state of the most deplorable ignorance, were in so short a time become capable of drawing up a writing, which for its wisdom and eloquence might have been owned, without a blush, by the most illustrious fathers of the Church. It is in this last confession that the Tsarovitz made that declaration on which we have already commented, viz., that he endeavored to secure to himself the succession by any means whatever, except such as were just. One would imagine, by this last confession, that the prince was apprehensive he had not Ren PG 321 dared himself sufficiently criminal in the eyes of his judges, by his former self-accusations, and that, by giving himself the character of a dissembler and a bad man, and supposing how he might have acted had he been the master, he was carefully studying how to justify the fatal sentence which was about to be pronounced against him, and which was done on the 5th of July. This sentence will be found at length at the end of this volume. Therefore, we shall only observe in this place that it begins, like the opinion of the clergy, by declaring that it belongs not to subjects to take cognizance of such an affair, which depends solely on the absolute will of the sovereign, whose authority is derived from God alone. And then, after having set forth the several articles of the charge brought against the prince, the judges express themselves thus: "What shall we think of a rebellious design, almost unparalleled in history, joined to that of a horrid parasite against him, who was his father in a double capacity?" Probably these words have been wrong translated from the trial printed by order of the Tsar. For certainly, there have been instances in history of much greater rebellions, and no part of the proceedings against the Tsarovitz discover any design in him of killing his father. Perhaps by the word parricide is understood the deposition made by the prince, that one day he declared at confession that he had wished for the death of his father. But how can a private declaration of a secret thought, under the seal of confession, be a double parricide? Be this as it may, the Tsarovitz was unanimously condemned to die, but no mention was made in the sentence of the manner in which he was to suffer. Of 144 PG 322 judges, there was not one who thought of a lesser punishment than death. Whereas, an English tract, which made a great noise at that time, observes that if such a cause had been brought before an English parliament, there would not have been one judge out of 144 that would have inflicted even a penalty. There cannot be a stronger proof of the difference of times and places. The consul Manlius would have been condemned by the laws of England to lose his own life, for having put his son to death, whereas he was admired and extolled for that action by the rigid Romans. But the same laws would not punish a Prince of Wales for leaving the kingdom, who, as a peer of the realm, has a right to go and come when he pleases. A criminal design, not perpetrated, is not punishable by the laws in England or France, but it is in Russia. A continued formal and repeated disobedience of commands would, amongst us, be considered only an error in conduct which ought to be suppressed. But in Russia, it was judged a capital crime in the heir of a great empire, whose ruin might have been the consequence of that disobedience. Lastly, the Tsarovitz was culpable towards the whole nation, by his design of throwing it back into that state of darkness and ignorance from which his father had so lately delivered it. Such was the acknowledged power of the Tsar, that he might put his son to death for disobedience to him, without consulting anyone. Never pg 323 the less, he submitted the affair to the judgment of the representatives of the nation, so that it was in fact the nation itself who passed sentence on the prince, and Peter was so well satisfied with the equity of his own conduct, that he voluntarily submitted it to the judgment of every other nation, by causing the whole proceedings to be printed and translated into several languages. The law of history would not permit us to disguise or palliate aught in the relation of this tragic event. All Europe was divided in its sentiments, whether most to pity a young prince, prosecuted by his own father, and condemned to lose his life, by those who were one day to have been his subjects, or the father, who thought himself under a necessity to sacrifice his own son to the welfare of his nation. It was asserted in several books, published on this subject, that the Tsar sent to Spain for a copy of the proceedings against Don Carlos, who had been condemned to death by his father, King Philip II. But this is false, inasmuch as Don Carlos was never brought to his trial. The conduct of Peter I was totally different from that of Philip. The Spanish monarch never made known to the world the reasons for which he had confined his son, nor in what manner that prince died. He wrote letters on this occasion to the Pope and the Empress, which were absolutely contradictory to each other. William, Prince of Orange, accused Philip publicly of having sacrificed his son and his wife to his jealousy, and to have behaved rather like a jealous and cruel husband, and an unnatural and murderous father, than a severe and upright judge. Philip suffered this accusation against him to pass unanswered. Peter, on the contrary, did nothing but in the eye of the world. He openly declared that he pre-pg 324 referred his people to his own son, submitted his cause to the judgment of the principal persons of his kingdom, and made the whole world the judge of their proceedings and his own. There was another extraordinary circumstance attending this unhappy affair, which was that the Empress Catherine, who was hated by the Tsarovitz, and whom he had publicly threatened with the worst of treatment whenever he should mount the throne, was not in any way accessory to his misfortunes, and was neither accused nor even suspected by any foreign minister residing at the court of Russia of having taken the least step against a son-in-law from whom she had so much to fear. It is true, indeed, that no one pretends to say she interceded with the Tsar for his pardon, but all the accounts of these times, and especially those of the Count de Basuitz, agree that she was greatly affected with his misfortunes. I have now before me the memoirs of a public minister, in which I find the following words. I was present when the Tsar told the Duke of Holstein that the Tsarina Catherine had begged of him to prevent the sentence passed upon the Tsarovitz being publicly read to that prince. Content yourself, said she, with obliging him to turn monk, for this public and formal condemnation of your son will reflect an odium on your grandson. The Tsar, however, would not hearken to the intercession of his spouse. He thought there was a necessity to have the sentence publicly read to the prince himself, in order that he might have no pretense left to dispute this solemn act, in which he himself acquiesced, and that being dead in law, he could never after claim a right to the crown. pg 325. Nevertheless, if, after the death of Peter, a formidable party had arose in favor of Alexis, would his being dead in law have prevented him from ascending the throne? The prince then had his sentence read to him, and the memoirs I have just mentioned observe that he fell into a fit on hearing these words. The laws divine and ecclesiastical, civil and military, condemn to death, without mercy, those whose attempts against their father and their sovereign have been fully proved. These fits, it is said, turned to an apoplexy, and it was with great difficulty he was recovered at that time. Afterwards, when he came a little to himself, and in the dreadful interval between life and death, he sent for his father to come to him. The Tsar accordingly went, and both father and son burst into a flood of tears. The unhappy culprit asked his offended parents' forgiveness, which he gave him publicly. Then, being in the agonies of death, extreme unction was administered to him in the most solemn manner, and soon after he expired in the presence of the whole court, the day after the fatal sentence had been pronounced upon him. His body was immediately carried to the cathedral, where it lay in state, exposed to public view for 4 days, after which it was interred in the church of the citadel, by the side of his late princess, the Tsar and Tsarina assisting at the funeral. And here I think myself indispensably obliged to imitate, in some measure, the conduct of the Tsar. That is to say, to submit to the judgment of the public the several facts which I have related with the most scrupulous exactness, and not only the facts themselves, but likewise the various reports which were propagated in relation to them by authors of the first. Credit, Lamberty, pg 326, the most impartial of any writer on this subject, and at the same time the most exact, and who has confined himself to the simple narrative of the original and authentic pieces, relating to the affairs of Europe, seems in this matter to have departed from that impartiality and discernment for which he is so remarkable, for he thus expresses himself. The Tsarina, ever anxious for the fortune of her own son, did not suffer the Tsar to rest till she had obliged him to commence the proceedings against the Tsarovits, and to prosecute that unhappy prince to death. And, what is still more extraordinary, the Tsar, after having given him the knout which is a kind of torture with his own hand, was himself his executioner, by cutting off his head, which was afterwards so artfully joined to the body, that the separation could not be perceived when it was exposed to public view. Some little time afterwards, the Tsarina's son died, to the inexpressible regret of her and the Tsar. This latter, who had beheaded his own son, coming now to reflect that he had no successor, grew exceedingly ill-tempered. Much about that time also he was informed that his spouse, the Tsarina, was engaged in a secret and criminal correspondence with Prince Menzikoff. This, joined to the reflection that she had been the cause of his putting to death with his own hand his eldest son, made him conceive a design to strip her of the imperial honors, and shut her up in a convent, in the same manner as he had done his first wife, who is still living there. It was a custom with the Tsar to keep a kind of diary of his private thoughts in his pocket-book, and he had accordingly entered therein a memorandum of this his intention. The Tsarina, having found means to gain over to her interest all the pg 327 pages of the Tsar's bedchamber, one of them finding his pocket-book, which he had carelessly left on the table, brought it to Catherine, who, upon reading this memorandum, immediately sent for Prince Menzikoff, and communicated it to him, and in a day or two afterwards, the Tsar was seized with a violent distemper, of which he died. This distemper was attributed to poison, on account of its being so sudden and violent that it could not be supposed to proceed from a natural cause, and that the horrible act of poisoning was but too frequently used in Russia. These accusations, thus handed down by Lamberty, were soon spread throughout Europe, and as there still exist a great number of pieces, both in print and manuscript, which may give a sanction to the belief of this fact to the latest posterity, I think it is my duty to mention, in this place, what has come to my knowledge from unexceptionable authority. In the first place, then, I take it upon me to declare that the person who furnished Lamberty with this strange anecdote was in fact a native of Russia, but of a foreign extraction, and who himself did not reside in that country at the time this event happened, having left it several years before. I was formerly acquainted with him. He had been in company with Lamberty at the little town of Nyon, whither that writer had retired, and where I myself have often been. This very man declared to me that he had never told this story to Lamberty but in the light of a report which had been handed about at that time. This example may suffice to show how easy it pg 328 was in former times, before the art of printing was found out, for one man to destroy the reputation of another, in the minds of whole nations, by reason that manuscript histories were in a few hands only, and not exposed to general examination and censure, or of the observations of contemporaries, as they now are. A single line in Tacitus or Sallust, nay, even in the authors of the most fabulous legends, was enough to render a great prince odious to the half of mankind, and to perpetuate his name with infamy to successive generations. How was it possible that the Tsar could have beheaded his son with his own hand, when extreme unction was administered to the latter in the presence of the whole court? Was he dead when the sacred oil was poured upon his head? When or how could this dissevered head have been rejoined to its trunk? It is notorious that the prince was not left alone a single moment, from the first reading of his sentence to him to the instant of his death. Besides, this story of the czar's having had recourse to the sword acquits him at least of having made use of poison. I will allow that it is somewhat uncommon that a young man in the vigor of his days should die of a sudden fright, occasioned by hearing the sentence of his own death read to him, and especially when it was a sentence that he expected. But after all, physicians will tell us that this is not a thing impossible. If the czar dispatched his son by poison, as so many authors would persuade us, he by that means deprived himself of every advantage he might expect from this fatal process, in convincing all Europe that he had a right to punish every delinquent. He rendered all the reasons for Pro-PG 329, announcing the condemnation of the Tsarovits suspected, and in fact accused himself. If he was desirous of the death of his son, he was in possession of full power to have caused the sentence to be put in execution. Would a man of any prudence then, would a sovereign, on whom the eyes of all his neighbors were fixed, have taken the base and dastardly method of poisoning the person, over whose devoted head he himself already held the sword of justice? Lastly, would he have suffered his memory to have been transmitted to posterity as an assassin and a poisoner, when he could so easily have assumed the character of an upright though severe judge? It appears then, from all that has been delivered on this subject in the preceding pages, that Peter was more the king than the parent, and that he sacrificed his own son to the sentiments of the father and lawgiver of his country, and to the interest of his people, who, without this wholesome severity, were on the verge of relapsing again into that state from which he had taken them. It is evident that he did not sacrifice the son to the ambition of a stepmother, or to the son he had by her, since he had often threatened the Tsarovits to disinherit him, before Catherine brought him that other son, whose infirm infancy gave signs of a speedy death, which actually happened in a very short time afterwards. Had Peter taken this important step merely to please his wife, he must have been a fool, a madman, or a coward, neither of which, most certainly, could be laid to his charge. But he foresaw what would be the fate of his establishments, and of his newborn nation, if he had such a successor as would not adopt his views. The event has verified this foresight. The Russian Empire is become famous and re-PG 330 spectable throughout Europe, from which it was before entirely separated, whereas, had the Tsarovits succeeded to the throne, everything would have been destroyed. In fine, when this catastrophe comes to be seriously considered, the compassionate heart shudders and the rigid applauds. This great and terrible event is still fresh in the memories of mankind, and it is frequently spoken of as a matter of so much surprise that it is absolutely necessary to examine what contemporary writers have said of it. One of these hireling scribblers, who has taken on him the title of historian, speaks thus of it in a work which he has dedicated to Count Bruhl, Prime Minister to His Polish Majesty, whose name indeed may seem to give some weight to what he advances. Russia was convinced that the Tsarovits owed his death to poison, which had been given him by his mother-in-law. But this accusation is overturned by the declaration which the Tsar made to the Duke of Holstein, that the Empress Catherine had advised him to confine his son in a monastery. With regard to the poison which the Empress is said to have given afterwards to her husband, that story is sufficiently destroyed by the simple relation of the affair of the page and pocketbook. What man would think of making such a memorandum as this? I must remember to confine my wife in a convent. Is this a circumstance of so trivial a nature that it must be set down lest it should be forgotten? If Catherine had poisoned her son-in-law and her husband, she would have committed crimes, whereas, so far from being suspected of cruelty, she had a remarkable character for lenity and sweetness of temper. It may now be proper to show what was the PG 331 first cause of the behavior of the Tsarovits, of his flight, and of his death, and that of his accomplices, who fell by the hands of the executioner. It was owing then to mistaken notions in religion, and to a superstitious fondness for priests and monks. That this was the real source from whence all his misfortunes were derived, is sufficiently apparent from his own confession, which we have already set before the reader, and in particular, by that expression of the Tsar in his letter to his unhappy son, A corrupt priesthood will be able to turn you at pleasure. The following is, almost word for word, the manner in which a certain ambassador to the court of Russia explains these words. Several ecclesiastics, says he, fond of the ancient barbarous customs, and regretting the authority they had lost by the nation having become more civilized, wished earnestly to see Prince Alexis on the throne, from whose known disposition they expected a return of those days of ignorance and superstition which were so dear to them. In the number of these was Desitheus, bishop of Rostow. This prelate feigned a revelation from St. Demetrius, and that the saint had appeared to him, and had assured him as from God himself, that the Tsar would not live above 3 months, that the Empress Eudocia, who was then confined in the convent of Sustal, and had taken the veil under the name of Sister Helena, and the Princess Mary the Tsar's sister, should ascend the throne and reign jointly with Prince Alexis. Eudocia and the Princess Mary were weak enough to credit this imposture, and were even so persuaded of the truth of this prediction, that the former quitted her habit and the convent, and throwing aside the name of Sister Helena, reassumed the PG 332 imperial title and the ancient dress of the Tsarinas, and caused the name of her rival Catherine to be struck out of the form of prayer. And when the lady abbess of the convent opposed these proceedings, Eudocia answered her haughtily that, as Peter had punished the Strelitzes, who had insulted his mother, in like manner would Prince Alexis punish those who had offered an indignity to his. She caused the abbess to be confined to her apartment. An officer named Stephen Glebo was introduced into the convent. This man Eudocia made use of as the instrument of her designs, having previously won him over to her interest by heaping favors on him. Glebo caused Desitheus's prediction to be spread over the little town of Sustal and the neighborhood thereof. But the 3 months being nearly expired, Eudocia reproached the bishop with the Tsar's being still alive. My father's sins, answered Desitheus, have been the cause of this. He is still in purgatory, and has acquainted me therewith. Upon this Eudocia caused 1,000 masses for the dead to be said, Desitheus assuring her that this would not fail of having the desired effect. But in about a month afterwards, he came to her and told that his father's head was already out of purgatory. In a month afterwards he was freed as far as his waist, so that then he only stuck in purgatory by his feet. But as soon as they should be set free, which was the most difficult part of the business, the Tsar would infallibly die. The Princess Mary, persuaded by Desitheus, gave herself up to him, on condition that his father should be immediately released from purgatory, and the prediction accomplished, and Glebo continued his usual correspondence with the old Tsarina. PG 333. It was chiefly on the faith of these predictions that the Tsarovitz quitted the kingdom and retired into a foreign country to wait for the death of his father. However, the whole scheme was soon discovered. Desitheus and Glebo were seized. The letters of the Princess Mary to Desitheus and those of Sister Helena to Glebo were read in the open Senate. In consequence of which, the Princess Mary was shut up in the fortress of Schusselburg, and the old Tsarina removed to another convent, where she was kept a close prisoner. Desitheus and Glebo, together with the other accomplices of these idle and superstitious intrigues, were put to the torture, as were likewise the confidants of the Tsarovitz's flight. His confessor, his preceptor, and the steward of his household all died by the hands of the executioner. Such then was the dear and fatal price at which Peter, the Great, purchased the happiness of his people, and such were the numberless obstacles he had to surmount in the midst of a long and dangerous war without doors, and an unnatural rebellion at home. He saw one half of his family plotting against him, the majority of the priesthood obstinately bent to frustrate his designs, and almost the whole nation for a long time opposing its own felicity, of which as yet it was not become sensible. He had prejudices to overcome, and discontents to soothe. In a word, there wanted a new generation formed by his care, who would at length entertain the proper ideas of happiness and glory, which their fathers were not able to comprehend or support. PG 334. Chap 30. Works and Establishments in 1718 and the following years. Throughout the whole of the foregoing dreadful catastrophe, it appeared clearly that Peter had acted only as the father of his country, and that he considered his people as his family. The punishments he had been obliged to inflict on such of them, who had endeavored to obstruct or impede the happiness of the rest, were necessary, though melancholy sacrifices, made to the general good. This year, which was the epoch of the disinheriting and death of his eldest son, was also that of the greatest advantage he procured to his subjects, by establishing a general police hitherto unknown, by the introduction or improvement of manufactures and works of every kind, by opening new branches of trade, which now began to flourish, and by the construction of canals, which joined rivers, seas, and people that nature had separated from each other. We have here none of those striking events which charm common readers, none of those court intrigues which are the food of scandal and malice, nor of those great revolutions which amaze the generality of mankind, but we behold the real springs of public happiness, which the philosophically eye delights to contemplate. He now appointed a lieutenant general of police over the whole empire, who was to hold his court at Petersburg, and from thence preserve order from one end of the kingdom to the other. Extravagance in dress, and the still more dangerous extravagance of gaming, were PG 335 prohibited under severe penalties. Schools for teaching arithmetic, which had been first set on foot in 1716, were now established in many towns in Russia. The hospitals which had been began were now finished, endowed, and filled with proper objects. To these we may add the several useful establishments which had been projected some time before, and which were completed a few years afterwards. The great towns were now cleared of those innumerable swarms of beggars, who will not follow any other occupation, but that of importuning those who are more industrious than themselves, and who lead a wretched and shameful life at the expense of others, an abuse too much overlooked in other nations. The rich were obliged to build regular and handsome houses in Petersburg, agreeable to their circumstances, and by a masterstroke of police, the several materials were brought carriage-free to the city, by the barks and wagons which returned empty from the neighboring provinces. Weights and measures were likewise fixed upon an uniform plan, in the same manner as the laws. This uniformity, so much, but in vain desired, in states that have for many ages been civilized, was established in Russia without the least difficulty or murmuring, and yet we fancy that this salutary regulation is impracticable amongst us. The prices of the necessaries of life were also fixed. The city of Petersburg was well lighted with lamps during the night, a convenience which was first introduced in Paris by Louis XIV, and to which Rome is still a stranger. Pumps were erected for supplying water in cases of fire. The streets were well paved, and rails PG 336 put up for the security of foot passengers. In a word, everything was provided that could minister to safety, decency, and good order, and to the quicker dispatch and convenience of the inland trade of the country. Several privileges were granted to foreigners, and proper laws enacted to prevent the abuse of those privileges. In consequence of these useful and salutary regulations, Petersburg and Moscow put on a new face. The iron and steel manufactories received additional improvements, especially those which the Tsar had founded at about 10 miles distance from Petersburg, of which he himself was the first superintendent, and wherein no less than 1,000 workmen were employed immediately under his eye. He went in person to give directions to those who farmed the corn mills, powder mills, and mills for sawing timber, and to the managers of the manufactories for cordage and sailcloth, to the brickmakers, slaters, and the clothweavers. Numbers of workmen in every branch came from France to settle under him. These were the fruits he reaped from his travels. He established a board of trade, which was composed of one half natives and the other half foreigners, in order that justice might be equally distributed to all artists and workmen. A Frenchman settled a manufactory for making fine looking-glass at Petersburg, with the assistance of Prince Menzikoff. Another set up a loom for working curious tapestry, after the manner of the Gobelins, and this manufactory still meets with great encouragement. A third succeeded in making of gold and silver thread, and the Tsar ordered that no more than 4,000 marks of gold or silver should be expended in PG 337, these works in the space of a year, by this means to prevent the too great consumption of bullion in the kingdom. He gave 30,000 rubles, that is, about 150,000 French livres, together with all the materials and instruments necessary for making the several kinds of woolen stuffs. By this useful bounty, he was enabled to clothe all his troops with the cloth made in his own country, whereas, before that time, it was purchased from Berlin and other foreign kingdoms. They made as fine linen cloth in Moscow as in Holland, and at his death there were in that capital and at Jaroslaw no less than 14 linen and hempen manufactories. It could certainly never be imagined, at the time that silk sold in Europe for its weight in gold, that one day there would arise on the banks of the Lake Ladoga, in the midst of a frozen region, and among unfrequented marshes, a magnificent and opulent city, where the silks of Persia should be manufactured in as great perfection as at Ispahan. Peter, however, undertook this great phenomenon in commerce, and succeeded in the attempt. The working of iron mines was carried to their highest degree of perfection. Several other mines of gold and silver were discovered, and the Council of Mines was appointed to examine and determine whether the working of these would bring in a profit adequate to the expense. But to make so many different arts and manufactures flourish, and to establish so many various undertakings, it was not alone sufficient to grant patents, or to appoint inspectors. It was PG 338 necessary that our great founder should behold all these pass under his own eye in their beginnings, and work at them with his own hands, in the same manner as we have already seen him working at the construction, the rigging, and the sailing of a ship. When canals were to be dug in marshy and almost impassable grounds, he was frequently seen at the head of the workmen digging the earth, and carrying it away himself. In this same year, he formed the plan of the canal and sluices of Ladoga. This was intended to make a communication between the Neva and another navigable river, in order for the more easy conveyance of merchandise to Petersburg, without taking the great circuit of the Lake Ladoga, which, on account of the storms that prevailed on the coast, was frequently impassable for barks or small vessels. Peter leveled the ground himself, and they still preserve the tools which he used in digging up and carrying off the earth. The whole court followed the example of their sovereign, and persisted in a work, which at the same time they looked upon as impracticable, and it was finished after his death, for not one of his projects, which had been found possible to be effected, was abandoned. The great canal of Kronstadt, which is easily drained of its waters, and wherein they careen and clean the men of war, was also began at the same time that he was engaged in the proceedings against his son. In this year also he built the new city of Ladoga. A short time afterwards, he made the canal which joins the Caspian Sea to the Gulf of Finland and to the ocean. The boats, after sailing up the Volga, came first to the communication of two rivers, which he joined for that PG 339 purpose. From thence, by another canal, they enter into the Lake of Ilmen, and then fall into the canal of Ladoga, from whence goods and merchandises may be conveyed by sea to all parts of the world. In the midst of these labors, which all passed under his inspection, he carried his views from Kamchatka to the most eastern limits of his empire, and caused 2 forts to be built in these regions, which were so long unknown to the rest of the world. In the meantime, a body of engineers, who were drafted from the Marine Academy established in 1715, were sent to make the tour of the empire, in order to form exact charts thereof, and lay before mankind the immense extent of country which he had civilized and enriched. Chap 31, of the Trade of Russia. The Russian trade without doors was in a manner annihilated before the reign of Peter. He restored it anew after his accession to the throne. It is notorious that the current of trade has undergone several changes in the world. The south part of Russia was before the time of Tamerlane the staple of Greece and even of the Indies, and the Genoese were the principal factors. The Tannise and the Borysthenes were loaded with the productions of Asia. But when Tamerlane, towards the end of the 14th century, had conquered the Taurican Chersonesus, afterwards called Crimea or Crim Tartary, and when the Turks became masters of Azov, this great branch of trade was totally destroyed. Peter formed the design of reviving it by get PG 340 ting possession of Azov, but the unfortunate campaign of Pruth wrested this city out of his hands, and with it all his views on the Black Sea. Nevertheless, he had it still in his power to open as extensive a road to commerce through the Caspian Sea. The English who, in the end of the 15th and beginning of the 16th century, had opened a trade to Archangel, had endeavored to do the same likewise by the Caspian Sea, but failed in all their attempts for this purpose. It has been already observed that the father of Peter the Great caused a ship to be built in Holland to trade from Astrakhan to the coast of Persia. This vessel was burnt by the rebel Stenkorazin, which put an immediate stop to any views of trading on a fair footing with the Persians. The Armenians, who are the factors of that part of Asia, were received by Peter the Great into Astrakhan. Everything was obliged to pass through their hands, and they reaped all the advantage of that trade, as is the case with the Indian traders and the Banians and with the Turks, as well as several nations in Christendom, and the Jews. For those who have only one way of living, are generally very expert in that art on which they depend for support, and others pay a voluntary tribute to that knowledge in which they know themselves deficient. Peter had already found a remedy for this inconvenience in the treaty which he made with the Soph of Persia, by which all the silk, which was not used for the manufactories in that kingdom, was to be delivered to the Armenians of Astrakhan, and by them to be transported into Russia. The troubles which arose in Persia soon overturned this arrangement, and in the course of pg 341 this history, we shall see how the Shah or Emperor of Persia, Husain, when persecuted by the rebels, implored the assistance of Peter, and how that monarch, after having supported a difficult war against the Turks and the Swedes, entered Persia and subjected 3 of its provinces. But to return to the article of trade. Of the trade with China. The undertaking of establishing a trade with China seemed to promise the greatest advantages. 2 vast empires, bordering on each other, and each reciprocally possessing what the other stood in need of, seemed to be both under the happy necessity of opening a useful correspondence, especially after the Treaty of Peace, so solemnly ratified between these 2 empires in the year 1689, according to our way of reckoning. The first foundation of this trade had been laid in the year 1653. There was at that time 2 companies of Siberian and Bukharian families settled in Siberia. Their caravans traveled through the Kalmuk plains, after they had crossed the deserts of Chinese Tartary and made a considerable profit by their trade. But the troubles which happened in the country of the Kalmuks, and the disputes between the Russians and the Chinese, in regard to the frontiers, put a stop to this commerce. After the peace of 1689, it was natural for the 2 great nations to fix on some neutral place, whither all the goods should be carried. The Siberians, like all other nations, stood more in need of the Chinese than these latter did of them. Accordingly, permission was asked of the Emperor of China to send caravans to Pekin, which was readily granted. This happened in the beginning of the present century. pg 342. It is worthy of observation that the Emperor Kamhai had granted permission for a Russian church in the suburbs of Pekin, which church was to be served by Siberian priests, the whole at the emperor's own expense, who was so indulgent to cause this church to be built for the accommodation of several families of eastern Siberia, some of whom had been prisoners before the peace of 1680, and the others were adventurers from their own country, who would not return back again after the peace of Nipchu. The agreeable climate of Pekin, the obliging manners of the Chinese, and the ease with which they found a handsome living, determined them to spend the rest of their days in China. The small Greek church could not become dangerous to the peace of the empire, as those of the Jesuits have been to that of other nations, and moreover, the Emperor Kamhai was a favorer of liberty of conscience. Toleration has in all times been the established custom in Asia, as it was in former times all over the world, till the reign of the Roman Emperor Theodosius I. The Russian families, thus established in China, having intermarried with the natives, have since quitted the Christian religion, but their church still subsists. It was stipulated that this church should be for the use of those who come with the Siberian caravans, to bring furs and other commodities wanted at Pekin. The voyage out and home, and the stay in the country generally took up 3 years. Prince Gagarin, governor of Siberia, was 20 years at the head of this trade. The caravans were sometimes very numerous, and it was difficult to keep the common people, who made the greatest number, within proper bounds. They passed through the territories of a Laman pg 343 priest, who is a kind of Tartarian sovereign, resides on the seacoast of Orkhan, and has the title of Kautaukas. He is the vicar of the Grand Lama, but has rendered himself independent by making some change in the religion of the country, where the Indian tenet of metempsychosis is the prevailing opinion. We cannot find a more apt comparison for this priest than in the bishops of Lübeck and Osnaburg, who have shaken off the dominion of the Church of Rome. The caravans, in their march, sometimes committed depredations on the territories of this Tartarian prelate, as they did also on those of the Chinese. This irregular conduct proved an impediment to the trade of those parts, for the Chinese threatened to shut the entrance into their empire against the Russians unless a stop was put to these disorders. The trade with China was at that time very advantageous to the Russians, who brought from thence gold, silver, and precious stones in return for their merchandise. The largest ruby in the world was brought out of China to Prince Gagarin, who sent it to Prince Menzikoff, and it is now one of the ornaments of the imperial crown. The exactions put in practice by Prince Gagarin were of great prejudice to that trade, which had brought him so much riches, and at length they ended in his own destruction, for he was accused before the court of justice, established by the Tsar, and sentenced to lose his head, a year after the condemnation of the Tsarovits and the execution of all those who had been his accomplices. About the same time, the Emperor Kamhai, perceiving his health to decay, and knowing, by experience, that the European mathematicians were much more learned in their art than those of PG 340 for his own nation, thought that the European physicians must also have more knowledge than those of Pekin, and therefore sent a message to the Tsar, by some ambassadors who were returning from China to Petersburg, requesting him to send him one of his physicians. There happened at that time to be an English surgeon at Petersburg who offered to undertake the journey in that character, and accordingly set out in company with a new ambassador and one Lawrence Lange, who has left a description of that journey. This embassy was received, and all the expense of it defrayed with great pomp by Kamhai. The surgeon, at his arrival, found the emperor in perfect health, and gained the reputation of a most skillful physician. The caravans who followed this embassy made prodigious profits, but fresh excesses having been committed by this very caravan, the Chinese were so offended thereat that they sent back Lange, who was at that time resident from the Tsar at the Chinese court, and with him all the Russian merchants established there. The Emperor Kamhai dying, his son Yanshin, who had as great a share of wisdom and more firmness than his father, and who drove the Jesuits out of his empire, as the Tsar had done from Russia in 1718, concluded a treaty with Peter, by which the Russian caravans were no more to trade on the frontiers of the two empires. There are only certain factors, dispatched in the name of the Emperor or Empress of Russia, and these have liberty to enter Pekin, where they are lodged in a vast house, which the Emperor of China formerly assigned for the reception of the envoys from Korea. But it is a considerable time since either caravans or factors have been sent from Russia thither, so that the trade is now in a declining way, but may possibly soon be revived. PG 345. Of the trade of Petersburg and the other ports of the Russian Empire. There were at this time above 200 foreign vessels traded to the new capital in the space of a year. This trade has continued increasing and has frequently brought in 5 millions French money to the crown. This was greatly more than the interest of the money which this establishment had cost. This trade, however, greatly diminished that of Archangel, and was precisely what the founder desired, for the port of Archangel is too dangerous, and at too great distance from other ports. Besides that, a trade which is carried on immediately under the eye of an assiduous sovereign is always the most advantageous. That of Livonia continued still on the same footing. The trade of Russia in general has proved very successful. Its ports have received from 1,000 to 1,200 vessels in a year, and Peter discovered the happy expedient of joining utility to glory. Chap 32 of the Laws. It is well known that good laws are scarce, and that the due execution of them is still more so. The greater the extent of any state, and the variety of people of which it is composed, the more difficult it is to unite them by the same body of laws. The father of Tsar Peter formed a digest or code under the title of Eulogenia, which was actually printed, but it by no means answered the end intended. PG 346. Peter, in the course of his travels, had collected materials for repairing this great structure, which was falling to decay in many of its parts. He gathered many useful hints from the governments of Denmark, Sweden, England, Germany, and France, selecting from each of these different nations what he thought most suitable to his own. There was a court of boyards, or great men, who determined all matters en dernier ressort. Rank and birth alone gave a seat in this assembly, but the Tsar thought that knowledge was likewise requisite, and therefore this court was dissolved. He then instituted a procurator general, assisted by 4 assistors, in each of the governments of the empire. These were to overlook the conduct of the judges, whose decrees were subject to an appeal to the Senate which he established. Each of those judges was furnished with a copy of the Eulogenia, with additions and necessary alterations, until a complete body of laws could be formed. It was forbid to these judges to receive any fees, which, however moderate, are always an abusive tax on the fortunes and properties of those concerned in suits of law. The Tsar also took care that the expenses of the court were moderate, and the decisions speedy. The judges and their clerks had salaries appointed them out of the public treasury, and were not suffered to purchase their offices. It was in the year 1718, at the very time that he was engaged in the process against his son, that he made the chief part of these regulations. The greatest part of the laws he enacted were borrowed from those of the Swedes, and he made no difficulty to admit to places in his courts of judicature such Swedish prisoners who were well versed in the laws of their own country, and who, pg 347 having learnt the Russian language, were willing to continue in that kingdom. The governor of each province and his assistors had the cognizance of private causes within such government. From them there was an appeal to the Senate, and if anyone, after having been condemned by the Senate, appealed to the Tsar himself, and such appeal was found unjust, he was punished with death. But to mitigate the rigor of this law, the Tsar created a master of the requests, who received the petitions of those who had affairs depending in the Senate, or in the inferior courts, concerning which the laws then in force were not sufficiently explanatory. At length, in 1722, he completed his new code, prohibiting all the judges, under pain of death, to depart therefrom in their decrees, or to set up their own private opinions in place of the general statutes. This dreadful ordinance was publicly fixed up, and still remains in all the courts of judicature of the empire. He erected everything anew. There was not, even to the common affairs of society, aught but what was his work. He regulated the degrees between man and man, according to their posts and employments, from the admiral and the field marshal to the ensign, without any regard to birth. Having always in his own mind, and willing to imprint it on those of his subjects, that services are preferable to pedigree, a certain rank was likewise fixed for the women, and she who took a seat in a public assembly that did not properly belong to her was obliged to pay a fine. By a still more useful regulation, every private soldier, on being made an officer, instantly became a gentleman, and a nobleman, if his character had been impeached in a court of justice, was degraded to a plebeian. pg 348. After the settling of these several laws and regulations, it happened that the increase of towns, wealth, and population in the empire, new undertakings, and the creation of new employs, necessarily introduced a multitude of new affairs and unforeseen cases, which were all consequences of that success which attended the Tsar in the general reformation of his dominions. The Empress Elizabeth completed the body of laws which her father had begun, in which she gave the most lively proofs of that mildness and clemency for which she was so justly famed. Chaps 33, of Religion. At this time, Peter labored more than ever to reform the clergy. He had abolished the patriarchal office, and by this act of authority had alienated the minds of the ecclesiastics. He was determined that the imperial power should be free and absolute, and that of the Church respected but submissive. His design was to establish a council of religion which should always subsist but dependent on the sovereign, and that it should give no laws to the Church, but such as should be approved of by the head of the state, of which the Church was a part. He was assisted in this undertaking by the Archbishop of Novgorod, named Theophanes Prokop or Prokopovitz I, son of Prokop. This prelate was a person of great learning and sagacity. His travels through the different parts of Europe had afforded him opportunities of remarks on the several abuses, which reign pg 349 amongst them. The Tsar, who had himself been a witness of the same, had this great advantage in forming all his regulations, that he was possessed of an unlimited power to choose what was useful and reject what was dangerous. He labored, in concert with the archbishop, in the years 1718 and 1719 to effect his design. He established a perpetual synod, to be composed of 12 members, partly bishops and partly archpriests, all to be chosen by the sovereign. This college was afterwards augmented to 14. The motives of this establishment were explained by the Tsar in a preliminary discourse. The chief and most remarkable of these was, that under the administration of a college of priests, there was less danger of troubles and insurrections than under the government of a single head of the church, because the common people, who are always prone to superstition, might, by seeing one head of the church and another of the state, be led to believe that they were in fact two different powers. And hereupon he cites as an example the divisions which so long subsisted between the empire and the papal see, and which stained so many kingdoms with blood. Peter thought and openly declared that the notion of two powers in a state, founded on the allegory of the two swords, mentioned in the Apostles, was absurd and erroneous. This court was invested with the ecclesiastical power of regulating all penances, and examining into the morals and capacity of those nominated by the court to bishoprics, to pass judgment and dernier ressort in all causes relating to religion, in which it was the custom formerly to appeal to the patriarch, and also to take cognizance of the pg 350 revenues of monasteries and the distribution of alms. This synod had the title of Most Holy, the same which the patriarchs were wont to assume, and in fact the Tsar seemed to have preserved the patriarchal dignity, but divided among 14 members, who were all dependent on the crown, and were to take an oath of obedience, which the patriarchs never 999. The members of this holy synod, when met in assembly, had the same rank as the senators, but they were like the Senate, all dependent on the prince. But neither this new form of church administration, nor the ecclesiastical code, were in full vigor till 4 years after its institution, namely in 1722. Peter at first intended that the synod should have the presentation of those whom they thought most worthy to fill the vacant bishoprics. These were to be nominated by the emperor, and consecrated by the synod. Peter frequently presided in person at the assembly. One day that a vacant see was to be filled, the synod observed to the emperor that they had none but ignorant persons to present to his majesty. Well then, replied the Tsar, you have only to pitch upon the most honest man, he will be worth 2 learned ones. It is to be observed that the Greek church has none of that motley order called secular abbots. The petty collate is unknown there, otherwise than by the ridiculousness of its character, but by another abuse, as everything in this world must be subject to abuse. The bishops and prelates are all chosen from the monastic orders. The first monks were only laymen, partly devotees and partly fanatics, who retired into the deserts, where they were at length gathered together by St. Basil, who gave them a body of rules, and pg 351 then they took vows, and were reckoned as the lower order of the church, which is the first step to be taken to arise at higher dignities. It was this that filled all Greece and Asia with monks. Russia was overrun with them. They became rich, powerful, and though excessively ignorant, they were, at the accession of Peter to the throne, almost the only persons who knew how to write. Of this knowledge they made such an abuse, when struck and confounded with the new regulations which Peter introduced in all the departments of government, that he was obliged in 1703 to issue an edict, forbidding the use of pen and ink to the monks, without an express order from the archimandrite, or prior of the convent, who in that case was responsible for the behavior of those to whom he granted this indulgence. Peter designed to make this a standing law, and at first he intended that no one should be admitted into any order under 50 years of age, but that appeared too late an age, as the life of man being in general so limited, there was not time sufficient for such persons to acquire the necessary qualifications for being made bishops, and therefore, with the advice of his synod, he placed it at 30 years complete, but never under. at the same time expressly prohibiting any person exercising the profession of a soldier or an husbandman to enter into a convent without an immediate order from the emperor or the synod, and to admit no married man upon any account, even though divorced from his wife, unless that wife should at the same time embrace a religious life of her own pure will, and that neither of them had any children. No person in actual employ under government can take the habit, without an express order of the state for that purpose. Every monk is obliged to work pg 352 with his own hands at some trade. The nuns are never to go without the walls of their convent, and at the age of 50 are to receive the tonsure, as did the deaconesses of the primitive church. But if, before undergoing that ceremony, they have an inclination to marry, they are not only allowed, but even exhorted so to do. An admirable regulation in a country where population is of infinitely greater use than a monastic life. Peter was desirous that those unhappy females, whom God has destined to people a kingdom, and who, by a mistaken devotion, annihilated in cloisters that race of which they would otherwise become mothers, should at least be of some service to society, which they thus injure, and therefore ordered that they should all be employed in some handy works, suitable to their sex. The Empress Catherine took upon herself the care of sending for several handicrafts over from Brabant and Holland, whom she distributed among these convents, and in a short time, they produced several kinds of work, which the Empress and her ladies always wore as a part of their dress. There cannot perhaps be anything conceived more prudent than these institutions, but what merits the attention of all ages is the regulation which Peter made himself, and which he addressed to the Synod in 1724. The ancient ecclesiastical institution is there very learnedly explained, and the indolence of the monkish life admirably well exposed, and he not only recommends an application to labor and industry, but even commands it, and that the principal occupation of those people should be to assist and relieve the poor. He likewise orders that sick and infirm soldiers shall be quartered in the pg 353 convents, and that a certain number of monks shall be set apart to take care of them, and that the most strong and healthy of these shall cultivate the lands belonging to those convents. He orders the same regulations to be observed in the monasteries for women, and that the strongest of these shall take care of the gardens, and the rest to wait on sick or infirm women, who shall be brought from the neighboring country into the convents for that purpose. He also enters into the minutest details relating to these services, and lastly, he appoints certain monasteries of both sexes for the reception and education of orphans. In reading this ordinance of Peter the Great, which was published the 31st January, 1724, one would imagine it to have been framed by a minister of state and a father of the church. Almost all the customs in the Russian church are different from those of ours. As soon as a man is made a subdeacon, we prohibit him from marrying, and he is accounted guilty of sacrilege if he proves instrumental to the population of his country. On the contrary, when anyone has taken a subdeacon's order in Russia, he is obliged likewise to take a wife, and then may rise to the rank of priest and archpriest, but he cannot be made a bishop unless he is a widower and a monk. Peter forbid all parish priests from bringing up more than one son to the service of the church, unless it was particularly desired by the parishioners, and this he did, lest a numerous family might in time come to tyrannize over the parish. We may perceive in these little circumstances relating to church government that the legislator had always the good of the state in view, and that he took every precaution to make the clergy pg 354 properly respected without being dangerous, and that they should be neither contemptible nor powerful. In those curious memoirs, composed by an officer who was a particular favorite of Peter the Great, I find the following anecdote. One day a person reading to the Tsar that number of the English Spectator, in which a parallel is drawn between him and Louis XIV. "I do not think," said Peter, "that I deserve the preference that is here given me over that monarch. But I have been fortunate enough to have the superiority over him in one essential point, namely, that of having obliged my clergy to live in peace and submission, whereas my brother Louis has suffered himself to be ruled by his." A prince whose days were almost wholly spent in the fatigues of war, and his nights in the compiling laws for the better government of so large an empire, and in directing so many great labors, through a space of 2,000 leagues, must stand in need of some hours of amusement. Diversions at that time were neither so noble or elegant as they now are, and therefore we must not wonder if Peter amused himself with the entertainment of the sham conclave, of which mention has been already made, and other diversions of the same stamp, which were frequently at the expense of the Romish Church, to which he had a great dislike, and which was very pardonable in a prince of the Greek communion, who was determined to be master in his own dominions. He likewise gave several entertainments of the same kind at the expense of the monks of his own country, but of the ancient monks, whose follies and bigotry he wished to ridicule, while he strove to reform the new. We have already seen that previous to his pub pg 355 lishing his church laws, he created one of his fools pope, and celebrated the feast of the sham conclave. This fool, whose name was Jotov, was between 80 and 90. The Tsar took it into his head to make him marry an old widow of his own age, and to have their nuptials publicly solemnized. He caused the invitation to the marriage guests to be made by 4 persons who were remarkable for stammering. The bride was conducted to church by decrepit old men. 4 of the most bulky men that could be found in Russia acted as running footmen. The music were seated in a wagon drawn by bears, whom they every now and then pricked with goads of iron, and who, by their roaring, formed a full bass, perfectly agreeable to the concert in the cart. The married couple received the benediction in the cathedral from the hands of a deaf and blind priest, who, to appear more ridiculous, wore a large pair of spectacles on his nose. The procession, the wedding, the marriage feast, the undressing and putting to bed of the bride and bridegroom were all of a piece with the rest of this burlesque ceremony. We may perhaps be apt to look upon this as a trivial and ridiculous entertainment for a great prince, but is it more so than our carnival? Or to see 500 or 600 persons with masks on their faces, and dressed in the most ridiculous manner, skipping and jumping about together, for a whole night in a large room, without speaking a word to each other. In fine, were the ancient feasts of the fools and the ass, and the abbot of the cuckolds, which were formerly celebrated in our churches, much superior, or did our comedies of the foolish mother exhibit marks of a greater genius? pg 356. Chap 34, The Congress of Alland or Oland, Death of Charles XII, 100, The Treaty of Nystad. These immense labors, this minute review of the whole Russian Empire, and the melancholy proceedings against his unhappy son, were not the only objects which demanded the attention of the Tsar. It was necessary to secure himself without doors, at the same time that he was settling order and tranquility within. The war with Sweden was still carried on, though faintly, in hopes of approaching peace. It is a known fact that in the year 1717, Cardinal Alberoni, prime minister to Philip V of Spain, and Baron Gortz, who had gained an entire ascendant over the mind of Charles XII, had concerted a project to change the face of affairs in Europe by effecting a reconciliation between this last prince and the Tsar, driving George I from the English throne and replacing Stanislaus on that of Poland, while Cardinal Alberoni was to procure the regency of France for his master Philip. Gortz, as has been already observed, had opened his mind on this head to the Tsar himself. Alberoni had begun a negotiation with Prince Kurakin, the Tsar's ambassador at The Hague, by means of the Spanish ambassador, Baretti Landi, a native of Mantua, who had, like the cardinal, quitted his own country to live in Spain. Thus a set of foreigners were about to overturn the general system, for masters under whose dominion they were not born, or rather for themselves. Charles XII gave into all these projects, and the Tsar contented himself with examining them in private. Since the year 1716, he had pg 357 made only feeble efforts against Sweden, and those rather with a view to oblige that kingdom to purchase peace by restoring those places it had taken in the course of the war, than with an intent to crush it altogether. The Baron Gortz, ever active and indefatigable in his projects, had prevailed on the Tsar to send plenipotentiaries to the island of Åland to set on foot a treaty of peace. Bruce, a Scotchman and Grand Master of the Ordnance in Russia, and the famous Osterman, who was afterwards at the head of affairs, arrived at the place appointed for the Congress exactly at the time that the Tsarevitz was put under arrest at Moscow. Gortz and Gillenberg were already there on the part of Charles XII. both impatient to bring about a reconciliation between that prince and Peter, and to revenge themselves on the King of England. It was an extraordinary circumstance that there should be a congress, and no cessation of arms. The Tsar's fleet still continued cruising on the coasts of Sweden, and taking the ships of that nation. Peter thought by keeping up hostilities to hasten the conclusion of a peace, of which he knew the Swedes stood greatly in need, and which must prove highly glorious to the conqueror. Notwithstanding the little hostilities which still continued, everything bespoke the speedy approach of peace. The preliminaries began by mutual acts of generosity, which produced stronger effects than many handwritings. The Tsar sent back without ransom Marshal Irenskeld, whom he had taken prisoner with his own hands, and Charles in return did the same by Trubetskoy and Gallowin, who had continued prisoners in Sweden ever since the Battle of Narva. The negotiations now advanced apace, and a PG 358 total change was going to be made in the affairs of the North. Gortz proposed to the Tsar to put the Duchy of Mecklenburg into his hands. Duke Charles, its sovereign, who had married a daughter of Tsar John, Peter's elder brother, was at variance with the nobility of the country, who had taken arms against him. And Peter, who looked upon that prince as his brother-in-law, had an army in Mecklenburg ready to espouse his cause. The King of England, Elector of Hanover, declared on the side of the nobles. Here was another opportunity of mortifying the King of England by putting Peter in possession of Mecklenburg, who, being already master of Livonia, would by this means, in a short time, become more powerful in Germany than any of its electors. The Duchy of Kurland was to be given to the Duke of Mecklenburg, as an equivalent for his own, together with a part of Prussia at the expense of Poland, who was to have Stanislaus again for her king. Bremen and Verden were to revert to Sweden, but these provinces could not be wrested out of the hands of the King of England, but by force of arms. Accordingly, Gortz's project was, as we have already said, to effect a firm union between Peter and Charles XII. And that not only by the bands of peace, but by an offensive alliance, in which case they were jointly to send an army into Scotland. Charles XII, after having made himself master of Norway, was to make a descent on Great Britain, and he fondly imagined he should be able to set a new sovereign on the throne of those kingdoms, after having replaced one of his own choosing on that of Poland. Cardinal Alberoni promised both Peter and Charles to furnish them with subsidies. The fall of the King of England would, it was supposed, draw with it that of his ally, the Regent of France. PG 359, who being thus deprived of all support, was to fall a victim to the victorious arms of Spain, and the discontent of the French nation. Alberoni and Gortz now thought themselves secure of totally overturning the system of Europe, when a cannon ball from the bastions of Frederiksdal in Norway confounded all their mighty projects. Charles XII was killed, the Spanish fleet was beaten by that of England, the conspiracy which had been formed in France was discovered and quelled, Alberoni was driven out of Spain, and Gortz was beheaded at Stockholm. And of all this formidable league, so lately made, the Tsar alone retained his credit, who by not having put himself in the power of anyone, gave law to all his neighbors. At the death of Charles XII, there was a total change of measures in Sweden. Charles had governed with a despotic power, and his sister Ulrica was elected queen on express condition of renouncing arbitrary government. Charles intended to form an alliance with the Tsar against England and its allies, and the new government of Sweden now joined those allies against the Tsar. The Congress at Åland, however, was not broken up, but the Swedes, now in league with the English, flattered themselves that the fleets of that nation sent into the Baltic would procure them a more advantageous peace. A body of Hanoverian troops entered the dominions of the Duke of Mecklenburg Feb. 1716, but were soon driven from thence by the Tsar's forces. Peter likewise had a body of troops in Poland, which kept in awe both the party of Augustus and that of Stanislaus. And as to Sweden, he had a fleet always ready, either to make a descent on their coasts, or to oblige the Swedish PG 360. Government to hasten matters in the Congress. This fleet consisted of 12 large ships of the line, and several lesser ones, besides frigates and galleys. The Tsar served on board this fleet as vice-admiral, under the command of Admiral Apraxin. A part of this fleet signalized itself in the beginning against a Swedish squadron, and, after an obstinate engagement, took one ship of the line and 2 frigates. Peter, who constantly endeavored, by every possible means, to encourage and improve the navy he had been at so much pains to establish, gave, on this occasion, 60,000 French livres in money among the officers of this squadron, with several gold medals, besides conferring marks of honor on those who principally distinguished themselves. About this time, also the English fleet under Admiral Norris came up the Baltic, in order to favor the Swedes. Peter, who well knew how far he could depend on his new navy, was not to be frightened by the English, but boldly kept the sea, and sent to know of the English admiral if he was come only as a friend to the Swedes, or as an enemy to Russia. The admiral returned for answer, that he had not as yet any positive orders from his court on that head. However, Peter, notwithstanding this equivocal reply, continued to keep the sea with his fleet. The English fleet, which in fact was come thither only to show itself, and thereby induce the Tsar to grant more favorable conditions of peace to the Swedes, went to Copenhagen, and the Russians made some descents on the Swedish coast, and even in the neighborhood of Copenhagen, July 1719, where they destroyed some copper mines, burnt about 15,000 houses, pg 361, and did mischief enough to make the Swedes heartily wish for a speedy conclusion of the peace. Accordingly, the new Queen of Sweden pressed a renewal of the negotiations. Osterman himself was sent to Stockholm, and matters continued in this situation during the whole of the year 1719. The following year the Prince of Hesse, husband to the Queen of Sweden, and now become king, in virtue of her having yielded up the sovereign power in his favor, began his reign by sending a minister to the court of Petersburg, in order to hasten the so much desired peace. But the war was still carried on in the midst of these negotiations. The English fleet joined that of the Swedes, but did not yet commit any hostilities, as there was no open rupture between the courts of Russia and England, and Admiral Norris even offered his master's mediation towards bringing about a peace. But as this offer was made with arms in hand, it rather retarded than facilitated the negotiations. The coasts of Sweden and those of the new Russian provinces in the Baltic are so situated that the former lay open to every insult, while the latter are secured by their difficult access. This was clearly seen when Admiral Norris, after having thrown off the mask, June 1720, made a descent in conjunction with the Swedish fleet on a little island in the province of Estonia, called Nargen, which belonged to the Tsar, where they only burnt a peasant's house. But the Russians at the same time made a descent near Wasa, and burnt 41 villages, and upwards of 1,000 houses, and did an infinite deal of damage to the country round about. Prince Galitzin boarded and took 4 Swedish frigates, and the English admiral seemed to have come only to be spectator of that pitch of glory pg 362, to which the Tsar had raised his infant navy, for he had but just shewn himself in those seas, when the Swedish frigates were carried in triumph into the harbor of Kronstadt before Petersburg. On this occasions, methinks the English did too much if they came only as mediators, and too little if as enemies. Nov. 1720. At length the new King of Sweden demanded a cessation of arms, and as he found the menaces of the English had stood him in no stead, he had recourse to the Duke of Orleans, the French regent. And this prince, at once an ally of Russia and Sweden, had the honor of effecting a reconciliation between them. Feb. 1721. He sent Campredon, his plenipotentiary, to the court of Petersburg, and from thence to that of Stockholm. A congress was opened at Nystadt, but the Tsar would not agree to a cessation of arms till matters were on the point of being concluded and the plenipotentiaries ready to sign. He had an army in Finland ready to subdue the rest of that province, and his fleets were continually threatening the Swedish coasts, so that he seemed absolute master of dictating the terms of peace. Accordingly, they subscribed to whatever he thought fit to demand. By this treaty he was to remain in perpetual possession of all that his arms had conquered, from the borders of Kurland to the extremity of the Gulf of Finland, and from thence again of the whole extent of the country of Kex pg 363 home, and that narrow slip of Finland which stretches out to the northward of the neighborhood of Kexholm, so that he remained master of all Livonia, Estonia, Ingria, Karelia, with the country of Wyburg and the neighboring isles, which secured to him the sovereignty of the sea, as likewise of the isles of Isle, Dago, Mona, and several others, the whole forming an extent of 3,000 leagues of country, of unequal breadth, and which altogether made a large kingdom that proved the reward of 20 years' immense pains and labor. The peace was signed at Nystad the 10th September, 1721, NS by the Russian minister Osterman and General Bruce. Peter was the more rejoiced at that event, as it freed him from the necessity of keeping such large armies on the frontiers of Sweden, as also from any apprehensions on the part of England or of the neighboring states, and left him at full liberty to exert his whole attention to the modeling of his empire, in which he had already made so successful a beginning, and to cherish arts and commerce, which he had introduced among his subjects, at the expense of infinite labor and industry. In the first transports of his satisfaction, we find him writing in these terms to his plenipotentiaries: "You have drawn up the treaty as if we ourselves had dictated, and sent it to you to offer the Swedes to sign. This glorious event shall be ever present to our remembrance." All degrees of people, throughout the Russian Empire, gave proofs of their satisfaction by the most extraordinary rejoicings of all kinds, and particularly at Petersburg. The triumphal festivals, with which the Tsar had entertained his people during the course of the war, were no PG 364 thing to compare to these rejoicings for the peace, which every one hailed with unutterable satisfaction. The peace itself was the most glorious of all his triumphs, and what pleased more than all the pompous shows on the occasion was a free pardon and general release granted to all prisoners, and a general remission of all sums due to the royal treasury for taxes throughout the whole empire, to the day of the publication of the peace. In consequence of which a multitude of unhappy wretches, who had been confined in prison, were set at liberty, excepting only those guilty of highway robbery, murder, or treason. PG 365. It was at this time that the Senate decreed Peter the titles of Great, Emperor, and Father of his country. Count Golovkin, the High Chancellor, made a speech to the Tsar in the Great Cathedral, in the name of all the orders of the state, the senators crying aloud, "Long live our Emperor and Father," in which acclamations they were joined by the united voice of all the people present. The ministers of France, Germany, Poland, Denmark, and the States General waited on him, with their congratulations, on the titles lately bestowed on him, and formally acknowledged for emperor him who had been always publicly known in Holland by that title, ever since the Battle of Pultowa. The names of Father and of Great were glorious epithets, which no one in Europe could dispute him. That of Emperor was only an honorary title, given by custom to the sovereigns of Germany as titular kings of the Romans, and it requires time before such appellations come to be formally adopted by those courts where forms of state and real glory are different things. But Peter was in a short time after acknowledged emperor by all the states of Europe, excepting only that of Poland, which was still divided by factions, and the Pope, whose suffrage was become of very little significance, since the court of Rome had lost its credit in proportion as other nations became more enlightened. PG 366. Chap 35, Conquests in Persia. The situation of Russia is such as necessarily obliges her to keep up certain connections with all the nations that lie in the 5th degree of north latitude. When under a bad administration, she was a prey by turns to the Tartars, the Swedes, and the Poles, but when governed by a resolute and vigorous prince, she became formidable to all her neighbors. Peter began his reign by an advantageous treaty with the Chinese. He had waged war at one and the same time against the Swedes and the Turks, and now prepared to lead his victorious armies into Persia. At this time, Persia began to fall into that deplorable state in which we now behold her. Let us figure to ourselves the 30 Years' War in Germany, the times of the League, those of the massacre of St. Bartholomew, and the reigns of Charles VI. And of King John in France, the civil wars in England, the long and horrible ravages of the whole Russian Empire by the Tartars, or their invasion of China, and then we shall have some slight conception of the miseries under which the Persian Empire has so long groaned. A weak and indolent prince, and a powerful and enterprising subject, are sufficient to plunge a whole nation into such an abyss of disasters. Hussein, Shah Shaykh or Safai of Persia, a descendant of the great Shah Abbas, who sat at this time on the throne of Persia, had given himself wholly up to luxury and effeminacy. His prime minister committed acts of the greatest violence and injustice, which this great prince winked at, and this gave rise to 40 years' desolation and bloodshed. PG 367. Persia, like Turkey, has several provinces, all governed in a different manner. She has subjects immediately under her dominion, vassals, tributary princes, and even nations, to whom the court was wont to pay a tribute under the name of subsidies. For instance, the people of Dagestan, who inhabit the branches of Mount Caucasus. 2. The westward of the Caspian Sea, which was formerly a part of the ancient Albania, for all nations have changed their appellation and their limits. These are now called Lestians, and are mountaineers, who are rather under the protection than the dominion of Persia. To these the government paid subsidies for defending the frontiers. At the other extremity of the empire, towards the Indies, was the Prince of Kandahar, who commanded a kind of martial militia called Agwins. This Prince of Kandahar was a vassal of the Persian, as the hospodars of Wallachia and Moldavia are of the Turkish Empire. This vassalage was not hereditary, but exactly the same with the ancient feudal tenures established throughout Europe by that race of Tartars who overthrew the Roman Empire. The Agwin militia, of which the Prince of Kandahar was the head, was the same with the Albanians on the coasts of the Caspian Sea, in the neighborhood of Dagestan, and a mixture of Circassians and Georgians, like the ancient Mamluks who enslaved Egypt. The name of Agwins is a corruption. Timur, whom we call Tamerlane, had led these people into India, and they remained settled in the province of Kandahar, which sometimes belonged to the Mughal Empire and sometimes to that of Persia. It was these Agwins and Lestians who began the revolution. Mirwais or Merowitz, intendant of the Pro-PG 368 Vince, whose office was only to collect the tributes, assassinated the Prince of Kandahar, armed the militia, and continued master of the province till his death, which happened in 1717. His brother came quietly to the succession by paying a slight tribute to the Persian court, but the son of Mirwais, who inherited the ambition of his father, assassinated his uncle and began to erect himself into a conqueror. This young man was called Mir Mahmud, but he was known in Europe only by the name of his father, who had begun the rebellion. Mahmud reinforced his Agwins by adding to them all the Gebers he could get together. These Gebers were an ancient race of Persians, who had been dispersed by the Caliph Omar, and who still continued attached to the religion of the Magi formerly flourished in the reign of Cyrus, and were always secret enemies to the new Persians. Having assembled his forces, Mahmud marched into the heart of Persia at the head of 100,000 men. At the same time, the Lestians or Albanians, who, on account of the troublesome times, had not received their subsidies from the court of Persia, came down from their mountains with an armed force, so that the flames of civil war were lighted up at both ends of the empire and extended themselves even to the capital. These Lestians ravaged all that country which stretches along the western borders of the Caspian Sea, as far as Derbent, or the Iron Gate. In this country is situated the city of Shamash, about 15 leagues distant from the sea, and is said to have been the ancient residence of Cyrus, and by the Greeks called Syropolis, for we know nothing of the situation or names of these countries, but what we have from the Greeks. But as the Persians never had a prince called Cyrus, PG 369 much less had they any city called Syropolis. It is much in the same manner that the Jews, who commenced authors when they were settled in Alexandria, framed a notion of a city called Scythopolis, which, said they, was built by the Scythians in the neighborhood of Judea, as if either Scythians or ancient Jews could have given Greek names to their towns. The city of Shamash was very rich. The Armenians, who inhabit in the neighborhood of this part of the Persian Empire, carried on an immense traffic there, and Peter had lately established a company of Russian merchants at his own expense, which company became very flourishing. The Lestians made themselves masters of this city by surprise, plundered it, and put to death all the Russians who traded there under the protection of Shah Hussein, after having stripped all their warehouses. The loss on this occasion was said to amount to 4 millions of rubles. Peter upon this sent to demand satisfaction of the Emperor Hussein, who was then disputing the throne with the rebel Mahmud, who had usurped it, and likewise of Mahmud himself. The former of these was willing to do the Tsar justice, the other refused it, Peter therefore resolved to right himself and take advantage of the distractions in the Persian Empire. Mir Mahmud still pushed his conquests in Persia. The Safavi, hearing that the Emperor of Russia was preparing to enter the Caspian Sea, in order to revenge the murder of his subjects at Shamash, made private application to him, by means of an Armenian, to take upon him at the same time the defense of Persia. Peter had for a considerable time formed a project to make himself master of the Caspian PG 370C by means of a powerful naval force, and to turn the tide of commerce from Persia and a part of India through his own dominions. He had caused several parts of this sea to be sounded, the coasts to be surveyed, and exact charts made of the whole. He then set sail for the coast of Persia the 15th day of May, 1722. Catherine accompanied him in this voyage, as she had done in the former. They sailed down the Volga as far as the city of Astrakhan. From thence he hastened to forward the canals which were to join the Caspian, the Baltic, and the Euxine seas, a work which has been since executed in part under the reign of his grandson. While he was directing these works, the necessary provisions for his expedition were arrived in the Caspian Sea. He was to take with him 22,000 foot, 9,000 dragoons, 15,000 Cossacks, and 3,000 seamen, who were to work the ships, and occasionally assist the soldiery in making descents on the coast. The horse were to march over land through deserts, where there was frequently no water to be had, and afterwards to pass over the mountains of Caucasus, where 300 men are sufficient to stop the progress of a whole army. But the distracted condition in which Persia then was warranted the most hazardous enterprises. The Tsar sailed about 100 leagues to the southward of Astrakhan, till he came to the little town of Andrewhof. It may appear extraordinary to hear of the name of Andrew on the coasts of the Hyrcanian Sea, but some Georgians, who were formerly a sect of Christians, had built this town, which the Persians afterwards fortified, but it fell an easy prey to the Tsar's arms. From thence he continued advancing by land into the PG 371 province of Dagestan, and caused manifestos to be circulated in the Turkish and Persian languages. It was necessary to keep fair with the Ottoman Porte, who reckoned among its subjects not only the Circassians and Georgians, who border upon this country, but also several powerful vassals, who had of late put themselves under the protection of the Grand Senya. Among others there was one very powerful, named Mahmud Dutmich, who took the title of Sultan, and had the courage to attack the Tsar's troops, by which he was totally defeated, and the story says that his whole country was made a bonfire on the occasion. Sept 14, 1722. In a short time afterwards Peter arrived at the city of Derbent, by the Persians and Turks called Demirkapi, that is, the Iron Gate, and so named from having formerly had an iron gate at the south entrance. The city is long and narrow, its upper part joins to a rocky branch of Mount Caucasus, and the walls of the lower part are washed by the sea, which in violent storms make a breach over them. These walls might pass for one of the wonders of antiquity, being 40 feet in height, and 6 in breadth, defended with square towers at the distance of every 50 feet. The whole work seems one uniform piece, and is built of a sort of brown freestone mixed with pounded shells, which PG 372 served as mortar, so that the whole forms a mass harder than marble. The city lies open from the sea, but part of it next the land appears impregnable. There are still some ruins of an old wall like that of China, which must have been built in the earliest times of antiquity, and stretched from the borders of the Caspian Sea to the Pontus Euxinus, and this was probably a rampart raised by the ancient kings of Persia against those swarms of barbarians which dwelt between those two seas. According to the Persian tradition, the city of Derbent was partly repaired and fortified by Alexander the Great. Arrian and Quintus Curtius tell us that Alexander absolutely rebuilt this city. They say indeed that it was on the banks of the Tanais or Don, but then in their time the Greeks gave the name of Tanais to the river Cyrus, which runs by the city. It would be a contradiction to suppose that Alexander should build a harbor in the Caspian Sea, on a river that opens into the Black Sea. There were formerly 3 or 4 other ports in different parts of the Caspian Sea, all which were probably built with the same view, for the several nations inhabiting to the west, east, and north of that sea have in all times been barbarians, who had rendered themselves formidable to the rest of the world, and from hence, principally, issued those swarms of conquerors who subjugated Asia and Europe. And here I must beg leave to remark how much pleasure authors in all ages have taken to impose upon mankind, and how much they have preferred a vain show of eloquence to matter of fact. Quintus Curtius puts into the mouths of Scythians an admirable speech full of moderation and philosophy, as if the Tartars of those regions PG 373 had been all so many sages, and that Alexander had not been the general nominated by the Greeks against the king of Persia, sovereign of the greatest part of southern Scythia and the Indies. Other rhetoricians, thinking to imitate Quintus Curtius, have studied to make us look upon those savages of Caucasus and its dreary deserts, who lived wholly upon rapine and bloodshed, as the people in the world most remarkable for austere virtue and justice, and have painted Alexander, the avenger of Greece, and the conqueror of those who would have enslaved him and his country, as a public robber, who had ravaged the world without justice or reason. Such writers do not consider that these Tartars were never other than destroyers, and that Alexander built towns in the very country which they inhabited, and in this respect I may venture to compare Peter the Great to Alexander. Like him, he was assiduous and indefatigable in his pursuits, a lover and friend of the useful arts. He surpassed him as a lawgiver, and like him endeavored to change the tide of commerce in the world, and built and repaired at least as many towns as that celebrated hero of antiquity. On the approach of the Russian army, the governor of Derbent resolved not to sustain a siege, whether he thought he was not able to defend the place, or that he preferred the Tsar's protection to that of the tyrant Mahmud, brought the keys of the town and citadel which were silver, and presented them to Peter, whose army peaceably entered the city, and then encamped on the seashore. The usurper, Mahmud, already master of great part of Persia, in vain endeavored to prevent the Tsar from taking possession of Derbent. He stirred up the neighboring Tartars, and PG 374 marched into Persia to the relief of the place. But too late, for Derbent was already in the hands of the conqueror. Peter, however, was not in a condition to push his successes any further at this time. The vessels which were bringing him a fresh supply of provisions, horses, and recruits had been cast away near Astrakhan, and the season was far spent. He therefore returned to Moscow Jan. 5, which he entered in triumph, and after his arrival according to custom, gave a strict account of his expedition to the Vice-Czar Ramadanovsky, thus keeping up this extraordinary farce, which, says his eulogium, pronounced in the Academy of Sciences at Paris, ought to have been performed before all the monarchs of the earth. The empire of Persia continued to be divided between Husain and the usurper Mahmud. The first of these thought to find a protector in the Tsar, and the other dreaded him as an avenger, who was come to snatch the fruits of his rebellion out of his hands. Mahmud exerted all his endeavors to stir up the Ottoman Porte against Peter, and for this purpose sent an embassy to Constantinople, while the princes of Dagestan, who were under the protection of the Grand Senya, and had been stripped of their territories by the victorious army of Peter, cried aloud for vengeance. The Divan was now alarmed for the safety of Georgia, which the Turks reckon in the number of their dominions. The Grand Senya was on the point of declaring war against the Tsar, but was prevented by the courts of Vienna and Paris. The Emperor of Germany at the same time declared that if Russia should be attacked by the Turks, he must be obliged to defend it. The Marquis de Bonnac, the French ambassador at Constantinople, PG 375, made a dexterous use of the menaces of the imperial court, and at the same time insinuated that it was contrary to the true interest of the Turkish Empire to suffer a rebel and an usurper to set the example of dethroning sovereigns, and that the Tsar had done no more than what the Grand Senya himself ought to have done. During these delicate negotiations, Mir Mahmud was advanced to the gates of Derbent, and had laid waste all the neighboring country in order to cut off all means of subsistence from the Russian army. That part of ancient Hyrcania, now called Gilan, was reduced to a desert, and the inhabitants threw themselves under the protection of the Russians, whom they looked upon as their deliverers. In this they followed the example of the Safi himself. That unfortunate prince sent a formal embassy to Peter the Great to request his assistance, but the ambassador was hardly departed when the rebel Mir Mahmud, seized on Ispahan and the person of his master. Thamasib, the son of the dethroned Sophi, who was taken prisoner, found means to escape out of the tyrant's hands, and got together a body of troops, with which he gave the usurper battle. He seconded his father's entreaties to Peter the Great for his protection, and sent to the ambassador the same instructions which Shah Hussein had given him. This ambassador, whose name was Ismail Beg, found that his negotiations had proved successful, even before he arrived in person. For, on landing at Astrakhan, he learnt that General Matafkin was going to set out with fresh recruits to reinforce the army in Dagestan. The day of Baku or Baku, which with the Persians gives to the Caspian Sea the name of the Sea of Baku, PG 376 was not yet taken. The ambassador therefore gave the Russian general a letter for the inhabitants, in which he exhorted them in his master's name to submit to the Emperor of Russia. The ambassador then proceeded to Petersburg, and General Matafkin departed to lay siege to the city of Baku. 1723. The Persian ambassador arrived at the Tsar's court the very day that tidings were brought of the reduction of that city. Baku is situate near Shamash, but is neither so well peopled nor so rich as the latter. It is chiefly remarkable for the naphtha, with which it furnishes all Persia. Never was treaty so speedily concluded as that of Ismail Beg, Sept 1723. Tsar Peter promised to march with his forces into Persia, in order to revenge the death of his subjects, and to succor Thamasib against the usurper of his crown, and the new Sophi in return was to cede to him, not only the towns of Baku and Derbent, but likewise the provinces of Gilan, Mazandaran, and Astarabath. Gilan is, as we have already observed, the ancient South Hyrcania. Mazandaran, which joins to it, is the country of the Mardi or Mardians, and Astarabath borders upon Mazandaran. These were the three principal provinces of the ancient Median kings, so that Peter beheld himself, by the means of arms and treaties, in possession of the original kingdom of Cyrus. It may not be foreign to our subject to observe that by the articles of this convention, the prices of necessaries to be furnished to the army were settled. A camel was to cost only 60 francs, about 12 rubles a pound of bread, no more than 5 farthings, the same weight of beef about 6. These prices furnish a convincing proof of PG 377 the plenty he found in these countries, that possessions in land are of the most intrinsic value, and that money, which is only of nominal worth, was at that time very scarce. Such was the deplorable state to which Persia was then reduced, that the unfortunate Sophi Thamasib, a wanderer in his own kingdom, and flying before the face of the rebel, Mahmud, who had dipped his hands in the blood of his father and his brothers, was necessitated to entreat the court of Russia, and the Turkish divan to accept of one part of his dominions to preserve for him the rest. It was agreed then, between Tsar Peter, Sultan Ichmet III, and the Sophi Thamasib, that the first of these should keep the 3 provinces above named, and that the Porte should have Caspin, Taurus, and Erivan, besides what she had already taken from the usurper. Thus was this noble kingdom dismembered at once by the Russians, the Turks, and the Persians themselves. And now the Emperor Peter might be said to extend his dominions from the furthest part of the Baltic Sea, beyond the southern limits of the Caspian. Persia still continued a prey to violations and devastations, and its natives, till then opulent and polite, were now sunk in poverty and barbarism, while the Russian people had arisen from indigence and ignorance to a state of riches and learning. One single man, by a resolute and enterprising genius, had brought his country out of obscurity, and another, by his weakness and indolence, had brought destruction upon his. Hitherto we know very little of the private calamities, which for so long a time spread desolation over the face of the Persian Empire. It is said that Shah Hussein was so pusillanimous as to place PG 378 with his own hands the tiara, or crown of Persia, on the head of the usurper Mahmud, and also that this Mahmud afterwards went mad. Thus the lives of so many thousands of men depend on the caprice of a madman or a fool. They add furthermore that Mahmud, in one of his fits of frenzy, put to death with his own hand all the sons and nephews of the Shah Hussein to the number of 100, and that he caused the Gospel of St. John to be read upon his head, in order to purify himself and to receive a cure for his disorder. These and such like Persian fables have been circulated by our monks, and afterwards printed in Paris. The tyrant, after having murdered his uncle, was in his turn put to death by his nephew Eshraf, who was as cruel and bloody a tyrant as Mahmud himself. Shah Thammasib still continued imploring the assistance of Russia. This Thammasib, or Shah Thomas, was assisted and afterwards replaced on the throne by the famous Kuli Khan, and was again dethroned by the same Kuli Khan. The revolutions and wars which Russia had afterwards to encounter against the Turks, and in which she proved victorious, the evacuating the 3 provinces in Persia, which cost Russia more to keep than they were worth, are events which do not concern Peter the Great, as they did not happen till several years after his death. It may suffice to observe that he finished his military career by adding 3 provinces to his empire on the part next to Persia, after having just before added the same number on that side next to Sweden. pg 379. Chap 36, of the coronation of the Empress Catherine I, and the death of Peter the Great. Peter, at his return from his Persian expedition, found himself in a better condition than ever to be the arbiter of the North. He now openly declared himself the protector of Charles XII, whose professed enemy he had been for 18 years. He sent for the Duke of Holstein, nephew to that monarch, to his court, promised him his eldest daughter in marriage, and began to make preparations for supporting him in his claims on the Duchy of Holstein-Schleswig, and even engaged himself so to do by a treaty of alliance, Feb. 1724, which he concluded with the Crown of Sweden. He continued the works he had begun all over his empire, to the further extremity of Kamchatka, and for the better direction of them, established an Academy of Sciences at Petersburg. The arts began now to flourish on every side. Manufactures were encouraged, the navy was augmented, the army well provided, and the laws properly enforced. He now enjoyed his glory in full repose, but was desirous of sharing it in a new manner with her who, according to his own declaration, by remedying the disaster of the campaign of Pruth, had been in some measure the instrument of his acquiring that glory. Accordingly, the coronation of his consort Catherine was performed at Moscow, in presence of the Duchess of Kurland, his eldest brother's daughter, and the Duke of Holstein, his intended son-in-law. May 28, 1724. The de pg 380 declaration which he published on this occasion merits attention. He therein cites the examples of several Christian princes who had placed the crown on the heads of their consorts, as likewise those of the heathen emperors, Basilides, Justinian, Heraclius, and Leo, the philosopher. He enumerates the services Catherine had done to the state, and in particular in the war against the Turks, where my army, says he, which had been reduced to 22,000 men, had to encounter an army above 200,000 strong. He does not say, in this declaration, that the empress was to succeed to the crown after his death. But this ceremony, which was altogether new and unusual in the Russian Empire, was one of those means by which he prepared the minds of his subjects for such an event. Another circumstance that might perhaps furnish a stronger reason to believe that he destined Catherine to succeed him on the throne was that he himself marched on foot before her the day of her coronation, as captain of a new company, which he had created under the name of the Knights of the Empress. When they arrived at the cathedral, Peter himself placed the crown on her head, and when she would have fallen down and embraced his knees, he prevented her, and, at their return from the church, caused the scepter and globe to be carried before her. The ceremony was altogether worthy an emperor, for on every public occasion Peter showed as much pomp and magnificence as he did plainness and simplicity in his private manner of living. Having thus crowned his spouse, he at length determined to give his eldest daughter, Anna Petrovna, in marriage to the Duke of Holstein. This princess greatly resembled her father in the face, was very majestic, and of a singular beauty. pg 380 when she was betrothed to the Duke of Holstein on the 24th of November, 1724, but with very little ceremony. Peter having for some time past found his health greatly impaired, and this, together with some family uneasiness, that perhaps rather increased his disorder, which in a short time proved fatal, permitted him to have but very little relish for feasts or public diversions in this latter part of his life. The Empress Catherine had at that time a young man for the chamberlain of her household, whose name was Mons de la Croix, a native of Russia, but of Flemish parents, remarkably handsome and genteel. His sister, Madame de Balk, was bedchamberwoman to the Empress, and these two had entirely the management of her household. Being both accused of having taken presents, they were sent to prison, and afterwards brought to their trial by express order of the Tsar, who, by an edict in the year 1714, had forbidden anyone holding a place about court to receive any present or other gratuity, on pain of being declared infamous and suffering death, and this prohibition had been several times renewed. The brother and sister were found guilty and received sentence, and all those who had either purchased their services or given them any gratuity in return for the same were included therein, except the Duke of Holstein and his minister Count Basuitz, as it is probable that the presents made by that prince to those who had a share in bringing about his marriage with the Tsar's daughter were not looked upon in a criminal light. Mons was condemned to be beheaded, and his sister, who was the Empress's favorite, to receive 11 strokes of the knout. The two sons PG 382 of this lady, one of whom was an officer in the household and the other a page, were degraded and sent to serve as private soldiers in the army in Persia. These severities, though they shock our manners, were perhaps necessary in a country where the observance of the laws is to be enforced only by the most terrifying rigor. The Empress solicited her favorite's pardon, but the Tsar, offended at her application, peremptorily refused her, and in the heat of his passion, seeing a fine looking-glass in the apartment, he, with one blow of his fist, broke it into 1,000 pieces. And turning to the Empress thus, said he, "Thou seest I can, with one stroke of my hand, reduce this glass to its original dust." Catherine, in a melting accent, replied, "It is true, you have destroyed one of the greatest ornaments of your palace, but do you think that palace is the more charming for its loss?" This answer appeased the emperor's wrath, but all the favor that Catherine could obtain for her bedchamberwoman was that she should receive only 5 strokes of the knout instead of 11. I should not have related this anecdote, had it not been attested by a public minister, who was eyewitness of the whole transaction, and who, by having made presents to the unfortunate brother and sister, was perhaps himself one of the principal causes of their disgrace and sufferings. It was this affair that emboldened those who judge of everything in the worst light to spread the report that Catherine hastened the death of her husband, whose choleric disposition filled her with apprehensions that overweighed the gratitude she owed him for the many favors he had heaped upon her. These cruel suspicions were confirmed by PG 383 Catherine's, recalling to court her woman of the bedchamber immediately upon the death of the Tsar, and reinstating her in her former influence. It is the duty of an historian to relate the public reports which have been circulated in all times in states, on the decease of princes who have been snatched away by a premature death, as if nature was not alone sufficient to put a period to the existence of a crowned head as well as that of a beggar. But it is likewise the duty of an historian to show how far such reports were rashly or unjustly formed. There is an immense distance between the momentary discontent which may arise from the morose or harsh behavior of a husband and the desperate resolution of poisoning that husband, who is at the same time our sovereign and benefactor in the highest degree. The danger attending such a design would have been as great as it was criminal. Catherine had at that time a powerful party against her, who espoused the cause of the son of the deceased Tsarovitz. Nevertheless, neither that faction, nor any one person about the court, once suspected the Tsarina, and the vague rumors which were spread on this head were founded only on the mistaken notions of foreigners, who were very imperfectly acquainted with the affair, and who chose to indulge the wretched pleasure of accusing of heinous crimes those whom they thought interested to commit them. But it was even very doubtful whether this was at all the case with Catherine. It was far from being certain that she was to succeed her husband. She had been crowned indeed, but only in the character of wife to the reigning sovereign, and not as one who was to enjoy the sovereign authority after his death. Peter, in his declaration, had only ordered this PG 384 coronation as a matter of ceremony, and not as conferring a right of governing. He therein only cited the examples of emperors, who had caused their consorts to be crowned, but not of those who had conferred on them the royal authority. In fine, at the very time of Peter's illness, several persons believed that the Princess Anna Petrovna would succeed him jointly with her husband the Duke of Holstein, or that the Tsar would nominate his grandson for his successor. Therefore, so far from Catherine's being interested in the death of the emperor, she rather seemed concerned in the preservation of his life. It is undeniable that Peter had, for a considerable time, been troubled with an abscess in the bladder and a stoppage of urine. The mineral waters of Olnitz and some others, which he had been advised to use, had proved of very little service to him, and he had found himself growing sensibly weaker, ever since the beginning of the year 1724. His labors, from which he would not allow himself any respite, increased his disorder and hastened his end. Jan. 1723. His malady became now more and more desperate. He felt burning pains, which threw him into an almost constant delirium. Whenever he had a moment's interval, he endeavored to write, but he could only scrawl a few lines that were wholly unintelligible, and it was with the greatest difficulty that the following words, in the Russian language, could be distinguished. Let everything be given to. He then called for the Princess Anna Petrovna in order to dictate to her, but by that time she could come to his bedside, he had lost his speech and fell into a fit which lasted 16 hours. The Empress Catherine did not quit his bedside pg 385 for 3 nights together. At length, he breathed his last in her arms on the 28th of Jan. 1725, about 4 o'clock in the morning. His body was conveyed into the great hall of the palace, accompanied by all the imperial family, the Senate, all the principal personages of state, and an innumerable concourse of people. It was there exposed on a bed of state, and every one was permitted to approach and kiss his hand till the day of his interment, which was on the 1021st of March, 1725. pg 386. It has been thought, and it has been asserted in print, that he had appointed his wife pg 387 the Rhine to succeed him in the empire, by his last will. But the truth is, that he never made any will, or at least none that ever appeared. A most astonishing negligence in so great a legislator, and a proof that he did not think his disorder mortal. No one knew at the time of his death who was to succeed him. He left behind him his grandson Peter, son of the unfortunate Alexis, and his eldest daughter Anna, married to the Duke of Holstein. There was a considerable faction in favor of young Peter, but Prince Menzikoff, who had never had any other interests than those of the Empress Catherine, took care to be beforehand with all parties and their designs, and accordingly, when the Tsar was upon the point of giving up the ghost, he caused the Empress to remove into another apartment of the palace, where all their friends were assembled ready. He had the royal treasures conveyed into the citadel, and secured the guards in his interest, as likewise the Archbishop of Novgorod. And then they held a private council, in presence of the Empress Catherine and one Makarov, a secretary, in whom they could confide, at which the Duke of Holstein's minister assisted. At the breaking up of this council, the Empress returned to the Tsar's bedside, who soon after yielded up the ghost in her arms. As soon as his death was made known, the principal senators and general officers repaired to the palace, where the Empress made a speech to them, which Prince Menzikoff answered in the name of all present. The Empress being withdrawn, they proceeded to consider the proper forms to be observed on the occasion, when Theophanes, Archbishop of Pleskow, told the assembly that, on pg 388 the eve of the coronation of the Empress Catherine, the deceased Tsar had declared to him that his sole reason for placing the crown on her head was that she might wear it after his death, upon which the assembly unanimously signed the proclamation, and Catherine succeeded her husband on the throne the very day of his death. Peter the Great was regretted by all those whom he had formed, and the descendants of those who had been sticklers for the ancient customs soon began to look on him as their father. Foreign nations, who have beheld the duration of his establishments, have always expressed the highest admiration for his memory, acknowledging that he was actuated by a more than common prudence and wisdom, and not by a vain desire of doing extraordinary things. All Europe knows that though he was fond of fame, he coveted it only for noble principles, that though he had faults, they never obscured his noble qualities, and that though as a man he was liable to errors, as a monarch he was always great. He every way forced nature in his subjects in himself by sea and land, but he forced her only to render her more pleasing and noble. The arts, which he transplanted with his own hands into countries, till then in a manner savage, have flourished, and produced fruits which are lasting testimonies of his genius, and will render his memory immortal, since they now appear as natives of those places to which he introduced them. The civil, political, and military government, trade, manufactures, the arts, and the sciences have all been carried on according to his plan, and by an event not to be paralleled in history. We have seen 4 women successively ascend the throne after him, who have maintained, in full vigor, all the great designs PG 389 he accomplished, and have completed those which he had begun. The court has undergone some revolutions since his death, but the empire has not suffered one. Its splendor was increased by Catherine I. It triumphed over the Turks and the Swedes under Anna Petrona, and under Elizabeth it conquered Prussia and a part of Pomerania. And lastly, it has tasted the sweets of peace, and has seen the arts flourish in fullness and security in the reign of Catherine II.